Chapter 1. The Marine Calendar, Year 1512. West Sea. The town of Algerero is a bustling, medium-sized settlement, renowned for its handcrafted goods and vibrant flowers. The presence of a substantial naval base lends an air of security, attracting tourists from various regions eager to explore its famous offerings. In the month of June, the afternoon sun blazes fiercely, rendering even the cobblestone pathways unbearably hot. Yet the town's most popular bakery, Simon's Cheese Rings, stands eerily quiet. Passers-by note the unusual sight of several burly men stationed at the bakery's entrance, their sunburnt faces betraying a palpable tension as they fixate on the bakery's door. Boom! With a thunderous crash, a towering figure bursts through the bakery's entrance, crashing onto the street. A few startled bystanders, mustering their courage, approach to discover the infamous thug, Cartman, sprawled on the ground. Yet, the usual swagger of this notorious ruffian is conspicuously absent. Blood seeps from his mouth, nose, and even his eyes and ears, indicating severe injuries. Trembling, he shouts towards the bakery's entrance, "Victor, even you cannot violate the gang's rules. Attacking a fellow member is punishable by piercing." Talp, talp, talp. Accompanied by the sound of leisurely footsteps, a young man appears at the bakery's threshold. In stark contrast to the three-turtle Cartman, this young man stands around 1.80 meters. Dressed impeccably in a black suit, his golden hair slicked back, he possesses a strikingly chiseled visage reminiscent of a marble statue. Yet his expression is decidedly cold. "You claim I have violated the gang's rules?" As the young man, identified as Victor, leisurely rolls up his sleeves, he strides toward the prostrate Cartman. "I beg to differ, Mr. Cartman. You are no longer a member of Coral." Standing over Cartman, Victor gazes down with a hint of mockery in his azure eyes. "To be blunt, you have been expelled by the boss." Upon hearing this, a flicker of despair crosses Cartman's face. He bellows and lunges at Victor, desperate for survival, only to be met with a swift, lightning-fast kick to the chest. With a cry of agony and the sound of shattering bones, Cartman soars several meters through the air before crashing into a flower bed, rolling to the ground. Struggling to lift his gaze to Victor, he pleads, "Please, Victor, spare me." But before he can finish, a black shoe crushes his head and a cold voice declares, "3 days ago, when you harassed my sister, I warned you that you were doomed, scum." Without allowing Cartman another moment to plead, Victor delivers a decisive kick that shatters his throat. After a long pause, he snaps his fingers, summoning the burly men who had been waiting outside. They hurriedly approach, bowing slightly in deference to Victor before swiftly removing Cartman's twitching body. At that moment, Victor notices a girl peering curiously from the bakery's entrance. Dressed in a gothic gown and clutching a small parasol even indoors, her pink hair tied in a side ponytail, her wide-eyed gaze exudes a charming innocence. Behind her, a red-haired shop assistant clutches a bag of freshly baked bread, completely oblivious to the bakery's damaged entrance. Her cheeks flushed as she gazes at Victor's handsome face like a fervent fan adoring a celebrity. With a slight sigh, Victor retrieves 200,000 barrel notes and gently places them in the shop assistant's hands, speaking kindly. "This is for the repair of the door and the flower bed. I apologize for the disturbance, Miss Bell. You may return now, Perona." He waves at the pink-haired girl before heading towards the Black Axe Tavern in the town center. The girl giggles as she takes the warm bread from the shop assistant's hands, exclaiming, "Ho ho ho, Sister Bell, snap out of it. You're drooling. I'm off now, but I'll come back to play with you later." She waves goodbye and hastily follows Victor. A middle-aged tourist who witnessed the entire incident turns to a nearby passerby, intrigued. "That young man is remarkably skilled. Is he a gang member as well?" The passerby glances at him disdainfully. "Sir, are you new in town? Who doesn't know the name of Mr. Victor around these islands?" The tourist, unfazed, chuckles and presses on. "I indeed hail from a distant island. Please, enlighten me about Victor." The passerby, noticing the tourist's amiable demeanor, obliges despite his youth. Mr. Victor is among the elite in the Coral organization. Though he appears aloof, he is remarkably kind-hearted, and many townsfolk have benefited from his generosity. That cute pink-haired girl is his sister. Perona, she's quite the lively spirit, beloved by everyone in town. "I see. And who was that brute he dispatched? That fellow is Cartman, a notorious thug with a long list of misdeeds. I've heard he was also a cadre in the Coral organization, but I'm not too familiar with the details of his conflict with Mr. Victor. The passerby shrugs. However, Mr. Victor's prowess is undeniable. I've never seen him lose a fight. I doubt even the newly appointed colonel at the naval base could match him. The middle-aged tourist chuckles at this, thanking the passerby before slowly making his way in the direction Victor and his sister departed. Unexpectedly encountering such an intriguing event during a leisurely inspection of the new district piqued the tourists' interest. The boys' combat skills appeared too refined to be the result of mere amateur practice, and that whip-like kick bore a resemblance to the Navy's six style. The Gale kick a coincidence, perhaps? Colonel Crone of the newly established Algerero naval base silently noted Victor's name. As Victor and Perona arrived at the Black Axe Tavern, he paused, turning to her. "Perona, you should head home." Concern etched on her face, Perona replied, "Victor, is everything all right? Perhaps I should say my ghost fruit abilities are quite proficient now." Victor ruffled the pink-haired girl's hair, offering a faint smile. "Do not worry, it's merely an ordinary awards ceremony. Go home now and be obedient." After watching Perona depart, Victor's expression turned steely as he entered the tavern. Inside, the place was eerily quiet, devoid of any patrons. He walked directly to the back bar, pushing open a door that revealed a spacious private room. The interior of the Black Axe Tavern's private chamber was designated for the cadre of the Coral organization. A lavish round table sat empty, save for a small, square box at its center. Several individuals stood behind the table, all cadre members of Coral. One person, robust and imposing, lounged on the sofa behind the table, a cigar dangling from his mouth and short purple hair resembling steel needles. Upon Victor's entrance, he remained seated, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. "My most exceptional subordinate, dear Victor, you have finally arrived. That commotion was quite significant. I trust this task was merely a formality for you?" "You flatter me, boss." Cartman was reluctant to hand over his duties, so I enforced the rules. That fool dared to embezzle from the gang. His demise is fitting. Speaking of which, your performance in the skirmish at Cartesuri town was truly commendable, earning the respect of all the brothers. Coupled with your efforts at Clockfall Village and Echo Dock, I, as boss, have granted your request. He pushed a box toward Victor, a smile tugging at his lips. "Open it. It contains a treasure worth 100 million barrels." Ignoring the bemused expressions of those present, Victor slowly opened the box. Inside lay a solitary blue melon, modest in size, its surface adorned with serrated stripes. The cadre members exchanged knowing smirks, for Boss Pippen had previously revealed the fruit's abilities to them. Typically, only a select few could discern the power contained within a devil fruit from its appearance. But this particular fruit was an exception. It was universally acknowledged as a worthless fruit, the chain fruit. As its name suggests, the chain fruit grants the consumer the ability to become a zipper man, capable of opening a zipper on any object they have touched. 6 years prior, a naval colonel fortuitously consumed this fruit, only to gain a completely useless ability and transform into a laughingstock, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of pirates within a month. After many years, this fruit once again emerged from the depths of the sea, claimed by the Coral organization's boss, Pippen. At that time, Pippen was already an adept of the zoan-type bull fruit in its water buffalo form, contemplating selling the fruit for a handsome price. However, 3 months later, despite his hopes of fetching 100 million berries, not even 30 million berries could find a buyer. It was only after numerous inquiries that he discovered the infamous deeds of a certain naval colonel had made the fruit's appearance widely known among discerning buyers, leading them to refuse to spend a fortune on what they deemed a useless trinket. Left with no other options, Pippin reluctantly stored the fruit in his vault, gradually forgetting its existence. Now, let us return to Victor. 2 years ago, Victor, accompanied by his sister Perona, proactively joined Coral and, with his unparalleled skills, accomplished many seemingly insurmountable tasks. The most astonishing feat occurred a month prior when he single-handedly dealt a crippling blow to the Suleiman family, another formidable gang in the West Sea, significantly diminishing their elite combat strength by nearly 80%. Faced with such a loss, the Suleiman family had no choice but to make concessions to Coral, resulting in substantial gains for the organization. According to the gang's regulations, Victor's contributions were worth a staggering 100 million berries. However, this time, the typically indifferent Victor made a request for a devil fruit as his reward. Boss Pippen, already wary of Victor and fearing he might usurp his leadership, was reluctant to grant him a devil fruit that would undoubtedly enhance his power. Yet, Victor's achievements were too remarkable to overlook. Outright refusal would be seen as a direct challenge to the gang's principles. Just as Pippen found himself in a dilemma, one of his subordinates reminded him, "Boss, don't you still have that rather useless devil fruit? It would be perfect for Victor. Not only would it silence him, but it might even diminish his strength." Pippen, elated at this suggestion, realized it made perfect sense. Even if Victor knew the fruit's capabilities, he had himself requested a devil fruit as a reward. Thus, it was only fitting for Pippen to present him with the chain fruit as compensation. Without delay, he summoned a reward ceremony, intending to officially recognize Victor at the Black Axe Tavern. To prevent any potential dissatisfaction from Victor regarding the chain fruit, Pippen made preparations on two fronts. He gathered several senior members of the gang for support, and he also gifted Victor an additional task dealing with the rogue Cartman. Cartman had embezzled from the gang, and Pippen had already contemplated eliminating him. Given that Cartman had previously harassed Perona, Victor had likely been eager to take matters into his own hands. After all, Victor was his most capable and powerful subordinate, and a little appeasement was certainly in order. In a secret booth of the Black Axe Tavern, under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Victor unhesitatingly took a bite of the fruit. As expected, the taste of the devil fruit was as repulsive as the legends foretold, yet his expression remained inscrutable. Everything was proceeding according to his meticulous plan. He had spent 2 years orchestrating this moment, with one of his primary objectives being this very devil fruit. The chain fruit, a particularly rare paramecia-type devil fruit, even more elusive than some of the logia-type fruits. Victor closed his eyes, feeling the surge of newfound power coursing through him. There was no sense of awkwardness. Instead, it felt like an innate, instinctive gift. Victor perceived this power as if it were another limb. However, before he could further explore the capabilities of the devil fruit, an unpleasant voice interrupted him. "Hey, Victor, isn't the chain fruit impressive? Show us a demonstration." The speaker was the three-fingered fox, Darm, a tall, dark-skinned man with sharp metallic finger guard adorning his left index, middle, and ring fingers. It was Darm who had suggested using the chain fruit as a reward. He considered himself second only to Boss Pippen in strength and harbored intense jealousy towards Victor, who had swiftly claimed the title of the gang's top fighter. Darm was eager to see Victor make a fool of himself, hoping for an opportunity to teach the arrogant newcomer a lesson if he reacted with anger. Victor opened his eyes, casting a cold glance at Darm before turning to Boss Pippen. The boss, lounging on the sofa and lazily puffing on a cigar, showed no inclination to intervene on Darm's behalf. Clearly, he intended to enjoy the spectacle. Victor allowed a hint of a mocking smile to grace his lips as he turned back to Darm. "Mr. Darm wishes to see a performance? Watching a show pales in comparison to participating firsthand. Come, let's have some fun." At those words, Boss Pippen raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the underlying implications. It seemed entertaining to let Darm teach this insolent brat a lesson. On the other hand, Darm, instead of becoming angry, felt elated, having anticipated that Victor was not one to withstand provocation. He strode forward, loosening his shoulders with a sinister grin. "Little Victor, let's go play. Uncle Darm will make sure you enjoy it." Before Darm could finish his taunt, a fist appeared before him in an instant. He barely had time to raise his arm to shield his face before he felt as if he had been struck heat by a charging rhinoceros, an unimaginable force radiating through his arm. In the next moment, the tavern's stone wall crumbled as Darm, propelled by debris and splintered wood, was sent soaring into the air. Suspended in midair, Darm felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his arms devoid of sensation. Before he could comprehend the situation, an immense force tugged at his chest, yanking him violently towards the ground. Almost immediately, a second powerful punch struck him squarely on the head. Crack, 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 accompanied by a series of dull, resonant sounds of bones shattering. Darm swayed and then plummeted directly at Victor's feet, a pool of crimson seeping rapidly beneath him. The expression of Boss Pippen darkened. While his subordinates, lacking in strength, may not have noticed, he had seen it all. When Darm was sent flying, a long zipper appeared on his chest. The other end firmly grasped in Victor's hand. Darm was akin to a child's yo-yo, effortlessly manipulated to his demise by Victor. All right, Victor, I concede that I underestimated you. However, the auxiliary capabilities of the chain fruit cease here. In terms of strength, I far surpass you. With a swift kick, Boss Pippen sent a lavish round table sailing away. Victor nimbly leaped to evade the table hurtling towards him, landing gracefully on the street outside the bar. Onlookers in the distance felt the ground tremble beneath them as a colossal figure loomed larger amidst the swirling smoke of the bar. With each resounding step, a towering beast, 5 meters in height, emerged from the wreckage of the bar's wall. This was an incomprehensibly massive creature, a minotaur, clad in the black jacket and jeans Boss Pippen favored. Stretched to their limits, exposed portions of its body were covered in short, steel-like purple bristles, and 2 sharp black horns rose menacingly towards the sky. The most terrifying feature being its blood-red eyes. Battle Bull Talma Pippen, Zoan-type buffalo fruit, in water buffalo form. Victor, do you truly believe you can prevail against me? The Minotaur roared, exhaling a gust of white vapor from its nostrils. In light of your usual submissiveness, I shall grant you one opportunity. Kneel and repent. Otherwise, you shall perish. Confronted by the Minotaur, 3 times his size, Victor's demeanor shifted from calm to icy resolve. Then allow me to respond directly, Talma Pippen. From this day forth, the leader of Coral shall be replaced. Victor, Pippen bellowed in fury, lowering his massive, sharp horns towards Victor as he charged forth. Battle Bull charge. The ground trembled violently as the colossal Minotaur surged towards Victor with unmatched ferocity, poised to crush him into a fine paste. You possess a treasure yet remain oblivious. Your understanding of the devil fruit is woefully inadequate, Pippen. Just as the charge was about to collide, Victor seemed to be pulled by an unseen string, gliding several meters to the right, evading the tremendous onslaught with grace. Among the crowd, dressed in civilian attire, Navy Colonel Crone squinted, keenly observing the minute sparks that flickered beneath Victor's feet during his peculiar maneuver. Is this lad treating Pippen as a practice dummy for the chain fruit? Although Talma Pippen isn't officially bounty hunted, discussions within the Navy have concluded that if he were to become a pirate, his sheer strength could warrant a bounty of at least 40 million berry. Isn't he worried about overreaching? Such a reckless child. Pippen crashed through 2 residential buildings before finally halting his charge. Just as he turned to seek Victor, a gust of wind suddenly rushed from his left. Instinctively, Pippen raised his arm, swaying slightly to easily block the heavy fist aimed at him. However, as he prepared to retaliate, he noticed Victor had shifted back 10 paces using that strange lateral movement again. Victor, you scoundrel. Do you only know how to flit about like a specter? Oh, it appears Mr. Pippen is not fond of my technique. I call it metal zip, spark pilgrimage. Quite fitting, don't you think? As he spoke, Victor effortlessly dodged several of Pippen's powerful strikes. Once more, tiny sparks flickered beneath Victor's feet. Only then did Pippen realize that as Victor evaded, 2 golden zippers emerged from his shoes in the ground, intertwining and locking together, while the ground's zipper seemed to close automatically. Utilizing the force of the zippers, Victor was able to glide like a ghost, evading his attacks with remarkable speed. A seasoned warrior, Pippen possessed a keen sense of battle instinct. In the blink of an eye, he devised a counter strategy, raising his hoof and slamming it down upon the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The earth cracked and splintered, stones flying in all directions. Victor staggered, unable to maintain his balance, and the zipper beneath his feet vanished. Ha ha ha, just as expected. No matter how talented this lad may be, having consumed the devil fruit merely 3 minutes ago, how could the coordination between the fruit's powers and his body be so effortlessly achieved? Taking advantage of the moment, Pippen summoned all his strength, twisting his body to deliver a powerful right punch toward Victor. Battle Bull, Million Impact Hammer. Battle Bull, Million Impact Hammer. With an unmatched momentum, his massive fist descended upon Victor like a colossal battering ram. The game is over, Mr. Pippen. A faint smile graced Victor's face. He raised his left hand high, extending his index finger, and then swiftly slashed downward. Sticky fingers. With a dramatic gesture, the tip of Victor's index finger elongated infinitely, producing a golden zipper that sliced through the air with a sharp, whip-like sound, aimed directly at Pippen's approaching fist. Buzz! Buzz! The slender zipper blade did not shatter upon impact as Pippen had anticipated. Instead, accompanied by an eerie buzzing sound, it effortlessly cleaved Pippen's fist in twain. Blood gushed forth. The severed flesh and exposed bone were starkly visible. Ah, my hand, you bastard. Impossible. The colossal Minotaur clutched his severed hand, howling in agony, unable to fathom the reality before him. Why, a mere boy of 17. He had only consumed the devil fruit a mere 3 minutes ago. This monster. The onlookers in the distance had long since scattered, Yet Colonel Crone remained rooted in place, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple. He was well aware of the legends surrounding the chain fruit. The Navy regarded both the fruit and its previous user with disdain. He had not anticipated that this young lad could wield the powers of the chain fruit to such an extent. If he had not misjudged, Victor had separated the tip of his index finger using the zipper, leaving only a single chain tooth that stretched infinitely. The peculiar buzzing sound was the result of the chain teeth spinning at high velocity, producing a chainsaw-like destructive effect. Colonel Crone was still unaware that Victor had consumed the chain fruit for less than 5 minutes. Such talent transcended mere genius. To call him a monster would not be an exaggeration. Mafia Victor was indeed a terrifying man. If such a gift were to be employed for malevolent purposes, the consequences would be unimaginable. Colonel Crone, without realizing, had instinctively referred to Victor as a man rather than a boy. On the battlefield, the severely wounded Pippen gasped for breath, far from losing his fighting spirit. He was instead ignited with a fierce determination. Victor, you bastard, you had your sights set on the chain fruit all along, hadn't you? Pippin's eyes were bloodshot, and his body had expanded yet again, the black leather jacket on his upper body completely torn apart by his swelling physique. His purple bristles resembling steel needles standing on end. But you should not have provoked me. Even the king of beasts would not dare to incite the wrath of an enraged bull. I am invincible now. Victor beckoned with his index finger, and the zipper swiftly retracted, restoring his finger to its original state. Gazing upon the nearly unhinged ferocity of the colossal beast, Victor sighed. Mr. Pippen, you are truly insignificant. In the vast expanse of the ocean, countless powerful beings abound, yet you, a small-time gang leader content to dwell in your corner, dare to proclaim yourself invincible? Spare me the jest. Victor's gaze grew unprecedentedly serious. Mr. Pippen, I shall not merely remain in the West Sea. You will serve as my initial stepping stone. Come forth. As you desire, let us engage in a direct confrontation, a decisive blow to determine the victor. Ha ha ha, what an audacious little rascal. Pippin's physique had swelled to an astonishing 7 meters, white mist billowing from his nostrils obscuring his features, leaving only 2 crimson points where his eyes once shone. The two combatants ceased their verbal exchanges, their entire focus now riveted upon one another. The veins on Pippin's left fist bulged like a millstone, while a faint metallic gleam began to emanate from Victor's right fist. In an instant, the ground beneath them erupted, as the two figures, one large, one small, collided with one another. Battle bull, fatal horn roar, metal zipper, chainsaw gauntlet. The moment their fists met, it was as though a cannon had detonated, a violent shockwave radiating outward, shattering the surrounding windows, followed by a thunderous explosion that stirred a massive cloud of dust and debris. Drip, drop, drops of blood fell to the ground, and the now human-sized Pippin staggered before collapsing. His left arm had vanished from elbow to hand, the wound a gruesome mess, as if it had been repeatedly severed by a chainsaw. Victor slowly stood upright, stretching his right shoulder. Apart from a pale complexion, he seemed to bear no visible injuries. Navy Colonel Crone took a few steps closer to the battlefield and noticed that Victor's right fist was encased in a metallic gauntlet made of interlocking chains, the links vibrating at high speed like a chainsaw. Was the power of the chain fruit truly this terrifying? No, it was not the fruit that was fearsome, but Victor himself. Not only was he adept in the use of his fruit S abilities, but he also completely overpowered Battle Bull Talma Peeping in terms of strength and physique. Should he eliminate this threat for the sake of justice? Before he could formulate a strategy, hurried footsteps approached from behind. 2 men clad in black swiftly advanced towards the battlefield. The leader was a tall, middle-aged man with green hair tied in a ponytail. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a firearm holstered at his waist. The other was an unremarkable, stocky figure, walking closely beside the green-haired man, his menacing gaze exuding danger. Mafia brother, are we interrupting your delightful time with your boss? The green-haired man's voice dripped with malice, sharp enough to be grating. He drew his firearm and aimed it at the motionless Victor. I never expected the so-called useless fruit could be developed to this extent by you, Mafia Victor, who single-handedly defeated 6 of our Suleiman family cadres. Since his victory over Talma Peeping, Victor had been contemplatively observing his right hand. It was only when the green-haired man began his incessant rambling that he finally lifted his gaze towards the 2 newcomers on the battlefield, Gunsnake Suleiman Sean, Rogue Capone Becky. A pleasure to meet you both. Victor calmly took out a handkerchief to wipe his right hand, his demeanor as gentle as that of a gracious host at home. Please forgive us, but Coral is currently preoccupied with some urgent matters. If you don't mind, kindly wait a moment. I shall entertain you properly once I have resolved this situation. So it was they. Upon hearing their names, Navy Colonel Crone immediately recognized their identities. The green-haired man, Gunsnake Suleiman Sean, was the leader of the Suleiman family, a crime syndicate that controlled the underworld of over a dozen towns, including Cartoucherie. There are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Gunsnake Suleiman Sean is a Zoan-type user of the snake fruit, capable of transforming into a spiny snake, and is exceptionally skilled in marksmanship. He is known for his cold-blooded nature, stinginess, and vices for alcohol and women, a true epitome of societal decay. The stocky figure, Rogue Capone Becky, was the head of the emerging Capone gang. The Navy possessed scant knowledge of his abilities, only that he was a paramecia type with remarkable defensive capabilities. Capone Becky was no mild character either. He took pleasure in beheading defeated foes and collecting their heads as trophies. It appeared that these two gangs had allied to take advantage of the internal strife within Coral and eliminate the threat entirely. Such precise timing suggested a deep understanding of the situation. Hee, Mafia brother, you needn't put on airs. Suleiman Sean's forked tongue flicked from his mouth like a venomous serpent. Since Capone and I are here today, we have no intention of letting you leave alive. You and Coral shall obediently serve as sustenance for our gang. Capone Becky lit a cigar, taking a few puffs before exhaling a cloud of thick smoke, a cold smile spreading across his face. Indeed, since you cannot be of use to me, you must be utterly destroyed before you can grow stronger. Oh, and I should thank you for helping us eliminate that muscle-bound Talma Pippen. He was quite a formidable opponent when he went berserk. Victor chuckled softly, shaking his head as he casually discarded the handkerchief and turned to confront the two unexpected visitors. It seemed that the newcomers bore ill intentions. It was time for action. Perona. Ah, here they come. A cascade of delicate laughter echoed above the heads of Suleiman and Capone, and upon looking up, they beheld a petite figure floating above them, holding an umbrella. Round 2. 2 against 2. Mafia Victor, born in the year 1495 of the sea calendar in the quaint fishing village of Corey, where fishing constituted the primary livelihood. Victor's father, Mafia Cassio, was a humble fisherman, known for his taciturn nature and unwavering dedication to his craft. Following the tragic demise of his beloved wife during childbirth, he devoted all his affection to his son. Victor's life before the age of 7 was simple and tranquil. Influenced by his father, he refrained from fighting or causing trouble. Possessing a gentle disposition, though not particularly loquacious, his sole pastimes included fishing at sea with his father and immersing himself in books. However, Victor harbored a small secret. Since he could remember, he occasionally heard voices that seemed to resonate directly in his mind. He confided in his father about this, yet after consulting numerous doctors, there was still no clarity. In an effort to alleviate his father's worries, Victor told his very first lie, claiming he had miraculously healed and could no longer hear those peculiar voices. In truth, the sounds had only grown more distinct. In the year 1502 of the sea-round calendar, Victor and his father set out to fish as the weather appeared favorable. Yet the sea, like a jealous mistress, proved to be ever-changing. One moment it was calm, and the next, a tempest erupted. The sky darkened ominously, and violent lightning streaked across the pitch-black clouds, while their small fishing boat was tossed helplessly amidst the raging winds and towering waves. Mafia Cassio, this noble father, placed his son into the only empty wooden barrel aboard, summoning his last ounce of strength to cast the barrel far into the ocean. Dear Victor, a person's life is bound by a singular fate. My destiny has arrived, and your mother awaits me. But you still have hope. You must strive to live well. The towering waves engulfed the solitary little boat. Upon awakening, Victor found himself in the clinic of Corey Village. The physician informed him that passing fishermen had discovered his unconscious form by the seaside, accompanied by scattered fragments of wooden barrels strewn across the ground. Regrettably, however, they were unable to locate old Cassio. Victor neither wept nor raised a commotion. He disregarded the physician's counsel and resolutely departed from the clinic, returning to his abode. He sat vacantly upon the steps at his doorstep, his heart heavy with sorrow yet unable to shed a single tear, filled with a profound anger that he could not find a means to express. Unbeknownst to him, he curled up at his doorstep and fell into a deep slumber. Victor experienced a peculiar and protracted dream. In this dream, he was born into a prosperous and tranquil nation, blessed with parents who cherished him deeply. Although his world was not devoid of sporadic conflicts, such troubles felt distant and irrelevant to him. He possessed a name, yet it eluded his memory. His parents cared for him with meticulous attention. Their faces, however, remained indistinct. In the dream, he lacked ambition, finding solace in the comfort of his home while indulging in anime. On the day of his 15th birthday, after finishing a comic as usual, he reclined on his bed, closing his eyes to rest. When he opened them again, he found himself gazing at familiar yet unfamiliar steps. He had returned. It took Victor a full 2 days to organize his thoughts, and he found himself unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. However, a seed called ambition began to sprout within his heart. It turned out he was not ill. Rather, he possessed a high-level power known as observation hockey. This was the world of One Piece. Being aware of the plot, I too had the right to aspire to the pinnacle of this realm. Yet, Victor soon realized that the world he inhabited bore subtle differences from that depicted in the manga. For instance, 2 months later, Victor discovered a young girl with pink hair by the seaside. Her parents had tragically perished in a shipwreck, while she had fortuitously clung to a piece of driftwood. Drifting to this island, the girl's name was Perona. Victor found himself at a loss, as according to the original storyline, Perona should have been adopted by the illustrious Moonlight Moria from a young age. Yet, gazing at the pink-haired little girl before him, who was weeping inconsolably, the gentle-hearted Victor could not bring himself to leave her unattended. Was he truly to gamble on when Moonlight Moria would eventually pass by and take her in? Victor seemed to hear his father's final words echoing in his ears. A person's life is bound to a singular fate. Well then, Perona. Would you like to live with me? From now on, I shall be your family. The tearful, pink-haired girl gazed at the older boy squatting before her, who gently inquired about her feelings. Suddenly, her heart felt less fearful. Please take care of me, big brother. The frail boy took the small hand of the pink-haired girl, and they made their way toward the village clinic. Hours later, a black pirate ship adorned with a skull figurehead appeared near the coast. Captain Moria, what is happening? A sailor shouted, addressing the tall man leaning against the railing. This man, with his brown, spiky hair and robust physique, sported 2 horns on either side of his head and a forehead marked with cross-stitch-like scars. Dressed in an elaborate Gothic shirt, he glanced once more at the deserted beach before bursting into laughter and striding toward the helm. Ah, what splendid weather. Allow me to take the wheel. No, don't. Captain. Stop the captain. Otherwise, we'll have to repair the ship again. The captain, once he set his mind to it, was unstoppable. Hey, foolish captain, turn the wheel. We're going to crash. Oh, don't worry. Leave it to me. The raucous black pirate ship gradually sailed away. Curiously, the turning point of fate quietly emerged in this manner. Years passed, and the villagers gradually became accustomed to the new member of Victor's household, the cheerful little girl Perona. This child had unusual interests, particularly a fondness for dark-themed decorations and Gothic rock music. In the second year of adopting Perona, Victor discovered her to be a devil fruit user. Possessing the ability of the ghost fruit, Victor exerted considerable effort to coax Perona into laughter. As she had long believed herself to be peculiar and feared Victor would disdain her if she revealed her ghostly abilities, Victor dedicated much time to enlightening Perona about the nature of devil fruits, which also served as a reminder for him that it was time to seek a suitable devil fruit for himself. After years of rigorous training, Victor's once erratic observation hockey gradually stabilized, revealing the formidable nature of his innate talent. His observation hockey not only boasted both range and precision, but also possessed a unique effect known as revelation. This divinely bestowed ability allowed Victor to discern specific objects when he was intensely focused, akin to a celestial insight where the general essence of the object would naturally manifest in his mind. Although this skill was physically taxing, it was, for Victor, who had never perused a devil fruit compendium, an extraordinary talent. In the year 1506 of the Sea Circle calendar, while secluded on an island honing his skills, Victor learned of the chain fruit through the newspaper. While others mocked the fruit, Victor was taken aback. Indeed, this power had appeared in a comic he had dreamt of. Upon careful recollection, he confirmed that the abilities of the chain fruit bore a striking resemblance to the stand powers of Bruno Bucciarati from the manga JOJO's Bizarre Adventure. Alas, such complex emotions were rare for Victor. If this fruit were to be his, he would surely make it shine. Regrettably, the chain fruit vanished with the death of the naval officer. One's life is bound by a singular destiny, and Victor felt an unbreakable connection to the chain fruit. For years later, on a customary day, Victor infiltrated the largest underground auction in the West Sea, eager to find a devil fruit that piqued his interest. Coincidentally, Tarlma Piping, the boss of the Coral organization, had just acquired a devil fruit for auction, and Victor, utilizing his unique observation hockey, instantly recognized it as the long-coveted chain fruit. Understanding the precarious situation of the chain fruit in Piping's possession, Victor resolved to enlist Perona and join the Coral organization. This decision came after careful deliberation. His short-term goals included acquiring the chain fruit and the leadership position of Coral. Theft or robbery were beneath him, leaving only one viable path: to join Coral, earn the chain fruit through merit, and then confront Piping in a fair one-on-one battle to claim the leadership position. Furthermore, he could utilize his high-precision, wide-ranging observation hockey to monitor Piping's treasury, ensuring that no one else sees the chain fruit before him. Victor's decision was undoubtedly sound. After joining the gang, the extensive practical combat experience propelled his strength to unprecedented heights. He discovered that his power and physique were extraordinary, though his stature appeared ordinary. He harbored an immeasurable force within. Finally, after 2 years, Victor attained the coveted chain fruit and the title of Coral leader. The appearance of the other 2 gang leaders on the battlefield was also part of his grand design. He intended to seize this opportunity to annihilate the 2 remaining leaders of the Western Seas underworld, thereby unifying its dark forces entirely. Ho ho ho, Brother Victor. Does defeating these 2 gentlemen mean we've accomplished the first phase of our goal? A charming girl with delicate pink hair gracefully descended beside Victor, playfully twirling the small umbrella in her hand, completely disregarding the 2 gang lords before them. Indeed, one's life is destined for a singular fate, Perona. Our destiny lies at the pinnacle of the world. Let us vanquish them. Bang. The battle commenced with a gunshot, fired by gun-tailed snake Suleiman Shayan. He grinned menacingly as he pulled the trigger of his firearm, the bullet striking Perona squarely in the forehead. Hey. Indeed, the more beautiful the maiden, the more foolish she is, Suleiman mocked, relishing the sight of his enemy. Yet his derision was abruptly silenced as he witnessed the bullet pierce through Perona's forehead without spilling blood or brain matter, as if it had simply passed through the air. Oh dear. This wicked uncle attempted a sneak attack. Perona puffed her cheeks in indignation, shaking her little umbrella, and then soared into the air. while Victor leapt to the right. In the next moment, a torrential barrage of gunfire enveloped the position they had just occupied. An army? No. Is it a group of ability users? Colonel Crone, a loyal observer, gasped in astonishment. There were only 4 individuals on the battlefield. Yet the firepower unleashed was akin to that of an entire legion. Is it truly wise to so blatantly expose the fruit's abilities, Mr. Becky? Victor, undeterred, sprang forward, utilizing the force of the zipper beneath his feet to propel himself several meters with each stride, swiftly closing in on Suleiman and Capone Becky along the walls of the nearby residences. Humph, dealing with someone as skilled as you leaves no room for hidden cards. Fire at will, my minions. Capone Becky's reaction was equally swift. He extended his right hand, revealing a miniature portal from which several small, black-clad figures wielding cannons emerged, unleashing a deluge of cannonballs in Victor's direction. At that moment, Victor had already leapt atop the fountain statue in the town center. The cannonballs obliterated the sculpture but left Victor unscathed. It was as if he possessed foresight, deftly evading all incoming fire without even glancing. Just as he leapt again to dodge another cannonball, the ground beneath him suddenly erupted, and a massive maw burst forth from the earth, lunging at Victor with ferocity. It was gun-tailed Snake Suleiman. Victor, suspended in midair, found it challenging to leverage any force. He could only barely evade the venomous bite of the colossal serpent by shifting his upper body. However, Suleiman, the serpent, twisted its form, and its massive, green-scaled body ensnared Victor thrice, constricting him in the air. Hee. Young Victor, why not experience my special service? With that, it tightened its coils fiercely, determined to crush him as though he were mere iron. Perona, taken aback, was about to swoop down from the sky to rescue him, only to realize that the center of the serpent's constriction was utterly vacant. Victor bifurcated himself with a zipper, cascading between the colossal serpent's form before swiftly reassembling. Scarcely had he reintegrated when another projectile hurtled towards his right ocular cavity. Suleiman, in his serpentine guise, had ingeniously repurposed his tail into a rapid-firing arquebus, seizing the opportunity to target Victor while his lower extremities were still enjoined and immobile. With alacrity, Victor's left sleeve spontaneously disassembled, projecting a chain blade devoid of a handguard. Tethered to the sleeve itself, gripping the chain blade, he cleaved the projectile asunder. The chain blade, now a supple whip, lashed out, impacting the serpent's abdomen. Ark, you little miscreant! Guntail Snake Suleiman bellowed, writhing on the ground. The chain blade's formidable force had ravaged his abdominal armor and contused his internal organs. Suleiman, cease. Commence indiscriminate fire. Capone Beach's forces unleashed a volley, engulfing Victor and Suleiman. Wah! Beach, you reprobate. As the smoke dissipated, a gaping chasm marked Suleiman's subterranean escape from his comrades' indiscriminate barrage. While Victor had vanished, boss, to the right, a voice, audible only to Beach, echoed from his right temple. He pivoted, raising his arms as a tempest of ordnance assailed the right flank. The already precarious black axe bar was reduced to rubble, but Victor, anticipating the assault, had leaped to the area of least resistance, evading the onslaught before surging towards Capone Beach. Each footfall precipitated sparks of gold, a manifestation of metal zipper, spark pilgrimage. TCH, impudent whelp, cavalry charge, musketeers, frontal fire. Capone Beach's feet morphed into tank treads, propelling him rearward with surprising celerity. Decamping from his person were 4 cavalry units, each comprising 10 warriors, who converged upon Victor. Simultaneously, a horizontal drawbridge extended from his chest, upon which 20 musketeers knelt, unleashing a coordinated volley upon the advancing Victor. As if this were not enough, a colossal shadow materialized beside Victor as Guntail Snake Suleiman erupted from the earth, hurtling towards him, jaws agape. The cavalry had converged, their blades poised to descend upon Victor. A flawless encirclement. You fiends. Mini-Spectre, Firefly Serenade. Accompanying this exclamation, a swarm of spherical, grotesque-faced specters descended from the heavens. The cavalry bore the brunt of the assault, each specter detonating upon contact like a miniature concussive bomb. In a single exchange, the cavalry was decimated. It was Perona, who had conjured hundreds of mini-specters. These spherical phantoms, lacking the debilitating negativity of their future counterparts, were easily and prolifically produced, detonating upon impact with objects. Their cumulative effect formidable. Suleiman, emitting a guttural cry, reverted to a serpentine humanoid form, evading several specter bombs. Victor, seizing the moment, brandished his hand, a zipper ensnaring Suleiman's neck, dragging him forward. Bang, 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 bang. Hundreds of projectiles, intended for Victor, instead struck Suleiman, who, with a final shriek, reverted to his human form and succumbed to unconsciousness. Victor seized Suleiman's green ponytail and, with a force akin to that of a shot put, spun around twice before hurling it towards Capone Becky. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Capone Becky no time to react as he was unceremoniously knocked to the ground by the incoming Suleiman. Meanwhile, Victor was already upon him, and in the heavens above, Perona conjured a second wave of miniature specters. The tides of battle had shifted. Victor gazed down from his commanding height at Capone Beach, who lay prostrate on the ground, yet he remained vigilant. Despite Capone Beach's penchant for secrecy during this era, Victor, having perused the manga, was well acquainted with his capabilities. Capone Gang Beach, destined to be numbered among the worst generation of supernovas alongside the protagonist Monkey D. Luffy, boasted a bounty of 300 million berries and possessed the Castle fruit, rendering him a fortress incarnate. This individual possessed not only prowess and intellect but also audacity. His audacious attempt to claim the head of the Yonko, Big Mom, and subsequent unscathed retreat distinguished him from the common rabble. His devil fruit ability was also intriguing. A Paramecia-type castle fruit that amalgamated spatial manipulation and defense. It enabled him to conjure a castle within his person, within which he could store living beings and inanimate objects. Furthermore, his lower body could transform into a tank for rapid locomotion. In the manga, he could even morph into a colossal castle man. His defenses proving nigh impenetrable even for Big Mom for a time. Protect the boss. Seize your arms. A cacophony of clamor emanated from within Capone Beach, followed by a multitude of figures leaping forth from Beach's person, instantly filling the battlefield with hundreds of individuals encircling Victor and Beach. As for Suleiman the Dead Snake Shan, whose blood formed a small lake beneath him, his robust constitution was the only reason he wasn't reduced to a pulpy mess after sustaining so many gunshots. Mr. Beach, it appears you have no intention of surrendering? Victor queried, casting his gaze about before fixing a gentle smile upon Capone Beach. A rather unsightly predicament. Cough, cough. It is you who shall surrender. Your forces are dwarfed by our own. Capone Beach retorted, slowly rising to his feet, spitting out his extinguished cigar, and fixing the blonde youth before him with a baleful stare. This very youth, barely 17 years of age, had consumed a devil fruit only a short while ago and had already reduced both himself and Suleiman, two seasoned veterans, to a wretched state. Yet, his arrogance had presented them with an opportunity. With a single command, a volley of gunfire would obliterate him. Mafia Victor, I concede that I underestimated you. Your combat prowess is unparalleled in my experience. Join my ranks and assist me. Together, we shall surely unify the West Blue. Capone Beach's sinister tone carried a hint of sincerity. He was genuinely astounded by Victor's talent. Enlisting Victor into his service would undoubtedly guarantee his dominion over the entire West Blue. Huh, Mr. Beach, why should you not assist me instead? Perhaps you could serve as a competent storehouse manager. Victor chuckled, regarding the portly figure before him with amusement. Insolent fool. Capone Beach's gaze hardened as he turned away, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, eliminate him. Capture the girl and deliver her to those officials. I know several who have a predilection for such things. Be boss? The henchman, rifles raised, hesitated, glancing at Capone Beach's rear. What is it? Do I need to instruct you on how to kill a man? Capone Beach grumbled, turning his head, only to freeze in place. The figure had vanished. Simultaneously, a voice, laced with suppressed fury, echoed from above. You corpulent dwarf. Do you truly believe Perona-sama is oblivious to your loathsome words, you porcine swine? Repugnant. Perish. Mini Hollow, the Grateful Dead. The throng gazed upward in trepidation as thousands of miniature specters densely filled the sky. Then it rained. Waves of mini hollows commenced an indiscriminate bombardment of the battlefield, heedless of their numbers. For every 100 lost, Perona would conjure 200. For every 500, Perona would conjure 1,000. Boom, 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 boom. As the explosions erupted, nearly half of the Capone Gang's members were instantly annihilated. Amidst the ceaseless, chaotic detonations, none could escape unscathed. Some did attempt to raise their rifles and fire at Perona in the sky, but their efforts were futile, like stones cast into the ocean. Capone Beach, however, was the focal point of Perona's attention, subjected to the relentless barrage of hundreds of mini hollows. Even Beach's superhuman resilience was unable to withstand the assault, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. After a full half-minute of ceaseless bombardment, the town center had been utterly razed. Fortunately, the surrounding residents had been evacuated during the initial clash between Victor and Pippen, sparing any additional casualties apart from the unfortunate executives who had been present to support Pippen. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, Capone Beach's opulent black suit was now tattered and torn, resembling a large, ragged cloth, and his body was covered in wounds. He had endured the impact of tens of thousands of mini-hollows. Even a swarm of mosquitoes could inflict grievous harm if numbering in the thousands. From the ruins of a residential building behind Beach, a zipper slowly unzipped along a wall, and Victor emerged unscathed. The fundamental ability of the chain fruit, nylon zipper, safe passage. Amidst encirclement, Victor ingeniously unzipped a portal beneath him. Stealthily retreating into a nearby dwelling to observe the ensuing bomb rain, he flashed a thumbs up at Perona in the sky before leisurely approaching the barely standing Capone Beach. Rolling up his sleeves, Mr. Beach, he began, I am about to present you with an offer you cannot decline. He produced a folded document and a pen from his breast pocket, handing them to a perplexed Beach. As the latter perused the paper, his countenance shifted dramatically. However, before Beach could unleash a torrent of invective, Victor silenced him with a raised index finger. The terms I propose are non-negotiable. Either your signature graces this paper, or your cerebral matter stains it. Victor's fingertip gently pressed against Beach's forehead, the metallic glint subtly emanating from the tip. Beach knew all too well that any defiance would result in instant cranial perforation. Capone Beach's mouth opened in protest, but after a moment of internal struggle, he sullenly acquiesced, scrawling his name across the document. An exceptionally astute decision, Mr. Beach, Victor remarked with a placid smile. Thus, the Suleiman family is extinguished, and the Capone gang voluntarily and unconditionally integrates into Coral. Henceforth, the underworld of the West Blue shall resonate with a singular voice, that of Coral. As if on cue, Coral henchmen materialized, their faces etched with reverence. They bowed deeply, their hands clasped across their chests, and proclaimed in unison, "Greetings, Father." Capone Beach, trembling, also inclined his head, muttering, "Boss." Navy Captain Crone, having witnessed the entire spectacle, felt as though he had been privy to a momentous occasion. The nascent sovereign of the West Blue was on the cusp of ascension. Doru, Doru, Doru. In a sun-drenched office, a spry elder with a white suit and rimless spectacles was indulging in his passion, watering his cherished cattleya orchids. However, the sudden ringing of a din-din mushy disrupted his tranquility. Alas, these doltish subordinates never afford one a moment's respite, the old man sighed, casually wiping his hands with a cloth from the flower stand. By the time he returned to his desk, his visage had transformed into one of grave seriousness. He seized the din-din mushy receiver and declared in a resonant voice, "Captain Crone, it has been a while." The din-din mushy's once vacant expression morphed into the careworn face of a middle-aged man, complete with pronounced forehead wrinkles, none other than Crone, the Navy captain of Branch 91. An avid spectator, the din-din mushy commenced with a series of violent coughs before managing to gasp, "Master Zeph, long time no see. How fares your health? Your constitution seems even more frail than this old man's. Speak your piece. What transpires in the West Blue?" The purple-haired elder, known as Master Zeph, held the receiver in his left hand while perusing a stack of naval cadet transcripts with his right. "Master Zeph, do you recall the chain fruit? The one Marvin consumed? The chain fruit, the devil fruit that allows one to create zippers on objects? I remember it. What of it? Has it surfaced in the West Blue?" Zeph responded absently, his attention fixed on the transcripts, his brow furrowing with increasing disapproval. "Behold these disgraceful transcripts. This cohort of cadets is the most abysmal I have ever instructed. To be precise, it fell into the possession of a West Blue mob boss 2 years ago. The previous commanding officer of Branch 91 reported this matter to headquarters, but Vice Admiral Fire Fist stated, "Ah, yes, I recall." Fire Fist deemed the chain fruit and Marvin a disgrace to the Navy. "I have long maintained that devil fruits possess no inherent strength or weakness. Marvin was simply too unimaginative to develop its potential. Moreover, Marvin encountered the Copper Apple Pirates, whose collective bounty amounted to 140 million, shortly after consuming the devil fruit. His defeat was inevitable." Zeph retained a vivid recollection of the chain fruit. Although he himself was not a devil fruit user, he had encountered countless devil fruit users in combat. The chain fruit demanded boundless imagination and formidable physical stamina. Marvin, however, was more inclined to preservation than innovation. Frankly, the rank of Navy captain represented the zenith of his existence. Marvin was reportedly despondent after consuming the chain fruit. He supposedly toiled for a month, only managing to create a few zippers on a warship to store additional food and fresh water. That foolish child. You would not have mentioned the chain fruit without cause. What is the situation? Zeph discarded the crumpled transcripts, straightened his posture, and inquired with a solemn expression. Within 10 minutes of consuming the chain fruit, an individual successively defeated War Bull Tarma Pippen, Guntail, Snake Suleiman Shane, and evil ruffian Capone Beach. The first individual is the mob boss who acquired the chain fruit 2 years ago. The second is the leader of the largest mob organization in the West Blue, the Suleiman family, and the third is the head of the burgeoning Capone gang. The din-din mushy meticulously mimicked Captain Crone's expression, a mixture of terror and bewilderment. 10 minutes? Elaborate. What is the strength of these 3 mob bosses? Provide their approximate bounty equivalents as determined by the Navy. Zeph swiftly grabbed a pen and paper, spreading them before him, and rapidly inscribed the names of the 3 mob bosses. Affirmative. Tarma Pippen, an animal-type devil fruit user with the buffalo fruit, bison form, 40 million berries. Suleiman Shan, an animal-type devil fruit user with the snake fruit, needle-tail snake form, 42 million berries. Capone Beach. Oh, thank you. That is most helpful. Fresh intelligence indicates he is a paramecia-type devil fruit user with the stronghold fruit. The branch has recently proposed a simulated bounty of 70 million berries. Zeph hastily added a few strokes after the 3 names, scrutinizing them for a moment before removing his spectacles and massaging his temples. How old is this individual? What is his identity? Mafia Victor, 17 years of age, hails from Corey Village in the West Blue. His parents were ordinary fishermen. His mother perished during childbirth, and his father succumbed to a maritime disaster 10 years ago. He joined Tarma Pippen's ranks 2 years ago and became one of his officers a month ago. Due to his feat of single-handedly dismantling 6 officers of the Suleiman family, Branch 91 assigned him a simulated bounty of 10 million berries. 10 million? Should I accuse your branch 91 of blindness, or should I commend this 17-year-old for his concealment? How adept is he at utilizing the chain fruit? Zeph stroked the stubble on his chin. Exceedingly formidable. He has taken to the chain fruit as a duck to water. His combat acumen is exceptional, and he has unlocked the fruit's devastating potential. Moreover, I suspect he has brushed against the threshold of observation hockey. 2 beads of cold sweat trickled down the din mushy's face. Are you certain? The West Blue? 17 years old? Observation hockey? If true, this presents a significant issue. While individuals in the 4 outer seas rarely master hockey, it is not entirely unheard of. However, adding the qualifier 17 years old renders it exceedingly rare. Ah, yes. Mafia Victor has a sister named Perona. She is also a devil fruit user and poses a considerable threat, suspected to be a paramecia-type user of the hollow fruit. Crone, recalling the seemingly docile yet volatile young woman, promptly reported this to Zeph. The West Blue is a veritable crucible of talent. Very well. I shall visit the West Blue once I conclude this year's Naval Cadet examinations. If we can recruit such promising individuals into the Navy, they could make a substantial contribution to peace. Zeph had no intention of eliminating Victor. In addition to his moniker Black Arm, he was also known as the non-killing admiral. Even toward pirates, he refrained from lethal force, particularly toward a 17-year-old. If one were to properly guide and correct one's worldview, perhaps the Navy could nurture a promising candidate for the position of a vice admiral. But does Mafia Victor and his sister Perona still need to set a simulated bounty within the Navy? Upon hearing that Zephyr was coming to the West Sea, Colonel Crone felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. No matter how formidable Mafia Victor may be, it would merely take a single punch from Master Zephyr to subdue him. Indeed, why not set the bounty? A simulated bounty of 100 million berries for Mafia Victor. Should this young man dare to become a pirate, the bounty would be adjusted accordingly. As for the young lady, let that be. The phantom fruit possesses a fatal weakness, rendering her not much of a threat. Well then, if there is nothing further, I shall end this call. Understood. After Zephyr concluded the call, he leaned back in his chair, pondering for a moment. He then sat up straight and retrieved a fresh sheet of paper, meticulously inscribing the words, West Sea, Mafia Victor. Chain fruit. With determination, he struck through Victor's name twice. At that moment, a knock echoed through the office. Upon permission being granted, a Marine entered, saluted, and announced, Admiral Zephyr, Admiral Kong requests your presence in his office. Very well. Did the Admiral mention the purpose of the summons? Zephyr stood, adjusting his attire. He indicated that he hopes you can personally oversee the upcoming training ship this year. Ah, understood. I shall meet with Admiral Kong at once. Thank you for your diligence. Zephyr nodded. The Marine saluted once more before exiting the room. It seemed that Zephyr's journey to the West Sea would be slightly delayed. He hoped that Crone would manage to hold the fort in the meantime. As Zephyr was about to step out, he paused at his desk, gently caressing the picture frame resting upon it. Inside the frame, a beautiful woman with short hair cradled a purple-haired boy of about 2 or 3 years old amidst a sea of flowers, radiating happiness towards Zephyr beyond the glass. The Achinic pirates will not remain rampant forever. The world will inevitably grow better. Rest assured. He seized the white cloak from the hanger and donned it. The word justice emblazoned across its back. Boss, Mr. Taru and Little Jack have already led the crew to commence the restoration work in the town center. The townsfolk's spirits are relatively stable, and they have begun to lend a hand in the rebuilding efforts. On the western side of Algerero town stood a grand and opulent mansion, the headquarters of the choral organization. In a lavish room on the 3rd floor, several stacks of ledgers lay atop the plush wool carpet, accompanied by several remarkable weapons and antiques. At a luxurious round table, a meticulously dressed elderly gentleman in a black suit was briefing Victor on the progress of the town center's restoration. At this moment, Victor no longer bore the hallmark serious hairstyle he typically donned. His medium-length golden locks cascaded casually to the sides of his ears, with a single strand falling elegantly across his forehead, accentuating his extraordinary handsomeness. He sat in a chair, perusing the ledger, while Perona stood behind him with a cheerful smile, playfully patting his shoulder as if to provide a casual massage. I understand, Mr. Wendell. I kindly ask you to oversee the progress of the work, Victor remarked gently, closing the ledger and nodding courteously at the elder. Rest assured, my employer. Furthermore, there is a soiree at the Cocosero restaurant at 6 p.m. Specially arranged by the mayor in your honor. I kindly remind you not to forget your attendance. With a respectful bow and a hand placed on his chest, the elder quietly exited the room. Once the coast was clear, Perona abandoned her pretense of being a composed young lady and plopped down onto the soft, plush bed, rolling about gleefully. Oh, Victor, this bed is so soft and comfortable. Victor chuckled softly. If you like it, this room shall temporarily belong to you. Temporarily? Perona halted her rolling, resting her chin on her hands as she lay on the bed, her round eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Is it because of your subsequent plans, brother? Are we truly bound for the Grand Line? I must admit, I find the West Blue quite charming. As she spoke, a trace of melancholy crept into her demeanor. Victor gently ruffled Perona's pink little head and said, Perona, if one remains complacent in a corner, one can only end up like Mr. Pippen, a frog at the bottom of a well. We made a promise, did we not? To embark on a grand adventure in the Grand Line. Perona swiftly cast aside her fleeting emotions, grasped Victor's hand, and sweetly replied, I don't care. As long as I am with you, brother, I am willing to go anywhere. With joy, she dashed to the table, picked up a matcha cake, and took a delightful spoonful. Savoring the taste, she offered another spoonful to Victor, saying, by the way, brother, why did you ask me to be cautious and not attack that middle-aged man? Speaking of which, he was remarkably bold. While everyone else fled, he stood there, unfazed, watching us fight. That was Colonel Crone, the newly appointed naval officer from the Navy branch in Algerero. Not too sweet. Victor took a taste of the cake and gestured to Perona, indicating that she should enjoy it herself. He rose and gazed out the window, where he could vaguely see the bustling reconstruction of the damaged homes in the town center. Our Colonel Crone is no ordinary man. He is well-versed and possesses an extensive network, particularly fond of meandering through his jurisdiction under the pretext of inspections, earning him the moniker the Inspector Crone. This individual graduated from Naval Academy in his early years, contemporaneous with Admiral Kazan, both being pupils of the esteemed General Zephyr. Oh, but that gentleman does not appear particularly formidable. Perona, engrossed in her cake, had crumbs scattered all over her cherubic face. Victor turned his head to see Perona's grotesque eating posture and helplessly handed her a handkerchief, saying, wipe your mouth. I had been following the impending new commander of the 91st branch for quite some time, and Mr. Crone truly surprised me. Victor squatted down, picking up an antique from the carpet, inspecting it one by one, while casually chatting with Perona. This Mr. Crone, aware of his mediocre abilities, has gone to great lengths to cultivate a good relationship with his mentor, Admiral Zephyr. Zephyr, having lost his son in middle age, has endured 22 years of solitude. It would be unrealistic to say he isn't lonely. Under Crone's obsequious flattery, he has come to regard Crone as a sort of surrogate nephew. Oh dear. So, this old man isn't a good person after all. Perona casually wiped her mouth and resumed her conquest of the matcha cake. Silly girl. Can we really divide people into good and bad so clearly? Victor chuckled, shaking his head, and picked up a long knife next to the antique. Mr. Crone botched a significant matter 2 months ago, seemingly angering the high ranks of the Navy headquarters. Thanks to Admiral Zephyr's protection, he managed to retain his rank, but the headquarters still viewed him unfavorably. Hence, Zephyr sent him to the rural 91st branch to ride out the storm. Brother, how do you know so much about Navy affairs? Perona marveled at her brother, believing him to be nothing short of extraordinary, as if there were no secrets he did not know. Such semi-circulating information can be acquired with money. Victor raised an eyebrow in surprise at the long knife, placing it aside before continuing his leisurely conversation with Perona. This fellow, having been relegated to the rural West Sea, must feel quite resentful to return to headquarters. He has only one path, achieving merit. Where does merit come from? Me. I am his merit. Knowing he would inevitably fall back into his old habits of wandering around upon his arrival in the jurisdiction, I monitored his movements using my observation hockey and intentionally led Cartman to his path. Perona's eyes widened in admiration then. You pretended it was a coincidence and killed that scoundrel Cartman to showcase your strength and attract his attention? Clever girl, Victor nodded approvingly, standing up to place the inspected long knife into its sheath. With a relaxed tone, he continued, next, I will utilize the powers of the chain fruit to effortlessly crush Talmud Peeping, and with gun-tailed snake and evil bandit also under my observation after the battle concludes. Poor Colonel Crone will surely rush back to the branch base at the first opportunity to make a private call to his dear mentor Zephyr. As for the content of that call, I can easily guess. It will likely involve bringing up the chain fruit to pique Zephyr's interest, then praising those 3 gang leaders to highlight my strength, before mentioning my age and my mastery of observation hockey, and then it will be done. Done? What do you mean done? Perona, now abandoning her cake, eagerly pressed for more information. Crone is well aware of Zephyr, after so many years as chief instructor. Zephyr has always had a fondness for exceptional talents, particularly for a civilian prodigy who has yet to embark on the path of piracy, with no major misdeeds. Possessing the potential of a candidate for rear admiral, or even vice admiral, and still so young. This presents a unique temptation for Zephyr, even if he himself may not fully realize this troubling inclination. As long as Zephyr forcibly brings me back to headquarters and brainwashes me into becoming the Navy's loyal hound, then Crone's timely report will be a great accomplishment, and returning to headquarters will naturally follow. Perona jumped up in fright, her cake forgotten on the floor. Then, brother, aren't you in great danger? Zephyr is an admiral, right? A particularly formidable one. If he comes to the West Sea, won't it be very difficult for you to defeat him? It isn't about difficulty. Rather, with my current strength, I have no hope of escaping him. That is Black Arm Zephyr, the former Navy admiral. Victor smiled nonchalantly, waving for Perona to sit back down. Don't worry, everything is proceeding according to my plan. Zephyr won't be able to come looking for me, as he himself is soon to face great peril. Meanwhile, Crone still fantasizes that Zephyr will come to capture me soon. In his eyes, I am merely a lamb waiting for slaughter. Coupled with the current friendly attitude of Coral towards civilians, the Navy's level of vigilance against us will decrease significantly. He picked up the box containing the long sword and stood at the door, beckoning Perona to follow. Our opportunity to commence the second phase of our strategy lies within this rare moment. Let us visit the new warehouse manager, Mr. Capone Beach. The sound of polished shoes clicking against the stone floor echoed through the empty corridor. Victor, with his casually cascading golden hair and adorned in a luxurious black cloak, strolled leisurely along the spacious but chilly-toned hallway, the high ceiling adorned with classical murals. Following closely behind him was Perona, a pink-haired girl in a black Gothic dress, who refused to put down her small parasol even in this corridor. Their footsteps halted as they stood before a pair of lacquered wooden double doors. With a creak, the slightly grating sound of friction filled the air as Victor slowly pushed the door open. What met their eyes was a spacious yet enclosed stone chamber, devoid of windows or torches, illuminated only by the faint light from the corridor outside. In the center stood a sturdy square iron cage, where a short, stout man dressed in tattered trousers and bandaged around his bare torso sat with his eyes closed, meditating. It was Capone Beach, who had been defeated by Victor. Perona dashed to the side of the room, igniting a candle placed on a small platform protruding from the wall, and then pulled a chair to position it directly in front of the cell. Victor settled into his chair, casting a glance at the seemingly slumbering Capone Beaky, and gently remarked, "Mr. Beaky, what troubles you so? You pledged to join us in Coral after the battle concluded." "Indeed, I capitulated then." Capone Beaky's face contorted with fury as he lunged toward the bars of his cage, grasping the iron lattice and bellowing at Victor. Yet the agreement did not stipulate that the Capone gang would be dissolved upon merging with Coral. "You do not seek to assimilate us. Rather, you aim to obliterate us entirely. I invested every ounce of my effort into establishing the Capone gang, and you scoundrel, have rendered it all to naught with a mere stroke of the pen. Is that why you assaulted Dr. Rolta, who was tending to your injuries? He is a true gentleman." Victor chuckled softly, retrieving a box from his pocket and unveiling it to reveal two exquisite cigars from within. He extended the matches and the cigar box to Capone Beaky, who hesitated briefly before accepting them. Victor silently observed as Capone Beaky struck a match, skillfully and somewhat impatiently toasting his cigar over the flame. It was not until Beaky savored a couple of puffs, revealing a look of contentment, that he gently spoke, "Mr. Beaky, I am aware that there are certain misunderstandings between us. Thus, I have come to engage in a dialogue with you." Beaky's face was shrouded in smoke. After a few moments of silence, he inquired, "A gangster who seeks neither wealth nor women nor power, Mafia Victor? What exactly are your intentions?" Victor leaned slightly forward, a smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "This world." Capone Becky was momentarily taken aback, then burst into uproarious laughter. His laughter was so unabashedly wild that it drew a look of irritation from Perona, who stood behind Victor. After a considerable time, Becky finally ceased his laughter, wiping away the tears that had escaped from the corners of his eyes, and mockingly retorted, "Oh Victor, my dear boss, you are indeed young and talented, but your abilities pale in comparison to those monsters." In the face of such blatant derision, Victor remained unfazed. He rose to his feet and approached the cage, leaning in to whisper a few words to Becky. Those mere utterances left Capone Becky's face ashen. He staggered back a few steps, gazing at Victor in shock, murmuring, "You have truly lost your mind." This time, it was not mockery, but a panicked attempt at self-reassurance. Victor wore a mocking smile as he addressed Mr. Becky. "Is this truly the extent of your capacity for generosity? Come now, a grand era is upon us. By boarding my vessel, you shall have the opportunity to witness the breathtaking vistas at the pinnacle of the world." Capone Becky took leisurely puffs from his cigar, while Victor patiently awaited his response. After a considerable pause, Becky discarded the remnants of his cigar onto the ground and, in a hoarse voice, inquired, "What are your plans?" A smile danced upon Victor's lips. "First, we shall venture to the Land of Flowers." "The Land of Flowers? That martial nation? May I inquire what our purpose there is, boss?" Becky donned a tattered suit jacket. "There lies the power I seek," Victor replied, observing Perona as she unlocked the prison cell, addressing Capone Becky. "2 mornings hence, boss. Take me along. I assure you, I will not be a hindrance." At the bustling docks of Algerero town's northern harbor, a conspicuous merchant vessel lay anchored, while a throng of black-clad henchmen bid farewell to Victor. A small, wiry boy, resembling a little monkey, excitedly approached Victor, offering himself as a candidate. "Clumsy monkey mem. My brother is heading to the Land of Flowers to negotiate arms. You mustn't cause any trouble." Perona scolded the diminutive boy with her hands on her hips, ready to strike had Victor not intervened. Yet, the boy known as Mim paid no heed to Perona. Instead, he gazed at Victor with adoration, fervently exclaiming, "Boss Victor, I implore you, I can be of great assistance. I have been training for quite some time. Look." He hastily rolled up his sleeves to reveal his frail arms, attempting to showcase any semblance of muscle. Standing behind Victor, Capone Becky wrinkled his nose in disdain and quietly inquired of the nearby dark-haired man, "Krasna, what is the situation with this little monkey?" The man addressed, adorned in a black coat and gentleman's hat, with a wooden staff in hand, chuckled softly in response, "Mr. Capone may not be fully aware of Mim's background. He hails from the slums of Narva town, an orphan who, in a moment of desperation, attempted to steal bread and was apprehended. It was Boss Victor who rescued him, and since then, he has idolized him. The tale, however, was far more intricate than Krasna portrayed. At that time, Mim was on the brink of starvation. Driven to desperate measures to pilfer some sustenance from the notoriously miserly Dodo's bakery, weak from hunger, he was ultimately caught by the owner. Just as he was about to be beaten to a pulp, Victor, who was in the area on a mission, happened upon the scene and saved him. Victor generously covered twice the cost of bread for Mim, personally tending to his wounds and leaving behind all the takeout food he had purchased from the restaurant. Having been abandoned in his childhood and unfamiliar with the concept of affection, it was the first time Mim experienced true care and warmth. He made every effort to uncover Victor's background and secretly boarded a passenger ship to Algerero town, where he joined the Coral organization, striving diligently to become a subordinate of Victor, who held a leadership position. At the dock, Victor found himself reluctantly dealing with Mim's persistent entreaties. To be frank, he was not keen on bringing Mim to the land of flowers, not out of disdain for him, but rather due to the inherent dangers of the journey. Apart from the essential crew members required for departure, Victor had only brought along the newly appointed advisor, Perona, the new warehouse manager, Capone Becci, and the capable officer, Krasna Edmund. The latter was a remarkably skilled officer within the Coral organization, though previously suppressed due to Pippen's jealousy. Victor pondered for a moment, then, with a stern expression, turned to Mim and inquired, "If you insist on boarding the ship, you must agree to one condition. You shall unconditionally obey Perona's commands." Mim, with great difficulty, turned to glance at the smirking Perona before bowing deeply to Victor, exclaiming, "Rest assured, Captain." Victor nodded and then turned to the elderly man with white hair, who had been quietly standing to the side. He spoke gently, "Mr. Wendell, I would appreciate your oversight of the gang during my absence." The old man slightly bowed and replied respectfully, "I wish you great success on your journey." Victor revealed a faint smile. The old man was remarkably astute, likely having deduced the true purpose of his journey. "Very well, everyone, aboard the ship. Off to the land of flowers. On the 6th day of our voyage, aboard the grand merchant vessel Croissant, in the opulent VIP lounge on the 3rd floor." Victor gazed contemplatively at the array of zipper samples laid before him, each differing in style and material. From the moment he engaged in battle with the three-fingered fox, he comprehended why the Navy deemed the chain fruit a worthless devil fruit. Unlike Bruno Bucciarati's stand, Sticky Fingers, from the acclaimed manga JOJO's Bizarre Adventure, the chain fruit's ability to unfasten did not extend to other living beings. In essence, the chain fruit lacked the most lethal capability of Sticky Fingers, which could disassemble foes merely upon contact. When confronting adversaries, the most it could dismantle would be their garments. However, through a series of preliminary adjustment tests, Victor discovered that the chain fruit could indeed be employed upon himself during his skirmish with Pippen, thus presenting a multitude of operational possibilities. Moreover, a critical point to consider is that the chain fruit is a special type of paramecia devil fruit. As revealed by his unique observation Hockey, Apocalypse, it embodies the three paramount characteristics of the paramecia category: superpower, superhuman, and supercreation. What he must now undertake is an in-depth exploration of the various zipper functionalities to develop a broader spectrum of formidable techniques. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking echoed, unmistakably belonging to Krasna. "Come in." Upon receiving permission, Krasna entered. "Boss, the captain has asked me to inform you that the lookout has spotted the port of the Flower Country. We shall dock in approximately 40 minutes. Understood. Notify everyone to prepare for disembarkation." "Yes, sir." 30 minutes later, the crew congregated on the deck, eagerly awaiting their arrival. The vast port of the Flower Country loomed ahead, bustling with boats of all sizes darting about like schools of fish. Remarkably, numerous pirate ships were also moored at the harbor, while the surrounding civilians and guards appeared utterly indifferent to their presence. "Hooray, we've finally arrived in the Flower Country. I've heard the cuisine here is exquisite." Perona exuberantly leaped onto the dock, raising her arms in celebration. "Indeed, Sister Perona, it is said that the Flower Country's super spicy dishes are simply divine." Mim, who followed closely behind, surprisingly echoed Perona's enthusiasm. "Divine craftsmanship, wouldn't you agree? I recall the Flower Country's stir-fried dishes. Wait, what exactly are we here for? A leisure trip for food and merriment?" Captain Becky's expression was one of exasperation as he glanced at the two food enthusiasts ahead of him, then turned to Victor. "Boss, shall we proceed?" Victor stood on the dock, taking a keen interest in the distinctly different cultural landscape surrounding him compared to that of Algerero town. He nodded and replied, "Let Krasna lead the crew in inventorying the goods. Then we shall set off for Tiger Shadow Mountain." "Tiger Shadow Mountain? Isn't that the stronghold of the Eight Treasures Navy?" Becky exclaimed, alarmed. The Eight Treasures Navy was indeed no trifling adversary. It was one of the 8 notorious pirate factions officially recognized by the Floral Nation, led by the infamous captain known as Green Pepper, a formidable figure even in the treacherous waters of the Grand Line. "Yes, the 8 Treasures Navy. While the other 7 factions are challenging to deal with, I have had a brief acquaintance with the future leader of the 8 Treasures Navy," Victor said cheerfully. Seeing that his boss had a plan, Capone Becky refrained from further discussion and, along with Kransna, began directing the crew in organizing the cargo. Before long, they were ready. After securing the goods within Capone Becky's castle space, Victor set off for Tiger Shadow Mountain, accompanied only by Perona, Becky, Kransna, and Mim, while the rest of the crew remained aboard the Crescent. Meanwhile, at the 91st branch of the Algerero Town Navy base, a middle-aged man with notably deep forehead lines reclined comfortably, savoring the renowned baked cheese bread from Simon Cheese Rings. Report. The Mafia has arrived at the port of the Floral Nation, a Marine informed him. The middle-aged man, Colonel Cron, after laboriously swallowing his bread, waved his hand dismissively at the Marine. Cough, cough. He has special counter-surveillance measures in place, making it easy for those watching to withdraw. This Mafia is quite restless. Are they here to conduct business or to stir trouble? Regardless, he wants to have many peaceful days ahead. Let him be. He had already envisioned that once Admiral Zephyr arrived in the West Sea to subdue Mafia Victor, he would take the opportunity to forge a connection with this talented young man from the common folk. Should Victor rise to the rank of Rear Admiral or even Admiral in the Navy, he would then have a powerful ally. Colonel Cron took a contented sip of his hot coffee when suddenly, the private telephone snail on the table began to buzz. Colonel Cron, I trust you are well. The face of the telephone snail morphed into that of an elderly man with subtly pronounced wrinkles. Admiral Zephyr, I am quite ashamed that you took the time from your busy schedule to call me personally. Cron stammered, feeling a rush of embarrassment, then rallied his spirits to inquire. How is the examination for the naval intern officers you are overseeing at headquarters progressing? I hope you are not overexerting yourself. Apologies, but I cannot travel to the West Sea for the time being. Zephyr interrupted Cron's polite inquiries, speaking with a hint of resignation. The Marshal wishes me to oversee the practical training ship this year, and I have consented. Cron was struck dumb, processing this information for several seconds before stuttering. Then, what about Mafia Victor? Guard the entrance to Upside Down Mountain, and do not provoke him. In about 2 months, I will conclude my duties with the training ship, and until then, you must manage on your own. Yes, rest assured, Admiral Zephyr, I will do my utmost. Cron saluted the telephone snail directly. Take care of yourself. Zephyr responded, and with a click, the telephone snail reverted to its original form and closed its eyes. A sense of foreboding washed over Cron, and drenched in cold sweat. He summoned the Marines, commanding loudly, deploy more forces to guard the entrance of Upside Down Mountain. As long as that Mafia does not approach, ignore him. Perhaps for Admiral Zephyr, this Mafia was a mere minor character easily dealt with. However, for Cron and the West Sea, the bounty of 100 million berries indicated that Mafia Victor had ascended to the ranks of elite combatants, with only a few boasting higher bounties. He could only hope that Victor would refrain from provoking the 8 treasures navy of the Floral Nation. Otherwise, divine intervention would be required, and his plans to return to the Navy headquarters would be thwarted. At that moment, in the Floral Nation, Victor's group finally arrived at the lair of the 8 treasures navy, Tiger Shadow Mountain. Tiger Shadow Mountain, surrounded by a cluster of peaks, is the tallest among them. Legend has it that in ancient times, a demon tiger roamed the mountain, causing great suffering to the villagers below. The first leader of the 8 treasures navy, known as the Spirit Shadow Monk, was besieged by the townsfolk, who wept for his help. Resolute, he ascended the mountain to vanquish the demon, ultimately battling for 7 days and nights before triumphing, thus bestowing the mountain with its name. Victor and his companions wound their way up a serpentine mountain path, ultimately arriving at the formidable stronghold of the 8 treasures water army, known as the Water Curtain Fortress, nestled within the Tiger Shadow Mountain. To their surprise, the guards at the fortress gate did not pose any difficulties for Victor and his group. After a brief inquiry, they were permitted to pass. Perhaps their confidence in the military strength stationed within the fortress was unshakable? The entire Water Curtain Fortress was composed of 8 towering pavilions that plunged straight down to the valley floor, interconnected by numerous suspension bridges of varying sizes, forming a structure of many layers. Guided by their escort, Victor and his companions traversed the largest suspension bridge at the center, making their way toward the heart of the fortress, the Grand Pavilion. Upon reaching the main hall of the Grand Pavilion, they were met with a heated argument. A robust man with dark hair was embroiled in a fierce dispute with a young man sporting a ponytail of orange hair, despite the surrounding crowd's attempts to mediate. I tell you, Abu, that foolish woman from the 2nd Treasure Water Army can meet whomever she desires. I shan't go. The dark-haired man fumed. Casting a glare at the onlookers, the orange-haired youth, nearly brought to tears, retorted, Brother, Kai, Hualisha specifically requested to see you. She is your betrothed. The old man arranged this marriage with the pillar of the 2nd Treasure Water Army for the 2 of you. If you won't go, then who will? The crowd nodded in agreement, their sentiments aligning with his. Kai, the man with dark hair, tugged at his own hair in frustration, muttering words like misfortune, political marriage, and muscle-bound ugly woman. It was then that he turned and spotted Victor and his entourage. You are Mafia Victor? Kai approached with astonishment, recalling the striking figure that stirred a desire to confront. 2 years prior, they had crossed paths in Luozhong village, and Kai felt indebted to Victor. having promised to assist him with any matters should he ever seek help in the Flower Kingdom of Tiger Shadow Mountain. Mr. Kai, I trust you are well? Victor began, but was quickly ushered by Kai into the hall. As they walked, Kai called out exuberantly, "Ah, is that not Victor? My dear friend has traveled great distances to see me. How could I not host a feast for him? Abu, you and your men should head to the 2nd Treasure Water Army. I shall join you post-haste once I finish attending to my friend. Just make sure to be quick about it, brother." Abu replied, resigned, and led his men away. Kai peeked at Abu's retreating figure and exhaled in relief. He then turned to Victor, who regarded him with a bemused expression, slightly perturbed. "That look again. It feels as though nothing can escape your notice. I've heard that you've ascended to become the new leader of that coral gang. Have you come to discuss business?" Victor nodded, indicating that there was not only business to discuss, but also some news. Kai felt a shiver run through him and beckoned Victor and his companions to the rear hall for a conversation. They traversed the lengthy, suspended corridor through the side door of the main hall, arriving at the rear hall, which was resplendent and already arranged for a lavish buffet. Victor allowed others to wander freely and indulge in some refreshments while he engaged in a private conversation with Kai in the Water Crane Hall on the 2nd floor. "Now, you may speak. What news is significant enough to warrant your personal visit?" Kai poured Victor a cup of rice wine, a specialty of the Flower Kingdom. "Are the Flower Kingdom and the Cybran Kingdom on the brink of war?" Victor took a sip of the rice wine. Its rich and lingering flavor offered a stark contrast to that of red wine. "You are remarkably well informed. Perhaps you should abandon the underworld. Being an information broker holds greater promise," Kai remarked, half in jest, while Victor, familiar with his character, took no offense. "Are you aware that the Cybran Kingdom has already secured channels for acquiring substantial quantities of weaponry?" Victor took another sip of rice wine, quietly resolving to take a few bottles home for his collection. "What? Is that true? Is the information reliable?" Kai exclaimed, his grip on the wineglass faltering. If the news were indeed accurate, the delicate balance between the two nations would tip decisively, and the 8 Treasure Navy, backed by the Flower Kingdom, would surely face dire consequences. Victor chuckled softly. "I have also brought some gifts. I am certain that the sovereign of the Flower Kingdom would not find the weapons lacking. Would he not? The 3 most formidable gangs of the West Sea, Coral, the Suleiman family, and the Capone gang, previously held sway over more than 30 small to medium-sized towns combined. However, following their merger, their influence now rivals that of a small kingdom. For this transaction, Victor had extracted a substantial stockpile of weaponry from the 12 gangs. The sovereign would undoubtedly offer a fair price for these gifts. Yet, what I truly desire is the weaponry trade route of the Sabulan Kingdom." Kai understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The news Victor had previously disclosed served as a deposit. And now he needed to settle the balance. "I shall not beat around the bush. I wish to acquire the training method for armament hockey." Victor poured himself another glass of wine, gently swirling it in his hand. "Very well," Kai responded without hesitation. "The training method for armament hockey is notably rare in the 4 Great Seas, and upon entering the Grand Line, particularly the New World, it becomes commonplace among the adept. In comparison to the mere training method for armament hockey, the fortunes of the Flower Kingdom hold far greater significance for myself and the 8 Treasure Navy. It is a product of the Grand Line, the Joker." Victor recounted the tale in a leisurely manner, as if narrating a story. "This individual is known as Flowing Rogue Don Quixote da Flamingo, who leads the Don Quixote family, a rogue gang that rose from nothing in the North Sea. After establishing control over the underworld of the North Sea, they ventured into the Grand Line a year ago, swiftly creating an intelligence network and a military transport line for arms to various parts of the world. The Sabulan Kingdom is one of their clients. In a matter of days, a steady stream of firearms and blades will be secretly delivered to the Sabulan Kingdom, leaving the Flower Kingdom at a distinct disadvantage." Victor's final words remained unspoken, yet Kai would undoubtedly comprehend their meaning. With a grim expression, Kai sat in silence for a considerable time before suddenly lifting his glass and draining its contents in one swift motion. He then rose and retreated into the inner room, returning after more than 10 minutes with a somewhat weathered notebook, which he presented to Victor. "This is my notebook on mastering the armament hockey. My mind is rather dull, so I have meticulously recorded all the essential points within. Once you have reviewed it, I shall incinerate it. Is that agreeable?" Victor casually flipped through the notebook, nearly brought to tears by Kai's atrocious handwriting. He closed the notebook and solemnly nodded at Kai, assuring him, "Rest assured, I shall incinerate this notebook the moment I finish reading it." With that, Victor unzipped a compartment in his hand, revealing a profound, lightless void. He placed the notebook within this space and retrieved a maritime map of the Western Sea. Delicately pointing to a spot near the entrance of the upside-down mountain, it is said that unfamiliar vessels occasionally traverse this area. Beyond that, I remain in the dark. Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he hastily dipped a pair of chopsticks into some chili oil, marking a small dot at the indicated location. With no pen at hand, he exclaimed, "Thank you, my dear friend. Have you yet to savor the distinctive dishes of our Flower Kingdom? Chefs, gather and showcase your finest culinary skills." After carefully tucking away the map, Kai erupted into hearty laughter. Thus began a lively banquet in the splendid style of the Flower Kingdom. The following day, Victor and his companions were summoned by the ruler of the Flower Kingdom, the Ramen King, at the royal palace, the precious Jade Palace. The Ramen King had received advance intelligence from the 8 treasure naval forces and held a deep appreciation for Victor's personal delivery of weapons and critical information. However, appreciation alone would not suffice. The price needed negotiation. The advisor and ministers engaged in a spirited debate with Kransna and Capone Beji, which lasted the entire morning. Ultimately reaching a consensus, the Coral faction relinquished all weaponry they had brought, while the Flower Kingdom provided a sum of considerable wealth in return. With this influx of capital, Coral could not only expedite the merger of the 3 major factions but also embark on new commercial ventures, liberating themselves from their previous, less reputable dealings. Most significantly, Coral successfully established a trade route with the Flower Kingdom, a rare feat for the notoriously conservative nation. After the transaction, the group lingered in the Flower Kingdom for several days, indulging in the culinary pride of the realm. Meanwhile, Victor remained in his room, diligently studying the notebook that documented the training methods for armament hockey. On the 5th day of their arrival in the Flower Kingdom, Victor awoke to find that everyone had already departed. Feeling as though he had nearly turned into a mushroom from his prolonged seclusion, he resolved to visit the docks. The weather was splendid, and the sea breeze at the wharf was infused with the scent of fish and the sounds of lively chatter, creating a bustling atmosphere. Victor, dressed in casual attire and adorned with a brown round hat, ambled leisurely through the dock market, his shoulder-length golden hair elegantly styled into a bun. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he contemplated the pathways of the future. The formidable mastery of the armament hockey was already within his grasp. Success in cultivation was merely a matter of time. As for the observation hockey, it was an innate talent he possessed, exhibiting remarkable strength without the need for deliberation. The most vexing challenge lay in awakening the powers of the devil fruit, a mystery that baffled him entirely. If only the comics in his dreams would update more frequently. While Victor's mind wandered, he was captivated by the tantalizing aroma of a local delicacy being prepared at a nearby stall. This treat, known as Fortune God's Golden Ticket, involved frying a meticulously arranged egg pancake on a hot griddle until its exterior became delightfully crisp. The pancake was then cut into small pieces, placed in a box, and generously sprinkled with a variety of sauces and seasonings, served with bamboo skewers for a unique culinary experience. Priced reasonably at 200 berries per serving, Victor decided to purchase one, intending to savor it as he strolled along. However, after only a couple of bites, his attention was suddenly drawn to the far end of the market, where a commotion erupted moments later. A group of burly men encircled a woman clad in a plain long garment and a conical hat, preventing her from leaving. "Hey, you there, girl. You think a mere sorry will suffice for nearly injuring me?" boomed the leader, a bald man in a blue short-sleeved shirt, whose expression belied any signs of injury. "Look, Kakuma, this girl is stunning. If we present her to the captain, we'll surely be handsomely rewarded." Another man, sporting a long horse-like face and a Mohican hairstyle, exclaimed, bouncing around in excitement as he scrutinized the woman's features. Victor, blending into the crowd of onlookers, found himself bemused by the cliché scene unfolding before him. Was this truly a serious display of villainy, reminiscent of a third-rate script? The habitual use of ya at the end of each sentence seemed an attempt to distinguish oneself from the previous speaker's ah, adding an air of absurdity to the situation. Victor turned his gaze once more towards the besieged woman. The small henchman had spoken the truth. This lady was indeed a rare beauty, clad in a simple, somewhat patched long garment. Her lustrous black hair was loosely gathered into a high ponytail, accentuating her long, fair neck. Her pupils were an unusual shade of deep violet, and her unadorned, yet stunning face bore traces of indignation. "Gentlemen, I apologize for the accidental encounter earlier. It was my fault. However, given the bustling nature of this marketplace, such incidents are inevitable. I hope you can show a bit of understanding." Contrary to her delicate appearance, the woman's voice exuded an air of spiritedness, melodious and captivating. "Understanding? Who would empathize with my injuries?" The bald man in blue began to stir trouble, seizing the woman's arm and attempting to drag her towards his pirate ship. "You must accompany me to see a doctor. There's a good physician on that ship. Come with us." He was determined to seize this exquisite woman, knowing the captain had a penchant for such beauty, which could yield him a handsome reward. As the black-haired woman stumbled under the grip of the bald man, Victor noticed the bandage wrapped around her left foot, while the right bore a crescent tattoo. Suddenly, the bald man convulsed violently, blood frothing from his mouth as he clawed at his throat. The mohawk-haired man rushed to his side, only to discover a long bamboo skewer embedded deeply in his throat. The others abandoned the black-haired lady and hurriedly lifted the bald man, rushing him towards the ship. The black-haired woman stood bewildered. Then her gaze sharpened as she noticed a figure moving against the tide of the crowd. There, she glimpsed a brown round hat bobbing away in the distance. Without the skewer, it cannot be grasped with bare hands, Victor mused to himself, returning to the stall to purchase a portion of Fortune God's Golden Ticket, securing an extra skewer, and resuming his leisurely stroll. After about half an hour, with half a box of Fortune God's Golden Ticket in hand, Victor turned into a nearby alley, waiting for half a minute until a familiar figure hastily entered, the black-haired beauty. "My lady, you have followed me for half an hour. Surely you must be hungry?" Victor remarked with a warm smile, shaking the box of food in his hand before offering it to her. "Let us eat first and converse later." After a moment of hesitation, the woman accepted the food box. Victor casually found a stone step to sit upon, continuing to savor his half-box of egg pancakes. The lady, despite her intention to politely decline, felt her stomach rumble. Blushing, she ultimately opened the food box and began to eat the pancakes swiftly yet gracefully. Once she had finished every morsel, Victor too concluded his snack. The woman, her cheeks slightly flushed, closed the food box and bowed deeply to Victor. "I initially intended to express my gratitude for your earlier rescue. Yet, I find myself indebted to you for this meal as well. Truly, this is most unbecoming of me." Victor waved his hand gently and said, "No need for formalities. The leader of that group is the notorious pirate Burnt Brow Umrich, a rather troublesome individual. Miss, if you have no pressing matters, it would be wise to keep a low profile for the time being." The lady quickly bowed again and, with an apologetic tone, replied, "I must beg your pardon for my rudeness. I failed to introduce myself. I am known as the Dancing Scarlet Maiden. May I ask for your esteemed name, kind sir?" Victor scratched his cheek, offering a wry smile. "Let us refrain from being overly formal, shall we? I am Mafia Victor, a pleasure to meet you. Hailing from the esteemed Kazuki clan of Wano." The breeze in the narrow alley suddenly stilled. With a swift motion, Dance Red's right hand descended, and a glimmer of cold light sliced through her sleeve, aiming directly for Victor's throat. Yet, Victor's reflexes were swifter, his neck seamlessly transformed, akin to a zipper unfastening, allowing Dance Red's attack to miss its mark entirely. Resin zipper, puzzle. Victor gently grasped the right arm of the unprepared dance princess. His voice soft yet probing. "What troubles you? Do you wish to keep your homeland, Wano, a secret? Or perhaps you prefer to conceal your affiliation with Kazuki Odin's retinue?" As Dance Princess attempted to flip her wrist and cast her dagger into the air, she found her left arm firmly restrained by Victor, rendering her efforts futile. Frustration etched across her face. She glared at him, exclaiming, "You wretched dog of Kaido. How foolish of me to fall into this trap." Victor chuckled derisively, remarking that the stout, square-faced fellow had no entitlement to be his master. "Enough of the jesting. If we continue this vigorous exercise, your feat shall truly be rendered useless." He intended to utter further words to alleviate the awkwardness when, to his astonishment, he spotted a figure standing at the entrance of the alley. It was Perona. Her cheeks were stuffed with sweet rice cakes, and she cradled a bundle of confections in her arms. Her expression one of utter disbelief as she beheld the sight of Victor and the dancing Scarlet entwined in the dimly lit alleyway. "I merely stepped out for a sweet rice cake, and now I find myself betrayed by a stranger?" she exclaimed. "Brother, who is this shameless, wicked woman?" Perona flung the food into the air and charged between Scarlet and Victor, forcefully shoving the former. "No, shameless. Insolent. I am the true victim here. You impertinent girl. Release me at once." Scarlet shrieked, summoning an unexpected strength to break free from Victor's grasp, engaging in a scuffle with Perona. Victor exerted considerable effort to refrain from gazing skyward in despair. No longer did he allow himself to be captivated by the increasingly enticing spectacle of the brawl. Instead, he bent down to retrieve the short sword that had fallen to the ground. Before he could examine the weapon in his hand closely, Victor, still in a crouched position, suddenly raised his head to glance toward the far end of the alley. With a swift motion, he slashed the air with his short sword, and along the path of his stroke, a beige zipper emerged upon the ground. Simultaneously, the earth at both ends of the zipper transformed, becoming as soft as fabric. Yet upon contact, it retained the unyielding texture of stone. Victor effortlessly pulled the zipper from the ground like drawing a canvas, simultaneously nullifying his abilities. The resin zipper and building blocks unleashed a tremendous upheaval of the rocky ground, which rose like a colossal shield before the three individuals. At that moment, a block of carbon, engulfed in intense heat, struck the immense stone shield, resulting in a cascade of debris and a tumult of dust. The two young ladies reacted swiftly. Two towering specters materialized beside Perona, standing guard over her. Meanwhile, Maihonji seized the short sword from Victor's hand, casting him a fierce glare as she assumed a defensive posture with the weapon. At the end of the alley, a group of figures emerged. Among them was the previously encountered horse-faced Mohawk and the bald man in blue, bandages wrapped around his neck, prominently featured. Leading the pack was an exceptionally slender man with a long beard. The edges of his eyebrows and beard glowed with smoldering embers, his expression ominous. It was unmistakable. He was the charcoal eyebrow Victor had mentioned before. Charcoal eyebrow Umrich, a superhuman with the ability of the carbon fruit, or a bounty of 87 million. Victor removed his hat and tossed it aside, loosening his collar as he spoke with a relaxed demeanor. "This is a warning. I can overlook the previous attack, but I urge you to carefully consider each of your subsequent actions. Therefore, take your ragtag companions and turn around, leave." Unmoved, Umrich maintained his sinister expression, slowly surveying the trio. His gaze lingered briefly on Perona before settling on Maihonji. "Is it you?" Umrich's voice was unexpectedly deep and eerie. Crawl over here on your knees alongside that pink-haired girl, or your fate shall be as grim as that insolent young man's. As he spoke, dark red embers flickered at the tips of his black moleskin-gloved fingers. My Hongji furrowed her brow, whispering to Victor, "This sorcerer is formidable. You must flee. I will hold him off." Despite her words, she resolved that once Victor and Perona escaped, she would immediately take her own life. Though she was gravely injured and barely able to exert 1/10 of her strength, she could not bear the thought of surrendering her unblemished body, preserved for 18 years, to such a shameless fiend. Victor sighed helplessly, seizing the back collar of the dance red maiden and tossing her to Perona. "What are you doing there? Adding your own theatrics? An injured person should have the demeanor of an injured person. Stay close to Perona." He removed his casual jacket and tossed it to the ground, leisurely rolling up his shirt sleeves. "You are squandering my goodwill, Mr. Umrich." The young Umrich, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, felt embers igniting fiercely in his brows, causing sparks to fly. "I assure you, your demise will be particularly agonizing." The ground beneath him scorched as he darted swiftly towards the massive stone shield in front of Victor and the others. His hands transformed into fists of smoldering coal, and he struck down upon the stone shield with fervor. Falling ember explosive fist. Boom. The explosion detonated instantaneously, obliterating the stone shield and the surrounding walls of the alleyway. The underlings of Coal Brow were thrown into chaos, screaming as they were flung out of the alley by the violent shockwave. Amidst the smoky ruins, Umrich revealed a sinister smile. "Flee like rats, little ones. Once I capture you, I shall methodically dismantle every bone in your body." "Oh, great minds think alike, do they not, Mr. Umrich?" Victor's voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Veins bulged on Umrich's temples, his body enveloped in a dark red shell of coal. Then, in an instant, it exploded. Coal burst body. The alley faced a second catastrophic explosion, causing the buildings on either side to collapse entirely. A figure shot up from the rising dust, none other than the slender form of Coal Brow Umrich. He realized that his second widespread attack had not harmed the little brat. Narrowing his slanted eyes, he quickly locked onto Perona, who was pulling the dance red maiden towards the docks. "You will soon pay for your insolence, starting with your woman." Impact Coal Wing. A cavity filled with coal ignited on Umrich's back, exploding with force as he lunged towards Perona and the dance red maiden from the air. However, just as he descended, 5 elongated metal zippers shot forth from the swirling dust below, streaking towards Umrich like golden shooting stars. Metal zipper, 5-string pipa. Umrich adjusted his position in midair using the thrust from the coal cavity, but soon realized that the 5 metal zippers had no intention of piercing him. They zipped past him and then abruptly changed direction, wrapping around Coal Brow in a tightly coiled embrace. The smoke below dissipated to reveal Victor standing firmly. His right hand transformed into 5 infinitely extending zipper blades that bound Umrich. With a mighty roar, Victor twisted his body, yanking Umrich forcefully towards the ground. What the hell is this strength? How can this brat be so powerful? Impact Coal Boots. Maximum output. Umrich's feet became thrusters, blasting forth with intense flames as he attempted to counter Victor's overwhelming strength, playing right into Victor's hands. "Farewell, Mr. Umrich. Killer chain. Meat grinder." The chains binding Coal Brow suddenly slackened slightly, and before Umrich could breathe a sigh of relief, every tooth of the chains transformed into indomitable hook-shaped serrated blades. Utilizing their combined force, the 5 serrated chains began to whirl rapidly around Umrich. Blood rained from the sky. On that day, all present at the dock market in the Flower Country, including passing merchants and pirates, bore witness to the brutal side of Coral leader Mafia Victor. That day, the skies of the West Sea were unusually busy with messenger birds. Mafia Victor, leader of the underworld organization Coral, effortlessly defeated Coal Brow Umrich at the Flower Country Esport. The past and present of Coral. Our reporter will take you on an in-depth look at the successive leaders of Coral. Shocking. The cold and brutal gang leader has such a background. With a thud, a stack of newspapers slammed onto the table. Navy Colonel Cron's mood was akin to consuming a spoiled pastry laced with bizarre flavors. A medley of emotions swirling within him. This mafia is determined to embody the phrase "silence is golden" to the fullest. ISNTE. Coral has rapidly expanded under his command, growing into a force that cannot be underestimated. Though lacking in strength, Cron's eyes were sharp. The swiftness of the battle's conclusion indicated a vast disparity in power between the combatants. Previously, this Mafia Victor had struck down Tarmar Pippen and Suleiman with thunderous might. One could argue that he had been biding his time. Yet this recent battle with Coal Brow Umrich ended in mere minutes. Does this imply that no one in the West Sea can contain him any longer? No, not necessarily. Coalbeard was directly expelled from Soren Alpha Island by that man, and had no choice but to seek refuge in the Flower Country. If it were him, perhaps he could halt the Mafia's advancement. Poor Colonel Cron remains oblivious to what Victor has truly gained in the Flower Country. Had he known, he would surely regret not doing everything in his power to prevent Victor from arriving there. In the Flower Country's coastal waters, aboard the merchant ship Croissant. In the VIP cabin. Outside the door, Officer Kransna stood guard, while inside, Victor was deep in conversation with the dance Red Maiden. Is that so? Has the Land of Harmony fallen to such a state? Victor sighed, realizing that the Land of Harmony had been ravaged by Black Coal Snake and Kaido a decade prior to the original storyline. After the battle with Colebrow and Victor's subsequent explanations, the dance Red Maiden understood that this dashing young man merely possessed knowledge of the Land of Harmony and was not the assassin sent by Black Coal Snake. Thus she felt at ease divulging information to him. Indeed, I have come to the West Sea in secret for a treasure of the Land of Harmony. The dance Red Maiden did not hold back, drawing forth a short sword from her sleeve and presenting it to Victor with both hands. This is a replica of the treasure. I hope you will take a look. Victor took the short sword and examined it carefully. This was an exquisitely adorned dagger, featuring a straight blade with a slight curvature, and its hilt was entwined in red, embellished with koi patterns. It is one of our nation's treasured heirlooms. A replica of the renowned Dakwai Dao 21 Crafts Red Snow Left character. The somber-faced dance of the Red Princess spoke gravely. 13 years ago, our country was shaken by a shocking theft. Not only were legendary swords like the Red Snow Left character stolen, but also the body of the mythical swordsman Longma and his treasured blade. 6 months ago, I learned of the Red Snow Left character's appearance in the Western Sea, prompting my journey here. Unfortunately, I was injured by the minions of the Great Serpent while leaving the country and was pursued relentlessly, resulting in my wounds remaining unhealed. Fortunately, amidst the misfortune, I managed to elude my pursuers in the Land of Flowers. Victor returned the short sword to Wu Hongji, leaning back against the sofa's backrest. He pondered for a moment before speaking. I know where the item you seek is located, and our goals are aligned. Do you truly know the whereabouts of Hongshue's Wenzi? Wu Hongji exclaimed, excitement evident as she grasped Victor's hand. Are you interested in temporarily joining my team? Victor replied with a gentle smile. I believe we could make excellent partners, Miss Wu. As Wu Hongji gazed at Victor's seemingly radiant and handsome face, a blush crept onto her cheeks. If it's only temporary, then I look forward to your guidance, benefactor. Please, refrain from calling me benefactor repeatedly. Simply refer to me as Victor, he said, his smile growing even brighter. Wu Hongji's complexion deepened in hue, reflecting the brilliance of Victor's charm. Then, you may call me Hongji in return. Victor's profound admiration for the dancer Wu Hongji stems largely from his unique observation haki, dubbed the Revelation, which, upon first contact with her, unveiled the information that she is a live swordswoman in a state of severe injury. For swordsmen, the term swordsman represents a formidable chasm. While some may argue that the ability to execute a soaring slash qualifies one as a swordsman, Victor believes that true mastery is achieved only when heart, skill, and body harmoniously converge. The fact that this woman, in her feminine guise, has attained the status of a swordsman underscores her extraordinary talent. Subsequently, in a narrow alley, he intentionally exposed Wu Hongji's origins, provoking her into a misunderstanding that led to her striking at him, thus confirming Victor's suspicion that she is indeed a genuine swordsman. After all, not every swordsman can, in a state of injury to both the left foot and right shoulder, swiftly wield an ordinary dagger to nearly create an aperture at Victor's neck, whose observation haki was fully activated. For the time being, the ship's doctor will attend to Wu Hongji's injuries with utmost care, and once they return to Algerero town, Dr. Lerter will be summoned for further treatment. Suddenly, Victor revealed a hint of a cold smile. He instructed Wu Hongji to rest comfortably in the VIP room and, before exiting, commanded Kranzna to remain stationed at the door until his return. He then made his way directly to the captain's quarters on the ship's upper deck. The door to the captain's quarters was securely locked, but Victor felt no inclination to maintain pretense any longer. With a powerful kick, he shattered the door, only to discover the room was completely vacant. Victor's cold smirk became more pronounced as a glint of steel flickered in his hand. A long blade suddenly sprang forth from the zipper of his palm, with a delicate grip on the hilt. Victor elegantly traced a graceful semicircle in the center of the vacant room, followed by the sharp clang of metal striking metal. How did a mere warrior like yourself detect my presence? A figure emerged from nothingness, gradually taking on color. This was a man with long black hair, wild and fiery, flowing like flames. He firmly held a kunai in his right hand to parry Victor's strike, while his left hand brandished the seal of the child. A scroll clenched between his teeth, clad in dark ninja attire. Oh, that kunai in your hand is no ordinary weapon, Victor remarked lazily, allowing his long blade to descend gently as he nonchalantly responded to the unasked question. Let me see your raging blade in action. The ninja abruptly parried the long knife, leaping backward while swinging his left arm. Simultaneously, Victor casually flicked his long knife, producing a series of sharp sounds as several shuriken, coated in a non-reflective black dye, clattered to the floor. Impressive skills and keen eyesight, the ninja praised as he executed several backflips to the window of the captain's cabin, reversing his grip on the raging blade and striking a stance. In a low voice, he continued, even in the presence of Lord Kaido, you could stand as a pillar, delivering the dance of the Crimson Princess. You may leave at your discretion, I shall not hinder you. Victor rested the long blade upon his shoulder, a trace of a cold smile gracing his usually gentle and handsome visage. I am a man who believes in courtesy before conflict. Thus, I extend to you an opportunity. Vacate this vessel immediately. What befalls you thereafter, be it drowning or becoming shark bait, will be of no concern to me. Otherwise, you shall be the first to test the sharpness of my newly acquired red cyan blade, esteemed ninja of the Great Serpent's Court. Since you are aware of my identity yet dare to wield your weapon against me, you must be prepared to embrace your own demise. The eyes of the cloaked ninja sharpened with intensity. A man's fate is singular and immutable. Your destiny has long been sealed, ninja. Victor, growing impatient, declared. Let us cease this exchange of threats. The deceased have no voice, and the defeated remain silent. In an instant, two blades clashed together. Clang. The sound of their blades resonated, producing a symphony of sharp metallic echoes, before both figures leapt backwards. The black-clad ninja, wielding the ruffled hair cutter with an inverted grip, regarded the golden-haired man before him, who nonchalantly allowed his blade to hang. A wave of astonishment washed over him. Just moments ago, he had unleashed a flurry of at least 11 strikes without holding back, yet every blow had been effortlessly deflected, as if the man possessed foresight. No. Wait, this man's swordsmanship is not extraordinary, it hinges entirely on that prescient skill. I recall witnessing a similar technique with Kei Gitsumitsu. Could it be the same? Do you possess the same foresight as Kei Gitsumitsu? The ninja slowly retrieved a large scroll inscribed with red sigils from behind his waist. No wonder you sought to protect the dance of the Crimson Princess. Victor lazily rested his blade upon his shoulder, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You must be the unsophisticated country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Spare yourself the excuses. If you do not advance soon, I shall take action. The ninja sheathed his short blade at his waist, his hands dancing wildly as several smoke bombs detonated beneath his feet. In Victor's perception, dozens of invisible shurikens swiftly targeted his vital points, yet he remained utterly unperturbed, steadfastly holding his weapon. In an astonishing display, numerous zippers of varying sizes burst open across his body, deftly evading all incoming projectiles. Resin zipper, spot pocket, he declared. In the next moment, Victor's long blade, Crimson Twilight, transformed into a zipper handle, which he spun gracefully in the air before hurling it into the cloud of smoke where the ninja had taken refuge. The razor-sharp edge sliced through the fog, revealing nothing but emptiness within. A cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from below, indicating that others had noticed the commotion in the captain's quarters and were hastening to the top floor. You stay below and ensure the safety of dance of the Crimson Princess. Victor bellowed towards the door, then, with a powerful thrust, he transformed his long knife into a flying sickle that cleaved a zipper through the rooftop, enabling him to leap into the air and land on the exterior of the merchant ship's upper deck. Ninja technique, weed his withered bones. Upon landing, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind Victor. He pivoted halfway, delivering a powerful side kick to the chest of the assailant, who was caught off guard and barely managed to shield himself with his hands, only to be propelled into the air. However, at that very moment, two long blades, one from the left and the other from the right, swung fiercely towards Victor, aiming to strike him down. Ninja technique, thunderous slash. Ninja technique, Gale's whirling flow. Victor chuckled lightly, his right hand transforming into a zipper, unleashing a sharp vortex composed of 5 golden chain blades that erupted around him. The metallic zipper technique, 5-string pipa puppet song. 2 chain blades ensnared the uncharged hilt of the lightning knife on the left, while the remaining 3 wrapped around the blade of the wind sword on the right, producing a shower of sparks. Subsequently, these famed weapons morphed into zippers, retracting back into Victor's hands and reconstituting into their original forms. What? Is this sorcery? Exclaimed the elder of the Thunderblade. My sword has been taken. Before them stood 2 peculiar ninjas, masked and adorned. One bore a wind bag reminiscent of the wind deity from the myths of Wano, while the other, with a thunder drum at his back, seemed to mimic the thunder god. In their panic, they stared at their empty hands, utterly bewildered about how Victor had effortlessly seized their weapons from afar. Thus, want it not to engage with superhuman beings without mastery of armament hockey and knowledge of their weaknesses, especially you simpletons from Wano. Victor tossed the 2 renowned swords aside, his eyes suddenly gleaming. Another pair of fine blades, Raikiri and Fujin Jewel? Wano boasts an impressive arsenal, indeed. How many members of the Orochion Myoji have arrived? Come forth, I welcome more weapons. With this, Victor stowed Raikiri and Fujin Jewel into the zipper space, retaining only Hong Stin in his grasp. His gaze cheerfully fixed upon the trio of ninjas opposite him. My apologies, Wind Blade and Thunder Blade. The suddenness of this sorcerer's strange arts has caught you unawares. The ninja clad in black said apologetically. It's of no concern, Goemon. As long as we eliminate this scoundrel, we shall reclaim our swords. Let us charge together. Thunderblade glared at Victor, who merely waved back with a smile. Very well. Prepare to unleash the distraction ninjutsu to obscure our vision. I shall employ the ultimate stealth technique, silent kill, to silently sever this scoundrel's head. Suddenly, a gurgling sound emanated from Goemon's bosom. Under the scornful gazes of Windblade and Thunderblade, Goemon's face flushed as he fumbled for his phone bug, hastily defending himself. This phone bug will not interfere with my stealth technique, I assure you. Trust me, I am a professional. After a feeble attempt at justification, he noticed not only Windblade and Thunderblade but even Victor looking at him with disbelief. Goemon, crestfallen, reluctantly answered the call. Captain Feluccio. This is Goyman. Your tone reveals the task remains incomplete. The general has commanded to abort the mission and return to Wano immediately. The phone bug transformed into the visage of a balding elder with a high forehead and sunglasses. Windblade and Thunderblade are present? The whereabouts of Dance Red Princess have been confirmed, and we are on the verge of, I said, return to Wano at once. The voice on the other end seethed with anger. The general will summon the representative of Joker in 3 months and requires our Orochi Amayoji for close protection. Having Windblade and Thunderblade by your side is fortuitous. Inform them to return immediately. Click. The connection was abruptly severed. The 3 ninjas exchanged glances, despite their reluctance. The nature of a ninja is to obey orders. Next time we meet, sorcerer, we shall claim your head. Thunderblade vowed bitterly. Elder brother Thunderblade. You have stolen my line, Windblade sighed in exasperation. Their outing had not only failed to fulfill their mission but had also cost them 2 fine swords, truly a bitter pill to swallow. A man of your caliber would not remain confined to this feeble West Sea. Perhaps we shall meet again when you venture into the Grand Line. Then we shall settle our scores, Goyman declared, unfazed, as he abruptly flung himself to the ground, causing a resounding explosion and a cloud of smoke to erupt from the merchant ship's deck. Victor gazed skyward in silence as 3 ninjas launched humanoid kites, carried by the wind into the distance. Well, at least they had contributed 2 fine swords and 50 craftsmanship points to him, so he need not resort to using his steel-chained fingers to bring them down from the sky. Alas, he lamented the loss of the ruffled cut. A miscalculation. Shaking his head, Victor opened a zipper space beneath his feet and leapt back to the captain's quarters. The temporary weapon for Dance Red Princess had been secured. Raijin Zuen Wind Pearl. Were these not the famed swords wielded by the brothers of the Orochi's elite ninja corps? It was they who, alongside the invisible ninja Goman, had launched a surprise attack and injured me. Within the VIP room, a throng of guests gathered excitedly around the 3 renowned swords displayed on the round table. After all, witnessing 3 fine swords and 50 craftsmanship points gathered at one table in the West Sea was a rare sight indeed. Dance Red Princess nearly leapt in astonishment upon seeing the 3 swords, initially believing she had shaken off her pursuers from the Flower Kingdom, only to discover their stealthy infiltration. I never imagined, Victor, that your prowess was so formidable. One must acknowledge that the 2 brothers are indeed members of the Orochi's elite ninja corps, possessing extraordinary skills. Dance Red Princess picked up Raijin Zua and examined it closely. Indeed, it was Raijin Zua, though regrettably without a sheath. What exactly is this Orochi's elite ninja corps? Perona clearly favored the ornate red Siam, exclaiming, moreover, the appearance of this red scabbard is undeniably more exquisite. Is it not superior to the other 2 without sheaths? Gently. Dance Red Princess took the red Siam from Perona, drawing the blade with care, its cold gleam reflecting in her violet eyes. After a long pause, she spoke. This red Siam is also a legendary sword that has its origins in the land of Wano, dating back 20 years. At that time, our renowned swordsmith Senri Maru crafted numerous experimental pieces in pursuit of the ultimate sword, and red Siam stands as one of the finest among them. She tenderly caressed the hilt of red Siam. For its beauty was indeed striking. The entire blade was adorned with red patterns depicting a beautiful maiden, with flames etched along the cutting edge, and a hilt wrapped in red tassels. She returned red Siam to Perona and continued to address her inquiry. The Orochi's elite ninja corps is a direct ninja force under the command of the General of Wano, comprising 11 exceptionally skilled ninjas who heed only the General's commands. Currently, our General is known as Kurazumi Orochi, a thoroughly shameless usurper. At the mention of Kurazumi Orochi, Dance Red Princess's lips nearly trembled with rage. If it were not for him, how blissful Wano would be. This scoundrel has obliterated everything. Standing nearby, the officer Kranzna picked up Wind Pearl and inquired, so, the General holds a status equivalent to that of the king? Both are rulers of the kingdom? Dance Red Princess nodded in affirmation. Indeed, 10 years ago, our general was Lord Kazuki Oden. And the Orochi's elite ninja corps should have been the Kazuki's ninja corps, these traitors who bend with the wind. As she spoke, she turned to Victor, her expression laden with concern. Not only were the brothers of Wind and Thunder pursuing me, but there was also Goman. This man is adept in stealth ninja techniques, famously capable of being in plain sight yet unseen, and can wield the formless and shadowless shuriken shadow bird. He even employs various evasion techniques, always accompanied by fine swords and 50 craftsmanship points. I encountered him too, with his wild hairstyle and eloquent words, right? Victor interrupted Dance Red Princess's praise of the enemy. Indeed, wild, that's him. Did you defeat them 3-1? They are all combat specialists within the Orochi's elite ninja corps. Dance Red Princess was momentarily stunned, realizing that such a powerful figure, possessing both strength and beauty, truly existed in this world. Though unaware of the specifics, Perona scoffed at Dance Red Princess's astonishment, proclaiming, "But my brother is the mightiest. Victor has never lost to anyone." At that moment, from the shadows of the corner, Capone Beach spoke up, "Boss, while you were engaged in combat, the Coral headquarters transmitted some intelligence." Victor cast a glance at Captain Becky and smiled as he said, "Please, speak freely, Mr. Becky. We are all friends here." Becky retrieved a half-folded note from his suit pocket, unfolded it, and read aloud. The charcoal brow Dumrich was defeated and expelled from Soren Alpha Island by a mysterious individual who claims to be the king of zombies a month ago. He closed the note, his tone gravely serious, and remarked, "Boss, that king of zombies must indeed be that fellow, right?" Victor reclined on the sofa, his hands resting behind his head, leisurely proclaiming, it must be him." Meanwhile, Mim, who was inspecting the treasured blade Fingju from various angles yet could not discern what constituted a renowned sword, lifted his gaze and inquired, "Boss, who are you referring to?" The legendary hero of the West Sea, Moonlight Moria, Capone Beach took a deep drag from his cigar, releasing billows of white smoke through his nostrils. Victor's tone was tinged with confusion. "What perplexes me is how Charcoal Brow could appear unscathed." "What do you mean, boss?" Krasner inquired, somewhat puzzled. The notorious silhouette ability of Moonlight Moria was infamous for its grotesqueness. Once a shadow was severed by him, it could no longer manifest in sunlight. Facing the grim fate of disintegration, Victor tossed Thunder's left in his hand. "Yet, I distinctly remember Charcoal Brow standing boldly in the sunlight during our confrontation. Mr. Becky, if you possessed Moria's capabilities, would you allow Charcoal Brow to depart without severing his shadow to serve your interests?" "Certainly not, boss," Capone Becky replied decisively. "But have you heard the rumor? The one about Moonlight Moria's demise in the Grand Line, where he met his downfall in the sands." Victor's expression was grave. "Without a doubt, Moonlight Moria was a formidable contender. His charismatic and chivalrous personality had attracted a formidable entourage of skilled individuals to his side. However, he had set his sights on Kaido. Kaido, Dance Red Princess, was perplexed as to how this topic had shifted to the protector king of Wano. "In any case, we are destined to confront this Moonlight Moria." Victor tossed the red twilight to Dance Red Princess, saying, "Red Princess, you may use this for now. Thunder's left lacks a sheath and is better suited for me. Now, who among you will take this wind pearl?" Ignoring the blushing Dance Red Princess, who clutched Red Twilight with a smile, Kranzna shook his head and remarked, "I will pass, boss. My swordsmanship aligns better with this staff." Capone Becky exhaled a cloud of smoke and grinned. "I cannot wield a sword. This trinket would be of no use to me." Perona shrugged with a cheerful demeanor. Being a fruit user, she had no interest in blades. Mim, on the other hand, had no voice in the matter. Victor feared he might injure himself if he handled the sword. "Then I shall temporarily safeguard the wind pearl," Victor declared as he rose. Stowing Thunder's left and the wind pearl into the zipper space of his palm, he proclaimed, "Full speed ahead, back to Algerero Town. We are returning home." At Algerero Town Sound Harbor, the merchant ship Croissant gently docked. The vessel bore signs of cannon fire, which was hardly surprising. Ever since the pirate king, Gold, Roger, uttered that epic-defining phrase before his execution in the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, the era of great pirates had commenced. Countless pirates flocked to the seas, vying for the legendary One Piece, said to embody boundless wealth. Naturally, traditional pirates who relished plundering were also among them. While returning from the Flower Country, Victor and his companions encountered no fewer than 4 pirate ambushes. One particularly astute pirate crew recognized the coral flag before attacking, and upon recalling recent newspaper reports, they dared not proceed with their robbery, hastily retreating without uttering a word. The other 3 pirate crews were less fortunate. Their ships were all sunk, and the surviving pirates met their end by feeding the sharks. Capone Becky had a particular knack for this, so Victor allowed him and Kranzna to handle the situation. However, these pirate crews were of a notably low caliber, with bounties on their captains not exceeding 10 million. During the skirmishes, Victor instructed Perona to bombard from a distance, leading to the pleasant surprise of discovering Mim's unexpected talent as a gunner. At Sound Harbor, a throng of dark-clad henchmen stood in orderly rows, awaiting the ship's complete docking. The first to disembark was Victor, his shoulder-length golden hair cascading casually as he donned a meticulously crafted black suit. Perona, dressed in a black pleated mini-dress and red black-striped thigh-high stockings, followed closely behind, holding a small sunshade. Next came Capone Becky in a striped suit, alongside Kranzna, clad in a black coat and leaning on his staff, and Mim, sporting a shirt and suspenders. Lastly, Dance Red Princess appeared, adorned in a flowing red gown purchased by Perona in the Flower Country, holding the renowned Blade Red Twilight, appearing somewhat uneasy. The assembled henchmen bowed deeply with one hand over their hearts, exclaiming in unison, "Welcome back, Father." Victor smiled gently and waved his hand, saying, "You have worked hard during my absence. Now, return to headquarters." Not far away, a middle-aged man, with deep frown lines and clad in a floral shirt, gazed at Victor and his entourage by the dock, quietly inquiring, "Who is that woman in the red dress?" Beside him, an undercover Marine meticulously checked the intelligence and replied, "There are no specific details. All we know is that she is the catalyst for the conflict between Fierce Chain and Charcoal Brow." Fierce Chain? Colonel Crone turned to the undercover Marine. "That is a nickname given by the branch. After all, this fellow is notoriously ruthless." The Charcoal Brow was left in a gruesome state. "All right, I understand." Crone gestured for the Marine to remain silent. Having seen the photographs of Charcoal Brow's corpse, He began to question whether this Mafia Victor had endured some psychological trauma or tragic past during his childhood. Otherwise, how could one be so psychologically warped? Ah, the youth is impetuous, it is understandable, Crone remarked, observing the flushed face of the woman in the red dress. He nodded. A girl of such beauty would attract a throng of suitors anywhere, and after all, the Mafia is merely a 17-year-old boy, haha. Shall we continue to monitor him, Colonel Crone? Monitor what? Just maintain our watch at the entrance of Upside Down Mountain, Crone said, rummaging through his pockets. Do you have any money? Yes, I brought some, 20,000 berries. The Marine, bewildered, fished out his wallet. 20,000 berries. That will suffice. Let us head to Simon S. Cheese Rings for some baked cheese bagels, Crone replied with satisfaction, turning to leave with the Marine. Amidst the throng of his followers, Victor cast a glance towards the direction where Crone had departed, revealing a faint smile. At the headquarters of Coralin Algerero town, within a spacious conference hall on the third floor, an elderly gentleman, dressed in an elegant suit and with white hair, was presenting a stack of documents to the returning Victor, reporting. This summarizes the state of the gang over the past month. The specific details are meticulously recorded in these documents for your review. The elderly man respectfully offered the files with both hands to Victor. After Victor set the document aside, he smiled gently and said, Mr. Windrew, I appreciate your efforts during these days. However, there is one more matter, the person I asked you to keep an eye on before my last departure. Winder's expression grew a shade more serious as he replied, Boss, I have indeed located the individual you requested me to find. Victor, invigorated by a surge of spirit, straightened his posture and said, Please, have a seat, Mr. Wendell. I would appreciate it if you could elaborate on the specifics. Wendell, without hesitation, took a seat at the side of the round table. After a moment of organizing his thoughts, he began, It is as follows. After your departure last time, I commenced gathering information regarding the individual you mentioned, as per your instructions. Initially, I was at a loss, but by the fourth day, I found myself transported back in time to 21 days prior. On the fourth day of Victor's journey to the land of flowers, in the town of Algerero, the elderly gentleman Windrew, with his golden-rimmed spectacles, sat in his office, gazing at the disarray of papers on his desk, his expression clouded with worry. The new master, Victor, was undeniably far superior to his predecessor, Talma Pippen. He was gentle, courteous, robust in strength, and remarkably astute, truly the most fitting leader. Therefore, Windrew was reluctant to allow his inaugural task from the master to linger at the starting point. A knock sounded at the door, and upon permission, a tall man with blue hair entered. Mr. Windrew, the restoration work in the town center is nearing completion. Understood, Mr. Taru. Windrew removed his golden spectacles and rubbed his temples. Where's young Jack? Before the blue-haired Taru could respond, a spirited young man with red hair squeezed in behind him, exclaiming, Old man, did you call for me? Steady now, you haven't improved much under Mr. Taru's guidance. Windrew felt a few more strands of his white hair might soon part ways with him. Have the Suleiman family thugs left in Katsuri town been brought back? Oh yes. They have returned. Here is the list and photographs. Young Jack chattered as he handed over the documents. A few troublesome ones received a flying kick from me, Jack. Windrew filtered out Jack's incessant prattle, scanning the list and photos. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he leaned forward sharply. The loquacious Jack, startled, chuckled sheepishly. If you don't like me talking, old man, I'll keep quiet. After all, Jack is quite clever, charming, and understanding. You must bring this person to me immediately. And remember, maintain a normal demeanor, no unnecessary chatter. Windrew sternly laid one of the photographs on the desk, pointing it out to Jack. 30 minutes later, another knock echoed at Windrew's office door. Having composed himself, Windrew cleared his throat and warmly invited, Please, come in. With a soft creak, the door swung open to reveal a young woman with black hair standing calmly at the threshold. Windrew smiled, extending his left hand in invitation. Please take a seat. Miss Robin, does this imply that our Miss Robin has been lurking within the Suleiman family all along? Victor retrieved a bottle of whiskey from the cabinet, with just a little more than half remaining, and personally poured a small glass for Wendell. Such is the irony of being blind to what is right before us. I had almost believed she had departed from the West Sea, he remarked. Wendell rose slightly and bowed in gratitude, savoring a small sip that illuminated his senses. This is the exquisite Johnny Walker from Isle of Wight, a splendid spirit. After gently placing the glass back on the table, he continued, I have delivered the note to Miss Robin as you instructed, informing her of your impending return. She expressed her intention to remain at headquarters, ready and waiting for your summons. Victor spoke gently. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Windrew. Please inform Miss Robin that I await her presence in this grand assembly hall. Yes, sir. The elderly gentleman downed the remaining whiskey in his glass, donned the handcrafted knitted coat and round hat from the coat rack, bowed slightly once more to Victor, and then quietly exited the room. After Victor neatly arranged the wine utensils, he leaned back in the high-backed chair, closing his eyes to rest. Before long, 2 knocks resonated at the door. Boss, the person you summoned has arrived. Please let her in. Sensing someone had entered the room, Victor opened his eyes, and a faint smile graced his lips. Before him stood a tall woman, seemingly around 20 years of age, with her long black hair simply gathered at the back of her head. The black, form-fitting leather skirt and knee-high leather boots accentuated her perfect curves, while her face, adorned with a hint of makeup, radiated an intellectual beauty. At that moment, she held a note in her hand, her expression somewhat unsettled. "Nice to meet you for the first time, boss. My name is..." There's no need to rush your introduction, my dear lady. Please, have a seat. Would you care for some tea?" Victor gestured for the woman to take a seat at her leisure. "Oh, no tea is necessary, thank you." The dark-haired woman calmed a little and chose a position that was neither too far from Victor nor overly close. "Nicole Robin. May I call you Miss Robin?" "Very well." Seeing Robin nod in agreement, Victor smiled and continued, "You see, our opening is quite perfect. Wouldn't you agree?" He picked up an old wanted poster from the table and pushed it towards Robin. "To be honest, I never anticipated that gun-tail snake Suleiman Shah would possess the audacity to enlist a bounty criminal like you, with a reward of 79 million berries." The photograph on the wanted poster depicted a black-haired little girl, clearly labeled as Demon Child Nicole Robin, with a bounty of 79 million berries, dead or alive. Robin's complexion paled slightly as Victor continued languidly. Even if the Suleiman family had not been consumed by coral, it would not be long before the Navy, alerted by the news, would obliterate them. Haha, gun-tail snake is blinded by desire, yet fails to realize that calamity is already upon him. Once I defeat gun-tail snake, the remnants of the Suleiman family will be completely absorbed by coral. You must recognize this as a splendid opportunity, for Suleiman wishes to monopolize you without disclosing your identity and bounty to others. Upon his demise, you could seamlessly infiltrate coral under the guise of an ordinary subordinate. Even if discovered, your beauty and remarkable abilities could persuade me to accept you until coral is entirely annihilated by the Navy pursuing you. Robin could not help but speak. I never intended to exploit you." Victor shook his finger and remarked, "You were captivated by the contents of the note entrusted to you by Mr. Wendell. And upon discovering my return accompanied by an unfamiliar, beautiful woman, you presumed that your striking appearance could sway my lecherous inclinations. However, I must caution you. While your fashion sense is commendable, your makeup skills leave much to be desired." Victor spread his hands gently and remarked, "These words may seem rather direct and somewhat crude. Yet I believe that what we require between us is straightforward and candid communication. I hope, Miss Robin, that you do not take offense." Robin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she bit her lip, striving to maintain her composure. "I did not entice Mr. Suleiman with my beauty. He was in dire need of someone to handle underground intelligence, and I happened to be suitably qualified for the task. Furthermore, I had no intention of using coral or your esteemed self as a shield. The sole reason I am here is to inquire why you left me this note." Her emotions were beginning to spiral out of control. After all, she was only 20 years old, in the prime of her youth, lacking the maturity and poise characteristic of a 28-year-old in a comic. The note that had been tossed onto the table bore a name, Alvia. "You deliberately inscribed this name. You know who she is, do you not?" Robin's voice quivered. "Nicole Alvia, the beautiful silver-haired explorer." Victor's gaze seemed to drift, as if conjuring distant memories. "I was merely 4 years old when her expedition paused in my hometown of Corey Village for a few days to resupply. During that time, this erudite lady imparted a wealth of knowledge to me. To be honest, I am profoundly grateful to her for treating me, the son of a humble fisherman, as an equal." Victor gazed gently at the stunned Robin and spoke. "She mentioned having a daughter named Nico Robin, and at that time, you must have been merely 7 years old. Subsequently, I learned that several years had passed since O'Hara Island was annihilated." Victor shook his head and sighed softly. "Yet your name has appeared on a wanted poster. This implies that Alvia must have perished in that calamity as well." For a moment, Robin found herself at a loss for words. For 12 years, she had been evading danger, yearning only for a place to call home. Now, she suddenly discovered that the most powerful crime lord in the West Sea was an old acquaintance of her mother. Victor spoke gently. "Rest assured, Robin, your mother has shared with me the matters you have been studying in O'Hara. They are by no means malevolent, nor should they be forbidden. History is meant to be known by all." Tears streamed down Robin's face as she collapsed into Victor's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Is this truly the case? For the most part, indeed. When Victor was 4 years old, the archaeological expedition led by Olivia did indeed linger on Corey Island for several days. During that time, Olivia was quite taken with the reticent yet earnest and inquisitive young boy, taking the time to teach him several obscure words and leaving him a few books upon her departure. Yet, how could she possibly divulge to a stranger, whom she had only known for a few days, the forbidden knowledge that O'Hara was investigating? Later, when Victor turned 7, he awakened in a dream, gaining insight into Olivia's origins. Regrettably, this was 2 years after O'Hara had been annihilated, and he lacked the means to venture forth in search of Robin. In the years that followed, Victor gained the capability to set sail, yet he could no longer uncover any trace of Robin. It was only when he ascended to the position of leader of Coral that he could utilize the organization's intelligence network to seek her out, only to discover that she was concealed within the territory ruled by the Suleiman family. Victor's relentless pursuit of Robin is not solely motivated by Olivia. His ambition is to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. However, the interpretation of historical texts poses a significant challenge. His unique observation hockey, Apocalypse, can only reveal the abilities of objects rather than translate the written word. He must either acquire the power akin to GOLD, Roger's ability to listen to all things, or find a translator. Lowering his gaze to the intellectually captivating woman in his arms, who weeps like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Victor feels a profound sense of completeness as he grasps the final piece of the puzzle. The second phase of his objective has been achieved. Once he accomplishes the third phase, he shall clear the West Blue and embark on the Grand Line. Upon witnessing the stunning woman, her eyes swollen from tears, trailing behind Victor as he entered the hall, Perona's juice was completely splattered in shock. What on earth is happening? Who is this tall, voluptuous woman? Perona felt utterly fatigued. Previously, she dismissed the swarm of admirers as beneath her notice. However, ever since the addition of Dance Red to their ranks, her sense of crisis has heightened significantly. That woman from Wayno, with her peach blossom eyes, is particularly adept at theatrics, always feigning shyness in front of her brother. After painstakingly spending her pocket money on numerous outfits and delicacies to cultivate a good relationship with Dance Red, how could a strikingly voluptuous woman emerge just as she returned to Algerero town? Meanwhile, at the round table in the hall, playing cards, Kransna and Capone Beach were equally mesmerized by Robin's beauty. They exchanged glances, and after a prolonged moment, could only shake their heads and sigh in unison, another worthy of being the boss. Victor, with his left hand forming a loose fist by his mouth, cleared his throat twice before speaking. This is Nico Robin, the newly appointed intelligence officer of Coral. After introducing Robin to everyone present, Victor began to organize the crucial affairs of the gang, assigning each individual their respective tasks. Thus, under the diligent efforts of Victor and numerous officials, Coral swiftly progressed, utilizing the immense wealth acquired from the Flower Kingdom. The organization transformed from the notorious style of the Pippen era, successfully thwarting several pirate incursions on neighboring islands and villages. The public's acceptance of Coral grew increasingly favorable, with whispers circulating that Victor was regarded as the guardian of the weak and ordinary. Half a month later, within the spacious confines of the underground training facility at Coral headquarters, Victor was training alone, his upper body bare. He sensed that his observation hockey possessed even greater potential for growth. In the early stages of the Cake Island arc in the manga, Luffy's observation hockey was merely average, yet after an intense battle with Katakuri, the foremost of the three Sweet Commanders, he remarkably elevated his ability to the extraordinary level of foreseeing the future. Victor had never subscribed to the notion of a predestined lineage. If Luffy could accomplish such feats, he saw no reason why he could not do the same. Yet, what he craved was a formidable adversary, a foe capable of instilling an unparalleled sense of pressure within him. Only when the burden reached its zenith could he forge extraordinary strength through such immense strain. At present, his paramount focus lay in honing his Busashoka Haki and mastering the powers of his devil fruit. The notebook containing the methods for cultivating Busashoka Haki, which Kai had given him, had long since been incinerated by Victor. Its contents were etched in his memory, and all that remained was the need for rigorous training. Victor, as per his usual routine, became engrossed in the flow of his inner strength, gradually manifesting a remarkable power within his being. This phenomenon was particularly evident in his hands, where the skin transformed from the inside out, resembling heated metal glowing orange before eventually cooling to a deep black, all while shimmering with a metallic luster. Such a breathtaking talent. In less than a month, Victor had begun to grasp the principles of armament hockey. It is no surprise, given that Victor's combat aptitude is exceedingly rare, prompting the chief instructor, Zephyr, who had trained numerous candidates for the rank of admiral, to feel a surge of admiration upon hearing Colonel Crone's description. However, they significantly underestimated Victor's extraordinary gift. The black metallic sheen of his hands gradually spread over his entire body, rendering his bare torso akin to a finely forged block of black iron. Subsequently, the black hue slowly reverted to a flesh tone. With his eyes closed, Victor contemplated the state of his entire body enveloped in armament hockey. He then extended his finger, the tip transforming into what appeared to be a metallic zipper coated in black dye. Armament hockey, extension, and envelopment. Victor felt that his progress in the cultivation of armament hockey was now smooth and unimpeded, devoid of the initial awkwardness he had once experienced. Indeed, the beginning of any endeavor is often the most challenging. Satisfied, Victor nodded. He had shared his personally refined method of cultivating armament hockey with Perona and Miku, leaving the extent of their mastery to depend on their own comprehension abilities. In truth, for them, the mastery of observation hockey holds greater significance. Regrettably, as he had naturally acquired observation hockey, he found himself at a loss on how to guide them in its awakening. Suddenly, the phone bug resting on the ground jolted awake, commencing its distinctive call. Victor grabbed a nearby towel to wipe away his sweat, then activated the phone bug. Mr. Becky? The phone bug transformed into a sinister visage, adorned with a scruffy beard and a stout face. Boss, they have arrived at Falling Bell Village. Excellent, Victor replied, Summon Dance Red and Perona. I shall be on my way. Victor hung up the phone and remained silent for a moment. Then slowly donned his jacket and departed from the training ground. At the port of Algerero, he stood before the small caravel sailboat, Cheese Pizza, conversing with Captain Beaky. Boss, it has been confirmed that it is the vanguard of the Zombie King, and they should have already landed at Clockfall Village. What about the villagers of Clockfall? Per your instructions. I had Jack and Talu assist in their complete evacuation to Katsuri town. I will be undertaking this operation discreetly, so I will only take Perona and the Dance Red Princess with me. The affairs of Algerero will be entrusted to you. Rest assured, boss. Should anyone dare to intrude, I will eliminate them without hesitation. Victor nodded with a smile, patting Capone Beej on the shoulder. As expected of you, Mr. Beej, you truly put my mind at ease. Well then, I shall depart. With that, Victor turned and boarded the skiff, leaving Capone Beej behind, who bowed deeply, hand on his chest. May fortune favor you in battle. Boss. Watching the sailboat gradually disappear into the distance, Capone Beej retrieved a cigar case from his coat pocket. It was the same cigar case Victor had given him during the prison visit, and inside remained a single, exquisite cigar from Weevil Island. Capone Beej brought the cigar to his nose, inhaling deeply with a sense of rapture, then ignited a match, slowly rotating and toasting the cigar's body. At that moment, a voice only he could hear echoed from the right side of his forehead. Boss, the opportunity has finally arrived. Capone Beej offered no response, simply savoring a generous puff of the cigar. After a long while, a thick cloud of smoke billowed from his nostrils, completely enveloping Beej's face. Victor, you are an exceptional leader. Capone Beej gazed at the sailboat, now a mere speck on the distant horizon, and mused to himself, but you shouldn't have spared my life. Nor should you have presumed to bring me under your sway. I hope the Zombie King doesn't mar your corpse too badly. Your head will be the most exquisite and coveted trophy in my collection. He chuckled darkly twice, then lapsed into a somber silence, walking towards the Coral headquarters in Algerero town. It begins, my men. Coral is ours. The night wind howled, and the moon shone exceptionally full this night. Creaked Capone Beej, draped in a beige overcoat, pushed against the iron gates of the Coral headquarters estate, only to find them unlocked. The guards are absent. All the better, saves us some commotion. Capone Beej exhaled a cloud of cigar smoke and slowly traversed the expansive estate lawn towards the headquarters' opulent mansion. One by one, shadows materialized around Beej, the henchmen of the Capone gang, who were supposed to have been disbanded long ago. They silently encircled the headquarters building, fully armed. Leave 5 swordsmen in my castle, Capone Beej commanded with a sinister gleam in his eyes. Except for Little Bane's Squad 6. The entire 40-man rifle squad will stand ready at the chest drawbridge. Gotti will guard the hand gate with the heavy weapons team. The rest of you secure this headquarters. Don't let a single fly escape. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the headquarters' main entrance, and the doors were pushed open from within, revealing Cranesner, clad in a black overcoat and leaning on a cane. Cranesner casually tossed a squirming burlap sack at Capone Beej's feet. It was you who secretly informed him and Guntail Snake Suleiman to ambush Boss Victor, wasn't it, Beej? Cranesner's face was devoid of its usual smile, replaced by icy fury. Capone Beej ignored the struggling sack, drawing his pistol and firing 2 shots into it. The sack convulsed violently, then fell still. Soon, the lawn was stained with a spreading pool of blood. Humph, Cranesner. Capone Beej's eyes, beneath his hat, grew even colder. Although I already anticipated your answer. I must ask, will you join my ranks? Cranesner raised his cane, slowly drawing the twin-bladed foil concealed within. You know how I'll answer. Don't embarrass yourself, Beej. A foolish decision. Capone Beej's eyes reflected disappointment. You were the only one in Coral whom I could truly confide in. I thought we could be great friends. Can't you see the overwhelming force at my disposal? Don't be a fool, Cranesner. Coral is destined for destruction today. Do you know what awaits Victor in Falling Bell Village? He and those 2 little dolls will suffer a fate worse than death, and Coral will be annihilated by my own hand, and from its ashes, a new Capone gang will rise. Come to my side. The position of second in command of the Capone gang is yours. Capone Beej's emotion surged, and he roared, Cranesner. Holding his sword in his left hand with the tip pointed downwards, calmly watched Capone Beej vent his emotions. When Beej finished, he spoke. Beej, Boss Victor is my benefactor, and the great leader to whom I swore to follow to the death. I have no desire to continue this idle chatter with a traitor like you. Come, let us engage in a life-or-death struggle with blades drawn. Capone Beej emitted a few cruel chuckles. Enough? It's not worth getting angry over a fool like you. Kill him. Several of Capone's henchmen, nearest to Cranesner, raised their long swords and charged with savage cries, only to see a flash of blades. The men all fell to the ground, blood pooling beneath them. Rhapsody, fire dance. Cranesner held his sword in his left hand, lightly pinching the tip with his right. His feet positioned as if preparing for the start of a dance. I almost forgot. You mentioned that your ancestors once served as captains of the guard in the Elu Kingdom. Although he later set sail, his masterful swordsmanship was passed down to his descendants. And you have further refined it. Capone Beej clapped dismissively and was about to continue his derision, but Cranesner lunged forward, unleashing a swift strike directly at him. Serenade, waltz, 3 steps. At the same moment, gunshots rang out. Several drawbridges appeared on Bede's chest, and a row of musketeers knelt inside, firing upon Cranesner in unison. Cranesner dodged several of the lead bullets, but a spray of blood erupted from his side. His sword thrust continued unabated, striking Bede in the throat. Screech. With a grating sound, Cranesner's twin-bladed foil failed to penetrate Capone Bede's throat. He felt as if he had struck a solid castle wall. Humph, Cranesner, you fool. Capone Bede coldly chuckled, exhaling a cloud of smoke and sneering, after being nearly blown to smithereens by Perona's ghostly bombs. Did you think I wouldn't develop the defensive capabilities of the stronghold fruit? Thanks to that brat, I can now say that no one but Victor can break my defenses. With that, Capone Bede drew a pistol, pressing it against Cranesner's forehead. Well then, it's time to say goodbye, Cranesner. But before he could fire, an aged voice echoed from the headquarters' main entrance. It's time to give up, Cranesner. Capone Bede turned towards the entrance and saw the elusive old man, Wendell. He held a pistol engraved with golden patterns, aimed directly at Capone Bede. Behind Wendell stood Nico Robin, looking somewhat anxious as she held a Den Mushy to her chest. The Den Mushy's eyes casually regarded Capone Bede, its face displaying a gentle smile. Victor. How is it possible? Capone Bede's face was filled with horror, truly understanding the meaning of shock and rage. His plan to secretly amass his forces had been executed flawlessly. His clandestine communication with the Zombie King had even been conducted through Den Mushy. How could this brat have discovered it? Unless... seeing your expression. I know what you're thinking. How could this brat have discovered it? Unless he possesses the ability to foresee the future. Am I right? The telephonic device activated its speaker function, and the familiar voice, laced with a hint of sardonicism, resonated as a demonic murmur in Capone Bede's ears. You were aware of my machinations all along? Beads of perspiration dotted Capone Bede's brow, and his subordinates recoiled in trepidation. The notoriety of Vicious Chain's Victor was indeed formidable. A soft chuckle emanated from the telephonic device. Your machinations? Which specific scheme are you alluding to? The clandestine recruitment of the Capone syndicate remnants over the past fortnight? Or perhaps the clandestine correspondence with the Zombie King ensconced on the Isle of Solanarfa via carrier pigeons? Or could it be the anonymous instigation of pirate insurgencies in other towns, orchestrated to conveniently divert the syndicate's executives? Unbeknownst to Capone and his cohorts, the environs of the manor were now densely populated by Coral executives and henchmen, numbering at least 500. A significant contingent comprised seasoned operatives recently dispatched to various isles and hamlets, now fully armed. They glared with simmering animosity at Capone's faction within the estate. I extended an olive branch, Mr. Bede. The voice on the other end of the telephonic device grew increasingly frigid. Klansner refused to believe in your treachery, so I tasked him with personally guarding the headquarters, allowing him to witness firsthand the perfidy of his esteemed comrade. Did you truly presume that I would meekly endure your battering, relinquish all my spoils, and have my sanctuary razed, only to be placated by a condescending pat and a wagging tail? Capone Bede's countenance contorted with rage as he bellowed into the telephonic device. You delude yourself. Mafia Victor. Your descent upon the village of Fallen Bells will herald your demise. Failure to do so will result in the utter annihilation of Coral and all the surrounding isles and towns by the Zombie King. You have no alternative. And I shall harness the power of the fortress fruit to obliterate the town of Algerero. With you absent, who do you expect to thwart me? That decrepit relic? That salacious bovine? Or Klansner, so obtuse as to regard me as a friend? Capone Bede was consumed by a frenzied mania. Exhorting his Capone syndicate henchmen, the Zombie King has pledged to bestow the West Blue upon me. My minions. Slaughter them. Incinerate everything. Impale that geriatric's head upon the palisade. Violate that bovine until her demise, then disseminate the photographic evidence throughout the thoroughfares. Mince that imbecilic, pathetic Klansner, who craves friendship like a child. I am Gangster Capone Bede. I have no need of companionship, nor of a leader. I am the solitary, supreme commander. Mr. Bede, do you underestimate my subordinates? The voice emanating from the telephonic device conveyed a sense of nonchalance. They will expeditiously dispatch you and your underlings, then prepare everything for my imminent return. As for you, I have no further interest in witnessing your ignominious end. Farewell, Bede. You are hereby expunged from Coral. Wait. I demand that you listen to the agonizing screams of your subordinates as I subject them to torment. Do not terminate the call. Click. The telephonic device was disconnected. Robin retreated, clutching the device, seeking refuge behind Elder Wendell. Capone Bede's gaze burned with an all-consuming fury. Even at the very end, you seek to humiliate me, Victor? Very well. You shall rue this day. I will obliterate everything you hold dear. Klansner, brandishing his twin rapiers, their tips aimed squarely at Capone Bede's forehead, declared, Bede. The Don has issued his decree. Henceforth, you are no longer a member of Coral. He inhaled deeply, his gaze hardening. With lightning speed, his rapier lunged toward Capone Bede's forehead. Rhapsody, passionate solo dance. Simultaneously, the Coral executives and henchmen outside the perimeter raised their firearms and blades, initiating a campaign of annihilation against the hesitant Capone syndicate henchmen within the estate. Amidst the hail of bullets and blades, Capone Beach was staggered by the force of Klansner's direct thrust, stumbling backward. Beach shook his head, attempting to dispel the disorientation. Klansner, your efforts are futile. Ordinary weapons cannot breach my defenses. You will only. Before Capone Beach could complete his sentence, a torrential barrage of successive thrusts engulfed him. Symphony, troops choral dance. Klansner's black top hat had long since vanished, his expression obscured by shadows in the night, but the twin rapiers in his hands continued their relentless assault like a tempest. Although Capone Beach sustained no tangible injuries, the unrelenting onslaught of concussive force drove him backward, the reverberations within his internal organs and brain growing increasingly severe. The fortress within his body was in utter disarray, the violent tremors rendering his henchmen within the fortress unable to maintain their footing, let alone provide covering fire for Capone Beach. Gotti's heavy artillery unit at the hand gate managed to maintain a precarious stance. But whenever Capone Beach attempted to raise his palm toward Klansner, his arm would be met with two heavy cleaving strikes, preventing him from lifting his arm. The relentless barrage continued for 3 minutes, leaving Capone Beach in a semi-conscious state, barely maintaining his stance through sheer willpower, his defenses utterly compromised. Two questions echoed in his muddled mind. Is my defensive prowess not impregnable? Why is Klansner, a mere individual, able to suppress me? Klansner, panting for breath, assumed his stance. The tip of his rapier aimed at Capone Beach's chest and whispered softly, "Farewell, my friend." In the ensuing instant, Klansner materialized behind Capone Beach. He strolled leisurely, slowly sheathing his twin rapiers into his cane. Requiem, dance of sacrifice. A moment of stasis, then blood erupted from Capone Beach's chest, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Well done, my friend." His dying words were drowned out by the cacophony of gunfire, enraged shouts, and the sounds of slaughter. Figures emerged from Capone Beach's body, a testament to the waning power of the fortress fruit. "Boss, how is this possible? The boss has. Retreat. We must flee, or we shall be slain by the choral thugs. Spare me. I surrender. Have mercy." Numerous Capone syndicate henchmen scattered like startled birds or prostrated themselves in surrender, only to be ruthlessly executed by the choral executives and henchmen who had sealed off the area. The directive from above was to leave no survivors. The remaining dozen Capone syndicate henchmen, standing guard over Capone Beach's corpse, removed their hats and held them to their chests in a gesture of mourning, then uniformly produced firearms and committed suicide. Thus, the Capone syndicate was utterly annihilated. Klansner retrieved the black top hat that had fallen to the ground, dusted it off, and slowly approached Capone Beach's supine corpse, gently placing the hat over his face. He then turned to face Wendell, who had lowered his firearm and was clutching his waist in pain. "Mr. Wendell, are you injured?" Klansner was alarmed and rushed to support the elder. "No, it's just that holding the firearm for too long has strained my back." "Ah, thank you, Miss Robin. You are truly a benevolent angel." Wendell took a seat on the chair that Robin had provided, catching his breath. "With this, the internal crisis has been resolved." Robin asked with trepidation, "Is Don Victor safe?" From what Capone Beach said earlier, it seems there is a trap awaiting him in the village of Fallen Bells. Wendell shook his head. The Don had foreseen everything. "All we can do is secure the base camp and await his triumphant return. Now, Klansner, lead the executives and henchmen in clearing the battlefield." Indeed, the once pristine estate lawn is now in utter disarray, and the night stretches on. Meanwhile, out at sea, Perona gazed in astonishment at Victor, who had just hung up the phone. Can it be true that rotund fellow, Becky, has truly defected? I was under the impression that this diminutive figure had been subdued by Lady Perona's myriad of ghostly bombs. Victor leaned back in his chair, leisurely stating, "I am well aware of the nature of Capone Beach. He is nothing more than an untamed wild wolf. If he were to dutifully perform his role as a warehouse manager, we could coexist peacefully. Unfortunately, he has committed the grave offense of colluding with external enemies, and thus I must expel him from Coral." The Red Dance mistress handed Victor a peeled apple and curiously inquired, "But we are not at headquarters. Who could possibly subdue Capone Beach? Is he not also a sorcerer?" Victor took a bite of the apple and mumbled indistinctly, "Krasna can handle him. His swordsmanship is inherited from Nose Songbrook, the captain of the Elu Kingdom's guard, a truly remarkable swordsman. However, he is reluctant to engage in conflict and has been oppressed by the former boss, Pippen, which is why his reputation in the gang is not prominent. I had not wished for Krasna to confront Capone Beach directly, as it would be utterly cruel for friends to harm one another. Yet, since Krasna insisted on personally guarding the headquarters, I had no choice but to acquiesce. Although Capone Beach possesses formidable fruit abilities, he lacks proficiency in swordsmanship. Once Krasna closes the distance, he would be as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter." Victor swiftly devoured the apple, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. After all, Capone Beach was not truly invincible defense in the genuine sense. At that moment, Perona lifted her gaze towards the distant sea, where her spectral companions floated in the sky, having made a discovery. "Brother, we are nearing Clock Island." "Excellent," Victor replied, rising to stretch his shoulders. "Let us go meet this king of zombies." Clock Village is situated in the Hammerloo archipelago of the West Sea, not far from the town of Algerero. Victor had previously visited this place 2 years ago on a mission after joining Coral. during which he forged a friendship with Kai, the future pillar of the 8-treasure navy from the Land of Flowers. The cheese pizza anchored before a stretch of coastline, and after ensuring they were prepared, Victor and the two women disembarked. Victor was clad in a finely tailored black suit, his shoulder-length golden hair carelessly cascading behind his ears, leaving a single strand to dangle gracefully over his forehead. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he gazed towards the distant clock tower village. Perona, adorned in a black Gothic gown, twirled her petite parasol as she followed Victor off the boat. She turned her head to survey the surroundings, pouting slightly. What a desolate place, brother. Meanwhile, the enchanting Hong Ji donned a red kimono embroidered with ukiyo-e patterns, its wide collar elegantly tilting backward, accentuating her long, slender neck. Her raven hair was tied into a ponytail at the back of her head, and the renowned blade, red twilight, hung gracefully at her waist. She adjusted the delicate strands of hair near her ears and inquired, Victor, shall we set off? Victor nodded slightly. Let us proceed. The trio meandered along the coastal path towards the village of Luozhong. Tall reeds swayed in the night breeze, and the surroundings were so silent that even the chirping of insects was absent. Luozhong village was not particularly large, with its center featuring a massive abandoned clock, from which the village derived its name. At this moment, due to the coral incident, the villagers had evacuated in advance, leaving the village enveloped in an eerie stillness. A colossal round moon hung overhead, its cold light rendering the night as bright as day. As Victor and his companions entered the village, they noticed a remarkably towering figure seated at the end of the road that stretched straight from the entrance to the central clock. This somewhat corpulent man stood at least 6 feet 5 inches tall, with 2 protrusions on his forehead resembling devilish horns, and his brow bore scar-like stitches that crisscrossed down to his neck. The most striking feature was his brown, tufted hair, dressed in an elaborate black Gothic coat. He reclined against the clock on a stone platform, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he spotted Victor and his companions in the distance. As the three moved forward, Victor's fingertips suddenly shimmered with metallic light. With a swift motion, he unleashed a long, humming chain blade towards the empty space to the right of the dancer, Hong Ji. Clang. The chain blade was abruptly halted by an ethereal shadow wall that materialized, which then shattered upon impact. Mafia Victor, is it truly wise to be so arrogant on someone else's turf? The tall man seated by the clock let out a chilling, sinister laugh. Then let your hound behave, Moonlight Moria. Victor replied with a cold smirk. Not far from where the shadow wall had dissipated, a figure began to emerge, revealing a robust man adorned with a tall top hat. Yet his face bore the countenance of a lion. He appeared fearful and hastily retreated beside Moonlight Moria. What is this? Perona and Hongji expressed surprise, quickly realizing that this must be another type of devil fruit. The transparent fruit, a pity it fell into the hands of a fool, Victor remarked dismissively, rolling his shoulders. At that moment, several figures gathered beside Moonlight Moria, a red-haired brute clad in swords, a hunchbacked scholar wearing thick bottle-bottom glasses, a rotund individual with spindly legs, and the earlier lion-faced man in the top hat. You do not seem surprised to see me, fierce chain Victor, Moonlight Moria grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. So, Capone Beach failed, did he? Quite evident. Victor halted his pace, now less than 20 meters from the notorious figure. Confronting this infamous menace, you yourself have no expectations for Beach, do you, king of zombies? Yet you still chose to appear. Surely you do not believe that you can defeat me with these two ladies in tow? Moonlight Moria replied with an expression of amused disbelief. Now that is truly amusing. Beneath Victor's feet, an abundance of zippers materialized, forming an expansive chair entirely constructed from them. He reclined in the chair, crossing his legs with an air of nonchalance. Fingers interlaced upon his knees, as relaxed as if hosting guests in his own home. Had it been you from a decade ago, I would have certainly chosen to retreat into the shadows. But now, you have been thoroughly intimidated by Kaido. Speak no more. With a thunderous impact, Moria's fist struck the ground, leaving a vast fissure, causing the nearby homes and roads to shudder violently. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, bulged with fury as he gritted his teeth with every word. How dare you mention that insolent wretch in my presence? To brazenly spout off mere scraps of overheard information. The towering red-haired giant beside Moria wore a grim expression as he unsheathed the long sword from his back, while the lion-faced figure in a top hat pointed his empty hands menacingly at Victor. Should we eliminate this foul-mouthed brat, Lord Moria? The deep, resonant voice of the red-haired giant inquired, as anticipated. Ah, ha ha ha. Moria's demeanor suddenly brightened, a sinister smile spreading across his face. No. Since he possesses the audacity to show up, we must adhere to the rules of the game and grant them a chance. With a deliberate slowness, Moria rose, his imposing figure exuding an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a demon. Listen, Zipper Boy, I am well aware of your purpose for being here. It is for this, is it not? As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. Staggering forth from behind Moria was a zombie clad in a kimono, a katana at its waist, brandishing a short blade sheathed in deep crimson. That is. The astonishment on red-haired Jaime's face was palpable as the long-lost national treasure of Wano stood before her. The remains of the sword Godryuma, the black bladed Kushi, and red snow tea manji, gripping the hilt of her red Siam sword. Her expression turned cold as she declared, "You dare to desecrate the remains of the sword god." Moria threw his head back in laughter. Ha ha ha, the sword god. To me, he's merely a rather useful non-human. What do you say? If you desire him, bring something of equal value to trade. With a sudden motion, Moria grasped the zombie's head. A wicked grin spreading across his face. How about trading him for the newly recruited intelligence officer from your organization? Victor sighed. Becky certainly revealed quite a bit to you. So, it seems you have your eyes set on Robin as well. In that case, our negotiations cannot proceed. Ha ha ha, there's no helping it. Capone Becky is blissfully unaware of her true identity, but your overprotectiveness has aroused her suspicions regarding this girl. Once he informed me, I immediately recognized her significance. However, keeping this girl in your headquarters, so close to the naval base, poses a grave risk. If this escalates and the Navy uncovers my intentions regarding historical texts, my position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea will be jeopardized. Ha ha ha. Moonlight Moria chuckled mischievously, pacing while wagging his finger. Thus, I instructed that fool to lure you to Clock Town, so we can converse face to face. Think it over. Zipper boy, will you bring that girl named Robin to Clock Town, or shall the lives of the 3 of you be forever extinguished here? As Moonlight Moria pressed him, a multitude of zombies emerged from the surrounding houses and the soft earth, numbering over 1,000. They brandished an array of weapons, their forms diverse, all silently fixated on Victor and his companions. Yet, even this legion of the undead paled in comparison to the sheer terror exuded by Moonlight Moria himself. Confronted by this ancient, monstrous figure, Victor felt a stinging sensation on his exposed skin, realizing it was the oppressive aura of Moonlight Moria manifesting before him. This was one of the infamous 7 warlords of the sea, the dreadful king of zombies, Moonlight Moria. Faced with the malicious choice posed by Moonlight Moria, Victor slowly rose to his feet, the zipper chair behind him disassembling and melding back into the ground. Do not underestimate me, Moonlight Moria, Victor stated firmly, hands in pockets, as a leader. If I cannot protect my subordinates, how can I command their respect? Moonlight Moria suddenly lost interest and returned to his seat before the large clock, yawning with disinterest. TSK. It seems today's lambs are quite ambitious. How troublesome. You lot, handle him. At your command, master, replied several of Moonlight Moria's subordinates in unison. The bespectacled old scholar surveyed the other officers, who will take action. I'm pressed for time to prepare potions for Lord Moria. Let us draw lots. You bunch of rascals. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I am a genius doctor. Doctors do not kill, do they, Sindori? The rotund yet lanky-legged doctor grinned awkwardly at the zombie made beside him. The lion-faced man in a top hat bellowed, whoever acts, I won't interfere. But leave that beautiful woman in the kimono for me. I intend to marry her. The red-haired brute was the most direct. Brandishing his long blade as he advanced step by step toward Victor, his deep voice laden with irritation, I wanted to cleave you in 2 earlier, you foul-mouthed brat. As he closed the distance, less than 10 meters away, he suddenly swung his sword, unleashing a fierce gust of cutting wind straight at Victor. Tiger's fierce wind. Phoenix's song. An elegant and swift spiral of sword wind, accompanied by the sound akin to a divine bird's cry, negated the brute's powerful strike. Standing protectively in front of Victor, Maihonji gripped the renowned blade red Siam, and that splendid aerial slash was her masterpiece. Moonlight Moria erupted into boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha. How delightful. How delightful. Hey, Zipper boy, I've changed my mind. Let us have a tournament, a one-on-one battle. Let Fleming clash with that girl. Victor's expression grew increasingly frigid. My companions are not mere jesters for your amusement, Moria. Perona, Red Queen, take cover. Victor's right hand suddenly opened like a zipper, and a blade emerged from within, a long, unsheathed sword, known as the Lightning Blade, forged with 50 craftsmanship. The hilt of Lightning Blade seamlessly connected to the zipper at Victor's fingertips. In an instant, the blade and hilt shattered, revealing the single-sided chain teeth within. With a powerful roar, Victor channeled his entire strength, swinging this infinitely extending chain knife in a terrifying arc. The metallic zipper whirred as it created a circular milling effect. A deafening hum resonated, followed by the violent rush of slicing wind. With a thunderous crash, the surrounding residences and the bewildered zombies were utterly obliterated by this ferocious chain blade. The turbulent air filled the sky with debris, with splinters and dismembered limbs. However, there were exceptions. The acrobatic Red Dance Princess and the lifted Perona leaped into the air, while others employed their own means to evade the horizontal chain slash that engulfed the village. The red-haired giant crouched to gather strength before leaping high into the sky, the old scholar seemingly walking on air, while the gangly-legged doctor was hoisted by a zombie maid, both finding refuge on a stone platform beside Moonlight Moria. Moria yawned, too lethargic to rise, as shadows surged beneath him. A vast sea of shadows erupted, forming countless massive shadowy arms that relentlessly lifted the stone platform and the aged clock tower behind him high into the air. Even as these shadowy limbs were swiftly dismantled by the chain blade's overwhelming force, more shadowy hands emerged from the ground in less than a tenth of a second, continuing to support the massive stone platform. Moments later, As the storm subsided, the shadowy hands slowly returned the platform to the ground. Moria, too indifferent to offer even a cursory compliment, yawned again and languidly remarked, "Is this a complete breakdown of negotiations? Let us not draw lots. Let us swiftly eliminate them. Then reclaim our new cadre in Algerero town." Moonlight Moria held no concern for these lowly zombies. His elite undead army was preserved aboard the terrifying three-masted ship. He could summon as many of these inferior beings as he desired. Upon landing, the red-haired giant sprang into action, brandishing his long knife towards Victor. Meanwhile, the hunchbacked scholar swiftly descended from the air, coordinating with the giant to launch an assault on Victor. Clang! The Red Dance Princess drew Scarlet Dawn, deftly parrying the giant's descending long knife, producing a shower of sparks upon contact. Seizing the moment, she redirected her force, causing the giant's blade to miss, then executed a series of rapid slashes that gradually pushed the giant towards the opposite side of the battlefield. As the old scholar prepared to strike Victor, he suddenly found several milky white ghostly orbs before him, laughing maniacally as they lunged at him. Utilizing his aerial prowess, he executed a sharp maneuver to avoid the ghostly ambush, retreating to the sky where he spotted the pink-haired girl below, grinning mischievously. Surrounded by an endless stream of these spherical specters, observing the blond young man in a suit advancing towards Moria, the lion-faced figure let out a low growl. Raising his empty hands, "Dare to destroy my zombie squad number 2? Taste my dead man's hand." Yet, Moonlight Moria waved his hand to halt the lion-faced figure. Slightly sitting up, "Absalom, you and Hogaback retreat. Neither of you can contend with this zipper-wielding lad." The lion-faced Absalom grasped the peculiar Dr. Hogaback and the zombie-made Sindori. Gradually fading from sight, Moria gazed at Victor as he approached, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. "You have commendable subordinates, lad, but ultimately, you will lose them. Do you know why?" He rose slowly, his towering and fearsome figure casting a shadow over Victor beneath the immense full moon. His menacing words echoing through the ruins of Bell Tower Village. "My experience has revealed the answer. I lost my renowned and capable subordinates because they are alive, and thus will be lost. Had they been undead from the outset, there would be nothing to lose. Therefore, I shall utilize the Legion of the Dead to vie for the throne of the Pirate King, and you will become my most illustrious zombie general. Come forth, fierce Chain Victor. I, the zombie King Moonlight Moria, shall personally grant you eternal death." The final battle begins. On the eastern side of the battlefield, a male and female swordsman faced each other. The enormous full moon loomed over the ruins of Bell Tower Village, the night wind howling fiercely. The Red Dance Princess pointed the tip of Scarlet Dawn downward, scrutinizing her opponent. He was a towering man, approximately 3 meters tall, around 30 years of age, with fiery red hair flowing like flames. He wore a practical open-chested shirt and loose trousers for ease of movement. His lips were somewhat thick, and he sported a short beard on his chin. His elongated eyes marked by a prominent scar on his left brow. The man wielded a straight longsword, its hilt shaped like a rare cross from the West Sea, exuding an ominous aura in the eyes of the sword master, the Red Dance Princess. To encounter a swordsman in the West Sea, let alone a rare female swordsman. The red-haired man spoke in a deep voice. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness." He twirled his sword, raising it to eye level. Its tip directed at the Red Dance Princess. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cursed Tiger Fleming, a former bounty hunter, now one of Lord Moria's 4 oddities. By the way, I do not appreciate the title of 4 oddities and am currently seeking a new name. If you have any suitable suggestions, please let me know." "No. You should continue being your 4 oddities," the Red Dance Princess instinctively retorted, her face reddening as she realized. Clearing her throat, she straightened her demeanor. "I am called the Red Dance Princess, a swordsman hailing from Wano country, currently an ally of Victor." Fleming glanced at the Scarlet Dawn in her hand, his voice still low. "Your blade is impressive, but be cautious. Mine is a demon blade. Moreover, I adhere to the all-slaying philosophy. Cursed Tiger reverse slash." As his words fell, the ground beneath him erupted, delivering an upward slash toward the Red Dance Princess. Yet, she was swifter. Her figure darted like a free-flying swallow, gracefully evading the powerful reverse slash. Then her Scarlet Dawn transformed into a streak of cold light, aiming precisely at Fleming's chest. "Piercing blade. Thornbird. Humph, I was waiting for you. Tail Tiger." Fleming had already learned of the Red Dance Princess's swift speed, anticipating her counterattack. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, executing a downward strike aimed at the approaching Red Dance Princess. Yet, her response was even quicker. The Scarlet Dawn tilted to the left, as if she danced in a whirl, the blade tracing an elegant arc as she spun. Blade dance, divine Crane's call. Clang, 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 clang. Fleming's fierce tail tiger not only failed to strike the Red Dance Princess, but was met with an increasingly rapid series of counter-slashes that forced him to retreat. He realized that each successive strike was stronger than the last, as she harnessed the momentum of her body's rotation. Fleming surmised the situation but found no immediate solution. Gripping his long sword firmly in front of him, once again, a crisp clash of steel echoed through the air. The elegant dance must eventually reach its conclusion. As the final spinning slash from the Scarlet Dancer caused Fleming to lean back slightly, revealing a vulnerability, swiftly followed by a fierce and well-timed scythe strike. The formidable blade, Lion Hunter, was poised to determine the victor at that very moment when an eerie and ominous wave emanated from Fleming's sword, manifesting as two concealed and peculiar sword energies appearing on either side of the Scarlet Dancer. Caught off guard, she had no choice but to alter her swordplay, barely deflecting the right side sword energy with Crimson Dawn, yet sustaining a wound on her arm from the left, blood instantly staining her red kimono with a more vivid hue. The Scarlet Dancer executed a series of nimble retreats, distancing herself from Fleming, furrowing her brows at the blade in his hand, tilting her head in an endearing manner, wondering if this could truly be termed a demon blade. Generally speaking, while demon blades are exceptionally sharp, they often carry the side effect of being harmful to their wielder. She had never encountered a demon blade that could autonomously unleash sword energy to protect its master. Perhaps the opponent had merely abbreviated Sorcerer's Blade to Demon Blade. Fleming shook his slightly numbed hand, resting the long sword on his shoulder as he murmured, "I warned you earlier, this is indeed a demon blade of misfortune. You have experienced its power firsthand, quite formidable. Wouldn't you agree? However, your swordsmanship is rather unique. It resembles a soaring bird." He genuinely admired her skill, reflecting that had it not been for the misfortune activating at that moment, he might have been struck down by this woman. The Scarlet Dancer severed a portion of her sleeve to fashion a makeshift bandage for her wounded arm. "My swordsmanship is inherited from the heavenly bird guardians of the Land of Harmony, the secret technique Flying Bird Sword, which is renowned alongside True Martial of 100 Flowers, Whale Hand, and Cricket Spear as the 4 secret techniques of the Land of Harmony. Flowers, birds, fish, and insects. They are the 4 secret techniques." At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted. The ground beneath the Scarlet Dancer seemed to convulse violently, stones rolling chaotically amid a cacophony of tremors. Was it Victor? Before she could ponder further, another deafening blast reverberated. The earth beneath her shattered completely, massive boulders laden with dirt erupted, and amidst the thunderous rumble, she suddenly realized that Fleming had vanished from sight. Instinctively, she leaped backward. Just as her lithe figure left her previous position, it exploded into fragments the very next second. Fleming, suspended in the air, noted that his surprise sword energy had failed to strike the Scarlet Dancer, yet he bore no regret. He unleashed a vertical slash, his fierce sword wind carving a straight line directly toward the recently steadied Scarlet Dancer. Fierce wind of the tiger, grim bite. Gritting her teeth, the Scarlet Dancer retaliated with a reverse side slash that dispersed the oncoming sword energy, then executed a swift roll to evade the eerie wave of sword energy that had silently appeared beside her. Was this truly a demon blade? The Scarlet Dancer muttered in exasperation. Having lost the initiative, she could only keep her feet moving, swiftly leaping between the massive tilting boulders, occasionally dodging the violent wind that shattered stones behind her. "I've got you now." Tiger's Wrath, Grim Ghost Spike. Fleming seized the opportune moment, leaping once more into the air, his body partially coiled. Gripping the demon blade of misfortune with both hands, its tip aimed directly at the Scarlet Dancer below, thrusting downward with tremendous force toward her crown. However, the Scarlet Dancer, seemingly anticipating his strike, deftly evaded this lethal thrust just in time. Fleming barely had a moment to register his surprise before the Scarlet Dancer launched her counterattack. Her sword tip pointed downward. She drew sparks from the rocky ground before suddenly sweeping upwards at an angle. The brilliant sparks of light accompanied a swift and elegant arc of blade light as it sliced across Fleming's chest. Secret Sword, Nightbird Source. Fleming barely managed to withdraw Misfortune from the ground when the stunning blade light struck him head-on. Misfortune unleashed several strange waves of sword energy before him, yet they were all shattered by the Nightbird Source. This, however, afforded Fleming a precious moment. He leaped backward, pulling Misfortune to his chest as the violent clashing of blades erupted. Fleming coughed blood, propelled backward by the tremendous impact, landing atop a massive boulder that was slowly tilting amidst the chaos. He clutched the deep wound on his chest, glaring intensely at the Scarlet Dancer. "How did you evade that?" The Tiger's Wrath, Grim Ghost Spike should have pierced through your blind spot. You couldn't have possibly seen it coming. The Scarlet Dancer did not respond to Fleming's query. Instead, she gazed into the distant battlefield, narrowing her beautiful peach blossom eyes with a hint of a smile, softly murmuring to herself, "This time, I have taken the lead, Perona. So, shall we consider this a shift from defense to offense?" A playful smile graced her lips as she unleashed a ruthless arc of her Crimson Dawn, summoning the cries of divine birds. Phoenix's song. Fleming, gritting his teeth, retaliated with a soaring slash, yet this time, the tiger was utterly vanquished by the Phoenix. The spiraling sword wind surged forth relentlessly toward him. He hastily leaped onto another stone. But just as he landed, a powerful tremor erupted from afar, sending him tumbling to the ground. What kind of monster is battling in the distance? Could Lord Moria not swiftly conclude matters with a mere fledgling? The rapidly approaching blade light shattered Fleming's thoughts, and he exerted every ounce of strength to wield his demon blade against the incessant onslaught of the Scarlet Dancer's strikes. The tide of battle had completely turned. Fleming, Already slower than the Scarlet Dancer, now suffered severe injuries to his chest, his combat prowess plummeting. He felt his grip on the demon blade growing increasingly heavy. Each counter he attempted easily evaded by his opponent, while fresh wounds accumulated on his body. If this continued, he would surely meet his demise. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to muster all his strength for a wide horizontal slash, forcing the Scarlet Dancer to leap back to evade. Just as she prepared to pursue, she suddenly noticed him standing firm, the demon blade raised horizontally, emanating an eerie purple mist. Indeed, now it resembled a demon blade. The Scarlet Dancer muttered under her breath. However, despite the impressive visual display from her opponent, she refused to grant him any time to transform. She leveled Crimson Dawn before her, the blade's tip aimed directly at Fleming's throat. And with a surge of power, she thrust forward with great force. Thornbird's thrust. The brilliant blade light shot toward Fleming, yet it halted 2 meters before him. The Scarlet Dancer felt as though she had become ensnared in an invisible quagmire, the air around her thickening like viscous gel. Finally, Fleming opened his eyes. His once black pupils now transformed into golden slits, his entire form shrouded in purple mist. "I've waited long enough, Ghost of Misfortune," the Scarlet Dancer gasped. Recognizing the ominous aura emanating from Fleming, akin to that of the demon blade of misfortune. Straining to swing Crimson Dawn, she cleaved a path through the almost solidified air, leaping away to a distance. What a troublesome woman. Do you have any idea of the cost of this technique? Fleming's face was contorted with anger as he swung his sword forcefully toward the distant Scarlet Dancer. Fierce wind of the tiger, cursed cry of the great demon. It was as if a violent tempest had erupted, followed by an intense tearing sensation. The ferocious slash unleashed by Fleming generated a violent gust of wind, tinged with a foreboding purple hue, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished screams, which obliterated the massive rock upon which the dance of the Scarlet Lady stood. Yet, with her remarkable agility, she had already evaded to a different location. The sky intermittently erupted with thunderous roars, while the ground beneath continued to tremble, escalating in intensity. However, Dance of the Scarlet Lady could no longer afford to be distracted, for the threat posed by the man before her was rapidly increasing. "You have made me squander 300 phantoms." Fleming, resembling a ferocious tiger demon, was shrouded in thick purple mist, his golden eyes fixated menacingly on her. "Damnable woman. I shall sever your tendons and slowly torment you." The expression of Dance of the Scarlet Lady turned icy. "Phantoms?" An ominous feeling washed over her. Ignorant woman. You are unaware of phantoms?" Fleming's voice dripped with malevolence. This demon blade of phantom calamity was originally sealed within the lair of the 8 Treasures Water Army on Tigerine Mountain. The local legends are false. There is no tiger demon, only a blade demon entangled with the demon blade. That individual was ensnared by the blade, wantonly slaughtering the surrounding villagers. With each life taken, he could transform them into phantoms, ensconcing them within the blade. Each phantom could manifest as an invisible sword energy to aid their master in combat. The first pillar of the 8 Treasures Water Army, the revered monk Ling Yin, battled that blade demon for 7 days and nights, eventually exhausting the phantoms within the blade. The blade demon perished, but the monk was left grievously wounded. Before his demise, he instructed his successor to seal this cursed blade. Ah, what a tragic waste. As the tremors caused the stone beneath Dance of the Scarlet Lady to collapse entirely, she leaped to another rock and coldly remarked, "And you stole this cursed blade afterward? Why allow such a treasure to languish eternally within the blade sealing pavilion?" The phantom calamity in Fleming's hand emitted a resonant hum, seemingly echoing his words. "After acquiring this blade, I fled to the Grand Line. I had no choice. Having slain so many from the 8 Treasures Water Army, the Conehead Green Pepper sought my life. Ultimately, I sought refuge with Lord Moria, who generously opened his doors to me. Under his command, I could freely amass phantoms. Yet, you, vile woman, have compelled me to expend all my phantoms to transform into this phantom calamity. I know you are stalling for time. Do you think this transformation has a time limit?" "Indeed, it does, but it is sufficient for me to sever your tendons one by one and relish in your demise." Fleming let out a sinister laugh. At that moment, Dance of the Scarlet Lady felt a profound sorrow, not for herself, but for Fleming. In their earlier confrontation, she sensed that although he fought ruthlessly, he possessed the spirit of a noble swordsman. Yet now, he was utterly ensnared by that cursed blade, having transformed entirely into the blade demon he described. The man Fleming had once been was no more. She sheathed Scarlet Dawn and slowly approached him, halting within 5 meters, assuming a poised stance for drawing her blade. "Oh, surrendering without a fight? Excellent. Since you were so obedient, I shall grant you a delightful end." Fleming spewed vile words, yet he too readied his phantom calamity in a combat stance. It seemed both shared the same intent, to determine the victor through the art of drawing blades. Time ticked away, and suddenly, a violent disturbance erupted in the sky. Both moved simultaneously. Tiger calamity, phantom chaos. Moonlit secret art, perfect bird. The surging sword winds morphed into a grotesque, howling visage, but before it could fully materialize, a beautifully circular blade light illuminated the scene. With a resounding echo, the struggling visage melted away like spring snow, dispersing into hundreds of serene faces carried by the wind. Fleming, maintaining his blade posture, suddenly collapsed, blood gushing from his body. The phantom calamity in his grasp emitted a desperate wail before shattering into countless fragments, leaving this world devoid of such a blade. Dance of the Scarlet Lady exhaled softly, shaking off the residual purple mist from her blade. And slowly sheathed Scarlet Dawn. The perfect bird also carried the connotation of exoneration. In the ruins of the battlefield at the eastern garden square of Clock Tower Village, the victor was Dance of the Scarlet Lady. Time rewound to the moment the battle commenced. Victor's renowned blade, Thunder's left, swiftly transformed into a chain blade, retracting back into its original form. He cast a glance towards the east, where the agile Mahoji was cleverly utilizing her speed advantage to lure the crimson-haired swordsman toward the eastern garden square. What a clever girl she is. Suddenly, a sense of alertness surged through him as he swiftly embraced Perona beside him and leaped backward. In the next moment, their previous position was pierced through by a massive spear formed of shadows. Let me gauge your strength, Zipper Boy. Bat Swarm. The shadow spear shattered into fragments upon missing its target, each shard morphing into shadowy bats, which surged towards Victor in a chaotic swarm, retreating rapidly. Victor whispered a few words to the delighted Perona nestled in his arms before forcefully throwing her away toward the distance. The bats paid her no heed. Their sole target was Victor. Upon landing, Perona realized that Victor's throw was executed with remarkable finesse, allowing her to stabilize her stance without much impact. Just as she was reveling in her triumph, she turned to find a figure not 5 meters away, a hunchbacked old scholar with thick-bottomed glasses. The two exchanged silent glances. After a long pause, Perona sheepishly raised her hand in greeting. What a coincidence. As they say, life is full of unexpected meetings. Before she could finish her sentence, a fierce blade of wind sliced past her face, shattering the ruins of nearby houses into a cloud of debris. The old scholar slowly lowered his kicking leg, smirking. You lost the staring contest, little girl. Who said I was playing a staring contest with you? You old coot. Perona exclaimed, her pink bangs nearly standing on end from anger. She spread her arms wide, conjuring flickering will-o'-the-wisps around her, which transformed into dozens of miniature ghostly orbs. Raising her small parasol, she fiercely commanded, blast him away. Mini ghost, sky high. The small ghostly orbs formed 2 lines and surged towards the old scholar, resulting in a dazzling series of explosions. The debris-laden ground, along with the surrounding ruins, erupted as a continuous barrage of mini detonations sent stones flying and clouds of dust billowing. Ahaha, old man. Do you see the prowess of Lady Pepe now? Perona laughed triumphantly, placing her hands on her hips as 2 tiny ghosts applauded enthusiastically beside her. Little girl, where are you exploding? A mocking voice called from above. Perona froze, glancing skyward. The resplendent full moon illuminated the night, and there, stepping through the air, was the hunchbacked figure in a white lab coat, looking down at her with a taunting gaze. Would you like to play a hunting game? Gale Step, Hornet. The old scholar unleashed a flurry of kicks in midair, visibly sending out waves of energy that fragmented into hundreds of small, conical gusts, descending upon Perona. Ah! She screamed, scrambling desperately to escape the onslaught of razor-like winds, cursing as she ran. You old pervert. If you want to play games, go play with zombies. There's a huge generational gap between us. Don't want to play with me? Then hurry up and die. Gale Step, Queen Bee. The fierce kick unleashed a violent vacuum, aimed directly at Perona's fleeing figure. In a critical moment, a chain blade shot in from afar and cleaved through the deadly gale attack. Brother Victor, Perona exclaimed, tears of joy welling in her eyes. But her delight was short-lived as she horrifiedly witnessed Victor being sent flying by the colossal Moonlight Moria, crashing through several ruined houses before plummeting into the half-destroyed church, causing a terrifying tremor in the hall. Hee. Zipper Boy, you actually dared to get distracted while fighting me? Moonlight Moria laughed maniacally, each step causing the ground to tremble as he advanced toward the now-silent church, a swarm of shadowy beasts trailing behind him. Brother. Perona could hardly believe her eyes. Her invincible brother Victor was in peril. Tears streamed down her youthful, unadorned face. The old scholar landed, shielding his eyes as he gazed toward the church, clucking his tongue. Taking a punch from Lord Moria, he is likely gravely injured. It's his own fault for being so arrogant, daring to challenge Lord Moria alone. Shut up. You have no right to belittle my brother. Perona retorted fiercely. The hunchbacked scholar raised his grizzled brow and slowly turned toward the source of her voice. Your brother risked his life to protect you. Don't squander that sacrifice, little girl. With tear-streaked cheeks, Perona sat curled up against a massive rock, already fast asleep, while above her hovered a spectral figure, identical to her, glaring angrily at the old scholar. The free spirit. Only one identical ghostly form can exist at a time. Mini-ghost, Firefly Band. Perona's ghostly form, now devoid of the small parasol, opened her arms wide, summoning countless miniature ghostly orbs that began to swirl protectively around her. The old scholar chuckled, stretching his neck with a creaking sound. In the end, it's still the same 2 moves. Did your brother not warn you about the fatal weaknesses of the ghost fruit? Perona fixed her determined gaze upon the old scholar, gently raising her hands as the speed of the ghostly orbs intensified around her. Of course I know about the main body. You can try and see who loses their combat power first, my main body or yours. With a sudden push of her hands, she unleashed Mini Ghost, the Grateful Dead. A torrential downpour of ghostly forms surged toward the old scholar. Have you resorted to self-destruction? Such a foolish girl, the scholar lamented with a sigh, leaping into the sky. But he quickly realized that, aside from a few ghosts that collided with the ground, the majority arced back towards him at high speed. This is somewhat interesting. I'll treat this as a target practice game. Gale Step, Hive. The old scholar skillfully distanced himself from the encroaching ghostly swarm, then unleashed countless phantoms with a powerful kick. A massive air barrier formed before him, bulging with countless protrusions that released a barrage of small, conical gusts, colliding with the incoming ghosts. Meanwhile, he propelled himself straight down toward Perona's main body, raising his finger to aim directly at her head. Yet, a petite figure darted faster than the old scholar towards Perona, her free spirit. The two figures converged. Perona's eyes snapped open, a mischievous smile spreading across her face as she soared upward into the sky. The old scholar crashed to the ground, dazed. He shook his head and looked up. His thick-bottomed glasses perched on his forehead, disbelief etched across his small eyes. The main body of the ghost fruit can fly? Perona soared joyfully through the sky, surrounded by a legion of ghosts, akin to a princess guarded by her loyal entourage. Old man, I told you there's a generational gap between us. Your information is outdated. She taunted with a laugh. Allow me to ceremoniously introduce this new technique. The free spirit, dead, can dance. Oh. There is no need for an introduction. The name alone signifies an extraordinary move. The old scholar, firmly planted on the ground, flicked his right hand, causing a colossal crack to mar the stone floor where his finger had just struck. With a few swift steps, he soared into the sky, grinning as he gazed at Perona floating above. Now this is a fair aerial battle. I am particularly fond of games, especially those that are fair. Indeed, I am one of the 4 peculiar beings under Lord Moria, known as Tai. Your name is of little consequence. I must swiftly defeat you and assist my brother. You are quite bothersome, old man. Perona interrupted the old scholar's self-introduction with hands on her hips, visibly displeased. The old man nearly choked on his words, his goat-like beard twitching in indignation. What rudeness. Is every little girl from the West Sea so ill-mannered? Their banter was abruptly interrupted by a tremendous roar emanating from the distant church. The entire battlefield of Clocktown trembled violently. Debris rolled on the ground as if the earth itself were about to upend. Brother, Perona cried out, while the old scholar adjusted his glasses in astonishment. Such a level of combat was truly terrifying. A second, even more violent tremor followed. This time, the church completely collapsed, and the ground around the ruins split open, upheaving large clods of earth and stones as if heralding the apocalypse. Accompanied by a deafening roar, smoke and dust erupted into the sky, carrying a multitude of debris and wood shavings. What could this be? Cunning, Gale Foot, mighty stag beetle. The old scholar snapped back to reality, delivering a fierce kick that shattered a large ghost quietly approaching from behind him. Humph, the game hasn't even begun, and you, little girl, wish to make a premature exit? Such a rule-breaking child. The old scholar muttered to himself. The dust was too chaotic for him to discern where the ghostly girl had flown off to. Never mind, moonwalk. The old man ascended into the heights with grace. At that moment, hundreds of mini-spirits formed 2 lines, blocking the old scholar's ascent. He abruptly veered to the side, only to discover the mist ahead suddenly parting, revealing an enormous ghostly fist barreling toward him like a speeding train. The old scholar barely had time to raise his arms in defense before being struck directly by the ghostly fist. A massive shockwave erupted, producing a thunderous sound in the sky. Even the swirling dust was dispersed by this force. Yes, just like that, hit him hard. Go for it, mighty ghost. Perona cupped her hands like a trumpet, cheering for the colossal ghost, which turned back to give her a thumbs up. Fool, turn around, turn around. Perona suddenly shouted in alarm, animatedly directing the giant ghost. Gale Foot, Great Hornet. With a loud shout, a massive conical blade of air pierced through the giant ghost's shoulder, continuing its relentless ascent into the sky. The old scholar's white coat was tattered, and his grizzled hair was disheveled. He removed his thick-bottomed glasses, inspecting the cracks, and glared at Perona with ire. These are the glasses my late wife left for me. Back in her day, old man, are you ever going to stop? We're fighting. Who wants to hear your tedious stories? Perona shouted, commanding the giant ghost to continue attacking the old scholar, while the number of mini-spirits rapidly increased. You little brat. The old scholar growled, barely evading the giant ghost's assault, his anger leading him to crush his glasses in his grip. Oh dear, you broke them yourself. Your memento from your late aunt has just been shattered by your own hands. Perona exaggeratedly fanned the flames, a skill she had acquired from Victor. You little rascal. The old scholar's hunchback straightened, making him appear taller, as he slicked back his grizzled hair with determination. His voice became deep and powerful. Since I faked my death to leave the Navy and join Lord Moria, I have never endured such a disgrace. You insolent girl. I shall tear you to pieces. Wow, even your self-reference has changed. Are you trying to force a character transformation? Perona retorted, unfazed. The giant ghost roared as it swung a heavy fist, but the old scholar dodged easily with 2 quick moonwalks. Suspended in midair, he balanced on 1 foot while coiling the other in preparation, resembling a volcano ready to erupt, as he bellowed. I have immersed myself in the 6 styles for years. Apart from the nearly limitless moonwalk, I take the greatest pride in this Gale Foot. Today, let this little brat witness my ultimate technique. Gale Foot. Red? Huh? Before he could finish naming the technique, he suddenly noticed 2 enormous, milky white arms appearing before him, dwarfing him entirely. No. It wasn't the clumsy giant ghost scratching its head across from him. They were from behind him? He stiffly raised his head, only to see an immense ghostly face looming directly above him, gazing down intently. This was another colossal ghost that had silently appeared, enveloping the old scholar in its embrace. In horror, he realized that not only had all his escape routes been sealed, but the injured giant ghost was also charging toward him with a roar. Who told you that my colossal ghost could only be one? Goodbye, old man. Perona winked playfully as she swiftly retreated amidst the protection of hundreds of mini spirits, raising her small hand to snap her fingers. Clap. Colossal ghost, planet waves. The 2 colossal ghosts merged into an enormous hollow sphere, trapping the furious old scholar within. Then expanding rapidly. Boom. An extraordinarily violent shockwave erupted in the sky. The heavy clouds were dispersed by this unprecedented explosion. And the brilliant full moon hung above the battlefield, coldly observing the devastation. Meanwhile, Perona, having retreated to a safe distance in the sky, placed her hands on her hips with a triumphant expression before hastily flying toward the battlefield where Victor was located. In the residential area above the western side of the Clocktown battlefield, the victor was Perona. Now let us rewind time just a little. In the central square of the Clocktown ruins, Victor, pursued by numerous shadow bats, hurled Perona toward the western residential area. Although there was a master of the Navy's 6 styles nearby, Victor believed that with her rigorous training, Perona would not be bested by such an old man. Unburdened, Victor suddenly halted, raising his hands with fingers splayed, each fingertip gleaming with metallic luster. With a sudden cross of his arms, he forcefully swung them, causing 10 golden chain blades to extend at breakneck speed, resembling meteors. They intertwined to form a colossal net, a lethal web woven from razor-sharp chain teeth. The metallic zipper, known as the slumbering goddess spindle, sparked where the chain blades crossed, quickly producing new zippers that connected to the opposing side. In an instant, the entire chain blade net became impenetrable. Subsequently, the countless shadow bats in pursuit were intercepted and annihilated by the violently trembling, sharp chain net. The remains of the shadow bats scattered across the ground, dissolving into a dark, lightless fluid, swiftly coalescing into a vast stream of shadows. This obsidian river slithered along the ground like a giant serpent, racing towards Victor. Meanwhile, on the other side, Moonlight Moria, wielding a colossal pair of scissors, swiftly advanced. At that moment, he was not yet the grotesquely corpulent figure depicted in later comics. His physique was merely somewhat portly, yet predominantly muscular. Coupled with his towering height of over 6 meters, the sense of intimidation he exuded was palpable. In a mere 2 or 3 seconds, as Victor completed the retraction of his chains, accompanied by a sinister chuckle, the enormous blades of Moonlight Moria appeared above him. Just as the shadowy stream was a mere 3 meters away from Victor, it transformed into a gigantic shadow beast, roaring as it lunged at him. Yet, Victor suddenly vanished from sight. The massive shadow beast snapped at nothing but air, while Moonlight Moria's gleaming scissor blades plunged deeply into the empty ground. Moria noticed a zipper rapidly closing at the spot where Victor had just stood, and his smile grew even more menacing. Well done, little one. You truly are impressive. He raised his hand, and the shadow beast immediately morphed into a flowing black sludge, surging towards him and then transforming into a gigantic spear with a long handle. He weighed the shadow spear in his hand before hurling it fiercely towards an open space. At that very moment, a zipper opened perfectly at that spot. Victor, just emerging from the zipper space, was struck directly by the ferocious shadow spear, severing him cleanly in 2. Before Moonlight Moria could revel in his triumph, he realized that the severed section of Victor's waist bore no blood or entrails. Instead, it revealed a profound zipper space, the resin zipper, spotted pocket. In a critical moment, Victor had utilized his formidable observation hockey in conjunction with the powers of the chain fruit to create a disintegration zipper at his waist. Subsequently, the zipper openings at both ends of his severed body shot forth tiny zippers as links, forcibly reconnecting him. His right arm extended back, the fingertip gleaming with metallic luster. Just as he prepared to unleash a fierce steel chain strike, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the western residential area. Perona was in danger. Victor had no time to ponder. With a swift motion of his right arm, an infinitely extending metallic chain blade, akin to a golden meteor, cleaved through the air, shattering the vacuum blade of the approaching storm that threatened to strike Perona. The moment had slipped away. Suddenly, a shadowy figure surged forward before Victor, and from it emerged Moonlight Moria, grinning wickedly as he swung his massive fist, cloaked in a dark sheen, crashing down upon Victor with tremendous force. Bang! Victor felt as though he had been struck head-on by a train barreling forward at full speed. The impact on his chest and the side of his face initially left him numb, and then the scenery around him rapidly receded. He was sent flying by a powerful punch from Moonlight Moria, which was imbued with the power of armament hockey, crashing through several dilapidated buildings before violently slamming into the hall of the church at the center of Clockfall Village. Boom. The already half-destroyed church trembled violently. Debris and dust cascaded down, filling the interior with smoke. Hee. Zipper boy, you actually dared to let your guard down while fighting me? How bold. With each step he took, the ground quivered slightly, and the maniacally laughing Moonlight Moria strode towards the partially ruined church. A surge of shadows swelled around him, transforming into various ferocious shadow beasts that converged menacingly upon the church. Yes, encircle him like this. Zipper boy, you cannot escape. Bring me Morgan. From the surging shadows emerged a gigantic pair of scissors, which Moonlight Moria seized and strode boldly into the church hall. The church, originally too small to accommodate Moria's colossal frame, had its upper section obliterated by Victor's earlier massive spinning chain blade attack. Now, the hall of the half-destroyed church was shrouded in smoke, and Moonlight Moria impatiently swung the enormous scissors in his hand, clearing the haze to reveal Victor, lying amidst a pile of rubble and shattered furniture. At this moment, Victor appeared quite pessimistic, lying motionless amidst the ruins, blood continuously oozing from beneath his nose and the corners of his mouth. His black, tailored suit was marred with scratches and dust. He lay still, only managing to lift his head to gaze at the slowly approaching Moonlight Moria. Hee. Zipper kid, let's see how you escape this time. Moonlight Moria chuckled as he sauntered in front of Victor, looking down upon him from his elevated position. Your tedious gangster game is about to come to an end. Fear not. I shall endeavor to preserve the integrity of your corpse. You are destined to become an exceptional zombie general. Victor, perplexed, coughed twice, only to feel the sharp pain radiate from his fractured ribs. Meanwhile, Moonlight Moria patiently observed the agony etched across Victor's face, wielding a large pair of scissors. After a moment, Victor managed to catch his breath and, gasping, continued to inquire. I fail to understand why you have returned to the West Sea. Isn't the scenery of the Devil's Triangle to your liking? Moonlight Moria's lips curled into a sinister smile. Even at this juncture, you remain glib. Should I commend you on your spirit? Beside him, the shadowy mire swirled, coalescing into a massive, comfortable armchair. Moria settled into it, propping the large scissors as he continued to engage Victor in idle conversation. My return to the West Sea is merely to reclaim the treasure once stored on Soren Alpha Island. Your new intelligence officer is merely a delightful surprise. Victor, weary and disheartened, lay sprawled amidst the rubble, muttering in frustration, damn luck. Moonlight Moria erupted into a boisterous, mocking laughter. Ha. Indeed, had you not encountered me, perhaps you might have navigated the Grand Line and achieved greatness. Alas, fate has not favored you. With that, Moonlight Moria rose, his shadowy chair transforming into a menacing, watchful beast. He raised the gleaming scissors, Morrigan, and sang in a melodious tone. Heh. So, fierce chain Victor, I, Moonlight Moria, acknowledge your strength. I grant you eternal rest, and your body shall become the blade in my hand. It is finished. Let this Morrigan mark the conclusion of your life. The colossal blade lunged toward Victor's chest with ferocity. Sparks erupted, dancing through the air as the tip of the scissors plunged deeply into the barren ground. Moonlight Moria abruptly looked up, only to see Victor, clutching his chest, unsteadily standing amidst the ruins, the flickering sparks around him gradually fading. In a moment of life and death, Victor forced a connection between the zipper on his back and the zipper on the ground, utilizing the automatic closure of the zipper's mechanism to propel himself to safety. Moonlight Moria withdrew the scissors, sending debris flying. Observing Victor's unsteady stance, he sneered. Look at your pitiful state. Even if you evade this time, can you escape the next? I intended to grant you a swift end out of pity, yet you seem ungrateful. The monstrous shadow behind Moonlight Moria let out a menacing growl. Victor, head bowed, exhaled a breath tainted with blood, and his left hand, once clasped to his chest, fell limply by his side. All was eerily silent. At that moment, Moonlight Moria sensed something amiss. As he glanced down, he caught sight of the shattered ground where he had withdrawn the scissors, revealing glimmers of metal within the cracks. Metal? This is bad. The corner blade shadow. With no time to ponder further, Moonlight Moria swiftly gestured, and the shadow beast beside him transformed into a surging torrent of darkness, coalescing into a massive shadow lizard with limbs that seemed to crawl through the air. Its head resembled a sharp, flat blade, and its elongated tail trailed behind, composed of an ever-extending shadow. With a vigorous sweep of his hand, the colossal shadow lizard shot forth like a black meteor, hurtling toward Victor with unstoppable momentum. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Victor fractured violently, and a multitude of zippers surged forth from the crevice. These were the materials he had secretly crafted in the subterranean layers while Moonlight Moria was busy with his monologue, grasping a zipper in his right hand. Thousands of zippers entwined and coalesced into an enormous knight's lance, its tip adorned with spiraling, barbed chain teeth, each spinning at breakneck speed. Victor firmly grasped the gun handle and hurled it with all his might at the approaching shadow lizard blade. Fierce chain, declaration of the great god, Gungnir. The shadow blade and the chain spear collided violently. Instantly, an incredibly violent tremor shattered the floor of the church hall. A deafening roar echoed from the ruins of the Clockfall village church. Rubble on the ground tumbled, as if the earth itself was about to be overturned. The rapidly spinning, massive chain spear clashed head-on with the giant shadow lizard blade, which was dragging a black trail of light. The point of the spear and the edge of the blade grinding against each other produced an intense, almost ear-splitting metallic screech. The chains on the surface of the chain spear advanced like a drill with increasing intensity, while the afterimage at the tail of the shadow lizard blade transformed into a jet-like form, lunging forward even further, seemingly by chance. The massive chain spear and the shadow lizard blade tilted downward simultaneously. Then, both weapons, bursting with tremendous force, plunged into the underground level of the church hall. First, there was silence. Then, the entire ground suddenly swelled upward, as a massive explosion erupted underground. The chain spear and the shadow lizard blade, unable to withstand the immense impact from each other, self-destructed simultaneously. The blast was so intense that it completely destroyed the already hollowed-out underground level, courtesy of Victor's chain fruit ability, and further triggered an island-wide tremor. The deafening roar was overwhelming. The entire church instantly collapsed completely, and then the earth, centered on the church ruins, cracked open at an alarming rate. The ruins of houses were completely obliterated as giant, tilting rock layers were lifted. Large amounts of rubble and dust burst through the ground and shot into the sky, with huge rocks carrying vast amounts of soil tumbling across the fractured earth. As if the end of the world had arrived, Clockfall Island was meeting its demise. Two figures, one large and one small, darted out from the collapsing remains of the church. Victor used his zipper tether to quickly reach the relatively intact crossbeam of the large, standing clock, while Gecko Mariah was hoisted by a surging swarm of bats onto a massive rock, which was then temporarily stabilized by countless shadow hands. Victor, you should have had your ribs and left arm shattered by my earlier attack. How are you still standing? Gecko Mariah's expression was grim. Earlier, in order to completely eliminate Victor, he had infused his own shadow into the horn blade shadow, giving it tremendous force and lethality. But he never expected that even such a powerful horn blade shadow would be destroyed by this kid, causing him to suffer a considerable backlash. Standing on the clock's crossbeam, Victor tore off his tattered black suit, revealing a relatively intact shirt. As he slowly rolled up his sleeves, he smiled slightly. I have you to thank for that, Gecko Mariah. If you hadn't been giving your victory speech, giving me enough time, how could I have smoothly used zippers to reassemble all my shattered bones? Although Victor appeared nonchalant, he knew that the damage he had sustained was definitely significant. Even with the emergency use of resin zippers to reattach the 7 broken ribs, the fractured left arm bone, and the damaged internal organs, his stamina was still greatly depleted. For that move, declaration of the great god, he had converted almost all the steel bars in the underground level of the church hall into zippers. Now both sides are in bad shape. It all depends on who has the stronger will. This island is going to be destroyed. But before it is, I will take you down first. Gecko Mariah received the giant scissors Morley gun from a nearby shadow beast and stretched his shoulders. Anyone can talk big. Let's put our words into action, Mr. Mariah. A long sword with a blue, swirling pattern on the hilt slowly emerged in Victor's palm. It was none other than the Thunder Left, one of the 50 skillful great swords. At that moment, a violent tremor suddenly erupted in the sky. The dust that had been obscuring the sky was directly dispelled by this incredibly intense explosive shockwave, revealing the cold, giant full moon. Haha, heaven is helping me. The shadows have appeared. Gecko Mariah laughed wildly, raised his giant scissors, and lunged at Victor. The shadow beasts beside him also transformed into streams of fluid-like shadows, rushing closely behind their master. Metal zipper, 5-stringed lute. Victor gripped his sword with his right hand, allowing the blade to hang down, while his left hand was open, palm facing upward, fingers splayed. The tips of his fingers glimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the bright moonlight. Suddenly, 5 metallic chain blades shot forth like meteors trailing behind them, hurtling towards Moonlight Moria, each blade infused with a violent cutting force. How naive. Shadow Tide, Binding Serpent. Just before the chain blades could reach Moonlight Moria, they were abruptly intercepted by a surge of shadowy currents rising from the ground. The flowing shadows coalesced into 5 dark pythons, each viciously biting down on the tips of the chain blades. In an instant, sparks erupted from the pythons' mouths, accompanied by a deafening sound of friction. The colossal serpents, composed of shadowy fluid, trembled incessantly, clearly unable to endure for long. Yet, this was more than sufficient. At this moment, Moonlight Moria was less than 5 meters away from Victor, who lifted his massive scissors, the blade aimed menacingly at Victor. Beneath Victor's feet, sparks flickered like stars, and he abruptly shifted backward, then leaped into the air from the edge of the beam. The colossal scissors in Moonlight Moria's hands, rendered aimless, severed the clock's beam, cleaving the bell cleanly in two upon its descent. Amidst the shower of sparks, this ancient relic, symbolizing the village of Falling Bell, was irrevocably consigned to history. As Victor soared through the air, he closed his left hand into a fist and swiftly reversed it. 5 metallic chain blades twisted together into a helix, instantly dismantling the 5 shadow serpents before him. The entwined chain blades reconfigured into a circular whip, each loop spinning with velocity, erupting with sparks, and emitting a piercing hum. With a powerful swing, Victor lashed the chain whip towards Moonlight Moria. Metal zip, 5-stringed pipa, Sherman rope. The forceful strike scattered Moonlight Moria into a cloud of shadowy residue, while the true form of Moonlight Moria appeared at a distance. Shadow Warrior has swapped positions. Taste this. Moonlight Moria, palm facing upward, struggled to lift his right hand, and then clenched it fiercely. The scattered shadow fluid on the ground immediately spread out, enveloping Victor, suspended in midair, completely. Countless shadow stakes erupted from the ground, rushing towards Victor with fervor. Shadow Tide. Shadow Execution. With no means of evasion, Victor's renowned blade, Thunderlord left, shattered into segments, transforming into a chain blade. He then swung it fiercely, launching the chain blade towards a massive, slanted rock, which it swiftly latched onto, pulling taut. The multitude of ascending sharp shadow stakes converged in a frenzied attempt, yet found only emptiness. In that critical moment, Victor was forcefully yanked out of the lethal execution zone by the chain blade. Upon landing atop the enormous rock, he immediately crouched, his hand gliding over the rocky surface as streams of metallic fluid spread across it, causing the massive stone to tremble slightly. From a distance, Moonlight Moria watched this spectacle, his eyes widening in realization, followed by a maniacal laugh. Transformation, remote control. So that's it. You've indeed obtained a rare fruit, you chain rascal. A special superhuman type with a naturally half-awakened ability? Your path to awakening will be more arduous than others. But fret not, for you shall not have such worries for long, as I will eliminate you right here. Come forth, my shadows, gather by your master. Moonlight Moria spread his arms wide, bellowing, as countless shadows surged forth from the scattered remnants of zombies, answering his call and coalescing into a swirling mass of black mire at his feet. Shadow Assembly. New shadows continuously merged into the gathering darkness beneath Moonlight Moria. Gradually, his form began to transform. Victor maintained a half-squatting posture, his expression inscrutable as he observed the figure before him swell to an incomprehensible enormity. Compared to the 8 years depicted in the comics, Moonlight Moria was undoubtedly far more formidable at this moment. Not only did he still possess the prowess of armament hockey, but more significantly, his mastery over the collective shadows was unparalleled. His form had surged to a staggering 20 meters, his muscles inflating like balloons, while a deluge of dark shadowy fluid coalesced into a pitch-black cloak enveloping him. Beneath his feet, a vast pool of shadows surged ominously. The legendary visage of a great demon could scarcely compare. With 700 shadows at his command, what did it matter if he lacked conqueror's hockey? I shall reclaim the throne of the Pirate King with the formidable might of this legion of the dead. What do you say, Zipper Boy? Can you vanquish me? Can you defeat the warlord of the sea, the greatest king of zombies in history? Moonlight Moria's eyes were bloodshot, his veins protruding, his expression wild with madness. He gazed at the stubborn, diminutive figure across from him and inexplicably recalled his own failed challenge against Kaido. Even when his jaw had been shattered by Kaido's blow, when all his subordinates had been ruthlessly slaughtered, even as his conqueror's hockey vanished forever, and his armament and observation hockey uncontrollably began to wane, he had never relinquished that dream. The throne of the Pirate King is mine. Victor finally rose to his feet. The massive boulder beneath him transformed into a metallic repository teeming with an abundance of zippers. The surface of this metallic storehouse shimmered with flowing streams of zippers, harboring an immense supply for Victor's use. He shouldered his renowned blade, Rei Yuzwa, his fatigue overshadowed by an unwavering determination. Of course, if I say I can, I can. For I am Mafia Victor, destined to become the big boss who will rule the world. A mere king of zombies shall not obstruct my path. The countdown to the destruction of Clockfall Island has begun. The final battle in the ruins of Clockfall Village has commenced. Perona maintained her flying form of dead-can dance, straining to pull the dance-red princess gently through the sky. Pepe, could you fly a bit faster? I am quite worried about Victor. The dance-red princess dangled in the air, held by Perona, her posture far from graceful. Perona had spotted this swordswoman struggling across the tumultuous ground while searching for her, and out of kindness, decided to assist her into the relatively safe skies. However, Perona had not anticipated that adding another person would drastically reduce her flying speed. At this rate, they could have walked there. Little dance, tell me honestly, how heavy are you? Perona felt as though her slender arms might snap under the weight. This dramatic woman from Wano was indeed quite heavy. The dance-red princess pouted in displeasure. Pepe, how rude. Moreover, you really ought to strengthen your training. You can see it. It's Victor and that giant. Without needing the dance-red princess's reminder, Perona had already caught sight of the fierce battle unfolding in the central battlefield through her ghostly telescope. It was a scene of carnage. The term could scarcely encapsulate the devastation wreaking havoc in the square of the central church of Clockfall Village. The earth was bereft of any intact ground, and Victor's already modest stature appeared diminutive against the towering silhouette of the shadowy Moria. who loomed at 20 meters in his shadow-gathering form. Yet this did not signify that Victor lacked the strength to contend with the warlord of the sea Moria. Under Victor's command, a multitude of metallic zippers coalesced into formidable, grotesque knightly spears and jagged shields, poised to withstand Moria's seemingly endless onslaught of shadow beasts and devastating punches. The pool of shadows beneath Moria birthed an unceasing tide of shadow beasts, surging towards Victor, intent on tearing him to shreds. Moria's every colossal punch, imbued with destructive force, accurately anticipated Victor's evasive maneuvers. Such a formidable assault would typically lay waste to any opponent. However, each wave of Moria's attacks was met with Victor's arduous defenses. He resembled a small vessel tossed amidst tumultuous waves, appearing on the brink of capsizing with each surge, but ultimately persevering against the storm. As the battle raged on, Victor bore more wounds, yet Moria too accumulated injuries from Victor's intermittent counterattacks. This was a contest of men. The first to falter would meet utter ruin. After Perona and the dance-red princess alighted in a relatively safe spot, the former contemplated urging her ghostly minions to assist Victor, but was halted by the latter. Pepe, do not intervene. Their combat is too closely matched. Your rashness may hinder rather than help. The dance-red princess gazed at the golden-haired man on the battlefield, murmuring, Victor is using this battle to challenge himself. What a handsome and powerful man. Oh dear, what am I saying? The shame of a warrior. The shame of a warrior. Ignoring the dance-red princess, who was shyly fidgeting, Perona gazed intently at Victor, struggling fiercely against the king of zombies, tears unwittingly welling in her eyes. The pink-haired girl clasped her hands before her chest, silently praying. Brother, you must win. On the battlefield, Victor was once again struck by Moria's devastating punch. Infused with armed hockey, the evasive technique resin zipper, spot pocket proved futile against such a colossal fist, which loomed larger than Victor himself. Victor could only raise his arms to shield his head, channeling his entire being into the formidable hockey of armament to withstand such a devastating blow. Even though he was a rare talent in cultivation, having practiced the armament hockey for merely a month paled in comparison to the prowess of Moonlight Moria, who had honed his skills through over a decade of relentless training and countless battles. Ribs, internal organs, leg bones, and tendons, Victor's injuries multiplied and intensified. Despite his utmost effort to utilize the resin zipper within his body to continuously stitch and bind his wounds and broken bones, the rate of his recovery lagged far behind the frequency of his injuries. Furthermore, Victor's observation hockey was diminished when he employed the armament hockey unskillfully. While Moonlight Moria's own observation hockey persistently disrupted his senses, the situation grew increasingly perilous. Although his injuries were escalating, Victor could distinctly sense that his armament hockey was becoming more refined. This, perhaps, was the only silver lining amidst the chaos. The strength exhibited by Moonlight Moria far surpassed the deductions Victor had made based on the descriptions in the manga. Had Moria possessed such formidable power during the Thriller Bark arc, Luffy would have surely been reduced to a mere pancake. Victor had indeed contemplated retreat, believing that avoiding confrontation was not a sign of cowardice. However, his observation hockey sensed the presence of Perona and Nico Robin nearby, and he was certain that Gecko Moria had perceived it as well. The moment he turned to flee, Victor had no doubt that Moria would immediately target Perona and Nico Robin. For the sake of his comrades and his aspirations, retreat was not an option. Defeat was out of the question. As another fierce punch, accompanied by a violent gust of wind, struck him, Victor, whose vision was becoming increasingly blurred, let out a furious roar. He summoned all his strength and swung his right fist directly toward Moria's colossal blow. Boom! The intense shockwave spread rapidly. Victor felt the bones in his right arm and fingers fracture once more, but this was the first time. For the first time, their armament hockey was evenly matched. Gecko Moria let out a terrifying roar, his eyes bloodshot as they fixed on the diminutive figure before him, filled with astonishment. Despite his excessive consumption of hockey and the rapid degradation of his armament hockey, due to the loss of Conqueror's hockey, he marveled at the potential of this young fighter. Could this boy truly possess the potential to become a conqueror? The world did not require so many tyrants, Moria growled ferociously. At that moment, he felt fortunate to have discovered this unripe seed of tyranny in the West Sea. He was determined to crush this significant threat at its inception. A multitude of shadow beasts were drawn back into the shadow pool beneath his feet, merging and surging ominously. You cannot escape, Victor. Not just you. But those two girls shall not be spared either. Let this island perish along with you. Moria's shadow melded entirely with the shadow pool. Under the moonlight, his shadow began to writhe and transform, his fingers becoming sharp and menacing, the horns on his head curving into the shape of demonic goat horns, and enormous bat wings extending from his back. Shadow Revolution, Limb and Horn King. Since the shadow is connected to the physical form, any change in the latter will result in a corresponding change in the former. Conversely, if the shadow transforms, theoretically, the physical form will also alter. Gecko Moria's Shadow Revolution appeared to be an abstract technique, altering the shape of the shadow to correspondingly modify the body. Indeed, the effects were undeniably irrational. But the powers of the devil fruit inherently embodied such absurd and idealistic capabilities. Now, Moria was demonstrating to all present just how preposterous the development of devil fruit abilities could be. The small horns at his temples morphed into massive, twisted goat-like horns, while his fiery hairstyle blazed like hellfire, radiating neither heat nor light. His elongated eyes emanated a sinister crimson glow, and his sharp teeth grew ever more fearsome, with his canines protruding beyond his lips. His fingertips transformed into menacing talons, and a pair of enormous bat wings erupted from his back. His overall height surged to a terrifying 30 meters. Shadow Revolution, Limb and Horn King. Standing before Moria in this colossal form, Victor, whose stature was already modest, appeared as diminutive as an ant. Victor painstakingly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In truth, he was astonished that he had managed to engage Moonlight Moria to such an extent. At this juncture, Moonlight Moria was extraordinarily formidable. His attempt to gauge Moria's current strength based on the depiction from 8 years in the future was indeed a grave miscalculation. Moria's mastery of armament hockey surpassed his own. His observation hockey interfered with his movements, and his fruit abilities were significantly more developed. Furthermore, his reserves of hockey, physical stature, and sheer strength eclipsed Victor's. Even though he no longer possessed the Conqueror's hockey, Moria continued to dominate the fight. However, having arrived at this critical juncture, retreat was not an option. He would grit his teeth and endure until the very last moment. Victor cast a glance at the metallic box beside him. This metal zipper warehouse, forged from colossal boulders, now harbored but a mere 13 remnants, allowing for the utilization of the fierce chain technique only one last time. It was his final opportunity. Victory hinged upon a single decisive strike. Victor bent down, hands resting on his knees, and exhaled sharply, disregarding the pain radiating throughout his body as he summoned the last vestiges of his strength. His voice, though soft, pierced through the cacophony of the crumbling island, clearly reaching the ears of Moonlight Moria. Come now, Mr. Moria. This truly is the final strike. In his form as the king of the sea, Moonlight Moria was not faring much better. He felt his stamina waning rapidly. Even before his confrontation with Kaido, he seldom employed this technique as it was a double-edged sword for him. He let out a sinister chuckle, the dark flames above him intensifying. Ha ha ha, splendid. Just as you wish, Victor. Let us conclude this unyielding zipper boy with one final blow. The tension between the two adversaries escalated, nearing its zenith. In the distance, the onlooking beauties, Red Dance and Perona, clasped each other's hands nervously, silently praying for Victor's success. Suddenly, a mournful howl echoed from nearby, prompting the two ladies to turn curiously. They spotted a figure gradually revealing itself in vibrant hues, a lion-faced man donning a tall top hat, squatting and wailing as he cradled the back of his head, clearly in distress. Beneath him lay a large bloodied rock, a remnant of the seismic upheaval that had struck him. Beside the lion-faced oddity, Absalom, the bandaged figure of an old scholar, lay sprawled on the ground, while the rotund and lanky doctor, Hogback, was diligently attending to him, a golden-haired, sultry zombie maid serving as a temporary nurse by his side. Behind them lay a distinctive zombie, adorned in a kimono with an elaborate hairstyle, equipped with an extraordinary katana at its waist and a short blade with a red sheath tucked within. This was the corpse of Wano's sword god, Ryuma, along with his famed blades, Shusakazuki Zemon. It appeared that the shadow within had been extracted by Moonlight Moria, leaving behind an unclaimed shell. Red Dance and Perona exchanged glances, a smile gracing their lips. One drew forth the renowned sword Akazuki, while the other summoned a multitude of mini spirits, advancing towards the peculiar group. On the battlefield, both sides had amassed sufficient power, poised to unleash their decisive strike. Victor felt that the energy he had amassed had reached its zenith. It was time. The metallic zipper warehouse beside him suddenly shattered, and countless zippers transformed into an enormous and archaic full-arm armor that enveloped his left arm entirely. The surface of the armor was adorned with menacing, rapidly spinning sharp chain teeth, emitting a piercing buzz. Victor let out a furious roar, summoning the last remnants of strength from within, propelling his colossal, malevolent armament towards Moonlight Moria with tremendous force. Fierce chain, fiery king of Hades, he bellowed with exhilaration. Excellent. I'll eradicate you completely with this technique. Resurrection of the monster. Moonlight Moria abruptly swung his left arm, the inky shadows of his cloak enveloping his fist, transforming it into a massive gauntlet, and he lunged at Victor with the intent to shatter him with a direct blow. But what did the saying go? A person's life is governed by a singular fate. The immense bulk and weight of Moonlight Moria caused the already fractured ground beneath him to buckle. And just as he was about to unleash this ferocious strike, the earth suddenly crumbled beneath his feet. In his haste to consolidate power, he had retracted all his shadow pools and cloaks, leaving him no time to summon new shadowy hands to stabilize the ground below. With a monstrous cry, Moonlight Moria plunged into a gaping chasm, and his formidable shadow gauntlet struck the remnants of a nearby bell tower, shattering it into countless pieces. At that very moment, Victor's full-force strike collided with Moonlight Moria's chest. Boom. This overwhelming blow crashed into the vast expanse of Moonlight Moria's torso, propelling his towering 30-meter form into the air, obliterating the shattered pit beneath him as he ascended towards the heavens. Time seemed to stand still. As Moonlight Moria soared to his zenith, He began a rapid descent, shadows escaping from his body in frantic disarray. Finally, with a resounding crash, he plummeted back to the already ravaged ground below. At that moment, Moonlight Moria's eyes glazed over, his chest caved in, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, and his height reverted to a mere 7 meters. Meanwhile, not far away, Victor swayed unsteadily, on the brink of collapse from exertion. Yet, with every ounce of strength he could muster, this battle-scarred golden-haired man clenched his fist and raised it triumphantly high. In the ruins of Clock Tower Village, amidst the battlefield of the church square, the victor was Mafia Victor. Accompanied by joyous cries that brought tears to her eyes, Perona, with reddened eyes, dashed forward, barely able to contain her emotions, and threw herself into Victor's embrace. Victor let out a pained exclamation, his lips curling into a wry smile as he gently ruffled Perona's delicate pink locks. Ahem, Perona, I am currently a mass of injuries. If you embrace me any tighter, you may inadvertently fulfill Mr. Moria's unfinished ambitions. Perona swiftly leaped from Victor's embrace, her gaze sweeping over his battered form, and her eyes, tinged with sorrow, began to glisten with unshed tears. Victor was acutely aware that once Perona began to weep, it would be quite a challenge to console her. He swiftly diverted her attention, inquiring if Dance Red Princess was accompanying her. This island is on the brink of destruction. We must hasten our departure. At that moment, Dance Red Princess approached, dragging a rope that tethered several peculiar subordinates of Moonlight Moria. The top-hatted, lion-faced Absalom and the eccentric Dr. Hogback lay unconscious, while the battered old scholar had yet to regain consciousness. The zombie-maid Sindori remained unusually compliant in the absence of Hogback's commands, dutifully assisting Dance Red Princess and carrying the remains of the sword god Ryuma behind her. Thus, the spoils of this battle had finally come into our possession. I could at last return the remains of sword god Ryuma along with the black blade, Akushui, to Wano country. As for the red snow-left sword, hee, I shall gladly claim it for myself. Dance Red Princess's voice brimmed with joy. Her long-cherished aspiration was about to be realized, and her family's long-lost treasured blade, red snow-left sword, would finally be restored to its rightful owner. Oh, I am not surprised that the old geezer is still alive. But why has your red-haired rival not been rescued by this motley crew? Perona inquired curiously, glancing at the mass bound by ropes. Dance Red Princess secured the famed red snow-left sword alongside red Siam at her waist before responding. That individual has been too deeply poisoned by the cursed blade and is beyond salvation. I have dispatched him along with that accursed sword, which can be considered an act of mercy befitting a samurai. Perona pouted slightly. Your Wano country has far too many tricks. Lady Pepe cannot comprehend them. Brother, shall we set off now? Do we not need to finish off this giant? She pointed at the unconscious Moonlight Moria sprawled on the ground. Victor shook his head and turned to Dance Red Princess, saying, Red Princess, the zombie maid has hidden some items in her bosom. Please assist me in retrieving them. Perona, awaken this lion-faced creature. Perona responded with a cheerful all right, and eagerly raised her little parasol, delivering a flurry of vigorous strikes to Absalom's lion visage. Meanwhile, Dance Red Princess followed Victor's instructions and approached the golden-haired zombie maid, Sindoli. With a racing heart, she embarked on an awkward exploration of the deep crevice in her chest, extracting several peculiar items, 2 oddly designed wristwatches and a slumbering phone book. Victor beheld these items, and an irresistible smile broke upon his face. Victor, what are these? Although the Scarlet Dancer was uncertain of their nature, witnessing Victor's joy brought a sense of delight to her own heart. Victor took the items and sighed, saying, I have previously mentioned that our objectives align. Your aim is the treasures stolen from Wano, while mine is to acquire them. Essential for navigating the Grand Line is the record pointer, a permanent compass indicating the location of the terrifying 3-masted ship within the eerie waters of the Devil's Triangle. And this special transponder snail designated for the 7 warlords of the sea. At that moment, Perona, clutching the collar of the bruised and terrified Absalom, curiously leaned towards Victor and inquired, Brother, what is this terrifying 3-masted ship you speak of? It sounds so delightful. This girl has always had a penchant for dark, atmospheric horror novels and melancholic gothic rock music. Victor lifted one of the timepieces, its center adorned with a transparent glass sphere, within which floated a diamond-shaped pointer. With a buoyant tone, he remarked, In the midst of the great sea route lies a fabled expanse, perpetually shrouded in an impenetrable mist. It is said that each year, over 100 vessels vanish within this treacherous domain, which over time has come to be known as the Mystic Triangle Sea. Within this enigmatic region lies the world's largest pirate ship, the formidable 3-masted vessel of the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. It is both a ship and an island, hidden from all who seek it within the Mystic Triangle Sea. My ambition is to claim this terrifying isle, which will serve as the base for coral along the Grand Line. This eternal pointer shall be the sole key to the coordinates of the greatest pirate ship in existence. Victor gazed at the timid Absalom, who dared not voice his thoughts, and spoke softly, I shall not take your lives. Should Mr. Moria awaken, convey to him that this time, it was not I who triumphed over you, but rather fate that dealt the hand. Therefore, I have resolved to engage you once more, in our next encounter, The loser must concede to the winner a single request. He tossed the eternal compass in his hand, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. However, as a penalty for your defeat, your fearsome three-masted ship shall now belong to me. If you wish to reclaim it, let us engage in another battle upon the Grand Line. After Victor engaged in combat with Moonlight Moria, he gradually conceived a notion. He desired to recruit Moonlight Moria as an ally for Coral. Having read the manga, he understood that although Moonlight Moria's strength would significantly diminish in the future, ultimately leading him to become a reclusive hermit, he remained, at his core, a man of deep loyalty and sentiment. This was evident in the manga when he recklessly stormed the territory of Emperor Blackbeard for Absalom's sake. This man should not meet his demise upon this island, which is on the brink of ruin. Furthermore, Victor felt that his final strike had been somewhat unworthy of victory, even if others deemed him sentimental. Victor still wished to face Moonlight Moria again when he was in peak condition. Next time, he vowed to earn a legitimate victory. Now, to the south of the island lies a small caravel. You should escort Mr. Moria aboard and hasten his departure. Make haste, for it is on the verge of being overturned by the waves. Victor closed his eyes, employing his observation haki to scan the vicinity, and discovered that the cheese pizza ship remained resilient amidst the tumultuous waters. Thus he offered it to Moria and his companions. What? You've given them the cheese pizza? What shall we do, brother? Perona exclaimed, nearly delivering another blow to Absalom, who trembled in fear. Victor smiled gently, gazing out at the distant sea, and said softly, rest assured, everyone is here to take us home. On the horizon, a merchant ship battled against the increasingly tumultuous waves, striving to reach the soon-to-be-destroyed island. It was the Croissant. That night, the historic village of Clockfall, along with Clockfall Island, was utterly annihilated. The warlord of the sea, Moonlight Moria, unexpectedly met his demise in his homeland of the West Sea, vanishing after a crushing defeat. The notorious leader of the West Sea gang Coral, Mafia Victor, rose to fame across the seas. At the Marine headquarters in Mariawa, an urgent meeting was convened, and I trust you all are aware of its purpose. So, may I ask, who among you can enlighten us about this Mafia Victor? In a sunlit, pristine office, a robust elder with a mohawk hairstyle sat behind the desk, his arms crossed, casting a serious gaze upon the assembly. Allow me to present a brief written report, Fleet Admiral, announced Admiral Sengoku, donning round spectacles. He lifted a stack of reports and read aloud in a resonant voice. Mafia Victor, 17 years old, son of a fisherman from Kori village in the West Sea, joined the West Sea gang Coral 2 years ago, during which he displayed no remarkable combat prowess. His true potential emerged merely a month ago when he defeated 3 renowned gang leaders in Algerero town, one of whom was his nominal superior at the time. It is noteworthy that he single-handedly vanquished these 3 individuals less than 10 minutes after consuming the chain fruit. Excuse me, Admiral Sengoku, may I interject for a moment? A tall figure with a noodle-like hairstyle raised his hand. Admiral Sengoku nodded kindly. Please proceed, Vice Admiral Kazan. The Vice Admiral, known among pirates as one of the monsters, scratched his head and inquired, I just wanted to confirm, is the chain fruit mentioned the same one that Colonel Maven consumed years ago? At that moment, an elder nearby, munching on rice crackers, burst into laughter. You are correct, Kazan. It is indeed the fruit that those youngsters privately refer to as the shame of the Navy. Ah, thank you, Uncle Carp. I have no further questions. Please continue, Admiral Sengoku. With a nod, Kazan reclined back into his spacious chair. Sengoku cleared his throat and continued. Detailed information regarding the chain fruit can be found on page 4 of the report I just distributed. Feel free to peruse it at your leisure. Now, I shall proceed. Mafia Victor ascended to the position of leader of Coral in Algerero town through sheer force. The newly appointed commander of the 91st Naval Branch in Algerero, Colonel Crone, promptly reported this matter, prompting Zifa to express interest in bringing him back to headquarters for training. Prior to his departure as a trainee ship instructor, he filed a travel order to the West Sea, a matter that both Carp and I are aware of. In fact, Colonel Crone did not merely report this through personal channels to Admiral Zifa. He initially reported to the naval headquarters. However, the headquarters dismissed it as merely a struggle among petty gangsters in the West Sea, leading Colonel Crone to subsequently reach out to Admiral Zifa. Following the Battle of Clawfall Island, Sengoku immediately sought information from relevant naval personnel regarding these events. However, out of personal discretion, he refrained from mentioning the headquarters' negligence in front of the assembly. Subsequently, Mafia Victor journeyed to the Flower Country, where he engaged in a substantial arms deal. And upon clashing with the notorious Charcoal Brow Umrich, who had a bounty of 87 million over a woman, he easily triumphed before returning to Algerero town. After a brief period of seclusion, he then made his way to Clockfall Island and confronted Warlord of the Sea Moonlight Moria. While specific details of the battle remain unclear, it is an undeniable fact that the 700-year-old Clockfall Island was destroyed as a result of their conflict. That concludes the intelligence regarding Mafia Victor. Very well. Sengoku has finished speaking. Now, let us discuss our thoughts on this individual. The Fleet Admiral furrowed his brow, leaning back in his chair, signaling for open discussion. An elderly woman with a ponytail perused the intelligence report for a moment, sighed, and looked up, saying, such a formidable youth. At just 17, he has mastered observation hockey. And given his ability to hold his own against Moonlight Moria, he must possess armament hockey as well. The pressing question is, where did he acquire such skills? Could the 8-Treasure Navy have any connections with him? Carp, munching on rice crackers, chimed in with his cheeks full. Little Crane, you always delve deep into these matters. What if this kid is a prodigious talent who unlocked armament and observation hockey without a mentor? Then he would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to peace. A man wearing a baseball cap exclaimed passionately. We must eradicate this menace at its inception. Allow me to venture to the West Sea, Fleet Admiral. Vice Admiral Kazan scratched his head. Oh dear, Sakazuki, this mafia fellow has yet to become a pirate. We cannot unjustly eliminate a talented youth based on unsubstantiated claims. I believe Zifa's suggestion to bring this young man back to the Navy for guidance is commendable. He could become a pillar of peace in the future. Kazan, you are far too lenient. This gang member has defeated a warlord of the sea sanctioned by the world government. He has humiliated the world government. Such a concealed threat must be eradicated without hesitation. Do not forget your position, Sakazuki. We are the Navy, not executioners. Executioners? Do you dare enough? Everyone sit down. Do you think my office is a gladiatorial arena? As the tension escalated between the two opposing figures, the Fleet Admiral slammed his hand on the table, shouting to quell their anger and restore order. Vice Admiral Crane cleared her throat and softly remarked, although we do not know how Mafia Victor defeated Moonlight Moria, one thing is certain, there exists an irreconcilable conflict between them. It may be a struggle over something of immense importance, or perhaps they harbor deep-seated enmity. Given Mafia Victor's background and experiences over the years, the latter seems unlikely, suggesting it is a matter of competing interests. What could they possibly be contending for that would embolden this young gangster to confront the warlord of the sea with a bounty of 320 million? Sengoku pondered aloud. Could it be for the position of warlord of the sea? Carp, no longer focused on his rice crackers, rubbed his chin, which was bristling with short, coarse hairs, and mused. Could it be over a woman? After all, this young man has a history of engaging in fierce battles over beautiful maidens in the flower country. Upon hearing Carp's speculation, Vice Admiral Kazan suddenly thought of someone, adjusting his round sunglasses to conceal his troubled expression. What a coincidence for the West Sea. The Fleet Admiral shook his head, making a decisive statement. Regardless of the reason, the fact remains that he has defeated a warlord of the sea, since he has drawn the ire of the world government. He must be prepared for obliteration. Notify the authorities to prepare a bounty notice. The reward shall be set. Just then, a white-shell telephone bug on the Fleet Admiral's desk began to ring. He furrowed his brows, deliberating for a moment before answering. Speak, Five Elders. A commanding voice resonated from the other end of the phone. We are already aware of the situation regarding the mafia figure, Victor. The Navy should refrain from intervening for now. We will send someone to make contact with him. That will be all. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. The room fell silent. Vice Admiral Crane chuckled softly, observing, it appears the world government is intrigued by this young mafia figure's strength and potential. Marshal Kong, should we continue this meeting? With a cheerful grin, Carp took a bite of a rice cracker, stretched lazily, and declared, I'm off for a nap, so let's call it a day. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the office door. Admiral Sengoku's heart tightened. With so many high-ranking Navy officials present, any interruption must be of great urgency. After being granted permission, a visibly anxious sailor entered, saluted, and hurriedly reported, Sir, I have urgent news. The training ship was attacked by pirates, and the trainee officers suffered near total casualties. Admiral Zifa, don't stutter. What happened to Zifa? Marshal Khan urgently inquired, rising abruptly. Admiral Zifa has sustained severe injuries, including the amputation of his right arm. He is currently being transported to the nearest Navy base. The world was in turmoil. In the West Sea, within the Flower Kingdom. At the Water Curtain Fortress, on the Grand Training Grounds, Kai, the future pillar of the 8 Treasures Navy, gazed at the newspaper in his hand, his emotions fluctuating. His impression of Victor's strength remained rooted in 2 years prior, when he had almost failed a mission in Clock Village. It was Victor's timely intervention that had aided him in discreetly resolving the target, allowing Kai to receive his grandfather Qingxiao's favorable regard due to the unclaimed credit. At that time, Kai sensed that while Victor was formidable, they were roughly evenly matched. After 2 years of diligent training in the 8-strike fist and armament hockey, he believed he had surpassed Victor significantly. However, today's World News report shattered his expectations. The front page featured a striking photograph of Victor's handsome profile, with the headline that read, The 7 warlords of the sea have met their demise in their homeland, the West Sea. Had the title of Hero of the West Sea finally changed hands? The 7 warlords of the sea. Had Victor ascended to such heights? It became clear that it was he who had been lagging behind all this time. Kai, awakened to reality. A booming voice jolted Kai from his reverie. He looked up to see a tremendously built, benevolent elder with a bald head, gazing intently at him. The elder's tone was stern as he admonished, He is he, and you are you. You are destined to lead the 8 Treasures Navy as its 13th pillar. Do not let jealousy and comparison destroy your potential. Kai scoffed, twirling his naginata in a flourish, and retorted, Have you lost your mind, old man? I am not the type to harbor jealousy towards my good brothers. Victor is indeed impressive, but if I continue to train diligently, I will surely match him. Come on, I can still fight. Let us keep battling. Chief Qingxiao chuckled heartily, raising his fists in camaraderie. In the West Sea, at the Echo Dock in Algerero town, a newly built two-masted sailing ship rested in the harbor. Its prow bore a half-figure of the winged Victory, and the sleek design of the hull was painted in a deep blue, adorned with the new coral insignia, a V-shaped zipper motif on the sails. Draped in a black velvet cloak, Victor stood at the dock, admiring the vessel, which resembled a work of art. Beside him, the elderly Wendell, clad in a sharp black suit, was explaining the recently launched ship. Boss, this is the two-masted sailing ship crafted according to your specifications. Its streamlined hull and powerful engine enable remarkable speed, while the number of cannons has been minimized as per your request, maximizing overall velocity. Victor nodded with satisfaction and inquired, "What is her name?" Wendell bowed slightly and replied, "I was just about to ask you to bestow upon her a fine name." Victor stroked his chin thoughtfully before decisively naming the vessel. "Let her be called the Beagle." Wendell smiled and nodded, then turned to the other accomplices standing nearby, exclaiming, "Did you all hear that? Immediately paint the name on the sails and the sides of the ship. Inform young Jack to prepare and bring fresh water and provisions into the cabin." "Oh, there is no need for such trouble," Victor replied, flicking his finger slightly. A slender zipper shot forth, striking the exterior of the Beagle, whereupon a colossal zipper materialized. The nylon zipper, resembling a logistical octopus, began to unzip itself, revealing a deep, dark void within. Subsequently, guided by Victor's networked manipulation, 2 rows of teeth unleashed dozens of thick zippers, which, like the tentacles of a giant octopus, swiftly coiled around and drew in supplies and barrels into the zipper space. Under the astonished gaze of his accomplices, the dock's resources were rapidly depleted. Once all the zippers had automatically retracted and sealed, the Beagle registered not even a single centimeter of additional draft. Victor beckoned with his finger. Retracting the guiding zipper, he turned to face Windrew and Krasner, standing beside him, and spoke gently, "I intend to set sail officially tomorrow morning. Mr. Windrew, I entrust you with the matters concerning the West Sea. Krasner, I place the safety affairs entirely in your hands. It is imperative that you ensure Mr. Windrew's safety." "Rest assured, boss," both men replied in unison. Subsequently, Windrew expressed his concerns, saying, "Boss, I still harbor some apprehensions. With only a handful of individuals accompanying you, I worry that in the event of inclement weather, you may even need to take matters into your own hands." Victor erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Mr. Wendell, have you forgotten? I am the son of a fisherman. What fisherman does not know how to navigate a boat? Fear not, Perona is an exceptional navigator, and the culinary skills of red-haired Shanks are quite commendable. Both Robin S. Flower Fruit and my Chain Fruit are more than capable of fulfilling all the responsibilities required of sailors." He stretched languidly and continued with a sense of contentment. "This journey to the Grand Line is not merely for combat. Consider it a delightful vacation for me, Mr. Wendell. Now, is the banquet at headquarters about to commence? We cannot keep everyone waiting for too long. Let us make our way." Victor waved to the 2 individuals and proceeded towards the headquarters garden. The Grand Line. On an unknown autumn island. Sunlight streamed into a warmly toned room where a tall man lounged with his feet propped on the table, seemingly lost in slumber. An open novel lay across his face, its cover emblazoned with the title "The Hero Emerges." The door creaked open softly as a black-haired girl clad in a maid outfit gently placed a stack of newspapers on the table beside the sleeping man before tiptoeing out of the room. After a prolonged silence, a slightly irritated muttering broke the tranquility. "Does that girl not realize how loud she is?" The man tossed aside the novel that had covered his face and donned a pair of sunglasses resting next to the newspapers. Upon casually glancing at the papers, he was captivated by a sensational headline on the front page, prompting him to pick up the newspaper and delve into the article. How intriguing. A small-time thug from the outer seas has defeated the 7 warlords of the sea? Has the world gone mad? He laughed heartily, discarding the newspaper and reaching for a bottle of liquor to gulp down. At that moment, a lanky figure, splattered with colorful ink, burst into the room, exclaiming excitedly, "Doflamingo! It's happening! It's happening!" "Diamante, calm down and don't let anyone underestimate us," replied the man referred to as Doflamingo, rising and donning a pink feathered coat. Soon after, he met with a representative from the world government, dressed in a white suit and wearing a festive mask, in a spacious room. The man held a small transponder snail, which displayed a stern and aged face. "Doflamingo, cease your childish antics. Is it amusing to plunder vessels transporting sky gold? Return the sky gold immediately, and we might still consider you to be jesting. Do you think I'm joking? Or do you wish to eliminate me? Think carefully, old man. I could expose the secrets of the national treasure at any moment. Would you like to see the reaction of those desks? And by the way, that's quite a sum of money. If this keeps happening annually, I shall never worry about sustenance again. Ha ha ha. What exactly do you intend to do?" The authoritative voice on the other end of the transponder snail carried a hint of annoyance. "Let us discuss matters one by one. First, I wish to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea." On that bright morning, the sound of bustling activity filled the port. In addition to the Beagle, numerous ships of various sizes were docked along the side of the pier. The harbor was crowded with people, including the crew and supporters of Coral, as well as residents from nearby islands who had long been under Victor's care, all gathered to bid him farewell. Many curious passers-by approached, mistakenly believing that a great celebrity had graced the town of Algerero with their presence. Victor's transformation over recent days has rendered the Coral image strategy remarkably successful. The raucous disruptions by rogue individuals akin to Cartman no longer dare to cause chaos within the jurisdiction of Coral. Should they attempt to do so, they face the unyielding wrath of the local officials. The law-abiding citizens now find solace, as the audacious second-rate pirates, who dare encroach upon the surrounding islands, are swiftly dealt with by the Coral officials stationed nearby, long before the naval forces can intervene. As for the more formidable pirates, their wits remain intact, prompting them to avoid provoking the formidable territory of Bloodchain Victor. The merchant associations closely allied with Coral have sought permission to utilize its banner, leading the pirates to not only refrain from plundering, but to flee at the mere sight of the cross-zipper emblem from a distance. Titles such as Protector of the Weak and Esteemed Mr. Victor have proliferated, reflecting the growing respect he garners. The Coral members have endeared themselves to the populace by assisting in the reconstruction of the central plaza and residential areas of Algerero town, significantly enhancing their reputation. Although the residents of Clock Tower Village suffered the destruction of their homes due to the battle between Moonlight Moria and Victor, Coral compensated each household generously and pledged to locate a suitable new island as the future site for Clock Tower Village. As for the source of the compensation funds, following their retreat from Clock Tower Island, Victor and his associates made a detour to Sorinarfo Island, where they seized the treasures belonging to the esteemed Mr. Moria, which had been transported across vast distances back to the West Sea. It is worth noting that the idea originated from the brilliant Red Dance. In summary, Victor has become a superstar in the eyes of the residents of the surrounding islands. A veritable star of the folk song. The populace celebrated his departure with joyous laughter, reminiscent of a festive occasion. And even resourceful vendors set up stalls along the dockside to sell food, drinks, and collections of Victor's photographs, which surprisingly enjoyed considerable sales. Victor embarked on this voyage accompanied solely by Perona, the navigator, the cheerful Chef Red, and Robin, the versatile secretary. He himself assumed the roles of shipwright, helmsman, and sailor, for the capabilities of the chain fruit under his command rendered him proficient in most maritime tasks. Perona, dressed in a chic short skirt and knee-high boots, donned a recording pointer on her wrist and bid farewell to the gathered crowd with spirited enthusiasm. The red-haired shop assistant from the bakery Simon Cheese Rings in Algerero town, Belle, shared a particularly close bond with Perona. At that moment, tears streaming down her face, she lamented, "Pepe, please be careful at sea. I truly cannot bear to see you go. Remember to send back plenty of photos of Lord Victor." Initially moved by the first half of her words, Perona felt her eyes welling up, but upon hearing the latter part, a vein throbbed on her forehead in irritation. She lunged at Belle, initiating a playful scuffle. Meanwhile, the little monkey Mim clung desperately to Victor's clothing, sobbing uncontrollably. "Wah! Captain, can't you take me along? I have been diligently practicing my gunnery and swordsmanship." Kranasna seized Mim by the back of his collar and tossed him towards little Jack, then leaned over to Victor, who maintained an awkward smile, and murmured, "Do not worry, boss. This little rascal is merely exhibiting childish behavior. He will settle down in due time." Chef Red stood nearby, smiling warmly as she waved her thanks to the departing crew. Having been in Algerero town for nearly a month, she felt the warmth of the townsfolk as hospitality. She had never anticipated that they regarded her as Victor's mistress number 1 brought back from overseas. As for mistress number 2, clad in a tight black leather dress and possessing an alluring figure, she trailed closely behind Victor, embodying the role of an attentive secretary. Although Robin was 3 years Victor's senior, her life of constant flight and evasion had finally led her to a haven. Furthermore, her acquaintance with Victor's mother, Alvia, fostered a subconscious closeness to him. Following their return from the Battle of Clock Island, Chef Red inadvertently revealed a crucial piece of information to Robin. Victor's fierce battle with the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, was ignited by Moria's attempt to forcibly abduct Robin. Victor had declared her as his own and warned that no one could harm her. This disagreement escalated into what would become the world-shattering Battle of Clock Island. Robin understood the implications of the warlords of the sea. They represented the pinnacle of power, recognized as one of the 7 legitimate pirates by the world government. Each of them regarded themselves as cursed monsters, adorned with considerable bounties, even possessing alluring beauty. She had long believed that she would never again witness a miracle. Yet at that moment, a man stood forth, willing to risk his life to protect her even in the face of such terrifying adversaries. In a moment of reverie, Robin recalled the final words of Saul from years past. "The sea is vast. You will surely encounter companions willing to protect you. There are absolutely no eternally lonely souls in this world. Could it be Saul? Have I found him, a companion willing to safeguard me?" This woman, who had not experienced the warmth of care since the age of 7, perpetually abandoned and betrayed, found herself quietly succumbing to her emotions. At the dock of the Beggar, Victor, clad in a black suit, shook hands with the elderly Wendrew. "Mr. Wendrew, I entrust this side of the West Sea to you. You have my word, boss." Wendrew replied. With that, Victor and his companions boarded the beggar. Perona looked up at the sky, her eyes sparkling with delight, and exclaimed, "Ho ho ho, brother! What splendid weather for our departure!" With a sweeping gesture, Victor commanded the ropes to transform into zippers, moving autonomously as the sails billowed. And the Beagle slowly departed from the harbor. On the dock, Wendell and Krasner removed their hats, placing them over their hearts while bowing slightly. Behind them, the crew and followers bowed deeply in unison, exclaiming, "Wishing you a prosperous journey, Chief." Thus, amidst the blessings of his followers and the farewells from the crowd, Victor embarked on his voyage away from the West Sea, setting forth towards the great maritime route. The adventure had begun. The heavy clouds in the sky raced by with the fierce winds, dark billows looming like famished predators lurking over the sea surface. Colonel Crone gazed up at the sunless sky, murmuring, "Rain is approaching." His aide, Lieutenant Danitz, stood beside him, reminding, "Sir, time is of the essence. Within 30 minutes at most, the fierce chain vessel will reach the waters near the entrance of the upside-down mountain, with favorable winds in their favor." Colonel Crone let out a bitter smile. "Even if they arrive, what can we do? The headquarters has made it abundantly clear. Do not provoke the fierce chain. Allow them passage into the great maritime route." Crone felt a deep sense of frustration. His best chance of returning to headquarters was slipping away as they sauntered boldly towards the great maritime route. Meanwhile, he remained stranded in this barren West Sea, likely for the rest of his days. He realized he had to take action. At that moment, shouts erupted from the lookout tower. "They are coming. It is the fierce chain ship. So swift. How can a vessel move so fast? In 10 minutes, or at most 3, the fierce chain will reach the nearby waters." Crone hurried to the edge of the deck, where he could faintly discern the silhouette of the double-masted ship on the horizon. What astonishing speed! This deep blue vessel appeared like a flying fish darting through the waves. Crone squinted. Did they bring no supplies? No, it was more than just essential provisions. The ship seemed to carry very few cannons. This was not merely overconfidence, but sheer folly. Was it not, Mafia Victor? The sea is not a playground, as the son of a fisherman. Do you not comprehend this simple truth? However, upon further reflection, Crone began to sense something amiss. Based on past behaviors, Mafia Victor was not the type to be blindly reckless. Could it be that he had utilized the power of the zipper fruit to store all supplies within a zipper space? How infuriating. How did the Navy fail to recognize the formidable combat support capabilities of the zipper fruit? This could not be blamed solely on the Navy. When Colonel Marvin consumed the fruit, it was merely by chance, although he reported the fruit's abilities and previous appearance shortly thereafter. He had only a month to develop its capabilities. Coupled with his limited innate talent, Marvin had only managed to uncover the logistical ability of material storage. The Navy headquarters had intended to assign him to logistical duties, but before the transfer order could arrive, Marvin met his untimely demise at the hands of the notorious Copper Apple pirate crew, falling victim to Copper-Tooth Shellegg. The zipper fruit vanished from the seas, and no one anticipated its reemergence in such a sensational manner. The ship drew ever closer. On the deck of the Beagle, Victor rested his hand on the railing, manipulating the sails with the zipper. The Beagle slowed under his command, gradually nearing the naval warships stationed at the entrance of the upside-down mountain. "Good afternoon, Colonel Crone," Victor greeted with a smile, addressing the middle-aged Navy officer on the opposing ship's deck. To his surprise, the recently celebrated fierce chain seemed to recognize the name of a mere Navy colonel. Crone narrowed his eyes further. He had never personally encountered this zipper man, yet the latter had recognized him instantly. Had he conducted an investigation on himself prior? Before Crone could ponder this further, Victor cheerfully remarked, "After all, I make my living in Algerero town. How could I not know the commander of the 91st Navy Division?" Crone could not deny a smile, inquiring, "May I ask where Mr. Mafia intends to go? Algerero town is not in this direction. Some truths, when stated too plainly, can be quite unpalatable, Mr. Crone." Victor's smile waned slightly, revealing a hint of annoyance at Crone's lack of insight. "Are you certain you wish to obstruct my path?" Crone steeled himself, declaring loudly, "I know you are formidable, fierce chain. However, the battlefield lies upon the sea. Among the 3 of you, 2 have consumed devil fruits. Even if you can survive the cannon fire of these 3 warships, can you endure the perils of the ocean?" Victor let out a cold laugh. His right hand splayed open. With a swift twist of his wrist, 5 golden chain blades rapidly latched onto the hulls of 3 naval warships. Metal zippers, 5-stringed pipa. Puppet ballad. Both Crone and his subordinates sensed that something was amiss. First, the ropes began to betray them. All the ropes stirred restlessly, wriggling free from the sailor's grasp. They were horrified to see the ropes gradually adopting a metallic sheen, twisting and undulating like serpents. Lieutenant Darnayes, the first officer, immediately commanded the crew to fire upon the Beagle, yet there was no response. Rushing to the lower hold, he discovered that all the cannons had begun to be assimilated by the zippers, rendering them incapable of firing. A cry of devil fruit powers fear the sea echoed, prompting the sailors to hastily scoop seawater to douse the cannons and ropes. However, apart from extinguishing the flames, nothing else seemed to take effect. The sailors raised their firearms in a desperate counterattack, only to find themselves ensnared by the treacherous ropes, left dangling from the mast. Firearms and swords clattered to the deck, leaving only Colonel Cron standing intact upon the deck. With a pallid expression, Colonel Cron grasped the railing tightly, his knuckles turning white. How humiliating! What could be more disgraceful than being forced to witness the plundering of one's ship by a mere pirate? That damned gangster! The rope slowly coiled around the sailors' necks. And with a mere thought from Victor, hundreds would be gruesomely hanged upon their own warship. Forgive my earlier outburst. We were merely on guard against unlawful elements attempting to traverse Reverse Mountain. Mr. Victor, you clearly do not fall under that category. Please, show mercy, Cron humbly bowed. Apologizing to Victor. What are you saying, Mr. Cron? I was merely jesting, Victor replied with a faint smile, curling his right hand as the 5 chain blades retracted instantaneously. The ropes aboard the warship returned to calm, and the naval soldiers collapsed onto the deck. It was only after being enlightened by Moonlight Moria that Victor truly comprehended why his chain fruit had been classified as a special paramecia-type fruit by the unique observation Hockey Apocalypse. It was not solely due to its trifecta of abilities, superhuman, superpower, and supercreation, but, more significantly, its innate semi-awakened capacity. Upon contact, it could freely extend chains and manipulate inanimate objects. Moreover, the zippers themselves were impervious to the effects of seawater and sea prism stone, unless those two directly contacted their essence. The 3 warships parted ways towards the entrance of Reverse Mountain. Under the silent gaze of the naval soldiers, the sails of the Beagle billowed once more, steering directly towards the entrance of Reverse Mountain. As they passed the ship where Cron stood, Victor cheerfully remarked, "Do not worry, Mr. Cron. I am merely taking a leisurely jaunt along the Grand Line. I shall return once I tire of my adventure, and we can share a drink then. Farewell." The Beagle gradually accelerated, departing the maritime region. Lieutenant Darnayes, filled with reluctance, approached Colonel Cron and whispered, "Commander, should we take measures against those left in the West Sea?" The coral crew? Cron shook his head, sighing, "Let it be as the headquarters advised. Do not provoke him. Did you not grasp his earlier implication? Should we act against his men? He would not let us off easily. Besides, we lack sufficient justification. Such a monster cannot be contained by the mere West Sea. Let the officers of the Grand Line deal with him." Cron still could not fathom why Victor, who had so brazenly slapped the world government's face, had not been offered a bounty, nor even a simulated bounty within the Navy was raised. However, that was no longer a concern of his. Let's return to Algerero town. I crave the baked cheese bread rings of Simon Cheese. The wild winds howled, and the clouds above were thick and ominous, threatening to unleash a violent storm at any moment. The Beagle swiftly navigated through the waves, and under Perona's command and Victor's control, they soon reached the entrance of Reverse Mountain, propelled by the fierce winds. Before them lay an endless expanse of crimson mountains, their peaks obscured by the clouds, rendering the horizon invisible. Majestic and awe-inspiring, this was the world's greatest natural marvel. The Red Earth continent. Wow, Brother Victor. Is this Reverse Mountain? Perona summoned a multitude of spirits to form a lookout group, vigilantly monitoring the fluctuations of the currents. With a deft flick of his finger, Victor adjusted the sails of the Beagle, precisely aligning the ship's bow toward the entrance of Reverse Mountain. To be more exact, what lay before us was the Red Land, of which Reverse Mountain is a part, serving as the initial juncture between the Red Land and the Grand Line. Robin gripped the railing of the ship tightly to prevent being thrown overboard by the turbulent seas of the Beagle. Ahead loomed the entrance to Reverse Mountain, the most legitimate passage from the West Sea to the Grand Line. Hold on tight. We are about to climb the mountain. Victor tightened his grip on the ship's ropes, and in response, all the lines aboard the Beagle seemed to come alive, slowly writhing. Subsequently, several loose ropes encircled Robin and Perona's waist while the remaining lines sprang into action, fully unfurling the sails as the fierce winds once again accelerated the vessel's speed. Meanwhile, the currents began to surge violently, propelling the Beagle towards the entrance of Reverse Mountain with tremendous force. Whoosh! The speed intensified, becoming ever more exhilarating. In an instant, the entire ship soared to the summit of Reverse Mountain, gliding briefly through the air for several meters before plunging towards the expansive waterway below. However, the landing was slightly askew, and the Beagle was on the verge of crashing into the mountainside adjacent to the waterway. We're going to die. We're going to die. Perona and Nami screamed in terror as they clung to one another, while Robin, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, held tightly to the ropes entwined around her. Victor's lips curled into a subtle smile, while the veins on his forehead throbbed with intensity. With a sudden surge of strength, his right hand gripped the cable tightly. Rest assured, the resin zipper, rider, interstellar flight. In an instant, the entire Beagle ship seemed to come alive, the sails unfurled, and a multitude of resin zippers erupted from both sides of the vessel, reconstructing itself. Within the span of a mere second, 2 colossal gliding wings took form, and the dual wings of the Statue of Victory at the ship's bow also spread wide. Beagle ship, gliding mode. Victor smiled like a maestro conducting an orchestra, deftly adjusting the glider's angle, precisely guiding the vessel towards the entrance of the Grand Line. Amidst the gasps and laughter of the young women aboard, the Beagle swiftly and resolutely glided towards the fabled gateway of the Grand Line. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Grand Line, the Twin Gorges stood as the commencement of this legendary route, the starting point of 7 distinct pathways. Here, a towering lighthouse illuminated the way for every traveler venturing into the Grand Line. Naturally, there were those less astute individuals who perpetually sought shortcuts. Hey, you old coot. Speak up. What's wrong with my compass needle? A massive pirate ship, adorned with a wooden rhinoceros head at its prow, was anchored beside the lighthouse. On shore, a band of menacing pirates encircled a balding elder whose hairstyle resembled flower petals. One pirate, appearing to be a navigator, seized the old man's collar with one hand while thrusting a compass into his face with the other, bellowing, "Did you meddle with something here? Speak now, or I'll end you." The flower petal elder, clad in a garish vacation shirt, frowned and replied, "You know nothing yet dare to run towards the Grand Line? Such camaraderie in pursuing death is truly touching." A burly man wearing a captain's hat scowled, "Old man, do you really think we want to kill you? Who do you think I am?" Beside the flower petal elder, a ruffian shouted, "Old man, you better behave. Our captain is the notorious Rhinoceros Bill of the South Seas. His bounty is a staggering 45 million berries." 45 million berries, the elder drawled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Rhinoceros Bill furrowed his brow even deeper, drawing his sword, ready to retort, when suddenly a whistling sound echoed from above. Everyone looked up to see a magnificent two-masted ship with wings descending gracefully, landing on the sea not far from the lighthouse. Upon touching the water, the ship's wings swiftly retracted, and its sails unfurled. Gliding towards the shore by the lighthouse, Rhinoceros Bill's subordinate raised his telescope, and after a moment, a wicked smile spread across his face as he hurriedly reported to Rhinoceros Bill, "Captain, there are several beautiful ladies on that ship. There's only one man, and he looks like a frail twig, hardly a match for you." Rhinoceros Bill grinned with satisfaction. "I never expected to find some pretty ones upon arriving at the Grand Line. Capture that ship, kill the man, and the women shall be mine to enjoy." The ruffians erupted into a raucous cheer, completely disregarding the flower petal elder. Meanwhile, the elder furrowed his brow, seizing the opportunity to slip into the lighthouse. The band of ruffians, led by Rhinoceros Bill, marched towards the shore, while the navigator kicked a newspaper in frustration, spat on it, and hurried to catch up with the main group. The Beagle gently docked beside the lighthouse, its crew now at the mercy of Rhinoceros Bill and his gang, who brandished muskets and swords, intimidating the occupants of the ship. Rhinoceros Bill bellowed, "You folks on the ship, get down here at once. Obey, and I'll spare your lives, taking only your goods. Defy me, Rhinoceros Bill, and you shall lose your heads. Do you hear me?" On the deck of the Beagle, Perona and the Red Dance Girl had just regained their composure after the thrilling descent. Leaning over the railing to curiously survey the shore, Rhinoceros Bill brightened. This fellow was not exaggerating. Indeed, there were two exquisite beauties. The delicate girl with black hair and purple eyes was utterly delectable, and the pink-haired girl was also a sight to behold. What a fortune! Clearing his throat, he shouted even louder, "Come down immediately, or I'll eliminate you." Pretty boy, are you the cook? Bring those two ladies down right now, and I might spare you." Seeing Victor, clad in a black suit, leaning against the railing with a cold expression, hands in his pockets, he spoke slowly. "If you utter another word, I will end you." "You brat, what did you say?" Rhinoceros Bill roared in anger, but was abruptly restrained by the navigator pulling at his arm. Fuming, he turned to glare at the fool who was ruining his bravado, realizing that if he didn't provide a compelling reason, the stew he had planned would not include this fool. "Captain, I think I recognize that person," the navigator exclaimed, his face paling. Rhinoceros Bill paused. "What? They're from the South Seas too? You mean to say you know him?" The navigator rushed back to his previous position, picked up the newspaper from the ground, scrutinizing the front page, his pallor deepening. He grasped the paper tightly, trembling as he approached Rhinoceros Bill, stumbling twice along the way. Upon reaching Rhinoceros Bill, the navigator timidly handed the newspaper to his captain before retreating to the back of the crowd. Rhinoceros Bill puzzled over the paper until his eyes fell upon the glaring headline and image. "W. Warlord of the Sea, Ruthless Victor?" He swallowed hard, cautiously comparing the increasingly displeased man on the deck with the photograph in the newspaper, noting the unmistakable resemblance. Displaying unexpected courage, he tossed the newspaper aside and, with a loud thud, knelt on the ground, exclaiming in his booming voice, "I beg pardon for my earlier rudeness. I have disturbed the esteemed Ruthless Victor's enjoyment. Such a sin deserves death. I implore you, please spare my life." The ruffians surrounding Rhinoceros Bill exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend their captain's sudden change in demeanor. Yet, their loyalty prevailed. Upon witnessing their captain kneel, they followed suit, echoing his words in unison. Meanwhile, the flower petal elder emerged from the lighthouse, brandishing a massive harpoon, intent on rescuing the young ones from the clutches of these ruffians, only to find a sea of kneeling figures on the shore. Was it now a trend for pirates to kneel before looting? The elder felt utterly out of touch with the current times. Victor pointed lazily at the pirate ship of Rhino Bill and said, "Take all of you back to your ship and don't obstruct my sight." Yes. Thank you for your magnanimity, my lord." A group of people scrambled to their feet, chattering noisily as they hurried back to their pirate ship, quickly setting sail. Even if the compass refused to cooperate, Rhino Bill couldn't afford to care anymore. Being lost at sea was far better than facing that fierce god in immediate execution. The 7 warlords of the sea had already been defeated by him. How could a mere South Sea pirate with a bounty of 45 million, lacking any fruit abilities, not be easy prey? It seemed that this Rhino Bill possessed a fair sense of self-awareness. However, it was too late. Suddenly, chaos erupted on the deck. Rhino Bill stormed out of the captain's cabin, ready to berate this useless crew, only to find the scene before him akin to hell. The ropes on his ship resembled the tentacles of a sea monster, pulling the crew members into the air, with the cords tightly coiling around their necks. The dull sound of breaking bones echoing from above. As Rhino Bill drew his long knife, several thick ropes ensnared him tightly, lifting him into the air. At this juncture, he could no longer fathom who was attacking them. Despairing, he screamed, my lord, I know I was wrong. Spare me. Spare." His voice abruptly ceased, followed by a muffled sound of bones cracking, plunging the entire pirate ship into silence. In the distance, Victor, with a flick of his finger, retracted the guiding zipper, turning to face the vigilant old man with flower petals, a sunlit smile illuminating his face. "Apologies for the disturbance, Mr. Colocas." "Oh, you know me?" The old man, Colocas, brandishing a harpoon, scrutinized the golden-haired youth on the deck. He was a well-proportioned young man of strikingly handsome appearance, his golden locks casually cascading behind his ears, with only a single strand falling over his forehead. He donned a tailored black suit, hands in pockets, leisurely assessing his surroundings. "The guardian of Twin Gorges. It's odd if you didn't know." Victor smiled slightly, turning to Robin. "Prepare to dock. Everyone disembark." The beggar ship moored steadily beside the lighthouse, and once everything was in order, the group followed Victor ashore to the guardian's cabin. "Well, why is this place called Twin Gorges?" Perona shaded her eyes, gazing at the distant sea. The guardian's cabin was perched on a gentle slope, offering a splendid view. Robin pointed across the way into the Grand Line. "It's called Twin Gorges because there are 2 identical lighthouses here. However, due to the perilous nature of the guardian of Twin Gorges' profession, there has been only this one guardian for years, and he only lights one of the lighthouses." Colocas set the chairs and round table that Rhino Bill's crew had knocked over back in place, stretched his back, and settled into a recliner, leisurely stating, "Is your intelligence officer rather idle? Even the Twin Gorges have been investigated so thoroughly." He exhaled, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon Victor. "So, you are the one who defeated the 7 warlords of the sea, the West Sea Mafia boss, Victor? I never expected you to arrive in the Grand Line so swiftly. Everyone speculated you would gather your subordinates in the West Sea, leveraging your fame from defeating the 7 warlords to build a formidable force before making a grand advance into the Grand Line. Who would have thought you would come with just a few girls? Are you underestimating the Grand Line? This is no child's play. What nonsense are you babbling, you bald old ghost?" Perona fumed, but was halted by Dance Red. Victor pulled out a chair and sat across from Colocas, smiling as he remarked, "Perona, let us not be hasty. Although Mr. Colocas's words may seem somewhat blunt, they are genuinely intended as a heartfelt caution. However, since we are here, I have no intention of retreating back to the West Sea without exploring this pirate paradise. Therefore, let us abide by your customs. We shall take responsibility for our provisions during our stay." He turned to look at Dance Red. "Little Dance, let us dine on the shore tonight." Victor flicked his finger. An A-guiding zipper shot forth, striking the hull of the Beagle. Subsequently, a large zipper yawned open, and several zipper tendrils emerged from the zipper space, retrieving a few boxes of supplies and placing them on the shore. Dance Red Maiden entered the kitchen to commence preparations for the evening meal, while Perona and Robin, noticing that Victor had matters to discuss with the elderly man adorned with petals, followed suit into the kitchen to assist Dance Red Maiden. Colocas observed the ladies entering the guardian's cottage, then turned to Victor, his gaze filled with playful mockery. "They are all fine young ladies, but which one is yours?" With that, the old man lewdly raised his pinky finger. Victor reclined lazily in his chair, stretching as he casually remarked, "One is a sister, one is a partner, and one is a secretary. Therefore, none of them truly fit the role. Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. Instead, let us discuss something of substance." He straightened his posture and, with a serious tone, inquired, "Mr. Colocas, would you be interested in serving as the ship's doctor aboard my vessel?" The elderly man simply laid back in his lounge chair and replied nonchalantly, "I think I will pass, considering my frail old bones. Moreover, my medical knowledge is rather rudimentary. I am hardly fit to be a ship's doctor." Unperturbed by the dismissive response, Victor burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Although I anticipated this outcome, I couldn't resist giving it a try. After all, one cannot force fate, can they? And Mr. Colocas, you need not continue to hide that island whale, I assure you. I mean it no harm." Colocas raised an eyebrow, surprised. He had concealed Labu at the ocean's depths. How could it possibly be discovered? Was it a manifestation of observation hockey? However, judging by the young man's demeanor, there seemed to be no cause for concern. Colocas approached the shore and emitted a series of peculiar calls. Before long, the surface of the distant sea began to swell, and a colossal whale breached the surface, revealing a scarred head. The whale's roar was deafening, and its large, round eyes fixed curiously on Victor, who was perched before the lighthouse keeper's cottage. His interest piqued. With his elbow resting on the table and his chin propped on his hand, He gazed intently at the island whale, Labu, with a sense of fulfilled longing. He had long wished to behold this whale, so intricately linked to the manga's protagonist team. While manga may be mere fantasy, the sight of the real Labu was indeed awe-inspiring. Sea beasts of the West Blue, even when visible to humans, were merely the size of ships, whereas the eyes of this island whale were as large as a vessel itself. Perona had just emerged from the cottage, carrying a freshly brewed pot of tea, and nearly dropped the teapot and fried at the sight of Labu. She instinctively summoned a horde of explosive ghosts ready to attack, only to be calmed down by Victor's reassuring words. That evening, within the typically solitary confines of the lighthouse keeper's cottage, the spirited red-haired danced and presented a dinner that, while not extravagant, was rich with the flavors of the land of Wano. There were succulent marinated mackerel, golden and crispy squid tempura, delicate tamagoyaki, refreshing wasabi octopus, and richly sauced broiled cod, all artfully arranged on the table. At the dining table, Colokas sampled the squid tempura and gave a thumbs up to red-haired, exclaiming, "What splendid skill! Whoever marries you will be truly fortunate." Red-haired glanced at Victor, blushing as she covered her cheeks, squirming in her seat. I am not yet prepared for marriage." Perona cast a disdainful look at the theatrics of red-haired, picked up a piece of tamagoyaki, and popped it into her mouth, instantly overwhelmed with joy, so sweet and delicious. Robin's attention, however, was captivated by the island whale's head, which stood silently above the water. All her thoughts coalesced into a single sentiment. How adorable. Victor and Colokas raised their large mugs of beer, savoring the delectable appetizers on the table while engaging in lively conversation. The earlier awkwardness had long dissipated, and the atmosphere at the dining table was exceedingly harmonious. Ahem. So, you wish to select a suitable route from the 7 available options? Colokas, slightly tipsy, lifted his glass and took a generous gulp, then picked up a piece of tamagoyaki and, while chewing, inquired, "But first, may I ask what specific requirements you have for the route?" Victor nodded, a zipper appearing in the palm of his hand, from which emerged an eternal pointer. "My destination is the magical Triangle Sea area, and I hope to recruit a ship's doctor and crew." Colokas shrugged thoughtfully and slowly replied, 7 routes lead to the magical Triangle Sea area, so you need not worry about that. As for doctors, the medical powerhouse of the Winter Islands Drum Kingdom is home to many skilled physicians. After taking a sip of his drink, Colokas continued, "However, there have been strange rumors lately. It is said that the newly ascended king of the Drum Kingdom, Valpo, has enacted stringent policies, expelling all capable and renowned doctors from the realm, leaving only 20 to serve him in the palace. Whether this is true or not remains uncertain." Reflecting on the timeline, Victor shook his head. "As for the Drum Kingdom, I shall postpone that visit for another time. Do you have any other recommendations?" Colokas chuckled. Such a proud young man, unwilling to engage with Valpo? Very well, I have another suggestion. The town of Baishan on Chuklik Island. There are rumors of a mysterious doctor residing there. If you can locate him, no ailment will be insurmountable. What about shipbuilders in Baishan town? Are there suitable candidates? Colokas replied with a grin, "Indeed, they are on the same route. Have you heard of the City of Water? It boasts the world's finest shipwright, a man of great renown. However, I've heard that he has been preoccupied with a significant project in recent years. Nonetheless, you might try your luck there." "Thank you very much, Mr. Colokas." Victor raised his glass. "No, I must thank you. It has been a long time since I attended such a warm gathering." "Thank you." The 2 glasses clinked together. The following day, at the Twin Gorge Lighthouse, Victor and his companions bid farewell to Colokas. "Have you recorded the pointer's direction?" Colokas inquired with concern. Perona glanced at the nautical chart and then at the pointer on her wrist. "No problem. The pointer's direction aligns perfectly with the chart." Colokas nodded. "Since you have chosen the route to Baishan town, your first stop will be Tana town, a popular tourist destination. Enjoy yourselves." Victor shook hands with Colokas. Bidding farewell, "We are departing, Mr. Colokas." After their goodbyes, the Beagle slowly sailed away, gradually vanishing beyond the horizon under the watchful eyes of Colokas and the whale, Lab. Colokas, wrapping his arms around himself, murmured, "What a remarkable man. This ocean is bound to become lively, isn't it, Lab?" The great sea routes defy all conventional reasoning. Here, the seasons and weather are capricious. One moment, the sun shines brightly, and the next, the sky may unleash sudden bolts of lightning. Just yesterday, the air was crisp with autumn, yet one might awaken today to find the deck blanketed in thick snow. Perhaps a momentary lapse in attention to the compass could result in a complete reversal of direction. Such is the nature of this ocean. Neither the wind, the sky, the waves, nor the clouds can be trusted. The only constant is the direction indicated by the compass. Today, the weather is spring-like, transitioning into summer. The Beagle has navigated through the twin fjords of Upside Down Mountain, heading towards the town of Tana. The sun is warm, and the sea is tranquil. Victor reclined leisurely on the deck's edge in a sunbed, idly flipping through a popular novel about the Grand Line, a gift from Kurokakus. Meho Akane stood on the deck, her eyes closed as she assumed a sword-drawing stance, striving to recapture the fleeting intuition she once felt during her battle with the demon sword user, Flemin. Perona perched atop the cabin, swinging her long legs while humming a haunting melody and nibbling on an apple. A multitude of phantoms formed a lookout team, swirling above the ship, vigilantly monitoring the currents and weather changes. Meanwhile, Robin sat in the cabin, meticulously organizing information about the various islands along their route, cross-referencing it with the nautical charts. Brother, turn right 47 degrees. All right, right turn of 47 degrees completed. Such brief exchanges occasionally echoed aboard the ship. Under Perona's exceptional navigation skills and Victor's deft handling, the Beagle showcased its speed advantage, swiftly heading towards Tana Town. On the 5th day since departing from the Twin Gorges, the cheerful voice of Perona resonated throughout the Beagle. Attention all passengers, please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. We have arrived at Tana Town. Meho Akane poked her head out of the kitchen, astonished. So soon? Wasn't it said to take at least 8 to 10 days? Victor, adjusting the sails, smiled gently. The Beagle's speed is indeed top-notch. Had it not been for our unfamiliarity with the climate and currents on our first journey through the Grand Line, we could have shortened the voyage by about a day. Meho Akane gazed towards the distant horizon, where the outline of Tana Town was beginning to emerge. Where's Robin? Oh ho ho ho, she went to fetch our pocket money. No sooner had the words left her lips than Robin emerged from the cabin, dragging a suitcase and grinning. Here is your pocket money, 100,000 berries each. Oh yeah, Perona and Meho Akane cheered in delight. Victor chuckled, everyone, please change your attire and prepare to disembark. Before long, the Beagle gradually approached the port of Tana Town. It seemed today marked a significant festival in Tana. The harbor was densely populated with over 50 vessels of various sizes, while colorful banners and festive triangular flags adorned the docks, bustling with a lively crowd. Victor, should we leave someone to guard the ship? Asked Dance Red. She had changed into a red and black leisure outfit, similar in color scheme to Perona's gothic skirt. No need, just bring your personal belongings as you disembark. After everyone had stepped onto the dock, Victor flicked his fingers and a guiding zipper shot towards the ship's hull, instantly channeling the power of the devil fruit into the Beagle, beginning its transformation. The resin zipper formed a domed structure, completely enveloping the upper sections of the vessel with no gaps left exposed. The passers-by instinctively halted, their eyes wide with astonishment at this remarkable display. While they had witnessed devil fruits before, such an extraordinary feat was indeed rare. It served as an unspoken demonstration and deterrent. Once the coating of the Beagle was complete, Victor curled his index finger, retracting the guiding zipper. All set, let's proceed. You are free to explore, and we will reconvene at the Beagle by evening. Perona and Dance Red joyfully paired up, heading towards the renowned culinary street that Robin had previously described. Meanwhile, Robin closely followed Victor, eager to indulge in this rare intimate outing. Victor was delighted to stroll through the town of Tenero with Robin, especially since he had not prepared any travel itinerary for the place, while Robin possessed a greater familiarity with its offerings. Unlike the Land of Flowers, the docks of Tenero were devoid of distinctive food stalls. The majority were occupied by merchant ships and fishing vessels engaged in trade or the transportation of goods. The two made their way directly across the docks, where at the far end loomed a magnificent arched portico adorned with vibrant festooned banners of triangular flags. As they approached the archway, it felt as though the volume of life around them had been suddenly cranked to its maximum. The lively cacophony enveloped them with the laughter of adults and children alike, the enticing aroma of food, the fluttering of colorful streamers in the sky, and the bustling throngs of people on the streets. Today marked the most significant celebration of the year in Tenero, the Summer Dragon Festival. The streets were thronged with crowds, comprising not only local residents, but also a multitude of visiting tourists. Each stall emanating delectable scents was surrounded by eager patrons, while children lingered before stalls selling festive masks and souvenirs, reluctant to depart. In the center of the road stood an elongated array of exquisitely crafted paper dragon models. Each dragon was uniquely designed, yet all were crafted with remarkable care. The artisans proudly stood before their creations, joyfully exchanging insights with fellow creators or diligently explaining their work to the captivated onlookers. Victor and Robin were captivated by the joyous atmosphere of the festival, smiling as they leisurely strolled along the street. The Summer Dragon Festival is a significant tradition that has been passed down through generations in Tana Town. During this time each year, nearly every household in the town spontaneously constructs paper models of dragons to display on the streets, honoring the hero paper dragon Angie Wells, who saved Tana Town 300 years ago. Drawn by the enticing aroma of food, they paused at a stall. As they waited in line, Robin began to enlighten Victor about the customs of Tana Town. Oh, paper dragon. That sounds impressive, Victor remarked. After a short wait, it was Victor's turn. He spent 400 berries on 2 servings of binbin-pool, handing one to Robin. Binbin-pool is a uniquely flavored grilled sausage, sliced into even thick pieces and placed in a paper box, generously topped with mustard and cheese shavings. If customers prefer a spicy kick, they can obtain a slender hot pepper, the local specialty known as compassionate green. Free of charge, a pepper that boasts astonishing heat. After a moment's consideration, Robin declined the hot pepper, instead skewering a cheese-covered sausage slice with a bamboo stick and savoring it. his eyes narrowing with delight. Standing in the shade, they leisurely enjoyed their snacks, as Robin continued to elaborate on the tale of paper dragon Angie Wells, the notorious pirate who roamed the seas 3 centuries ago, transformed into a paper figure after consuming the origami fruit. He could fold his body at will into various paper forms, and the paper on his person was as tough as sword steel. Furthermore, after successfully executing a heist, he would leave behind a small origami animal. One fateful day, his hometown of Tanatown was suddenly invaded by the Penguin pirate crew, led by the notorious sea pirate Emperor Penguin Dinapo, who swiftly overwhelmed even the station navy. In this moment of crisis, Paper Dragon transformed into a paper bird and hastened back to his homeland, bravely confronting the 1,000-strong pirate army alone. In the climactic battle, he morphed into a colossal paper dragon, vanquishing all invaders, though he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. In honor of this wayward hero's return, the people of Tanatown designated that day as the Summer Dragon Festival. Victor felt a surge of excitement, a solitary individual standing against a legion. Even if the battle scenes had been embellished countless times, the reality of that moment must have been astonishing. "Is this been pudelicious?" he inquired. "Indeed it is," Robin replied with a beaming smile and a nod. "Come on, I see a stall selling beverages ahead." The two made their way slowly towards the stand. At that moment, several figures clad in dark attire and wearing festive masks blocked their path. The leader, a well-proportioned man, spoke slowly. "Mafia of the Death Chain. Victor, may we have a conversation?" Victor raised an eyebrow, expressing his discontent with conversing with those who lurk in the shadows. Robin, feeling a surge of panic, instinctively concealed herself behind Victor. Even without employing the exceptional observation hockey known as Apocalypse to discern their identities, Victor could surmise the affiliations of the individuals before him. They were agents of Cypherpol, the intelligence agency representing the world government. The Summer Dragon Festival marked the inaugural Saturday of summer in Tanatown, with the weather beginning to turn increasingly warm. Victor scrutinized the group of CP personnel opposite him. At the forefront stood a well-built man, approximately 2.8 meters tall, adorned with a festive mask. His wild, unruly mane of thick black hair cascaded down his shoulders, while his black suit jacket hung open, revealing a patterned shirt that was half-buttoned, exposing his robust chest and several scars. Behind him were 3 individuals, each about 1.8 meters tall, each wearing a different style of festive mask. One featured long black hair tied simply at the back, with a pigeon perched on his shoulder, another donned a flat cap, and the last sported braided hair. The towering man chuckled and spoke. "It is understandable that you do not know who we are. The world government maintains 8 intelligence agencies, with Cypherpol number 9, colloquially known as CP9, serving as the premier assassination and intelligence unit." Raising an eyebrow, Victor casually found a long bench in the shade beneath a tree and sat with Robin, remarking, "So, has the world government finally decided to bring this ordinary citizen to justice? Gentlemen, please do not stand there awkwardly. It may draw unwanted attention. Have a seat." The tall man nodded to the others, then joined Victor on the bench. The man with the long black hair stood behind the tall man, hands clasped behind his back, while the other two dispersed into the crowd. "Mr. Victor, you possess a profound understanding of our organization," the tall man remarked, his gaze sharp as a drawn blade behind his mask. "I've only heard a little." Victor waved his hand dismissively. "Let us get straight to the point. What does the world government want from me?" "It's quite simple." The tall man cracked his neck, producing a series of sharp sounds. "The government wishes to recruit you into our ranks." Victor burst into laughter. "Are you jesting? Since when has CP begun to incorporate outsiders? Your customary practice has always been to train and indoctrinate the offspring of your internal cadre and the orphans you have collected since childhood, transforming them into perfect and loyal killing machines." The tall man shrugged. "It is merely a decision from above. In truth, I find it somewhat perplexing myself. However, a command is a command, and your wishes hold no weight." Leopard, assess his caliber. The pigeon man in the back adjusted his shoulders, and the pigeon soared into the air. Victor raised a finger and shook it. Wait. He inserted 2 pieces of binbinpu into his mouth and bit into a segment of slender chili pepper. The intense aroma and the spiciness of the chili erupted upon his tongue, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Victor intended to turn back and have Robin procure some of the local specialty chili peppers, known as compassionate green, for those who relish spicy food. These peppers are truly a treasure. He took the handkerchief offered by Robin to dab at the corners of his mouth, rising effortlessly as he remarked, "I've merely satiated my hunger a bit. Today marks an important festival here. We wouldn't want to dampen the spirits of the crowd. There is a sparsely populated area to the northwest. Let us head there." He grasped Robin's small hand, leading her toward the garden in the northwest direction. The pigeon returned to perch on the shoulder of the curly-haired man, cooing softly before inquiring, "Is it all right, Lion?" The tall man, referred to as Lion, nodded affirmatively. "Such trivial matters are inconsequential. If he wishes to go there, so be it. Pinocchio, Big Bad Wolf, follow closely." With that, Lion stood and made his way toward the northwest, while 2 figures darted from the crowd, closely trailing behind Lion and Leopard. Before long, they arrived at the garden in the northwest. Though referred to as a garden, it was, in fact, the site of an old park. 2 years prior, the town of Tana had constructed a new large garden on the western side of the island, leaving this place temporarily abandoned. With no residential areas nearby and the majority of people drawn to the main street for the festival, few ventured here for leisure. It was the perfect battleground. Victor removed his suit jacket and handed it to Robin, leisurely rolling up his sleeves. I have absolutely no interest in joining your disreputable organization. However, since you have disrupted my enjoyment, I shall take great pleasure in teaching you a lesson. The figure known as Leopard, a man with a pigeon perched upon his shoulder, also cast aside his suit jacket and remarked, I have encountered many a provincial fool from overseas, and your bravado is nothing but empty noise. Allow Mr. Hadley to impart a profound lesson to you, newcomer. Victor tilted his head slightly, pondering, ventriloquism? Or perhaps a dual personality? Do you not feel a sense of embarrassment at these absurd utterances conveyed through the pigeon's beak? As the pigeon took flight, Leopard let out a cold chuckle, removing his mask and using his own voice to declare, a foolish creature unaware of its own mortality. His form began to expand gradually, swiftly reaching nearly 3 meters in height, adorned with a coat of spotted, slick fur, equipped with razor-sharp claws, and a tail that whipped through the air like a steel whip, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. He had transformed into the feline form of the animal fruit. Leopard. Victor, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, let out a playful whistle. Wow, a true leopard. So, I take it that lion and wolf are also genuine code names? Is CP9 a zoo? The leopard remained unfazed, merely sneering as he licked his claws. Standing nearby, the lion spoke in a low voice. Leopard, remain calm. We need him alive. With a subtle smile, Victor immediately recognized the man before him. Rob Lucci, the most formidable combat prodigy and a veritable instrument of annihilation in the history of CP9. If events transpired as foreseen, the individuals known as the Big Bad Wolf and Pinocchio were none other than Jabra, the master of the canine Zoan, wolf form, and Kaku, distinguished by his elongated proboscis, who had yet to partake of the devil fruit. Spandam, at this juncture, was likely still affiliated with CP5. It would not be long before he distinguished himself through that incident, thereby securing his ascendance to the position of director of CP9. Consequently, the man referred to as the lion must have been the incumbent director of CP9. Lucci, with a derisive smirk, began, within CP9, Dariki is the lingua franca, seniority is of no consequence. Rest assured, once I have reduced you to a near-death state, I shall meticulously instruct you in these protocols. Scarcely had the words left his lips when Lucci vanished from sight with instantaneous celerity. Victor, with his hands tucked into his pockets, leaned slightly to evade the enormous claws that lunged at him from behind. Sparks flew from beneath his feet as he glided away in a peculiar manner for several meters, turning to regard the colossal leopard man who had failed to land a blow. What is the matter? Go on, Victor taunted, provoking the ire of Rube Lutch. Unfazed, Lutch retorted. So, a mere evasion of this attack brings you such delight, rookie? Clearly, you have no comprehension of what it means to be superhuman. With a low growl, Lutch unleashed his power, shattering the ground beneath him as he lunged forward to confront Victor, his fingers forming a series of sharp, pointed shadows. Finger gun spot, he declared, unleashing a barrage of resinous projectiles. Victor stood with his hands tucked into his pockets, swaying slightly as he deftly navigated through a barrage of bullets. In a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Rucci. However, Rucci reacted with remarkable agility, leaping into the air to evade the strike. He executed a series of explosive maneuvers, leaving sharp angular traces as he hurtled toward Victor. Yet, the strength of Victor's observation hockey far surpassed that of the current Rucci. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Victor struck with a thunderous punch that landed squarely in Rucci's abdomen. In that instant of contact, time seemed to momentarily halt. With a muffled thud, Rucci was sent careening backward, shattering several garden sculptures before crashing into a thicket. The Big Bad Wolf and Pinocchio immediately sprinted toward the direction of Rucci's disappearance into the underbrush. Meanwhile, Lion released his embrace, removing his mask to stretch his shoulders. His face bore an imposing, square visage, adorned with a meticulously groomed beard, while his fierce brows commanded attention. Truly, he was the fierce Chain, having effortlessly subdued the most formidable member of CP9. His voice resonated deeply. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lion Ross, and I shall be your opponent henceforth. A faint smile played upon Victor's lips as he responded, very well, but should you also fall, I shall have my demands. Lion Ross offered a chilling smirk in return. Let us speak of that once you have emerged victorious. The second round commenced. With the low growl of the beast resonating in the air, Lion Ross's form began to swell, his already wild and exuberant black hair billowing upwards like flames reaching for the heavens. Victor stood with his hands in his pockets, patiently awaiting the completion of Ross's transformation. At last, Ross's form surged to an impressive height of 5 meters. His once dense black hair transformed into a magnificent mane that danced like flames, merging seamlessly with the thick whiskers that erupted from his jaw, rendering the upper half of his face into the regal visage of a lion king. Unlike Lucci's jaguar form, Ross's hands were not sharp and menacing, but instead exuded a heavy, royal presence. His muscles swelled to the brink of bursting through his suit and shirt, while a robust lion's tail swayed casually behind him. The animal type cat fruit, lion form. After a long wait, Ross twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Let me make it clear, he declared, I will show no mercy against a formidable opponent like you. If you wish to survive, unleash all the power you possess to defeat the 7 warlords of the sea. From Victor's palm emerged a blue-patterned, unsheathed longsword, and a subtle smile graced his lips. This suits my intentions perfectly. The battle commenced. In an instant, Ross's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Victor abruptly turned his head, only to witness Ross traverse a distance of at least 20 meters in less than half a second, reappearing behind him. How astonishingly swift. Even more explosive than Rob Lucci's agility. Victor barely managed to adjust his stance. As he raised his longsword, the ground beneath Ross erupted violently, harnessing the tremendous recoil. He surged towards Victor with an even swifter velocity. His formidable left hand revealed jet-black, hooked talons, aiming directly for Victor's head. Fist of the King's Claw. As Victor prepared to block with his blade, a slightly blurred image suddenly flashed through his mind. In that fleeting moment, the long knife in his hand unexpectedly shattered into countless fragments, revealing a resilient chain concealed within. In an instant, he stumbled backward, and the entire long knife lashed out at Ross like a whip. The collision between the chain whip and his fingertips erupted into a shower of sparks. Ross's hand was enveloped in a pitch-black hockey, and despite the fierce vibrations of the chain blade causing sparks to fly, he seized the chain whip and forcefully yanked it towards himself. Victor seized the moment, raising his right hand backward, the tips of his fingers shimmering with a metallic gleam. With a thunderous roar, he swung his arm toward the approaching Ross, unleashing 5 chain blades that spiraled rapidly, merging into a multi-ringed spiral whip aimed fiercely at Ross's head. Simultaneously, Ross launched his counterattack, yanking Victor, along with his weapon, toward himself. His right arm swelled with muscular force, veins bulging ominously as his fingers splayed slightly. Sharp barbed tips protruding from his fingertips. Channeling the entirety of his strength, he struck violently at the incoming Victor. Metallic zip, 5-string pipa, ties of connection. Finger gun technique. Lion's roar. Neither wished to pay the ultimate price for such a trivial task, and the 2 formidable, destructive strikes collided with perfect synchronicity. The deafening sound of their clash reverberated through the air, and sparks erupted at the point of contact, dazzling the onlookers. With a resounding boom, both combatants were thrust backward. The spiral whip formed by Victor's fingertips shattered, sparks flying as the numerous circular rings ceased their motion, resembling a malfunctioning machine spewing forth tiny bursts of fire. On the other side, Ross was in no better condition. The dark, hooked claws of his right hand were entirely shattered, causing his palm to tremble slightly. A clear indication that Victor's spiral whip had struck him fiercely. Forcing a smile through gritted teeth, his voice trembled as he remarked, "You're quite impressive. I might actually believe that Moonlight Moria fell to your hands." His right arm quickly steadied, the broken claws shedding away, new ones slowly regrowing from between his fingers. What remarkable regenerative ability. Seeing this, Victor frowned slightly. He shook his right wrist, and the damaged outer shells of the spiral whip disintegrated and vanished, reverting back into 5 chain blades that returned to his fingertips. Just as both prepared to engage once more, the Pinocchio cuckoo, who was supporting Rob Lucci on the sidelines, heard the buzzing of a phone bug in his arms. After handing Lucci over to the big bad wolf Gabra, he swiftly approached Ross while holding the phone bug. Upon witnessing the scene, Victor deftly flicked his fingers, causing a zipper to extend and ensnare the renowned Blade Ragen Zwa, retrieving it back into the confines of the zipper space. Los reverted to his human form, brushing off the dust from his attire before activating the Din Din Mushi. "Sir, this is Los." The visage of the Din Din Mushi transformed into that of a dignified elder, who inquired languidly, "What news?" Los glanced at Victor and respectfully replied to the Din Din Mushi. "He is formidable. The likelihood of defeating Moonlight Moria exceeds 60%. I wish to speak with him." "Understood." Los took the Din Din Mushi from Kaku, approaching Victor and positioning the device at eye level with him. "Mafia Victor, you have presented us with quite the conundrum," remarked the Din Din Mushi with a hint of displeasure. "Esteemed elders, I have merely been on the receiving end of their blows from start to finish," Victor retorted, gesturing towards Robin in the distance. With a bemused smile, he addressed the Din Din Mushi. "You see, Moonlight Moria sought me out. As the leader, how could I refrain from responding?" The Din Din Mushi replied coldly. "Then you ought to remain discreet in the West Blue. After just defeating Moonlight Moria, do you intend to challenge the authority of the world government by rushing into the Grand Line?" Victor wore an expression of innocence, proclaiming, "I have come to the Grand Line solely for leisure and exploration. Challenging the world government is merely an unforeseen calamity, and I cannot endorse such notions." Ross, cradling the transponder snail, listened to this exchange with a grimace, astounded by the audacity of this young man, who dared to speak so flippantly to the elders of the world, the pinnacle of authority. On the other end of the transponder snail, a cold chuckle resonated before a voice remarked, "You have presented us with a considerable dilemma, not merely because you vanquished Moonlight Moria, but because you did so without ensuring his complete eradication. Now he has vanished without a trace, leaving the final position of the Shichibukai in limbo. And you must bear the primary responsibility. Victor let out a derisive snort. I had thought the world government would show leniency towards its Shichibukai. The elder on the other end of the transponder snail wore a mask of indifference. Let us dispense with such trivialities, Mafia Victor. Nicole Robin is by your side. Is she not? Hand her over. Robin was taken aback, instinctively clutching Victor's arm. He gently patted her clammy little hand, his expression towards the transponder snail turning icy. I have conveyed this message to Gecko Moria before, and I shall reiterate it now. If a leader cannot protect his subordinates, how does he expect to survive? Gorisei, if you truly wish to take Robin, then come and attempt it. I will ensure their annihilation. As many as you send, I shall eliminate. Los, closest to Victor, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, his instincts were remarkably sharp. This young man was genuinely intent on bloodshed. Robin trembled slightly, her eyes reddening as she fought back tears. After a moment of silence, the voice from the other end of the transponder snail sneered. What a sentimental fool. Since you are intelligent, you should comprehend what is permissible and what is not. Let us put aside the matter of Nicole Robin for now. Now, to business. We represent the world government, and hereby extend a formal invitation for you to join the Shichibukai. Victor was invited by the world government to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Aside from Victor, everyone present was utterly astonished. Although the concept of the 7 warlords of the sea has only been introduced for less than a decade, its significance is universally recognized. The 7 warlords of the sea, along with the 4 emperors and the Navy headquarters, constitute the 3 great powers of the Grand Line. Only those pirates with exceptional renown or formidable strength, capable of instilling fear in others, are deemed worthy of this title. Each of these notorious pirates possesses catastrophic destructive capabilities and immense power that rivals that of nations. To become a warlord of the sea signifies a cessation of animosity from the world government. The Navy will regard them as allies. And even the act of usurping a nation may not be out of the question. In essence, to attain this title means that all 1's actions will be legitimized. Now, the elders unexpectedly wished to bestow such authority upon this mere 17-year-old youth. Both Gabra and Kaku staggered back in shock from this astonishing decision. And even Rob Lucci, supported by Gabra, displayed an expression of disbelief. They're still young. Far less mature and composed than they would be 8 years hence in the manga. Although Lion Ross was surprised, he was not entirely unprepared for this. The young man before them, with his extraordinary mastery of both armament and observation hockey, and his remarkable development of devil fruit abilities, was indeed impressive. Most notably due to his potential. Such combat prowess made it reasonable for the world government to seek his allegiance. Now, it remained to be seen how he would respond. Ross had no doubt that if this reckless youth, who had repeatedly defied the elders, dared to utter a no, they would immediately order his execution. Faced with the elders' unexpected invitation, Victor raised an eyebrow and said, "To be honest, your proposal has truly taken me by surprise. Allow me to ponder." He furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then suddenly snapped his fingers, a broad smile illuminating his face. "All right, I accept." The elderly figure on the transponder snail's face broke into an inexplicable smile. "How refreshing. I'm beginning to admire you. In a few days, the world government will make an announcement." But please wait a moment," Victor interjected, raising his hand. "Regarding the position of warlord of the sea, I have a request." "Speak." Victor cleared his throat and said, "I hope the world government can postpone the announcement of my joining the 7 warlords of the sea for another month." "What are you scheming? Mafia Victor?" The voice on the other end of the transponder snaked through with a hint of menace. "Haha, I tend to be a bit shy, and if there's a chance to delay such a globally scrutinized opportunity, I'd prefer to take it," Victor replied with a hollow laugh, uttering words that no one believed. Very well. I shall ensure that Ross leaves a transponder dedicated to the warlords." "Oh, no need for that. I can use Mr. Moria's device. Now that I am part of the world government, I should set an example and help save expenses," Victor cheerfully said as he took the silver transponder from Robin, which belonged to Moonlight Moria. "Suit yourself." With a click, the communication was severed. Leo Ross cast a complex gaze at Victor, remarking, "So, it seems we are now colleagues." Victor replied with a smile. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Shouldn't I, as a junior, treat you seniors to a drink?" "No need for that." Roosh swiftly broke free from Gabra's support, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Victor. "Remember, next time I will not fail." "Oh dear, such shameful words should be uttered by a dove," Victor teased. "You ought to learn from the great lion. You, my little leopard, still have much to mature." Roosh's expression darkened further as he pressed his hand against his injured abdomen, wordlessly making his way toward the dock. While Gabra and Kaku hurried to follow him, Victor whistled and turned to Lion Ross, remarking, "It seems your subordinates are rather difficult to manage, forming their own little cliques." Ross smirked, revealing a rather unsightly grin. "Has anyone ever mentioned that your tongue is quite indiscreet?" "Indeed, many have," Victor responded, "yet those who have spoken such words seldom meet a favorable fate." He waved dismissively at Ross. "Farewell, no need for further pleasantries." Once Victor confirmed that the CP9 members and government officials had departed using his observation hockey, his previously nonchalant demeanor shifted, and he thoughtfully stroked his chin. Robin, with a hint of concern, inquired, Victor, do you think Perona and the others will be all right? Victor shook his head, remarking that the world government is not so foolish. These old men are surely conspiring against him in their lair. In the opulent halls of Mariehua, an elderly balding man with age spots ended a call, exclaiming, "What a rebellious little brat." Beside him, a short-bearded man with blonde hair scoffed. Nearby, a bald elder, clutching an ancient long sword, adjusted his glasses and murmured, "Regardless, the position of the warlords of the sea has been filled, allowing the three great powers to maintain balance." An elderly man with braided hair and a scar on his forehead leaned on his cane and paused, asking, "What about Nico Robin?" A long-haired, long-bearded elder shook his head. "This Mafia Victor is a clever man. What's more, he possesses little ambition and understands the art of concession. What harm is there in letting Nico Robin remain in his hands for the time being?" The short-bearded man took a seat, coldly stating, "I have a premonition. This lad will inevitably cause a significant uproar." The sword-bearing elder chuckled lightly. "Which of the warlords of the sea is not a formidable figure? We require such a spirited newcomer to check Don Quixote da Flamingo." The long-haired elder voiced his agreement. "Indeed, I fear he may not hesitate to stir trouble. Otherwise, he cannot intimidate those unruly pirates with the unobserved battle of Clock Island." The age-spotted elder, known as Map Head, interjected. "He wishes for the world government to delay the announcement of his joining the warlords of the sea by a month. What could his intentions be?" The short-bearded man shrugged. "Merely playing for time, exploiting the gap in intelligence to gain some advantage. It is trivial. What puzzles me is that according to this lad's information, he appears to be merely the son of a fisherman from the West Sea, yet at times he displays an uncanny wisdom, as if divinely inspired. History is not devoid of individuals endowed with extraordinary observation hockey. Could he be one of them? Are you suggesting he possesses a mind-reading ability akin to the Red Count?" The sword-bearing elder frowned. "Each individual who awakens observation hockey naturally possesses unique abilities. I am merely speculating. Naturally awakened observation hockey is far rarer than conqueror's hockey. So it is not certain this lad is indeed such a chosen one." The short-bearded man shrugged once more. In any case, the matter was settled. Nico Robin would temporarily remain under Mafia Victor's care, with Fierce Chain Mafia Victor joining the warlords of the sea and the announcement to be made in a month. The braided elder concluded decisively, "Thus, the ranks of the warlords of the sea are complete. Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Hawkeye Dracula Myhawk, Sand Crocodile, Fishman Jinbi, Heavenly Demon Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Fierce Chain Mafia Victor." At this juncture, the world's three great powers can finally maintain equilibrium. A new era is about to commence. The people of Tanatown remained oblivious to the cataclysmic battle that nearly erupted at the park's old site. Had conflict ensued, Tanatown would likely have faced a fate akin to that of Clock Village, with its visitors and residents suffering grievously. However, fate does not entertain the concept of what if. The festive celebrations continued unabated. As evening descended, the temperature began to cool gradually. Yet the streets of the town thrived with increasing crowds, growing ever livelier. At the dock, Victor and Robin enjoyed chilled fruit juices while waiting for Perona and Dance Red Lady. Soon enough, the two girls appeared in a whirlwind, laden with bags and panting heavily as they rushed to Victor's side. "Are you two not weary? Slow down, or you'll choke." Perona snatched the chilled juice from Victor and gulped it down hastily, while Dance Red Lady blushed as she accepted the juice Robin offered, quietly expressing her gratitude before eagerly sipping it. "Ah, that was delightful. Haha." Perona laughed heartily, tossing her empty cup onto the ground. "Perona, refrain from that indecorous laughter. Clean your mouth. Dispose of that cup in the trash." Victor, as the guardian, could no longer bear to watch and unleashed his ultimate technique, Guardian's triple scolding. Under the pressure of her brother's stern demeanor, Perona reluctantly took a handkerchief from Victor, hastily wiped her mouth, and picked up the cup from the ground with a pout, heading to throw it away. Dance Red Lady, having consumed most of her juice, continued to fan her flushed face with her small hands, cheerfully exclaiming, "Victor, this town has so many ingredients I've never seen before, and they're so inexpensive. Shall we go buy some more?" At that moment, Perona returned, clinging to Victor and playfully pouting, "Brother, old Ma is still at the market. I found a clothing store, and the styles the owner makes are so trendy. Let us go." Dance Red Lady immediately protested, leaping onto Perona and insistently saying, "Pepe, who are you calling old Ma? How rude, you foolish girl. Just wait and see how I deal with you." "Oh dear, little Dance, are you planning a rebellion?" Lady Pepe is truly serious this time. Robin covered her mouth, beaming as she watched the two girls playfully quarrel. Victor rubbed his temples in exasperation and remarked, "Aren't you both hungry? Let's go. I've heard there's a delightful restaurant in town." Robin smiled and nodded. "It's a place located beside Central Street, called B Superman. It has a loyal clientele and receives quite favorable reviews. I reserved a table for 4 at noon. Shall we set off now?" Perona and the dancing Crimson Maiden gathered around Robin, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Sister Robin is so capable. Victor created a zipper space on the ship, placing the items purchased by Perona and her companions into this realm. Shortly thereafter, the group set off towards the restaurant. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, they soon arrived at the entrance of Be Superman. This establishment, a 3-story restaurant adorned in a vintage style, featured an open faade on each floor facing the street, supported by several columns that upheld the eaves. The railings were only waist-high and appeared somewhat rudimentary in craftsmanship. Above the entrance hung a sign, inscribed in a slightly cartoonish font with Be Superman, accompanied by a charming cartoon Be illustration. A circle of small light bulbs adorned the sign, though, for reasons unknown, they remained unlit. Robin exchanged a few quiet words with the attendant greeting them at the door, who then bowed slightly and guided the group to a table near the street. Perfectly suited for 4. After a brief discussion, they decided to sample some of the local delicacies of Tanatown, ordering several of the restaurant's popular dishes as per Robin's suggestion. Before long, the modest table was laden with an array of regional specialties. Among these dishes were a few particularly distinctive offerings that even Victor praised with nods of approval. Crimson sesame featured thinly sliced fresh red-nosed fish, delicately drizzled with a secret sesame sauce and sprinkled with crushed peanuts. The flavor was rich and aromatic, the fish firm yet devoid of any fishy taste, making it a delightful choice for the ladies. Merciful Sky Prayer consisted of finely chopped local spicy peppers, compassionate green, combined with the island's specialty mint, prayer leaf, coated in batter and fried to a crisp. The spiciness of the peppers was perfectly balanced by the refreshing aroma of the mint, achieving a sublime harmony. Accompanied by a dipping sauce crafted from various ingredients, this dish had long reigned as the favorite in the culinary votes of Tanatown's visitors over the past 5 years. The preparation of Superman Jack was straightforward. Eggplants were cut into chunks and gently pan-fried until their surfaces turned slightly crisp. A generous spoonful of the proprietor's proud sauce, Be Jack, was then spread on the cut sides. The sweet yet not cloying sauce was absorbed by the eggplant, bursting with flavor at the first bite. Much to the delight of both adults and children alike, Victor instructed the server to uncork a bottle of mildly alcoholic fruit wine, and after a toast, the group engaged in cheerful conversation while enjoying their meal. As they dined, Perona noticed the surroundings growing increasingly dim. Puzzled, she glanced around and wondered, "Is the establishment not illuminating the space?" Robin, with a playful smile, replied, "Soon you will understand why the lights are off, Perona." The street deepened into darkness, yet the storefronts and street vendors along the main thoroughfare harmoniously refrained from lighting their displays, as everyone awaited the pivotal moment of the Summer Dragon Festival. The town's clock chimed 7 times, signaling the arrival of the festival's most significant moment. The streets surged with a crowd eagerly gathering near the exquisitely crafted paper dragon models, while the town's militia diligently maintained order. Whether shopkeepers, market vendors, curious tourists, or longtime residents of the quaint town, all were quietly anticipating that moment. At the completion of the final chime, the creators of the paper dragon models illuminated the pre-prepared colored lanterns hidden beneath covers, casting a vibrant glow throughout the main street. Reflective bits of paper danced in the air, and the luminous paper dragons resembled the legendary hero who had returned 3 centuries ago, unfurling their wings amid the celebration and blessings of the people. Perona, perched on Victor's shoulder, gazed in wide-eyed wonder, having never witnessed such a spectacle. At the table, the dancing Red Maiden and Robin raised their glasses with cheerful smiles, clinking them together in a toast. Victor raised his glass toward the vibrant paper dragons, savoring the drink with satisfaction. To the great hero. The colorful lights illuminated the entire town of Tana, and a joyous wave erupted. Both tourists and residents raised their hands in exuberance, celebrating the Summer Dragon Festival. The revelry continued into the deep night. But even the most joyous moments must eventually reach their conclusion. On the following morning, the townsfolk ventured out to clean the streets, gathering remnants of food, colorful streamers, shiny paper scraps, empty bottles, and even a few wallets. Laughter and chatter filled the air as they diligently sorted the debris. The Summer Dragon Festival was the most lucrative day of the year for Tana, a town reliant on tourism, and its residents took great pride in maintaining the town's cleanliness. This year's festival was notably free of fire incidents, thanks to the former mayor's procurement of high-quality fire-resistant paper from the Queen of Spring City, St. White Poplar. As dawn broke, tourists began to emerge from their lodgings, stretching lazily as they made their way to their boats. Notably, the time required for a visit to Tana was merely 20 hours, a convenience compared to other islands that demanded months of travel. Suddenly, the air was pierced by urgent bell tolls. Tourists paused in confusion, while the residents grew alarmed. Yes, it was pirates. A male resident dropped his broom and dashed home. Others, roused from their stupor, hurried back to their abodes, while a few brave souls armed with shovels and brooms charged toward the docks to defend their home. Panic spread among the tourists. No festive atmosphere could change the grim reality of the pirate era. Most visitors traveled along fixed routes aboard tourist boats, usually accompanied by formidable guards. The tourists rushed to locate the captains of their vessels, seeking the protection of their escort. The main street grew increasingly chaotic. and from the third floor of a three-story and adjacent to the B Superman, a window was flung open. Victor, wearing a fuzzy nightcap and spotted pajamas, stood before the window with a grim expression, gazing at the distant harbor in silence. Indeed, he was suffering from severe low blood pressure and morning lethargy. No matter where you pirates hail from, you were doomed. Fuming, Victor slipped on his slippers and hurried to his wardrobe to change. Meanwhile, not far from the port, a massive pirate ship loomed, having seized numerous vessels at the dock, ransacking them for valuables. The guards left behind were not without the will to resist. Yet they were swiftly subdued and hung from the mast of their own ships as a warning. A large group of tourists had been captured by the pirates, and a red-haired giant in a dark coat brandished a wrench, menacingly shouting at the trembling tourists, "Everyone, hand over your valuables if you wish to live. We are the infamous machinist pirate crew." Indeed, the crew with a bounty of 240 million. Some captains of tourist boats collapsed in fear. Mumbling about the end of the machinist pirate crew, most of the guards on shore shook their heads, surrendering. They had heard of the fearsome reputation of the machinist pirate crew. After all, they could not possibly match even the crew's officers and deemed it wiser to give in sooner rather than later. Heavy footsteps approached, and two towering figures emerged on the dock. Leading was an imposing man, standing at least 4 meters tall, with dreadlocked, curly brown hair and a bushy beard resembling a tangled mass of wires. He wore black steel-toed boots and a filthy beige coat adorned with slowly rotating steel gears. Beside him walked a well-proportioned young man with blonde hair, approximately 25 years of age. His cold, piercing gaze offered no warmth. Clad in a fitting black coat with an ornate firearm at his side, one of the guards, recognizing the danger, gulped and took a few steps back. The giant's indifferent gaze fixed on him, and in a deep, resonant voice, he commanded, "You, introduce our machinist pirate crew to these little ones, lest someone act foolishly." The guard trembled. Stammering, the machinist pirate crew, with a total bounty of 240 million berries. Captain Black Gear Jig, bounty of 150 million berries, and First Officer Art Gunbill, bounty of 90 million berries. The red-haired giant shouted in discontent, "Captain, why do I not have a bounty? Is it because I haven't killed enough?" Black Gear Jig slowly turned the gear-shaped ring on his finger, letting out a deep, mocking laugh. "Indeed, you are correct, Donnie. Our past kindness has led the Navy to underestimate us. Bill, this is the town, is it not?" Art Gunbill nodded coldly. Indeed, Tana, where yesterday was the traditional Summer Dragon Festival, attracting a multitude of tourists. "We stand to profit greatly, Captain." Jig spread his arms and roared, "Men, go plunder this town. Take everything valuable. Any woman you fancy can be treated as you wish. Those who dare resist shall be met with no mercy." At the captain's command, some pirates shrieked, brandishing wrenches as they charged at the quaking tourists, while others surged toward the circular archway at the end of the dock, leading to the main street. Clearly, they had meticulously researched Tana before their arrival. "Report. There is a peculiar ship. It cannot be accessed." A dissonant voice rang out from the dock. Art Gunbill furrowed his brow and hurried over. Upon closer inspection, he found it indeed was an unusual vessel. The deep blue hull bore the name Coral, with a dome of resin covering the entire deck, leaving no seams. Strangely, even the figurehead, a dual-winged statue of the goddess of victory, was clad in resin pajamas, complete with a tilted resin nightcap atop her head. Whose ship is so whimsical? Art Gunbill struggled to maintain his composure, pinching his thigh to steady his expression. "Get the cannons and sink that ship." Bill snapped at his fellow pirates. Just as two subordinates were about to respond, a mocking voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Oh, you wish to sink my ship? Then allow me to reciprocate." Sticky fingers. A golden stream of light shot toward the dock at breakneck speed, and in an instant, the proud vessel of the machinist pirate crew was cleaved in two, leaving a deep trench in the sea. Black Gear Jig gaped in disbelief at the wreckage sinking slowly into the water, murmuring, "Who is the owner of my cruel justice? Who dares to harm my brutal justice?" A chilling scream echoed from the circular archway at the end of the dock, as a handful of bloodied pirates staggered towards the pier, only to be swiftly felled by precise, airborne slashes. Several figures emerged at the archway. Victor donned an exquisite black suit, and with a subtle gesture of his outstretched right index finger, the terrifying chain blade that had struck fear into the hearts of many swiftly returned to his fingertip. Perona, the captivating dancing lady, and Robin trailed closely behind him, the recent aerial slashes being the brilliant handiwork of the enchanting dancer. The elderly mayor, his hair as white as snow and his forehead stained with blood, trembled as he followed closely, his eyes filled with fervent admiration for Victor. Victor gazed coldly at the bewildered pirates on the dock and declared, from this moment forth, "This town is under the protection of Coral. Care to challenge that? I shall be your adversary." Upon hearing Victor's brazen proclamation, the burly red-haired man, Donnie, bellowed furiously, "Where did you spring from? Have you never heard of our illustrious machinist pirate crew?" "Not in the slightest," replied Victor. He turned to Robin, recognizing that in such moments, he must rely on his all-knowing secretary. After contemplating for a moment, Robin spoke. "The machinist pirate crew is a burgeoning band of pirates that has risen to prominence over the past 2 years. Their defining characteristic is that every member has obtained a Level 5 machinist certification and an apprentice shipbuilding qualification. The captain, Black Gearjig, is a renowned shipwright and a certified Level 1 machinist, while the chief strategist, Art Gunbill, has even acquired a certificate in advanced floral design. Victor found himself momentarily at a loss for words, clearing his throat awkwardly before inquiring what prompted the Navy to place a bounty on them. Robin retrieved a small booklet from her attire, flipping through its pages before responding. 2 years ago, Black Gearjig clashed with Morrison, a shipwright affiliated with the world government, severely injuring him. Following that incident, he resisted arrest and injured several naval officers. Subsequently, he led his shipyard employees and accountant Bill to the seas as pirates. In the distance, Black Gearjig, upon hearing Robin's nonchalant recounting, suddenly erupted into tears. Not only did he weep, but his large arms flailed about recklessly, smashing several metal mooring posts on the dock, resembling an enormous infant. His crew, pale and trembling, shouted in unison, "Captain, please stop. Don't reminisce. Don't think of that charming 2-meter-4, golden-haired scoundrel, Jet Morrison, who is adored by women. Do not recall the moment he tore your designs and laughed in your face." Jig paused briefly, only to weep even louder. "The reason your captain is in such anguish is undoubtedly due to your incessant salt-in-the-wound antics," Victor and his companions silently critiqued. Seizing the opportunity while the fools created a ruckus on the dock, Victor discreetly continued to inquire about the misdeeds of the machinist pirate crew, though various accounts confirmed Black Gearjig's remarkable prowess. Their past actions were far too innocuous for a band of pirates. Initially, when they attempted to rob merchant ships, they would often be chased away by irate passengers. Their forays into small towns yielded no spoils, and they even left food and money for the impoverished residents. Most of their living expenses were derived from internal conflicts with other pirates, with a portion earned through repairing the vessels of distressed merchant ships. Victor pinched his brow in exasperation and inquired, why are they resorting to their pirate ways once again? The impetus for their recent transformation in image stemmed from the decision made 3 months prior by the world government, which, on the recommendation of shipwright Morrison, revoked the first-class shipwright qualification of Black Gearjig, who had failed to report to the official Shipwrights Association for 2 years. It was said that the mechanic pirate crew had been wreaking havoc at sea over the past 2 months, brazenly attacking tourist ships designed by Morrison, specifically targeting the captains and guards aboard, ultimately setting the vessels ablaze. Robin struggled to continue her narration. These pirates were in dire straits. Just as they had finally resolved to amend their image, they coincidentally crossed paths with Victor, who was vacationing in town. Moreover, they lacked the ferocity one would expect. Upon arriving in town, they even took the initiative to reclassify and clean up the refuse that the townsfolk had only partially managed. Had they not carelessly burnt a paper dragon model, which they mistook for discarded waste, the mayor would not have clashed with them, resulting in a scuffle. At that moment, Victor, filled with righteous anger and accompanied by Perona and the others, was making his way to the dock when he witnessed an elderly man being assaulted by a band of pirates. Without hesitation, he leapt into action. However, upon observing that the pirates did not intend to inflict serious harm, he merely delivered a thorough beating to them. The ones who fell to the blade of the dancing red princess brought it upon themselves with their insolent words. They could not blame others for their fate. And the princess's strikes were aimed at non-vital areas, demonstrating her mercy. The elderly mayor, well-informed and astute, immediately recognized the striking young man before him as Victor Mafia, the fierce chain who had recently vanquished the warlords of the sea, as reported by the World Economic Journal. In truth, it was impossible for him not to recognize Victor, as his granddaughter had meticulously cut out Victor's photograph from the newspaper, producing numerous posters plastered throughout their home. The old mayor had been confronted with Victor's handsome visage even during his trips to the lavatory. When the mayor beseeched Victor for the protection of Coral, Victor readily acquiesced, recognizing this as a splendid opportunity for Coral to establish a foothold in the Grand Line. Naturally, he also took it upon himself to expel the mechanic pirate crew from the island. Now, Victor found himself intrigued by this mechanic pirate crew. A pirate crew composed entirely of shipwrights was indeed a rarity. "Hey, giant baby, how long do you intend to cry?" Victor's voice resonated across the dock. A crowd of tourists and the captain of the tourist ship exchanged anxious glances, fearful that he might incite the wrath of Black Gearjig. Should the latter unleash his fury, their lives, and the ship, would be in jeopardy. Black Gearjig ceased his lamentations, wiped the snot and tears from his face, rose to his feet, and bellowed, "You bastard! I haven't settled the score with you yet. My pride and joy, the brutal justice, has been cleaved in two by your hand. How do you intend to compensate me?" Victor languidly remarked, "Did I not just state that I have dominion over this town? Your intrusion into this territory is tantamount to defiance against me. Thus it is only fitting that I dismantle your vessel, is it not?" "Ah, I see," exclaimed Black Gearjig, his expression transforming into one of sudden enlightenment, mirrored by the looks of his bewildered crew. "No, wait." Chief of Staff Art Gunbill interjected urgently, "That is incorrect. Captain, we have come to plunder this town. We are pirates, the most ruthless kind." Black Gearjig nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we are pirates. He then reverted to his usual cold and somber tone. You, boy, better kneel and beg for forgiveness, or my wrench will show no mercy. Brother, spare us the brooding killer act, shall you? You and your aid bill have already revealed your true selves. Victor was rendered speechless, shaking his head in resignation. All right. I comprehend your tactics. Captain to captain, let us engage in a duel. The loser shall concede to the winner a condition. Refusal is not an option, otherwise I shall annihilate all of you on the spot. One of the pirates, who had a penchant for reading newspapers, whispered a few words to Black Gear Jigger while pointing discreetly at Victor. Jigger's expression instantly turned serious. He clenched his fists, producing a dull cracking sound. Are you certain? When I fight, I never hold back. I fear you may perish from a single blow. Victor removed his suit jacket and handed it to Robin, while leisurely rolling up his sleeves and smiling. Perhaps you should contemplate your induction proclamation first. The dock of Tanatown was bustling with activity, even more vibrant than the previous day's Summer Dragon Festival. The machinist pirate crew, under the command of their captain, Black Gear Jig, had fully mobilized following the provocation from the golden-haired lad. They showcased the staggering efficiency of a shipwright team exceeding 200 members, working in perfect harmony. In merely half an hour, half of the dock was dismantled, and with the salvage materials, they constructed a circular arena with a diameter of 40 meters, erecting 4 spectator stands around it, each capable of accommodating 500 onlookers. Perona stood atop the railing of the spectator stand, waving a stack of tickets and shouting, 50,000 berries per ticket. Only 10 minutes left, just 20 tickets remaining. Each person is allowed to purchase only one. Anyone caught reselling will be tossed into the sea to feed the fish. 2 rows of burly ghosts donned militia hats borrowed from the Tanatown militia, wielding large wrenches appropriated from the machinist pirate crew, menacingly watched the queue of eager patrons. On the other side, the machinist pirate crew's chief strategist, Arc Gun Bill, was hunched over a table, counting money and rapidly jotting down figures. Residents of the town, tourists from various groups, and members of the machinist pirate crew vied to purchase tickets, eager to witness this high-stakes battle. This was a confrontation between Victor, who had triumphed over the 7 warlords of the sea, and the heavily bountied Black Gear Jig, whose reward stood at 150 million berries. Such an opportunity to witness a clash of such formidable experts might never come again. 50,000 berries? What a bargain. In the circular arena, Victor and Jig stood at opposite sides, awaiting the battle bell to ring in 10 minutes. Black Gear Jig was on the west side of the arena, meticulously performing warm-up exercises, while several aides applauded and counted the rhythm. In contrast, Victor sat on the east side, bewilderedly watching the fools across from him engage in their exercises. Dan Scarlet stood behind Victor, massaging his shoulders to help him relax. I just wanted to have a fight. How did it end up like this? Victor's face was a portrait of confusion, utterly perplexed by how the situation had escalated. Dan Scarlet leaned closer to Victor's ear, her voice a soft and cheerful whisper. There's no helping it, Victor. That big lug insisted on having an unrestricted combat match with you, claiming it to be a sacred fighting ritual. If you don't participate, he'll throw a tantrum like a child. Victor sighed. Regardless, let's commence forthwith. Time is of the essence. With a mere 30 seconds remaining on the countdown, Victor and Gig stood at the center of the arena, their gazes locked in anticipation of the bell's chime. In the stands, a throng of fervent female admirers had spontaneously formed a fan club for Lord Victor, brandishing enormous banners while frantically waving their arms and emitting shrill screams of excitement. Meanwhile, the members of the mechanical pirate crew, under the command of the burly red-haired Donnie, shouted in unison, rallying behind their captain with resounding cheers. Ding! The bell rang. The Black Gear Gig inhaled deeply, causing his already towering figure to swell even further. The metallic gears adorning his body began to spin with increasing velocity, and a violent plume of steam erupted from his nostrils, ears, and mouth. His skin turned a fiery crimson, radiating intense heat all around him. The quenched steel-centered gears. M22. The joints of Gig's right arm transformed into glowing red steel gears, spinning rapidly and showering sparks in all directions, as his colossal iron fist, imbued with tremendous force, hurtled towards Victor with a fierce momentum. Victor stood resolute, his right arm encased in a myriad of zippers, forming a complete suit of armor. With a fierce shout, he swung his right arm to meet the approaching fist of Jig, the metal zipper, king chain fist. The 2 fists collided with ferocious intensity. The air erupted with violent waves as sparks and brilliant light erupted from the surfaces of their fists. One side wielded the trembling chain fist, while the other unleashed the rapidly rotating gear fist. From the very outset of the battle, both combatants revealed their true prowess. With a resounding bang, both fists recoiled simultaneously. As Victor retreated, he extended the fingers of his right hand, the zipper gauntlet flowing like mercury to the tips of his fingers, transforming into 5 chain blades that shot swiftly towards Jig's head, the black gear, the metal zipper, 5-string pipa. Jig reacted swiftly, raising his steel-colored arms to cross and shield his face. Clang, 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 clang. The sharp sounds of metal clashing resonated, revealing that their respective hardness was equally matched. Victor smiled faintly, Realizing that the rhythm was now in his control, he flexed his right hand, causing 5 metallic chain blades to deftly entwine the defensive black gear Geiger, wrapping him like a mummy. Subsequently, the inner teeth of the chain transformed into sharp, hooked long fangs. With a sudden, fierce tug on the chain blades, the layers of teeth morphed into a lethal noose, stirring violently. The vicious chain, aptly named the meat grinder. The audience erupted in gasps. Even the layman could discern the peril of this move. However, contrary to the spectators' expectations of blood and dismemberment scattering across the arena, Geiger, ensnared by the relentless chains, let out a deafening roar, transforming into a formidable figure composed of massive gears. The gears emitted a laborious creaking sound as they struggled against Victor's deadly chain technique. The force of their interlocking seemed to prevail. The chain blades were caught between the heavy steel gears, each one being crushed mercilessly. Below, Robin and Dance Red Queen gasped in astonishment. It was the first time Victor's deadly chain maneuver had encountered such a significant setback. Yet, atop the stage, Victor nonchalantly severed the connection between the chain blades and his fingers, allowing them to fall to the ground and vanish. Having tested the waters, he discerned that his opponent had adeptly harnessed the abilities of the gears, particularly their rotation and interlocking properties. Yet, he immediately perceived that while Geiger's counterattack was remarkably formidable, it bore a significant rigidity, making the opportunity to strike all the more pronounced. Sparks erupted beneath Victor's feet as he propelled himself towards Gig with the swift momentum of the metal zipper, Spark Pilgrimage. In a spirit of reciprocity, he expressed gratitude for the inspiration drawn from Gig's previous attack, declaring his intention to unleash a counter. His right arm transformed, revealing a multitude of single-sided chain teeth that interlocked and rotated, generating immense power and heat. The surface of his right fist was enveloped in a gauntlet fashioned from the metallic zipper, the fiercely vibrating, incandescent chain teeth emitting a piercing hum. Metal zipper, meteor of fire. With this strike, infused with tremendous impact and searing temperature, the meteor-like punch collided forcefully with Gig's chest, constructed of formidable steel gears. The impact caused deformation and fissures to appear. The black gear Gig spat forth a copious amount of blood. As the massive gear armor on his chest was utterly obliterated by the meteor of fire, he was propelled backwards over 10 meters. But with a desperate twist of the large gear on his heel, he managed to come to a halt after grinding fiercely against the ground, leaving a trail of sparks in his wake. Victor effortlessly bounced on the spot, a smile gracing his face. Has the warm-up concluded? Jigger wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a glimmer of excitement. Ah, indeed. The warm-up is over. It's time for the real battle. Even the most naive child could sense the peril that had permeated the previous combat on the training grounds. Despite being a warm-up, neither of them held back. Now, Jigger unleashed his true fervor. Be cautious, young one. Gear Forge. M6. The black gear Jigger struck first. Beneath his feet, numerous gears of various sizes emerged. Not interlocking, but functioning as pulleys to significantly enhance his mobility. In some respects, this technique mirrored Victor's initial move, Metal Zipper, Spark Pilgrimage, after consuming the chain fruit. In an instant, the distance between them diminished rapidly. As Jigger charged forward, he extended his right arm backward, fingers splayed, each fingertip transforming into a rapidly spinning gear. Aiming fiercely at Victor's head, Conical Gear, M9, Secondary Machinist Shear, a powerful and forceful strike. Yet, Victor, with his eyes closed, effortlessly sidestepped the blow, then propelled himself forcefully from the ground, vanishing from sight. One of the Navy's 6 styles, Shave. Victor stealthily emerged behind Gig, the black gear, delivering a precise and forceful strike to the latter's lower back, devoid of any fruit abilities. The impact elicited a sharp jolt of pain from Gig, who then swung his enormous gear-shaped left arm with great ferocity. Yet, the blow merely sliced through the air with a dull thud, easily evaded by Victor. Victor's fist sliced through the air with a resounding crack, delivering a relentless barrage of devastating strikes upon Gig's flesh, unprotected by gears. The echoing cries of agony from Gig filled the arena as he struggled to withstand the onslaught. With a roar of defiance, he transformed once more into his colossal gear-like form. Bringing his arms together, the gears interlocked and began to spin violently. The sharp screech of metal grinding against metal resonated as Gig's arms formed a massive gear assembly, generating immense power as he spun the gear hammer around him at blinding speed. The arena was engulfed in a tempest of whirling gears, the forceful winds preventing the audience from opening their eyes. After a moment, the storm began to subside. The black gear Gig, panting heavily, reverted to his original form, yet Victor was nowhere to be seen. Could that scoundrel have been obliterated by the captain's spinning whirlwind? In the stands, the red-haired giant, Donnie, chuckled with glee, only to be swiftly knocked down and mercilessly beaten by the furious members of Victor's fan club. Bill, the sharpshooter, possessing keen eyesight, suddenly pointed towards the sky, exclaiming, "Captain, up there!" Everyone turned their gaze skyward, where Victor floated effortlessly, his feet creating explosive sounds as he employed the Navy's 6th technique. The moonwalk. Is that really the 6th technique of the Navy? Robin gasped, her mouth covered in disbelief, for such techniques were not meant to be shared. Perona, casually crossing her arms, remarked, "It must be the same move those two big cats used in front of brother yesterday. He is an unparalleled combat genius. Whatever technique he observes, he grasps its essence instantly and can replicate it flawlessly after just 2 views." In the arena, the black gear gig glared upwards, his eyes glowing crimson, his steel teeth clicking ominously. "That technique, it belongs to the lapdogs of the world government," he bellowed. His voice filled with rage as the gear adornments on his attire spun with increasing fervor, his entire being transformed into a colossal gear glimmering with a silvery metallic sheen, the gears meshing tightly as they began to accelerate. Enveloped in a cloud of steam, he raised his arms, reconfiguring them into a single rail made of gears, while a sharp black gear prepared to launch at the end of the rail. "This time, I will not hold back." The black gear, propelled by the surrounding gears, spun rapidly, showering sparks in its wake. With a furious roar, Gig unleashed the black gear, a meteor of steel hurtling towards Victor with ferocity. Tempered steel spiral gear. M30. Steel spiral star. Victor, suspended in midair, smiled slightly as an explosive sound erupted beneath him, propelling him like a cannonball toward the oncoming black gear. A glimmer of cold light appeared in the palm of his right hand, and with a graceful arc, the deadly gear was effortlessly cleaved in two by his renowned blade, JOJO, gliding past him as it soared skyward with a piercing wail. Despite being a creation of a superhuman, as long as it possessed a physical form without the protective haki, it fell subject to the chain fruit's rules upon detaching from its user. Thus, the flying projectile was rendered ineffective. The black gear gig stared in disbelief as his most formidable attack was so casually dismantled by this zipper kid. This tempered steel spiral gear, M30. Steel spiral star had previously annihilated 4 Navy warships in a single blow. How could it be so effortlessly severed? Was he truly a rare and exceptional swordsman? While Gig was momentarily dazed, Victor's fist suddenly appeared before him. "Hey, big guy, brace yourself." With a thunderous impact, Victor's hockey-enveloped fist struck Gig squarely in the face. Blood and shattered teeth scattered as Gig was violently propelled over 10 meters, crashing to the ground before bouncing back into the air, rolling several meters before collapsing at the edge of the arena, motionless. "Captain," the members of the machinist pirates cried out in concern. Yet entering the arena at this juncture would violate the rules, signifying their captain's defeat. Thus, they could only anxiously cheer for Black Gear Gig from the sidelines. Victor fell to the ground and slowly approached the collapsed Jige, who, with a face smeared in blood, struggled to rise, exclaiming, "Damn it, I'll kill you." Victor strode up to Gig, seizing his collar with a fierce grip, and shouted, "You fool, haven't you been roused yet? Do you even deserve to be a leader in this state?" Gig stared blankly at Victor, utterly perplexed by his words. Meanwhile, the pirates in the audience were taken aback, falling into a sudden silence. Victor, filled with frustration at Gig's lack of ambition, forcefully slammed him to the ground and spoke in a hushed tone. "You have condemned not only your own life and future due to a mere brawl, but as a leader. You have simultaneously jeopardized the futures of all your loyal employees at the shipyard who placed their trust in you. Have you ever considered whether these common folk are fit to be pirates? You lack even the basic skills for robbery. The inevitable outcome awaits, starvation or eradication by the Navy. What is the role of a leader? A leader must guide their subordinates toward a brighter future. Have you achieved even a minuscule fraction of that?" Jig's face was streaked with snot and tears, and he stammered, But we only know how to build ships. The world government forbids us from doing so. What else can we possibly do? There is nowhere for us to seek refuge." The pirates in the audience were also wiping their tears and weeping softly. Who among the common folk would willingly choose the life of a pirate if not driven by desperation? They had never harbored resentment towards their captain, yet in their dreams, they sometimes reminisced about the peaceful days when they were not hunted. Yet, the vastness of the sea, how could it ever accommodate them? "I will offer you refuge," Victor declared calmly, with his hands tucked into his pockets. Jig, with tears blurring his vision, gazed at the short-statured blonde man in disbelief, stuttering, We are high-bounty criminals wanted by the Navy." Victor scoffed, "So what? My Coral Guild is in need of a shipwright crew. If you are not afraid of hard work, then join us. As for the world government and the Navy, let them come and find me. Now, I ask you this. Are you willing to join Coral?" The venue fell into an eerie silence, reverberating only with Victor's calm inquiry. With a soft thud, tears flowed uncontrollably from Jig. The Black Gear, the man before him, was not merely jesting or feigning composure. He was earnest. "All members of the machinist pirates, assemble." Jig rose, his voice a thunderous roar fueled by every ounce of his strength. The tear-streaked pirates traversed the audience stands in solemn silence, gathering quietly below. Meanwhile, Arc Gun Bill and 4 officers led by the red-haired giant, Donnie, stood resolutely in the center of the training ground. Jig gradually approached the officers, then turned to face Victor. With a thud, he knelt before Victor, his right fist touching the ground. Following suit, a chorus of thuds echoed as all pirates and officers mirrored Jig's half-kneeling posture. "From this day forth, there shall be no more machinist pirates. We, a total of 247 souls, are willing to join Coral and pledge our loyalty to Lord Victor. We shall face any peril, be it mountain or sea. Jig bellowed, his heartfelt declaration resonating. Greetings to you, father. All officers and pirates resounded in unison. Victor displayed a gratifying smile and gently remarked, thus, from this day forth, Coral shall be your home. The audience and the distant onlookers, captivated by the unfolding scene, were profoundly shaken. Had it merely been a gruesome slaughter, they would have dismissed it as fodder for future conversations. However, the spectacle before them today left an indelible mark upon their souls. Mafia Victor, this man is truly a born leader. What magnificent waves might such a man stir upon these vast seas? The following day in Tana Town, the members of the mechanical pirate crew, or rather, the Coral Shipwright team, were beaming smiles as they cheerfully restored the town's dock to its former glory and eagerly began transforming the abandoned park on the western side of the town. On the dock, Victor shook hands with the old mayor and said with a smile, Mayor, thank you for agreeing to temporarily shelter these simpletons. The mayor chuckled and waved his hand, saying, My dear Victor, you flatter me. Since they have all joined Coral and Tana Town is now under the protection of Coral, we are indeed allies. Moreover, the abandoned park has long been neglected. Allowing the shipwrights to build a residential area there will be greatly beneficial to us. Victor nodded with a smile, then turned to Jigger and said solemnly, Jigger, I hereby assign you your first task, to temporarily station yourself in Tana Town and await my instructions, while ensuring the defense of this settlement. At this moment, Jigger had donned a blue sailor's outfit, and his once disheveled beard was now neatly groomed. Feeling somewhat anxious, he abruptly saluted and proclaimed loudly, Boss, rest assured. Whoever dares to raid Tana Town will find our crew ready to decapitate them and use their heads as balls for our games. Victor chuckled softly as he patted Gig's knee, unable to reach his shoulder, and gently remarked, Do not be so anxious. It is a rather simple task, is it not? Wait for me a month. After that, I shall have that shipwright named Morrison provide you with an explanation. Gig's eyes brimmed with tears once more as he replied, Boss, I no longer care. There is no need for you to go to such trouble. Victor shook his head, stating, A man must always seek retribution when wronged. It is a time-honored principle. If you call me father, then I shall defend my brothers. Jig, moved to tears, wept uncontrollably, standing a short distance away. Dance Red Princess observed this scene, lost in thought. Perona, curious, waved her small hand in front of Dance Red Princess and teased, Little Dance, are you daydreaming about Brother Victor again? Flustered, Dance Red Princess lightly smacked Perona's hand and shook her head, exclaiming, No. I see in Victor the reflection of a great figure from the past. Robin, intrigued, asked, Miss Dance, whom do you speak of? Embracing her famed sword, Red Flame. Dance Red Princess spoke with a melodic tone. Once, in Wano country, there existed a remarkable underworld leader known as Flower Leopard Gore. He was the foremost figure in the Wano underworld a decade ago, commanding the Flower Capital's underground society and held great respect among the leaders of the other 5 towns, treating commoners with kindness. He was a true knight, possessing both strength and prestige. Not only I, but even Lord Kazuki Oden revered him greatly. Perona exclaimed with excitement, a formidable underworld leader like brother. If he met Flower Leopard Gore, they would surely hit it off. With a sigh, Dance Red Princess revealed a melancholic smile. Indeed, but alas. He refused to bow to Kaido and was slain by him. Flower Leopard Gore has now become a legend. Perona gently embraced Dance Red Princess's trembling shoulders and softly inquired, Do you miss him dearly? Despite her efforts to hold back, tears silently fell from Dance Red Princess's eyes. Master, I miss you so much. On the Red Earth continent, in the majestic palace of Mariehua, the highest authority of the world government, the 5 elders were meeting with Admiral Sengoku. Clad in a white cloak emblazoned with the word justice, Sengoku stood before the 5 elders. So, may I inquire if you have selected the final member of the Warlords of the Sea? The elderly man with short blonde hair and a beard, seated on a bench, replied curtly, Sengoku, you are meddling too much. This matter does not concern you. Another elder, adorned with braided hair, waved his hand dismissively. No matter, the candidate has been decided. Dakihoti Doflamingo will be admitted to the Warlords of the Sea. Sengoku furrowed his brow. That pirate? While his strength indeed meets the criteria, I shall notify the press. The bald elder, holding an ancient long sword, chuckled softly. Wait, Sengoku. Although Doflamingo's membership is confirmed, we have simultaneously decided another matter. The long-haired elder, standing by the window, turned slowly and stated, We shall revoke the title of Warlords of the Sea from Gecko Moria. What, merely due to one failure? Sengoku exclaimed, genuinely shocked. This will surely cause an uproar. Do you have a suitable replacement? The bald elder, known as Maphead, replied coldly. That is not your concern. We have our plans. You need only announce Doflamingo's admission to the Warlords of the Sea. In a month, we will personally reveal Moria's title revocation and announce the new candidates. You are to notify all Warlords of the Sea that a meeting will convene in Punk Hazard in 1 month. And no one is permitted to be absent. With a resounding bang, the palace doors closed, leaving Sengoku outside, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. To be stripped of the title due to a single failure. Was this a warning to the other warlords? And who would be the new successor? King of Salts. Night Owl. Or perhaps chain of death? Regardless, tumultuous waves would surely arise in these seas. What are the five elders truly scheming? The skies were clear, marking another perfect day for sailing. Having departed from Tanatown 3 days prior, the refurbished beggar's ship sailed steadily toward the next island, nearing the climatic region of the lower island, where the weather grew increasingly warm. Before departure, Jake had performed a complete maintenance check on the beggar's ship, making several enhancements to its structure. In his words, the ship was well designed, but the craftsmanship was rather crude. After leaving his telephone snail number with Jig, Victor's party set sail once again, the next destination being Chuckrick Island. Previously mentioned by Karokas. Dressed in a floral shirt and donning a round hat, Victor reclined on a sun lounger, eyes closed in relaxation, while Robin, in a bikini that accentuated her stunning figure, sat beside him reading the newspaper. 2 days prior, King of Salt's Gustav Anblade of Thought's Wukai had clashed in the town of Riverwatch on Wartom Island, resulting in utter devastation and significant casualties among the townsfolk. As Robin finished reading the report, she furrowed her brow slightly. Victor's languid voice emerged from beneath his dome-shaped hat. This is what pirates are, Robin. Even if they adorn themselves as adventurous souls with a spirit of exploration or as noble rogues with a sense of honor, they remain, at their core, mere pirates. Perona, dressed in an audaciously avant-garde swimsuit, sat at the bow of the ship, a large ghost holding an umbrella above her. With curiosity, she inquired, "Brother, who are these two individuals?" Victor removed his domed hat, sitting up abruptly, his expression revealing a keen interest. "I have heard of these two even during my time in the West Sea," slashing Thoughtblade Wuzai, a master swordsman from the Longhand tribe of the Tenakina Kingdom on the Grand Line. He is the captain of the Mindsword pirate crew. With a bounty of 210 million berries, Saltflow King Gustav Aleman, hailing from the South Sea, boasts a bounty of 380 million berries and commands the Gustav fleet. Wielding the powers of the salt fruit, dressed in summer attire, Dance Red Princess paused her sword practice and approached, exclaiming, "Their bounties are astonishingly high. The Saltflow King's bounty is even double that of Jig's." Robin retrieved a small notebook from her bosom, flipping through a few pages until she found the desired content, and began to recite slowly. "The Saltflow King Gustav and slashing Thoughtblade Wuzai have wreaked havoc in this pirate paradise in recent years. They are mentioned alongside Night Owl Hannibal, Flame Sky Leglakosna, and Black Gear Jig. Each of them has rapidly risen to notoriety, with bounties exceeding 100 million. They are colloquially referred to as supernovas. Ho ho ho. The big guy Jig has already become a member of our coral crew. It seems we might be one supernova short." Perona chuckled mischievously. Dance Red Princess gracefully settled beside Robin. Her curiosity piqued. "Sister Robin, could you enlighten us about the other two supernovas?" Robin smiled and nodded, flipping through her notebook before clearing her throat to speak. Night Owl Hannibal, also known as the Unerring Hannibal, is a mysterious sharpshooter who once led a solitary life as a bounty hunter. A year ago, he committed the world-shocking Mozurger massacre in the Yarash Kingdom, leading to a world government bounty of 290 million berries. Flame Sky Leglakosna, a female fighter from the Kingdom of Shurgia, was formerly a guard for King Yumi. After absconding with a vast treasure, she founded the Queen of Sonda pirate crew, with a bounty of 200 million berries. Among these supernovas, the most perilous may well be Saltflow King Gustav Aleman. He has assembled a formidable fleet and proclaims himself Admiral Aleman. Any merchant or pirate ship that encounters his fleet faces certain doom, and even islands with weaker defenses have fallen prey to their assaults. The Navy has attempted multiple encirclements, all ending in failure. He is also a strong contender for the coveted title of Warlord of the Sea. Perona began counting on her fingers. 1, 2, 3. If we consider the Brotherhood, the position of Warlord of the Sea is just one short. Could it possibly be him? Victor shook his head, stating, "No, there is an even more perilous individual. Don Quixote da Flamingo is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the final seat among the 7 warlords of the sea." Robin appeared somewhat astonished. Don Quixote? It is said that this man, after setting foot on the Grand Line a year ago, did not linger in pirate paradise but instead ventured directly into the New World. Hence, he was not counted among the supernovas. His bounty has reached an impressive 340 million berries, indeed making him a formidable contender. However, he has maintained a rather low profile. Would the world government seek to recruit him? Victor smiled silently. At that moment, the silver transponder snail, designated for the 7 warlords of the sea, which was basking on the deck, suddenly awakened, emitting a series of bloop, bloop sounds. Lying on the sun lounger, Victor gestured for the surrounding girls to maintain silence, then picked up the microphone from the transponder snail and casually said, "Hello? This is Victor, enjoying the sun. What instructions do you have for me, my esteemed Gorisei?" The face of the transponder snail transformed into that of a stern, elderly figure, who coldly remarked, still maintaining such a carefree attitude, "Mafia Victor." "Huh, I call this a positive mindset," Victor retorted playfully. "Enough with the banter. You must arrive punctually at Mariehua in 1 month. The convening of the first 7 warlords of the sea meeting is of utmost importance, and we cannot afford to have any member absent." "Oh, so the remaining position has already been decided?" Care to let me in on the details? Don Quixote da Flamingo, the Gorosei eye on the other end of the line stated plainly, without any intention of keeping secrets from Victor. Victor raised an eyebrow at Robin and then spoke into the microphone. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly arrive at Mariejois on time next month, and I hope to enjoy some fine wine with you then. Noticing Victor's perceptiveness, the five elders slightly softened their formerly stern demeanor, stating, now that you have become a warlord of the sea, you must present yourself accordingly. With a click, the call was abruptly ended. Perona, somewhat bewildered, inquired, brother, what did that old man mean by his last remark? Victor stretched languidly, crossing his legs as he reclined on the sun lounger, casually remarking, the old-timers believe my reputation lacks the necessary clout. Their insinuations boil down to, if anything goes awry, we shall bear the brunt, but you must take the initiative and orchestrate something grand. A gaggle of cantankerous old men, so be it. I shall oblige your wishes. Just do not lament when the time comes. Chucklick Island epitomizes a summer paradise. Yet, unlike Sainting Island, home to the kingdom of Alabaston, Chucklick Island is shrouded in tropical rainforests, with the sprawling town of White Mountain rivaling that of Algerero. The Beagle gently docked at Sano Harbor, the largest port in White Mountain. Victor and his companions donned their refreshing summer attire and gradually disembarked at the dock. Just as they intended to inquire with a local about the enigmatic physician mentioned by Colocas, a sudden commotion erupted at the pier. A voice rang out, exclaiming, the miraculous doctor has emerged. It was as if a large stone had been cast into a pot of boiling oil, causing the crowd to erupt in chaos. Initially, there was a resounding bang, and the noise level immediately surged by several decibels, as the throng surged towards a small hut at the edge of the dock. Victor and the three girls exchanged glances, unable to fathom the ease with which events had unfolded. They had barely steadied themselves when they had already located the legendary physician. Regardless, they decided to investigate further. They instructed the three of them to return to the ship and await his return. Victor, apprehensive of the throngs of people, allowed Perona and the others to return to the Beagle while he donned a wide-brimmed hat and sunglasses. He purchased a chilled soda from a roadside stall and leisurely made his way through the crowd towards the quaint wooden cabin. This cabin, perched on a high slope by the dock, was constructed with rather rudimentary craftsmanship. A large sign hung on the wooden door, indicating the consultation hours, every Saturday and Sunday from 9 a.m. to 12 o'clock p.m. Victor took out his pocket watch and observed that it was precisely 9 o'clock. The crowd gathered before the small wooden cabin halted at a distance of less than 5 meters, their eyes filled with anticipation as they gazed at the wooden door. Creak. The door of the cabin swung open from within, revealing a young man clad in a vest and long trousers, adorned with a cap inscribed with the word penguin. He stood at the threshold and declared in a resounding voice, form an orderly queue. You may enter only when your name is called. Those who disregard the rules will be expelled and placed on the blacklist. Is that clear to everyone? The crowd quickly organized themselves into a line, cheerfully assuring him, rest assured, Brother Penguin, we are all well aware of the rules. The young man, referred to as Penguin, nodded in acknowledgement, stating, please bear with us for a moment. The doctor is preparing the necessary items. With that, he retreated into the cabin and closed the door behind him. Victor, blending into the throng, tilted his head slightly. Penguin? That name sounds rather familiar. Victor joined the ranks with a hint of skepticism and found an opportunity to strike up a conversation with an elderly man in front of him, whose head was wrapped in bandages. Good sir, he began, your injury appears quite severe, but rest assured, the doctor will certainly have a remedy. The old man chuckled heartily in response. Indeed, indeed. The physician's skills are truly remarkable. Though he always dons a cloak that obscures his face, he possesses an exceptionally kind demeanor. His medical expertise is commendable. He assured me that with just one more treatment, my wound will be completely healed. By the way, young man, what ailment do you suffer from? Me? Tuberculosis. The old man, still chuckling, offered a comforting reply. Ah, tuberculosis. Fear not. It's merely a matter of the lungs. Suddenly, the old man gasped in shock, and in an instant, the entire line of people fled in panic. Victor adjusted his attire and offered a slight bow to the individuals at a distance who were hastily donning their masks, before he gracefully approached the door of the wooden cabin. Shortly thereafter, the door creaked open, revealing Page Jean, who was about to utter a few words but was taken aback to find the lengthy queue before him had vanished without a trace. Only a jovial young man with golden hair and a round hat remained, cheerfully waving at him. Ah, it seems quite tranquil today. Well then, please enter. Page Jean gestured for Victor to proceed inside. Once Victor stepped into the cabin, Page Jean closed the door and stationed himself outside, guarding the entrance. Victor stepped into the dimly lit wooden cabin, which was divided into an outer room and an inner chamber. The outer room was cluttered with various boxes and jars, enveloped in a subtle mist. As Victor inhaled, he recognized the scent of a disinfectant concocted from St. John's wort. Pardon my intrusion, I have entered, he announced, lifting the curtain and strolling into the inner chamber. Positioned by the window was a cauldron, simmering with a disinfectant brew primarily composed of St. John's wort. The rest of the room was strewn with a multitude of books, all of which pertained to the field of medicine. In the very center of the inner chamber stood a long table, behind which sat a towering figure cloaked in a voluminous robe. Victor narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in an unusual tone. "Doctor?" The cloaked figure gestured for Victor to take a seat opposite him. Once Victor was seated, the cloaked figure inquired in an exceptionally deep voice, "What seems to be troubling you?" A glimmer of intrigue danced in Victor's eyes as he spoke. "I have been experiencing a persistent low-grade fever lately, accompanied by profuse sweating and overwhelming fatigue. I frequently cough up blood and suffer from a tight and painful chest." The cloaked figure tilted his head thoughtfully and, after a moment's deliberation, replied, "Your symptoms do not bode well. Have you consulted any other physicians?" Victor reclined comfortably in his chair, exhaling with ease as he remarked, "Indeed. The doctors back in my hometown declared my condition hopeless, which is why I ventured to Chukulik Island in search of the legendary healer said to cure all ailments. I beseech you, dear doctor, I am relying entirely on you." The cloaked figure remained silent for a moment before nodding in assurance. "Do not worry. I shall restore your health. Please step outside for a while." May I ask you a question first, doctor?" Victor raised his hand and waved it gently. Oh, please proceed." Victor inquired with a smile. "I wish to ask, doctor, do you truly not feel the heat? It is said that those of the fur tribe are generally averse to warmth, is it not?" The cloaked figure was momentarily taken aback, then hastily rose to his feet. Stammering, What are you saying? What fur tribe? I do not comprehend." "Bepo, remain calm. This scoundrel is clearly toying with you." A somewhat inexperienced voice emerged from behind the cloaked figure. Victor tilted his head, exclaiming dramatically, "Doctor, your nurse is exceedingly fierce, offering no assistance whatsoever to the patient's physical and mental recovery." From behind the cloaked figure, a slender silhouette emerged slowly. It was a young man, approximately 1.8 meters tall, appearing even younger than Victor. He wore a tank top adorned with intricate heart patterns on his shoulders, and his gaze was icy, framed by pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Even in the stifling heat of the room, he donned a spotted plush hat atop his head. Fixing his stare on Victor, he spoke in a chilling tone. "You aren't even sick, are you? If you're here to cause trouble, you've chosen the wrong target. If you don't wish to be dismembered, you had better leave at once." Victor reclined in his chair, his feet propped upon the table, causing it to sway gently backward. He regarded the young man adorned with a speckled plush hat and, with a smile, remarked, "I apologize, merely a jest. However, the fabled healer of Chukulik Island is not among your ranks. There exists another, does there not?" The young man with the speckled hat raised his right hand, revealing a swirling white vortex that materialized in the center of his palm. With a tone laced with menace, he stated, "You have 3 seconds, 32. Are you from the North Sea?" Victor suddenly inquired. The young man paused, and the vortex in his hand dissipated. "What did you just say?" he asked, bewildered. "I inquired whether you hail from the North Sea," Victor replied with a smile. The young man, taken aback, asked, "How did you know?" Victor pointed to the polka dot hat with a smile and remarked, "This hat is a creation of the esteemed Master Galtier from Swallow Island in the North Sea. She exclusively sells her works within the confines of the island, and typically, only the people of the North Sea appreciate such a design aesthetic. The one you are wearing is her latest piece from January of this year." The polka dot hat fell silent for a moment before retorting, "Isn't it rather effeminate for a man like you to concern himself with such details?" Victor, somewhat vexed, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "If you had a trend-chasing sister incessantly chattering about these matters, you would be equally familiar with such things." The girl in the spotted hat appeared momentarily lost in thought before turning to Victor, her irritation evident as she inquired, "What exactly are you here for? If you seek medical assistance, then state your ailments plainly. If you are in search of that legendary doctor, then please venture to Baishan town to gather information. I would gladly pay a handsome price for any useful intel. However, if you are here to provoke me..." The palm of the girl in the spotted hat began to swirl with a continuous white vortex. "Then I shall indulge you in a little game." Victor's face radiated with joy, yet in his hand, a blue, intricately patterned long knife gradually emerged. "Oh, care to guess what I am here for?" After 50 chapters, it seemed an opportune moment for a brief interaction with the readers. Let us address some questions raised in the commentary section of this chapter. Question: why did the former boss, Pippen, suddenly engage in a fierce battle with Victor? A. The confrontation between Victor and the three-fingered fox was not a life-and-death struggle. Yet Victor struck with lethal intent. Pippen, feeling the palpable threat from Victor, chose to strike first. Question: did you not state that one cannot open a chain on a living body? How then did you open a chain on the three-fingered fox's chest? A. Victor opened the zipper on the clothing covering the chest of the three-fingered fox. Question: it is understandable that Moria's conqueror's haki was diminished. But why have his armament and observation haki also declined? A. The original work does not elaborate on this. However, as beings capable of contending with the emperors of the sea, it is implausible that Sand Crocodile and Moria are ignorant of haki. Either Oda did not consider haki as a power in the early stages of the story, or these two characters experienced a gradual decline of their haki to the point of disappearance. This decline necessitates sufficient justification. and the shattering of the ambition and spirit-sustaining conqueror's haki by the emperors provides the most compelling reason. Rayleigh once imparted to Luffy that the essence of haki lies in unwavering belief, which equates to strength. Upon losing confidence in oneself, all three types of haki inevitably weaken. Question: are the five Elder Stars foolish? Knowing that Robin is near the protagonist, why would they allow him to become a warlord? A. This question is one I ought not to answer, as it may involve future spoilers. However, it can be stated that neither the five Elder Stars nor the protagonist are foolish. On the contrary, they are quite astute. During the protagonist's initial conversation with the five Elder Stars, he showcased his strength and potential while voluntarily revealing his weaknesses and modest ambitions. The five Elder Stars require a warlord without a powerful background and with a clean slate to serve as a visible proxy. Thus, their interests align perfectly. As for Robin, the five Elder Stars do not currently regard her with significant concern. Their true recognition of her value arises from a subsequent event, which is detailed in the manga. Retaining Robin under the protagonist's watch serves two purposes. It fosters a bond with the protagonist, who has not exhibited grand ambitions, and alleviates concerns of Robin disappearing or meeting an untimely end. To the five Elder Stars, the protagonist represents Robin's staunchest restraint and most competent guardian. Question: author, would you dare to increase the daily updates? A. I dare not. I dare not. Next. Haha, just joking. In truth, I too wish to increase my daily updates. Readers who have followed from the beginning would recall that there was a period when I indeed updated twice daily. However, the nature of my work dictates my updating pace, and these months are particularly busy for me. You should know I have not had a weekend off for at least a month. Moreover, my son is still under 6 months old, consuming most of my leisure time. Regarding the backlog of chapters, I must reflect upon myself. Initially, I submitted a chapter to Chidian on a whim, never expecting it to pass. This led to me starting from zero backlog from the very first chapter, writing and posting daily. Additionally, I am genuinely a novice, with an outline of less than 600 words, spending nearly 2 hours each day crafting a chapter. Encountering writer's block is even more challenging. I often dream of having a backlog of 100 or 80 chapters. That way, when readers exclaim, "Author, your updates are too few," I could casually sigh, "You little rascals, how about I generously release 10 chapters? Alas, dreams are abundant, but reality is harsh. In summary, I hope everyone can be understanding. Once my workload lightens, I promise to increase updates daily, within my capabilities. Question: author, did you not say in the group that Robin would not board the ship? You deceiver. Hey, I did say that, indeed. Just wait and see. Question: hey, there are too many original islands and characters. Please write more about the original characters. Hey, the world is vast. It is impossible for all renowned characters from the original work to gather around the protagonist. Moreover, the current timeline is the year 1512 of the Sea Circle, and many original characters are unsuitable for the unfolding plot. I also do not wish for the protagonist to retrace Luffy's path. If that were the case, why not simply write a fanfiction set in Luffy's era? Exploring new islands and experiencing diverse cultures is far more intriguing, which is the essence of the second volume. Titled Paradise Travel Line. Q. Perona's negative ghost ability is so formidable. How could you so brazenly eliminate it? A. The negative ghost was excessively potent in the earlier stages when haki was not widespread. For the sake of the plot and combat balance, it was imperative to weaken Perona's ability. However, in the storyline, Perona is just 15 years old, and there remains significant potential for her development. It is entirely possible for her to evolve her negative ghost ability. Question: the plot is progressing too rapidly. Have you ever seen a novel where, before even entering the Grand Line, a character defeats a warlord? If this continues, there will be nothing left to write. Is the story about to collapse? A. Fear not. Though this is my first time writing a book and I am a novice, I am strictly adhering to a comprehensive outline for the overarching plot development. The first volume was originally slated to conclude between chapters 32 and 35, and it has not exceeded expectations. Likewise, significant events will occur in the second volume, so please look forward to it. Question: are the names of those techniques you created yourself? A. Some are indeed my own creations, while others draw inspiration from various anime, films, and games. Question: author, I really want to join your reader group. Please tell me the group number. A. Oh, you little rascal. What am I to do with you? No one has ever asked such a question. Throws hands up in exasperation. The reader group number is 100-759-0210. The most desolate reader group in history. How desolate? You will know once you join. Question: why not directly introduce a stand? I want to see Sister Boo's stand. Hey, I want to see it too. In fact, the inspiration for this novel stemmed from my desire to see Sister Boo as the protagonist in a pirate fanfiction. After searching extensively and finding none, in a fit of rage, I decided to write it myself. However, after writing 2,000 words, I realized that if Sister Boo entered the pirate world, others would have no chance. The stand was simply too overpowered. Thus, I had to cut and modify until the chain ability was removed, and the stand was transformed into a devil fruit, with the protagonist evolving from Sister Boo into a fusion of the Yonga team. Question: you can write a 2,000-word reader QA. Why not go update instead? A. This edition of the Reader Q&A is concluded. Room. A continuously expanding hemispherical space enveloped the small cabin. The boy in the spotted hat appeared somewhat pale, clearly fatigued from the exertion of such an ability. Yet he gritted his teeth and revealed a cold smirk. Hey, now's your chance to beg for mercy. Victor glanced around nonchalantly, resting the renowned blade Le Usois upon his shoulder, and languidly remarked, Is it the power of a devil fruit? Allow me to venture a guess, perhaps the bluster fruit? A vein throbbed prominently on the forehead of the boy in the spotted hat. This is of your own making, he exclaimed, with his right hand. He seized a medical tome from the table, while his left hand twirled a finger, causing the book in his right hand to transform silently into a gleaming, unsheathed longsword. Subsequently, the boy in the spotted hat grasped the hilt and, with a fierce swing, aimed a devastating strike at Victor from afar. The slaughterhouse. Victor was abruptly cleaved into two segments at the chest, falling with a thud onto the floor. Ah, so this is how it is. Is this the butcher fruit? There was not a single drop of blood where he had been severed, and Victor's face bore no trace of panic. Instead, he appeared quite intrigued as he examined the cut. Whatever you think, the boy in the spotted hat exhaled, resting his knife on the chair. For the next 3 days, maintain that pose, it suits you rather well. Beside him, Beppo, a charming white bear person, removed his oversized cloak. He crouched nearby, poking Victor's cheek with his finger and whispering, Luo, this guy doesn't seem frightened at all, unlike the others you've butchered. The boy named Luo clicked his tongue in disdain. Just an empty shell with a pretty exterior. But that trick you pulled, drawing the long knife from your palm, was that magic? Still youthful at heart, Luo could not resist striking up a conversation with Victor after attempting to act cool. Have you never considered that I, too, am a devil fruit user? As Victor jested, his bisected body suddenly emitted tiny zippers that connected the two halves together. With the sound of a zipper closing, Victor's form was seamlessly rejoined. He stood up and stretched, remarking, an intriguing experience, but that is all there is to it. Beppo, startled, assumed a fighting stance and launched a fierce kick while making peculiar sounds. Yet, Victor merely executed a swift whip kick, sending Beppo crashing into a large pot of medicine. Beppo, you bastard, I'll kill you. Room, butchery, Luo roared, once again unleashing that peculiar semicircular domain that enveloped Victor, then swung his long knife fiercely towards Victor's head. However, this attack proved futile. Victor stood with his left hand in his pocket and his right hand casually wielding the long knife, smiling as he observed Luo's repeated attempts to strike him from afar. Damn it, how can this be? Why isn't it working? Luo's expression darkened with frustration. The energy required to maintain this domain was draining him significantly, causing him to see flashes of darkness. With a sigh, the stubborn Victor utilized the technique known as shave to instantly appear behind Luo, delivering a powerful punch, enveloped in armament hockey, directly to Luo's head. Already exhausted, Luo collapsed silently to the ground, his eyes rolling back. Luo, Shachi brought back 2 discounted rice balls from town. You don't have to gnaw on that stale bread anymore. The door of the small cabin swung open, and Pippen entered with another boy donned in a duckbill cap. Their cheerful chatter abruptly ceased upon witnessing the chaotic state of the room, along with the fallen Luo and Beppo. Before they could react, Victor appeared behind them and, without hesitation, delivered a punch to each of them as well. After tossing them beside Luo and Beppo, Victor brushed the dust off his hands and strolled outside. Not far away, a group of onlookers peered curiously to see what had transpired within. Victor smiled faintly and announced, the doctor is unwell, hence today's consultation is cancelled. Please return tomorrow. A few unruly individuals, emboldened by Victor's youthful appearance, shouted defiantly, on what grounds? We have been waiting for quite some time. Let the doctor come out. We demand to see a physician. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated as a large pit appeared before them. A stark reminder of the forceful impact of a book that had been thrown. Victor tossed aside the medical publications in his hands, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, would you kindly repeat what you desire? No. We are returning home. Please allow the doctor to rest well. And we shall return another day. The crowd promptly dispersed, scattering like birds at the slightest disturbance, until they vanished entirely. Such treatment of precious tomes will surely invite divine retribution, came a weak voice from behind Victor. Rua, with a large bump on his head, leaned against the wall, casting a resentful glance at Victor. Those were the medical books he had painstakingly saved to acquire. My dear fellow, knowledge is power, have you not heard? Victor chuckled as he tossed the book back to Rua, then snapped his fingers at him. Stop daydreaming, rouse your companions, and follow me. Rua tenderly brushed the dust off the cover of the book, then, with a hint of dissatisfaction, retorted, assaulting, destroying homes, and then trafficking? Surely, even a human trafficker would not stoop so low. You are quite something. Very well, we shall go, we shall indeed. Seeing Victor's fist raised once more, Rua reluctantly returned indoors to awaken his 3 companions. The group followed Victor with trepidation toward the Beagle, anchored at the dock. Inside the Beagle's dining hall, several new guests were engaged in a fierce struggle with an array of delectable dishes spread across the table. Hey Jean, that piece of fried rice cake is mine. Return it at once. Rua, Even in this moment, your captain's authority holds no sway. Babwa, you are far too cunning, solely focused on devouring your meal. Babwa choked. Water. Water. At the opposite end of the table, several ladies looked on in astonishment at the four youths' ferocious dining habits. Wahongji murmured, Pei Pei. Their dining manner is even more grotesque than yours. Robin gently stroked his face, speaking melancholically, they must be escaped slaves, how tragic. It appears they have not eaten in a month. Perona expressed her discontent, Little Wu. What do you mean, more grotesque than mine? Yet that large polar bear looks quite adorable. Dear brother, shall we keep it as a pet? Victor took a sip of his coffee and then smiled wryly at Perona, saying, Perona, these individuals are guests. Please refrain from being impolite. At that moment, the window of the restaurant was gently tapped by a messenger bird, its long beak delicately rapping against the glass. After the payment for the newspaper was settled, the messenger bird bowed and took flight. Robin glanced at the newspaper a couple of times before handing it over to Victor. Victor unfolded the newspaper, its front page boldly proclaiming the headline, The last member of the 7 warlords of the sea confirmed. Heavenly Nightshade Don Quixote da Flamingo. Robin expressed her concern, saying, Victor, who exactly is this Don Quixote da Flamingo? I have heard that he hijacked a shipment of heavenly gold mint for the celestial dragons, and not only did he evade the government's pursuit, but he also successfully ascended to the throne of the 7 warlords. This is truly perplexing. Across the table, Luo, who was engrossed in a bowl of tonkatsu soy sauce ramen, suddenly perked up his ears, eavesdropping on Victor and the others' conversation. Victor handed the newspaper to thee and leaned back in his chair, exhaling a sigh of relief. It is said that this individual is merely a ruffian from the North Sea, yet he has managed to establish the Don Quixote family from nothing. This violent organization resembles a familial mafia, with its members referring to one another as family, which fosters an immense sense of cohesion. However, since their entry into the Grand Line, they have shrouded themselves in darkness, making intelligence gathering regarding them quite arduous. May I take a look at that newspaper? Asked Luo, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation. Unable to contain himself, he glanced at Victor, and upon receiving his nod of consent, she handed the newspaper to Luo, gratefully accepting it. Luo meticulously read the front page report line by line. The deeper he delved, the tighter his grip on the paper became, his knuckles whitening and cracking under the strain. After a prolonged moment, Luo exhaled slowly to regain his composure and said, I can provide you with some intelligence regarding this Don Quixote. As a token of gratitude for this splendid meal, Victor raised an eyebrow. Oh, indeed, you hail from the North Sea as well. Pray, share your insights. Luo scratched his tousled black hair, organized his thoughts, and began, I once had dealings with the Don Quixote family. My enmity with Doflamingo runs deep. So my forthcoming words may be heavily biased. I ask you to interpret them with discernment. Don Quixote Doflamingo, in his youth, was merely a street thug who rose to prominence in the North Sea town of Spadamarus. He consumed the string fruit, granting him unfathomable power. Doflamingo is flanked by several formidable subordinates, who also serve as the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family. Diamante, the highest officer of the Square Army, wields the power of the flare fruit, boasting an arrogant and haughty demeanor, truly a despicable individual. Treble, the supreme leader of the Clover Army, possesses the powers of the sticky fruit, characterized by a dark nature and a penchant for deceit. Pika, the highest commander of the Spade Army, harnesses the powers of the stone fruit, and is a taciturn man. These individuals possess immense combat prowess, and are among Doflamingo's most trusted aides. Doflamingo is inherently suspicious, cruel, and ruthless, stopping at nothing to achieve his ends. Even his closest kin would face his wrath should they dare to oppose him. He entirely lacks a conventional moral compass and scoffs at the notion of order. This man is, without a doubt, a born villain. Luo accepted the cold drink served by the dancer red-haired with gratitude, downed it in one go, wiped his mouth, and said, This is all the information I possess regarding Doflamingo. I hope it proves useful to you. Victor pondered for a moment before speaking. Your intelligence is exceedingly valuable. Yet I harbor a slight doubt. Such detailed information can no longer be attributed merely to an obsession with your enemy. I am genuinely curious about the nature of your animosity towards Doflamingo. He continued, Of course, if it is inconvenient for you to share, we would completely understand. There is nothing inconvenient about it, the individual replied. I was once a member of the Don Quixote family, and my benefactor, the man who bestowed upon me a second chance at life, was ruthlessly slain before my eyes by Doflamingo. Consequently, I departed from the Don Quixote family. My journey to the Grand Line was driven by the pursuit of Doflamingo. However, I currently find myself too feeble, which is why I have secluded myself on this island, intending to hone my skills for a few years before setting sail as a pirate. Meanwhile, Law's companions, Pecan and Shachi, diligently cleared the dining table and, alongside Bartolomeo, washed the dishes as a gesture of gratitude for the meal. Law contemplated joining them in the dishwashing endeavor, but was called back by Victor. I noticed your frail condition during our previous encounter. Does this relate to your quest for the mysterious doctor of White Mountain? Victor inquired. Law shook his head. My weakness is merely a consequence of overexerting my devil fruit abilities. I suffered from a terminal illness, and, thanks to the powers of the devil fruit, it took me 3 years to fully heal just a month ago. My hope in seeking the mysterious doctor is to become his apprentice. I aspire to acquire profound medical knowledge to conquer those so-called incurable diseases. I wish to become the most exceptional doctor. As soon as he finished speaking, Law's face flushed with embarrassment. In a moment of excitement, he had revealed his heartfelt ambition. It was rather humiliating. What kind of pirate dreams of becoming a world-renowned doctor? Surely, he would be ridiculed for such aspirations. Victor merely smiled and nodded, expressing a commendable aspiration. Perhaps, when you become a renowned physician, you might indeed conquer those incurable ailments. His words were devoid of any mockery, solely imbued with encouragement and admiration. In contrast, Luo felt a twinge of shame as he lowered his gaze. Though only a few years older, Victor possessed an air of maturity that seemed entirely fitting. Comparatively, Luo felt exceedingly juvenile. Suddenly, a thought struck Luo, prompting him to inquire. I have a question. During our previous encounter, when I used our slaughterhouse for the second time, why did it prove ineffective against you? Did you counter it using your fruit ability? Given that you were once a member of the Don Quixote family, did they not teach you this? Victor extended his right hand into a fist, his entire arm transforming as if it were a piece of metal heated to a fiery red. It first glowed a brilliant orange before gradually cooling into a deep black, ultimately adorned with a lustrous ebony sheen. The manifestation of Haki, serving as both spear and shield, the finest means of countering the powers of the devil fruit aside from exploiting their inherent weaknesses. Law gazed in astonishment at Victor's arm, then despondently sank back into his chair, murmuring, "Is such power truly attainable?" Indeed, Virgo wielded this very strength to confront the detestable Mr. Kara. Alas, having been relegated to the later stages of training, I missed the opportunity to learn it. If this power exists, then surely Doflamingo is well versed in its application. No matter how diligently I hone my surgical abilities, it would be futile unless I can match such prowess. Yet, I am but a destitute youth devoid of wealth, influence, or connections. Where might I acquire such profound knowledge? In his agitation, Law's gaze suddenly fell upon Victor, who was poised to sip from his coffee cup across the table. Gritting his teeth, he sprang to his feet. Amidst the perplexed stares of his companions and Victor's entourage, he laboriously approached Victor's side and abruptly knelt upon the ground. Pressing his forehead firmly to the floor, stammering fervently, "I beseech you, please teach me to wield this power." Victor had just taken a sip of his coffee when he abruptly spat it out, causing the 3 ladies to gasp and cover their mouths in astonishment. Meanwhile, Ro's companions were so taken aback that they found themselves seated on the ground. They were well aware of Ro's proud disposition, no matter how formidable the adversary. Ro would never willingly bow down or show deference. Was this blond man before them attempting to poison Ro's food? Victor pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, then gazed quietly at the kneeling Law, who was filled with anxiety. In his quest for vengeance against Doflamingo, what did it matter if he had to forsake his dignity? The individual before him undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. Although he had a penchant for violence, upon closer interaction, his demeanor proved to be quite gentle. Law would gladly submit to him as a disciple, yet he pondered whether this man would truly accept a wild child like him as a student. Well then, though I may appear shameless, am I truly so? What did you say? Law asked, somewhat bewildered, lifting his gaze to meet Victor's. I said I agree. I will teach you how to wield armament Haki, Victor replied with a cheerful nod. Master. 2 days later. Fool. Do not think to resist with your body. Harness the power that lies beneath your skin. On the deck of the Beagle, Victor wielded a large wooden club, eyeing Law, whose head was swollen with bruises, while occasionally delivering a strike upon it. Beepo, Shachi, and Penguin knelt nearby, trembling in fear as they observed this terrifying ordeal of training. With his eyes covered by a cloth, Law, drenched in sweat and bearing the marks of his punishment, stood steadfastly, striving to comprehend the power that Victor spoke of. Small Dance, Perona, Robin, and Beepo, you 3 must listen attentively. I shall explain once more, Victor declared, shouldering the wooden club as he began his lesson. Haki is the latent power possessed by all humans and even living beings in this world. This inherent ability, comprising aura, killing intent, and fighting spirit, can transform one's will into a weapon when one learns to manipulate these invisible sensations. This formidable force is known as Haki. As he spoke, Victor suddenly swung the wooden club towards Law. Although Law barely sensed the rush of air, he was unable to evade the blow, which struck his shoulder painfully, causing him to grimace. Nevertheless, the vast majority of individuals remain oblivious to this power and may never unlock it throughout their lives. Armament Haki can enhance one's defensive capabilities, acting as an invisible armor, and can also evolve into an offensive force, allowing one to contend with the powers of devil fruit users, even enabling contact with the elemental forms of such abilities. As he continued, Victor's right arm and the wooden club became enveloped in a deep, metallic black sheen. Moreover, when one advances further, armament Haki can envelop weapons to augment their striking power. No sooner had he finished speaking than Victor brought the darkened wooden club crashing down towards Law's head. This time, Law, sensing the impending strike, slightly tilted his head. But his reflexes were insufficient. and he still felt the impact upon his crown. "Master, I feel as though I can see it. Is this merely an illusion?" Law exclaimed, clutching his head in distress. Victor smiled faintly, shouldering his wooden staff as he remarked, "The mere notion of illusion suffices. Beyond the continuous extension of illusion lies the realm of observation hockey. Do not remove the blindfold just yet. Instead, fully embrace this sensation." Wahanji pondered thoughtfully. "I too experienced such an illusion while battling the phantom tiger Fleming, which allowed me to sense and evade his lethal strike. Is this what observation hockey entails?" "Indeed," Victor affirmed with a nod. "Observation hockey enables one to keenly perceive the essence of another's presence. Once this power is augmented, one can discern the positions, numbers, and forthcoming actions of adversaries beyond the limits of sight. In various regions, the terminology for hockey varies. For instance, observation is referred to as heart net in the Sky Islands." "Master Victor, how does one cultivate observation hockey?" Bepo, kneeling on the ground, timidly raised his hand and inquired. "In a certain sense, observation hockey serves as a new sensory organ," Victor explained, gesturing toward the blindfold covering Luo's eyes. "To develop this novel sense, one must relinquish reliance on the innate sensory organs. Among a person's faculties, the most crucial sensory organ is invariably the eyes. By covering the eyes, one must learn to perceive the surroundings through the heart. Where there is intent in an attack, there exists accompanying breath. If one can generate the illusion of perceiving the trajectory of an attack, as Luo did earlier, that marks the threshold of entering observation hockey." "Master, how can one delve deeper into the development of observation hockey?" Luo inquired, rubbing the numerous lumps on his head, wincing in pain. "Simply continue practicing," Victor replied. "You must train until you can unconsciously perceive everything around you." With that, Victor tossed aside the wooden staff and stretched languidly. "All right, it's time for a break. Bepo, attend to Luo's wounds." Luo collapsed onto the ground, while Bepo and the others hurriedly approached with the medicine. Victor approached the table at the edge of the deck, lifted the cup, and took a hearty sip. Robin, perched on the railing of the deck, gazed at Victor with a smile. Why do you look at me like that?" Victor noticed Robin's attention. "Hiki, you seem quite fond of this apprentice, Victor," Robin remarked, casting a glance at the fallen figure of Luo, who was striving to recall the earlier illusion and was earnestly sharing his insights without reservation. Victor turned his gaze towards Luo, a faint smile gracing his lips. "This young man is remarkably talented and exceptionally diligent. As a master, one cannot help but feel delighted to have such a disciple." Perona, holding her small parasol, glanced at the recording pointer in her hand. "Brother, in just one day, we will have filled the recording pointer. Will we then continue to stay here in search of that enigmatic physician?" Victor set down his cup of water and nodded, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured. I have a strong intuition that we shall have results by tonight at the latest." Curiously, Wu Hongji inquired, "Victor, what leads you to be so certain?" Victor tapped his temple, revealing a smile imbued with mystery. "Consider it an instinct bestowed upon me by the inherent observation of the world." The Grand Line, Tanatown. The newly appointed captain of the Coral Guild's shipwright team, Black Gear Jig, was fervently leading his crew in the transformation of the abandoned garden on the western side of the island. After nearly a week of diligent work, the project had begun to take shape, with rows of exquisitely crafted duplex wooden houses lined up neatly, and half of the street paved with cobblestones, featuring a partially constructed grand fountain at its center. Bill, known as Arc Gun, was engrossed in carving intricate patterns on the fountain's outer rim when a sudden, urgent peal of a large bell from the dock startled him, causing him to misplace his chisel. "Captain," exclaimed Red Ginger Donnie, rising to address Black Gear Jig. Jig brushed the dust off his hands and halted the fountain's construction. He stood up and shouted, "Shipwright team, assemble! To the dock, defend Tanatown." At the harbor of Tanatown, a large pirate ship, streamlined in design with a massive ram at its bow, was moored. The flag billowing from the ship depicted a skull brandishing two raised fists. On the dock, the elderly mayor was pinned to the ground by a red boot. The imposing figure above him was a woman, clad in a form-fitting tank top and shorts, her muscular thighs exuding strength and vitality. Her red combat boots bore signs of wear, and her long brown hair was tied back in a high ponytail. With a hint of a cruel smile, she casually kicked the mayor in the stomach and rasped, "Hey, old man, that oaf Jig is still lurking around your town, isn't he?" The mayor, curled up like a shrimp and spitting blood, finally managed to stammer, "My lady, I truly do not know whom you speak of." She stepped on his right hand, slowly grinding it, her lips curling into a sinister grin. "Oh, still have some backbone, do you? I'm quite eager to see if your bones are indeed as hard as you claim." Just as she was about to apply more pressure, a thunderous shout rang out, causing her to look toward the massive archway at the end of the port. A dark mass of figures emerged, led by Black Gear Jig, clad in blue shipwright attire. With a scarf wrapped around his head and his once unruly beard now reduced to stubble, he locked eyes with the woman, a serious expression crossing his face. "Raging Foot Lakasna, what brings you to my territory?" he demanded. "Your territory? Huh." Lakasna kicked the mayor aside and regarded Jig with scorn. "I heard that you, a fellow supernova, have fallen under the sway of a lowly thug. When I first heard the news, I thought I was imagining things. With nothing better to do, I decided to visit Tanatown, and lo and behold, it was true. Jig, have you lost your mind? Lakosna displayed a vicious grin. Submitting to a petty criminal seeking attention through false news. TSK. For the sake of our past acquaintance, I'll personally escort you to spare you further humiliation. Jig replied solemnly, it is my honor to serve under the captain. Lakosna, even you shall not speak disrespectfully of the boss. Oh. Lakosna flexed her ankle and turned to her crew members from the Queen of Free Fighting Pirate Group. You are not to intervene. I wish to see just how much this gear fool has grown. That night, on Chuckle Creek Island, in White Mountain Town, the atmosphere was markedly tranquil compared to the bustling night market of Tanatown. Victor stood on the deck with his hands tucked into his pockets, savoring the refreshing sea breeze of the summer night. Suddenly, a coat was draped over his shoulders, and he heard the voice of Dance Red Princess behind him. Victor, be careful not to catch a chill. Victor smiled faintly and turned to the blushing Wuhongji, saying, why not take a moment to rest? No one has slept. We are all waiting in the cabin. Since you mentioned that the truth will be revealed tonight, we have complete faith in you. Wuhongji chuckled softly, then, somewhat awkwardly, sought to change the subject. Speaking of which, is it truly acceptable for me to receive this red Siam? After all, it is a precious blade. One of the 50 masterpieces of Liang Ye. Victor leaned against the railing at the edge of the deck, gently remarking, you are indeed my invaluable partner. A mere fine blade worth 50 coins is hardly worth mentioning. The color in Wuhongji's face deepened, and as she hesitated, contemplating her words, an unexpected shiver coursed through her. She turned her gaze towards the distant sea, murmuring to herself, strange, it seems something is approaching. The sensation is quite intense. Victor nodded with satisfaction, acknowledging, Xiao Wu, your mastery of observation hockey has progressed remarkably. Perona and Robin pale in comparison. He instructed them to remain on the deck while he descended from the Beagle, landing gracefully on the dock. Through Victor's heightened perception, a powerful and resonant sound surged rapidly from the depths of the ocean towards the coastal vicinity of Chucklick Island. This sound was so formidable that in his lifetime, he had encountered only one being of comparable magnitude, the warlord of the sea, Don Quixote Moria. The source of the sound drew ever closer. In mere seconds, it reached the harbor of White Mountain Town. With a splash, a colossal figure emerged from the water's surface. This was a towering male fisherman, standing at an impressive 4 meters tall. Clad in a black kimono adorned with cloud patterns and wearing wooden sandals, he bore a shimenawa around his waist. His skin was a pale mint green, and his hair, styled in a top knot, resembled dark green seaweed. His lightning-shaped eyebrows framed a face that exuded a fierce and menacing demeanor, with eyes radiating a palpable malice. At last, I have awaited your arrival. The enigmatic physician of White Mountain Town, Victor remarked with a gentle smile as he stood before the massive fishman. The creature gazed coldly at Victor, slightly parting his lips to reveal a mouthful of sharp, white teeth. Your sound is excessively loud, he rasped, his voice as deep and gravelly as his imposing appearance. That can only be attributed to your potent observation hockey, esteemed doctor, Victor replied with a faint smile. May we converse? The fishman glanced at the deck of the Beagle and then back at Victor. After a prolonged moment, he nodded slightly. Follow me. With that, he hoisted an enormous waterproof backpack from the water, slinging it over his shoulder, and strode towards the dense jungle on the eastern side of Chucklick Island. Victor snapped his fingers, prompting the others to cautiously descend to the dock. Luo's complexion turned pale as he remarked, is that the legendary mysterious physician? Why do I feel a chill throughout my body after just a glance at him? Wuhongji's expression was equally grim as she added, I too feel an unsettling sensation, as if standing before an ancient ferocious beast. Perona approached Victor and, in horror, noticed a bead of cold sweat on his forehead, murmuring, brother, is that individual truly so terrifying? Victor exhaled deeply, acknowledging the undeniable strength of this man, who was certainly not inferior to Mr. Moria. Let us proceed. I wish to engage him in a meaningful conversation. Under Victor's guidance, the group ventured into the dense jungles of Chucklick Island. In the heart of the Lemia jungle stood the hermit's cottage. Although it was referred to as a cottage, its height reached an impressive 8 meters. Yet, nestled among the towering tropical trees that often soared beyond 10 meters, it seemed rather unremarkable. After Victor and his companions removed their shoes at the entrance, they settled in the living room, quietly observing the fishman physician as he placed his backpack down and began boiling water for tea. In a short while, steaming cups of tea were presented before each individual. What brings you here, old man? The fishman inquired as he took a seat at the table, surveying the group. It appears that none among you are afflicted with grave illnesses or incurable injuries. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mafia Victor, hailing from the West Sea, and I am currently the leader of a modest trading guild. Victor adjusted his attire and smiled. The fishman glanced at Victor and replied slowly, no need for such modesty, fierce chain Mafia Victor. I have read reports about you. Many claim you fabricated news of defeating the 7 warlords of the sea to enhance your reputation and gain notoriety. However, in my view, it is they who are truly foolish. I am honored by your praise, Victor said, slightly bowing his head in gratitude. I am known as Storm Snow, the fishman stated, lifting his teacup to sip the steaming beverage. People refer to me as Sea Head. You may call me as you wish. Let us not dance around the subject, Victor said earnestly. I wish to invite you to serve as the ship's doctor aboard the Beggar. Storm Snow raised an eyebrow, intrigued. That is indeed quite direct. Then let me be equally forthright. Give me a reason to join your ranks. 24 days hence, a judicial ship will arrive at the city of Seven Waters, and the main defendant in the case to be tried is a shipwright named Tom, Victor responded, seemingly addressing a different concern. Storm Snow widened his eyes slightly, then set down his teacup, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I see, you are involved as well. Victor, come with me. With that, Storm Snow stood and exited the small room. Victor waved his hand to signal that everything was fine, then rose to follow Haoshua outside. The two walked in silence for over 10 minutes, eventually arriving at a clearing where the vast round moon was clearly visible overhead. Haoshua retrieved a long pipe and a small pouch of tobacco from his pocket. He methodically filled the pipe with tobacco, gently pressing it down until it was half full, repeating the process 3 times until the tobacco overflowed. After striking a match to ignite the tobacco, he took a couple of puffs. After a long pause, he inquired, What do you see in me? Mr. Haoshua, you are the sworn brother of the shipwright Tom, are you not? Victor replied candidly, revealing his knowledge without reservation. Haoshua chuckled, a terrifying smile spreading across his face. Indeed, you possess an innate observation haki. I never expected there to be another with such a gift in this world. It is far rarer than the Conqueror's haki. Do you mean to say you know of another with innate observation haki? Indeed. Haoshua exhaled a plume of smoke, a nostalgic expression crossing his features. The Princess Odoheim of Fishman Island. Who is Odoheim? Victor inquired, though he was well aware that she was the beloved wife of Neptune, the ruler of Ryugu Kingdom, and one of the 3 renowned users of innate observation haki mentioned in the One Piece manga and all related animated adaptations and games. Each user of innate observation haki possesses unique abilities. Victor's revelation allows him to perceive and reveal all pertinent information in his mind, akin to divine inspiration. Patrick Redfield, known as the Crimson Count, possesses the ability to read minds, uncovering all secrets and memories buried deep within a person upon contact, while Odoheim's assimilation is the most formidable, as she not only reads the shallow emotions and thoughts of others from a distance but can also, through her speeches coupled with her innate observation haki, assimilate the thoughts of all her audience. Victor could only feel grateful that such an unfathomable and terrifying ability manifested in the frail and unambitious Princess Yuki. Had the assimilation ability fallen into the hands of other ambitious and powerful individuals, the future of this world would be beyond contemplation. Haoshua slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, closing his eyes as he spoke in a solemn tone. Indeed, I am sworn brothers with Tom. 14 years ago, I intended to assault the judicial ship of Water 7 to rescue Tom. However, just before the trial, Tom persuaded me, sharing with me his dreams and the grand vision he wished to create. His aspirations were so lofty that I felt inadequate in comparison. Over the years, I have witnessed the contributions Tom has made. One must ask, how could such a remarkable shipwright, whose magnificent creations have so greatly enriched this world, fail to impress the reviewing judge? Thus, this time I shall not attend Tom's trial. Instead, I will prepare a fine bottle of wine in this hermit's abode and await his return. For the outcome of this matter is already as certain as fate. Tom will undoubtedly be acquitted. Haoyue's words were resolute, devoid of any hesitation. However, Victor sighed, shaking his head slightly, and murmured, Mr. Haoyue, your understanding of the evil in this world is still insufficient. He flipped his wrist, revealing a slumbering telephone bug encased in silver. Do you comprehend what this telephone bug signifies? Haoyue displayed a puzzled expression, having never encountered such a variant of the creature. This is a telephone bug designated for the 7 warlords of the sea, Victor said with a tone laden with unspoken implications. I can definitively inform you that in less than a month, the world government will announce 2 directives. Firstly, the revocation of Gecko Moria's title as a warlord. Secondly, I shall join the ranks of the 7 warlords. This signifies that I possess both the qualification and the capability to acquire certain confidential information from within the world government, intelligence that ordinary citizens could never access. Just yesterday, I learned of a piece of information pertaining to the shipwright Tom. Having witnessed the astonishing charisma of the blonde man, Haoyue did not perceive him as one who would deceive with falsehoods. He gradually seated himself upon a tree stump, gently tapping his pipe, and remarked, Do not keep me in suspense. Since we have reached this point in our conversation, you intend to share this information with me, do you not? I am not one to keep my mouth shut. Speak freely. Victor gently tapped the shell of the Din Din Mushy in his hand. Recently, Spandam, the chief of Cipher Pole Number 5, the intelligence agency directly under the world government, proposed a plan to the supreme authorities of the world government. He believed that the shipwright Tom possessed a secret and unmatched power, and the authorities consented to relinquish control, entrusting this matter entirely to Mr. Spandam. Mr. Hosh, astonished, halted his habitual puffing on the pipe, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Mr. Hosh, you recall something, do you not? Victor stored away the din mushy and stated gravely, "Indeed, it is precisely that which you have in mind, the design blueprints that should have been lost to history. Do you think the shipwright Tom will be exonerated? No, he will merely be framed by Mr. Spandam and cast into the depths of Impel Down, enduring unspeakable suffering and torment, stripped of all his knowledge and information, ultimately becoming yet another nameless corpse within the prison's confines." Hosh opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Is there no Buddha or deity in this world? He lamented, burying his head in his hands, his face a mask of anger and despair. After a long silence, he raised his gaze to Victor and, in a hoarse voice, asked, "Victor, you have revealed this to me. Surely you possess a solution. Speak, for I cannot stand idly by while my sworn brother faces wrongful death." "Rest assured, Mr. Hosh," Victor replied with a slight smile, "our objectives align. We both desire to rescue the shipwright Tom, do we not?" Hosh fixed his gaze upon Victor, and after a considerable pause, he said, "Victor, do you also yearn for that object?" Victor smiled and waved his hand. "No, I wish for Mr. Tom to personally craft a vessel for me. A legendary ship capable of surmounting countless waves." Hao Shue raised his lightning-shaped brows. "If that is merely your request, then I shall gladly speak on Tom's behalf. However, I must add a word of caution. The ship you currently sail is also a remarkable craft. Are you truly willing to part with her?" Victor revealed a smile imbued with an air of mystery. "Regarding this matter, I have my own approach. Now, I kindly ask Mr. Hao Shue to critique my rescue plan." "Are you serious?" Hao Shue exclaimed, his face a picture of astonishment. This fellow, appearing quite earnest, had proposed an idea that could generously be described as imaginative but, if one were to be blunt, could merely be dismissed. Victor, with his hands stuffed in his pockets, remarked with evident displeasure, "This is the best plan I could conceive. Why don't you propose a better one? Oh great genius." Hao Shue stroked his chin, his eyes gradually illuminating as he murmured to himself, "Wait, I see now. You postponed your announcement of joining the 7 warlords by a month for this very purpose." Initially, he chuckled softly, which soon escalated into hearty laughter, startling a flock of birds from the trees. After a prolonged fit of laughter, Hao Shue finally composed himself, wiping away the tears of mirth from his eyes, and earnestly stated, "Indeed, without a plan as audacious as this, how could one possibly rescue Tom intact from the clutches of the world government while simultaneously absolving him of his crimes?" With that realization, he stood up from the stump, extending his right hand, which was connected by a membrane between his fingers, towards Victor, and declared, "From this moment forth, I shall join your ranks. I look forward to your guidance, Captain." Victor grasped the enormous hand of Hao Shue and chuckled joyfully. "So, we are partners." In the secluded cabin, the others wore expressions of astonishment and confusion. How could this fearsome and enigmatic physician willingly join their ranks after just a brief encounter? Hao Shue sat at the table, his demeanor earnest as he declared, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am known as Hao Shue, hailing from the New World, specifically Fishman Island. From now on, should any of you suffer from ailments or injuries, you can rely on me. Furthermore, I possess some knowledge of Fishman karate and can lend a modest hand in battle. I humbly ask for your guidance moving forward." With this, Hao Shue bowed deeply, pressing his fists to the ground. The others, equally bewildered, mirrored his gesture, bowing in response. Victor's face radiated joy as he raised his now cold teacup and exclaimed, "To our new companions, let us return to the Beagle and commence the feast." On the western shore of Gaia Island lies a quaint town, a gathering place for the dissolute and the lawless, an area beyond governmental jurisdiction, where raucous brawls and boisterous laughter abound. This is the enchanted town of Magic Valley. Captain Geo Highest Nautical Log, the Great Sea Route. Gaia Island, Magic Valley. Rather than being a den of iniquity, Magic Valley is more akin to a pirate's exclusive retreat. Nestled in the tropical region of Gaia Island, the town boasts seaside villas, a plethora of vibrant casinos, and a red light district understood by every man, along with various forms of entertainment. At this moment, a colossal pirate ship, emblazoned with the word SALT, docked at the town's pier, its pirate flag depicting a skull with 3 iron markings etched into its jaw. In days gone by, the unruly pirates would instinctively hold their breath as they passed the entrance of the resort on the southern side of town, for it had been claimed by a formidable and capricious pirate. In the resort's lounge, a towering man lounged on a plush sofa, embracing 2 voluptuous beauties and laughing boisterously. This man stood about 3 meters tall, clad in a beige open coat that revealed a rather rotund belly, with a pistol tucked into his waist. His golden hair was not smooth, but rather spiky, cascading down his back like a large porcupine. His features were unremarkable, yet he exuded an air of undeniable authority. His chin devoid of a beard but adorned with 3 vertical iron rivets firmly affixed. Gustav Elleman, the Salt Flow King, Admiral of the Gustav Fleet, with a bounty of 380 million berries. With a hand adorned with jeweled rings, Gustav scratched the chin of the beauty in his embrace, eliciting a wave of giggles. He then laughed heartily before tilting his head to the side, impatiently inquiring, "Is he not here yet?" That eccentric, flamboyant weirdo. From behind the sofa, a bespectacled middle-aged man with a long sword at his waist slightly bowed and respectfully replied, "Admiral, that person has yet to arrive. This is quite normal. Which faction are you from, you brat? Pink. Gustav Element suddenly stood, towering over the man known as Pink, emanating an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Pink sighed, Admiral. Have you forgotten the last altercation with that flamboyant weirdo? Gustav Element glared at Pink, his eyes widening in sudden realization. Oh, right. That flamboyant fool is indeed a forgetful dolt. He erupted into laughter, and the revelers in the hall joined in uproariously. A waiter carrying a dessert tray, caught up in the merriment, chuckled along, only to suddenly have his exposed skin shrivel and emit a silent scream of agony, ultimately collapsing into a grotesque heap on the floor. With a cruel smile, Gustav looked at the writhing figure and remarked, "What are you laughing at? Are you mocking my porcupine head? Or perhaps jesting about Pink being a four-eyed toad? Or mocking Gully's flat chest?" His subordinates whispered among themselves. Here we go again. The Admiral's paranoia. The hall's waitstaff and accompanying women trembled in fear, frozen in place. At that moment, the grand entrance of the resort was thrust open, and a group of pirates, each wielding long swords, entered in two lines, followed by a peculiarly shaped man. This man was tall and slender, donned in a fur-lined leather coat, his long neck wrapped in bandages that extended to his chin. His eyes and lips were painted black, with two thin mustaches above his lips and a long braid atop his bald head, complemented by round sunglasses perched on his nose. At his waist hung a fearsome curved cookery knife, but most notably, each of his arms bore two joints. Wu Kai, the slashing thought blade, captain of the Heart Sword Pirates, with a bounty of 210 million berries. Wu Kai surveyed the hall, his gaze finally resting upon Gustav. Twirling his mustache, he spoke in a slick voice. "Did you not receive enough beating last time? You forgetful salted fish, huh? You were the one who was pinned down and pummeled." Furious, Gustav overturned the sofa before him, and small white snowflakes began to materialize around him. The members of the Gustav fleet stood, their expressions hostile as they glared at Wu Kai. Wu Kai, too, smirked as he reached for the hilt of his blade, his crew drawing their swords in readiness. Just then, Pink stepped behind Gustav, whispering a few words before he righted the sofa and dusted it off, standing to the side. "Salt Flow King," he scoffed. "Gossiping behind others' backs is not good etiquette." A voice from above, seemingly mocking, echoed through the room. Gustav and Wu Kai looked up to see a figure leaning against the window ledge, cradling a long firearm. This was a tall man, approximately 2 meters in height, clad in a gray coat, a white scarf at his neck, and a loose postman's hat that obscured much of his face, revealing only a goateed chin and shoulder-length gray-white curls. Half leaning against the ledge, he held an extraordinarily long firearm, leisurely observing the hall below. Hannibal, the Night Owl, assassin, with a bounty of 290 million berries. "Hannibal, you rascal." Gustav stroked the iron plate on his chin and ominously remarked. Still as elusive as ever. Wu Tsai extended his slender tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, revealing a slick smile. What a stylish young man indeed. Hannibal brought his left hand, with the index and middle fingers together, to the brim of his hat and lazily offered a salute. At that moment, the town's clock struck 9. Once the tolling ceased, King Saltflow impatiently smashed the bottle in his hand onto the floor, scaring away the two terrified waitresses who had been clinging to him in fear. That damned gear bastard didn't show up, and now the wild girl is missing too. Gustav leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs with a displeased expression. Let us just get started then. Suddenly, the main and side doors of the hall automatically closed. Before the waiters and waitresses could react, they all collapsed to the ground, transformed into grotesque corpses. "I have a lucrative business proposition and wish to collaborate with both of you." "A lucrative business?" Wu Tsai yawned slightly, dragging out his words. "I didn't travel all this way to listen to your nonsense. If this gathering is merely for that, I shan't return." "I concur," came a nonchalant voice from the roof's window ledge. "Can you two buffoons exhibit a modicum of patience?" King Saltflow Gustav exclaimed in exasperation, pounding the armrest of the sofa, his spittle flying as he shouted, "Just give me 10. No, 5 more minutes. If you're still unsatisfied, you can leave." Wu Tsai chose a sofa, crossing his feet on the coffee table, and pulled an orange candy from his pocket, tossing it into his mouth before mumbling, "Fine, 5 minutes." King Saltflow reclined on the sofa, accepting a bottle of liquor from his subordinate and gulping down half of it in one go, wiping his mouth before speaking. "What do you know about the 7 warlords of the sea, Moonlight Moria?" "Moonlight Moria?" Wu Tsai tilted his head, speaking with a strange tone. "Only what's in the newspapers. What about it?" At that moment, a strange sound came from behind Gustav. He turned to find Hannibal, the Night Owl, had mysteriously appeared by the liquor cabinet, sifting through various bottles. After a few seconds, he selected a bottle of whiskey, kicked aside one of Gustav's henchmen seated on the sofa, and poured himself a glass. As he swirled the drink, Hannibal calmly shared what he knew. The zombie, King Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, hails from the West Sea, with a former bounty of 320 million berries. He possesses the power of the Shadow Fruit, and wields the formidable weapon Morrigan. After his defeat by the Emperor Kaido in the New World, he vanished from sight. It is said he re-emerged over a month ago in his homeland, the West Sea, only to be defeated by a local gang leader. Some claim he was killed by that gang leader, while others say he escaped with the help of his subordinates. Chop, chop, chop. You actually believe such obviously flawed fake news, Brother Hannibal? Wutsai crushed the candy in his mouth and swallowed it whole before retrieving a blue one to pop in. Hannibal shrugged lightly, replying, I merely recounted what I know, Wutsai. Gustav clapped his hands and burst into laughter. Haha, no wonder you are the top-tier assassin. You have all sorts of information at your fingertips. Hey, flamboyant rascal, you are gravely mistaken this time. Wutsai pouted in displeasure. King Sulflo Gustav chuckled. According to reliable intel, Moonlight Moria was indeed defeated by that gang leader in the West Sea. It was a face-to-face confrontation, one-on-one. What? Wutsai could no longer remain seated, and Hannibal paused momentarily in his swirling of the glass. It was no surprise they were astonished. No one could fathom that a formidable figure capable of challenging the Emperor Kaido would be defeated in a one-on-one encounter by a gang leader in the feeble West Sea. It was akin to a wine-tasting event where the rating of a fine red wine was surpassed by that of inferior rum mixed with sugar. There were no fictitious news reports or deadly traps. It was a straightforward confrontation where Moonlight Moria was decisively vanquished by Mafia Victor. King Sulflo Gustav downed the remaining half of his bottle, discarding it carelessly, and laughed heartily. Ha! How amusing, isn't it? A little thug rising to prominence in such a short span of time. However, our main topic today is not him, but the defeated one, Moonlight Moria. Do you know what his mode of transport is? Hannibal and Wutsai exchanged glances and shook their heads. It is the largest pirate ship in the world. Known as the Terror three-masted ship, a veritable island ship. Just imagine, a mobile island base at your command. The only one of its kind in the world. Gustav, in a fit of excitement, pounded the armrest of the sofa while shouting, whether used as the flagship of my Gustav fleet, the headquarters of the Heartsword Pirates, or your secret base. Little Owl, it is the perfect choice. Unlike the now animated Wutsai, Hannibal merely chuckled softly, coolly stating, but there is only one Terror three-masted ship. I wonder who will acquire it, and how. The previously heated atmosphere instantly cooled. Don't rush, Gustav replied, taking a prepared cigar from his subordinate, lighting it, and savoring a couple of puffs before continuing. Rest assured, everyone will be satisfied. Let me share my plan. He pulled a photograph from his pocket and tossed it onto the coffee table. Hannibal and Wutsai leaned in closer, and the photograph revealed a cloaked giant figure, most of which was wrapped in bandages, but still unmistakably identifiable as the 7 warlords of the sea, Moonlight Moria. My subordinate stumbled upon this on an island. I have reason to believe that our esteemed warlord is tracking someone. Tracking? Who? Wutsai and Hannibal both inquired in succession. Mafia Victor. The killer chain. This gang leader who defeated Moonlight Moria has also arrived in the Grand Line. It appears that the Zombie King has not forgotten about Mafia Victor after escaping from the West Sea's Beltol Island, intent on delivering him a grand gift. Get to the point. Hannibal seemed increasingly annoyed by Gustav's penchant for suspense. ISNT it's simple. As long as the log pointer doesn't malfunction, Water 7 will be an inevitable stop on their route. And Water 7 conveniently falls within the purview of my fleet. All we need to do is lay in wait and eliminate them, and we shall acquire everything. Remember, do not alert the enemy before they reach Water 7, otherwise. If the Killer Chain and Zombie King join forces in a counterattack, we will surely suffer heavy losses. Gustav snapped his fingers, and his aide Pink placed several photographs and a few specially crafted collars on the coffee table behind him, pointing at the items. Gustav erupted into a maniacal laughter. For those intrigued by the terrifying 3-masted ship, take the permanent pointer directing towards it. Those interested in the 7 warlords of the sea may attribute the primary credit to that individual, and for those captivated by beautiful women, capable subordinates, and treasures, feel free to claim all spoils except for the terrifying 3-masted ship. The absence of the gear bastard and the wild girl works in our favor. We 3 shall equally divide the loot, leaving none at a disadvantage. The coffee table prominently displayed photographs of the Dance Red Lady, Perona, and Victor, while the collars were the notorious explosive collars used by slave traders to subdue and intimidate slaves. Choosing the last option seemed rather unfavorable. Hannibal tilted his head, questioning, are you jesting? Owlboy? Opting for the last option not only grants you exquisite slaves, including a masterful female swordswoman, but also all the treasures aboard their ship and the terrifying 3-masted ship. How could this be a disadvantage? Gustav chuckled. Moonlight Moria must possess a means of communication between the 7 warlords and the world government. If we slay both the Fierce Chain and the King of Zombies, we shall undoubtedly prove to the world government our capacity to assume the role of the 7 warlords, and even surpass it. However, there is but one position available, necessitating the voluntary relinquishment from the other 2. Zhang Niandao Wugai picked up the photographs, admiring them while twirling his little mustache and cackling, Slice. Slice. How delightful. I want these women. That zipper fellow can be eliminated without issue. Furthermore, I demand not only their ship's treasures and those of the terrifying 3-masted ship, but each of you must also contribute 100 million berries to me. Slice, slice. Night Owl Hannibal lowered his hat's brim and murmured, I happen to be in need of a private island base. Excellent. I have aspired to the throne of the 7 warlords for many years, Gustav replied. revealing a satisfied smile as he clapped his hands. His subordinates brought forth 3 half-filled goblets of wine, and the 3 notorious villains raised their glasses in unison, exclaiming, "We are no mere jesters of supernovas. Let this world witness our might. Cheers." The day after the ship's doctor, Hosh, joined the crew, Victor and his companions set off on their journey once more. Trafalgar Law and his comrades deliberated for an extended period before deciding to remain on Chucklick Island for a while longer. Having received a notebook containing Hosh's medical insights, he hoped to continue honing his medical skills on the island as a volunteer doctor while also training in hockey. Law had anticipated a reprimand from his master, but Victor only smiled encouragingly, providing them with ample funds and supplies, along with handwritten notes on hockey training. Law, do not slacken in your training. When we next meet, I shall assess your level of hockey. Moreover, refrain from consuming moldy bread. You are in a growth phase. And Robin has left you sufficient funds and supplies. Consume more nutritious food. Victor patted Law's shoulder, increasingly resembling a nagging mother. Master. Law felt a warmth in his eyes, quickly pulling down his hat's brim and biting his lip to suppress his tears, while Beppo and the others were unabashedly weeping, nearly wiping their noses on Victor. After bidding farewell to Law and the others at the dock, the beggar's ship slowly departed the waters of Chucklick Island, heading towards the next island. Again, don't strike hard with your palm. Use finesse. Yes, just like that. 3 days after leaving Chucklick Island, 2 figures, one large and one small, were engaged in combat on the deck of the beggar's ship. This was prompted by Victor seeking Hosh's guidance in the art of combat techniques. Hosh had no objections. He instructed Victor to refrain from using his devil fruit abilities in hockey, relying solely on his physical strength and skill to attack him. In response to Victor's strikes, Hosh effortlessly blocked with one hand while the other held a pipe, occasionally taking a puff. Soon, the practice concluded. You have previously only pilfered techniques from your opponents during battle. Such a haphazard amalgamation of moves cannot be considered a combat system. You are squandering your remarkable combat talent. Sitting on the deck, Hosh held his long pipe, exhaling a smoke ring before sternly continuing, forget those flashy tricks. Return to the fundamentals of hand-to-hand training. This will allow you to reorganize all your techniques and unify them. Victor, seated opposite Hosh, stroked his chin thoughtfully, contemplating Hosh's words. You need not blindly replicate the techniques of fishman karate. Unless trained from a young age, it is not particularly suitable for human practitioners. What you must absorb are the essence and refined techniques of fishman karate. With that, Hosh stood, beckoning Victor. Words alone are insufficient. Come, attack me with all your might. Upon rising, Victor let out a soft exclamation and channeled all his might into a powerful punch directed at H-Setsu. With a graceful extension of his left arm and an open palm, H-Setsu deftly absorbed the force of the blow. A nearly imperceptible ripple emanating from his palm and radiating throughout his body, ultimately dissipating across the deck. Neither Perona, who was engrossed in charting the seas within the cabin, nor Robin, who was organizing intelligence reports, sensed any anomaly. Only Maki, in the kitchen, instinctively lifted her head, glancing around. She perceived a subtle wave spreading through the vessel, merging seamlessly with the surging waves of the sea. An impressive strike, imbued with tremendous impact. Have you sparred with the disciple of the eight-burst fist? H-Setsu remarked, raising an eyebrow in admiration. Victor nodded, recalling a brief encounter from 2 years prior, regrettably lacking the insight to grasp deeper related techniques. Mr. Haoshiwa, however, spoke in a melodious tone, drawing on his pipe. This technique is known as Dragon Dance Array, which disperses the formidable force of an enemy's attack into ripples that spread outward, allowing the surroundings to absorb the damage. Its essence is to empower the fishman in the vast ocean, where no mighty assault can shatter the infinite sea. The crux of fishman karate lies in softness and penetration. If you ever have the chance, you might meet Jinbei, who, like you, is one of the 7 warlords of the sea and a bearer of the profound legacy of fishman karate. You are currently overly reliant on the abilities of the chain fruit. Should you encounter an adversary capable of exploiting your vulnerabilities or sealing your fruit's powers, you would find yourself at a significant disadvantage. Haoshiwa stretched his shoulders, producing a dull cracking sound. The 6 styles of the Navy are commendable techniques, and the 2 you have mastered are particularly useful. However, this is merely the beginning. I shall dedicate this time to honing your combat skills, so prepare yourself. I entrust this to you, Mr. Haoshiwa, Victor replied, nodding in agreement. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, a resounding crash echoed as a teacup shattered against the pristine floor. In the summit office, Admiral Sengoku furrowed his brow, addressing Sakazuki. If you're going to throw a tantrum, do so in your own office and refrain from causing a scene here. He then turned to the quaking Marine at the doorway, soothingly instructing, it's all right, you may continue. Why yes. The Marine gulped nervously, saluting before reporting. The Gustav fleet and the Heart Sword pirates convened for a secret discussion in the town of Magic Valley on Gaia Island for approximately 4 hours. The specifics of their conversation remain unknown, but the resort hotel where they stayed has become a veritable hell. All male staff members were brutally tortured to death, while the young and beautiful women, well, let us not dwell on that. Sengoku, his face darkening, rubbed his temples and sighed, and then, as the Gustav fleet and the Heartsword pirates prepared to depart Gaia Island, they encountered Vice Admiral Lemon and his forces from the G3 branch, leading to a fierce confrontation at the port of Magic Valley. What naval forces were aboard Vice Admiral Lemon's warship? Sakazuki inquired coldly from his position on the sofa, arms crossed. Besides Vice Admiral Lemon, there were also Major Williams, Colonel Iko, Lieutenant Colonel Licaferna, approximately 420 Marines, and 3 naval vessels. Admiral Kazan, seated nearby, interjected. Is there a more detailed account of the battle? Only 7 Marines survived, with 2 suffering severe psychological trauma and undergoing treatment. According to the remaining 5. Shortly after the engagement began, the cannons on the 3 naval ships experienced a catastrophic failure, with a significant number exploding. Major Williams was struck by 5 bullets before even engaging the enemy, 3 of which hit his chest and head, resulting in his immediate demise. That treacherous Night Owl Hannibal has also joined that foul group. Sakazuki growled, a few flickers of molten magma erupting from him, only to gradually dissipate as he regained composure. Yes. Following this, the naval ships were pierced by several enormous salt spikes that appeared from nowhere, forcing Vice Admiral Lemon to lead the Marines into close combat with the pirates. After nearly 2 hours of intense fighting, Vice Admiral Lemon was killed by Salt Flow King Gustav, with the remaining Marines nearly annihilated. He only spared these 7 to relay the news to the Navy. At this juncture, why are you still hesitating? Speak. Sakazuki bellowed. Sakazuki, calm yourself. Kazan admonished, frowning. What purpose does lashing out at your comrades serve? Marine, continue. Sengoku, removing his glasses to rub his brow, spoke slowly. Gustav Eileman stated that this was merely a warning. Should we provoke him again, he would retaliate against the world government's allied nations. Scoundrel. Even Kazan was incensed, kicking over the coffee table before him. What of Colonel Iko and Lieutenant Colonel Licaferna? Sakazuki's demeanor shifted to one of calmness. Both Iko and Licaferna were renowned beauty officers within the Navy, possessing strength and amiable personalities, often referring to Sakazuki as Big Brother, maintaining a good rapport with him. The 2 officers were abducted by the Heartsword pirate slashing Thought Blade Wukai. Sengoku's expression darkened as he slammed his fist onto the table, roaring. What were the naval forces in the vicinity doing? Sakazuki rose, removing his cap and placing it over his heart, calmly stating, the female Marines taken by the slashing Thought Blade never last more than 3 days. Consider them dead. Sakazuki, they had such a good relationship with you. Kazan's shout was interrupted by Sakazuki's composed tone. Admiral Sengoku, I request permission to lead a pursuit for the Salt Flow King, slashing Thought Blade, and Night Owl. I will report to Admiral Kong. Sakazuki, we are approaching the stage for the selection of new admirals. Are you certain you wish to set sail at this time? Sengoku's expression was grave. I'm certain. I will reduce these 3 scoundrels and their forces to ashes. Sakazuki, known among pirates as a monster, the seemingly eternally cold-hearted candidate for admiral, had truly become enraged. 5 days after departing from Chukrik Island, a voice echoed from below deck. Brother, the lookout has spotted the port of Carnival Town St. Prut. We have approximately 20 minutes of travel left. On the deck, Victor, bare-chested and drenched in sweat, responded, understood. Everyone, prepare for landing. Shiawu, Robin, get ready. But what is the matter with you two? Victor cast a peculiar glance to his side, where Robin and Dance of the Scarlet Maiden, seated beneath the sunshade, were watching his combat practice with Hosh. For some inexplicable reason, their faces were flushed. Robin appeared somewhat better, her complexion merely crimson, while Dance of the Scarlet Maiden's eyes had taken on a peculiar shape, teetering on the brink of fainting. What is happening with you two? Hosh, could it be that they are suffering from heat stroke due to the intense sunlight? Victor inquired, perplexed as he looked towards Hosh. Standing at the opposite end, Hosh erupted into hearty laughter. Ha, ha, ha. Youth is truly wonderful. I wish I could reclaim 30 years. Robin's face grew even redder, and she hastily assisted Dance of the Scarlet Maiden to her feet, her eyes darting around, deliberately avoiding the sight of Victor's bare torso, which showcased his sleek, muscular physique. Stammering, she said, Victor, I and Dance need to take a breather. No, I mean, we must prepare for our landing. With that, she hurriedly helped Dance of the Scarlet Maiden toward the cabin in search of Perona. Hosh stroked the small scales on his chin, scrutinizing the bewildered Victor from head to toe, and remarked with a click of his tongue, setting aside humanity, even by the standards of merfolk or fishmen. You are undoubtedly a remarkable specimen. It would be wise for you to temper your smiles when encountering unfamiliar maidens, lest you attract unnecessary trouble. Victor shrugged. I see. I have no intention in that regard. Before logging in, I shall take a shower. How about you, Mr. Haoshua? Haoshua retrieved his long pipe and gave it a gentle shake. Perona is far too strict. I can only indulge in a couple of puffs on the deck. Victor nodded with a smile and turned to enter the bathroom. At that moment, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the cabin. What? My brother, bare-chested and drenched in sweat. You two are so cruel, waiting until now to tell me. With a bang, the wooden door of the cabin was kicked open, and Perona burst out, her nostrils flaring as she panted, scanning the deck with a fierce gaze. However, apart from the figure of Hashiyuki, who was casually stuffing tobacco into his pipe, there was no one else on the deck. "Oh, you're looking for Victor?" He asked, taking a bath. Hashiyuki remarked nonchalantly, striking a match to ignite the tobacco. "I'm going to prepare for landing now." Perona, feeling dispirited, dragged her feet back into the cabin. 20 minutes later, the Beagle gracefully approached the welcoming docks of St. Prut. Carnival Town, St. Prut, is nestled on Spring Island, Prut Island. This place boasts countless amusement facilities, roller coasters, Ferris wheels, carousels, pirate ships, and more, along with an array of food stalls and bustling tourists, making it a jubilant carnival city. Carnival Town, St. Prut. "What a splendid town," exclaimed Perona. Dressed in a voluminous layered gown and sporting a side ponytail, her eyes turning into hearts upon seeing the Ferris wheel. Robin, clad in a women's suit shirt and a tailored skirt, wearing a black cowboy hat and carrying a black bag, smiled as she said, "This is the starting point of the happy route." Perona, dance red, with her long black hair styled in a round bun and sunglasses perched atop her head, wore a magenta jacket and trendy denim shorts, with red siam and red snow left text slung at her waist. Following Robin down the gangplank, she curiously inquired, "Sister Robin, what is the happy route?" "It's a brand new special route established this year." Hashiyuki, dressed in a navy blue yukata adorned with lightning patterns and wooden clocks, answered on Robin's behalf as he stepped off the ship. For years ago, the shipwright Tom from Water City successfully created the Puffing Tom, a sea train powered by steam, traveling along tracks that float just beneath the surface of the sea. The sea train connects Carnival Town, St. Prut, Gourmet Town, Poochie, Queen of Spring Town, St. White Poplar, and Water City, and for special government personnel, there's an exclusive train to Justice Island, Eni's Lobby. Indeed, if we were to continue sailing according to the navigation records, we would eventually reach Water City, but we would run out of time. Victor, the last to disembark in a finely tailored black suit, striped shirt, black jazz hat, and a black trench coat, declared, "Thus, we shall take the sea train to Water City, saving at least 15 days. "What? We are also taking the sea train?" Dance Red and Perona both displayed shock, the former quickly asking, "What about the little hound, H.M.S. Beagle, the Beagle's nickname?" Victor chuckled and reassured, "Rest assured. I have already inquired. It is just over there." The group followed his pointing finger, and their gaze fell upon a colossal 4-story edifice on the northern side of the bustling dock, adorned with a black ship anchor and emblazoned with the word UMIT. This was the property of the eminent logistics titan of the Grand Line, the maritime king deep sea current meat, known as UMIT Logistics. As they approached the impressive structure, their culinary inclinations had already led them to finish a delicious serving of croquettes. Upon entering the UMIT Logistics lobby, they were greeted by a charming young waitress, dressed in a blue and white uniform and donning a pristine beret, who approached with a perfectly measured smile. "Welcome. May I inquire if you are here for our shipping services at UMIT Logistics?" Victor responded, "We wish to experience the sea train, but we prefer not to return by ship. Is it possible for you to transport the entire vessel?" The waitress, slightly blushing at Victor's striking appearance, momentarily lost her composure before regaining her professionalism. "Why, yes, of course. However, the shipping costs vary depending on the size and scale of the vessel. Would you like me to introduce you to the features of our shipping services?" Victor smiled and nodded. "Please, everyone, follow me." Perhaps influenced by Victor's warm demeanor, the waitress's smile transformed into a genuine one. She guided the group through the Grand Hall. "Introducing, our UMIT Logistics operates across the vast expanse of the Grand Line. Whether in the first half, known as Paradise, or the latter half, the New World, we adhere to the principles of mission accomplished and safe and swift, ensuring that all goods are delivered accurately and securely to their intended destinations. Shipping services for vessels are a significant aspect of UMIT Logistics. We can guarantee that the ships entrusted to us will be transported safely and efficiently to any location you specify. Depending on the size of the vessel, the distance to be traveled, and the potential hazards of the route, our service fees may vary. May I inquire as to the dock number for your vessel?" "Number 67, Robin replied. The waitress nodded to the uniformed staff beside her, and several employees promptly made their way towards the dock. "Rest assured, our personnel are exceptionally professional. They will only assess and record the size and condition of your vessel without any physical interaction." Before long, the staff returned to the hall, presenting the waitress with a document. She examined it closely and exclaimed, "A commendable score of 89. You possess an outstanding ship. May I ask where you wish to ship your vessel?" "Water 7. Based on our staff's comprehensive evaluation and estimated distance, we will charge a service fee of 4.3 million berries. If you agree, please take this document to the cashier for payment. Upon completion of the payment, our staff will provide you with a shipping receipt, which you may use to collect your vessel at UMIT Logistics in Water 7 5 days from now." Victor and his companions expressed no dissent. After settling the payment, and amidst the reluctant gaze of the waitress, Victor stowed the luggage receipt into the zippered compartment and led everyone out of the UMIT Logistics hall. "Brother, where shall we go next?" Although it was a question, Perona's eyes sparkled with excitement. "No one understands a sister better than a brother," Victor chuckled. "Since we have the rare opportunity to visit St. Prut, Let us indulge in a day of fun before we depart. Hooray! Perona and Mai Hong-ji cheered joyously. The girls, specifically Perona and Mai Hong-ji, delightedly made their way to the amusement park in Carnival Town St. Prut for a day of merriment. Hao Shue exchanged greetings with everyone before heading to the back streets of St. Prut to visit an old friend. Accompanied by Robin, Victor made his way to the department store to procure some new zipper samples. The largest department store in St. Prut, the Rainbow Mall, greeted him with exuberance. What a discerning customer you are. We have an array of new zipper styles available. On the 5th floor, an enthusiastic sales attendant cheerfully welcomed Victor and Robin, inquiring, "What style are you looking for?" This new design of resin zipper is particularly popular. Victor meticulously examined the zipper samples displayed on the counter before lifting his gaze and stating, "I would like to see your latest prototypes." The salesperson raised an eyebrow and replied with pride, "Is it any wonder that you possess such discerning taste? Indeed, we have just received a fresh batch of innovative prototypes." With that, he turned and rummaged through the cabinet, eventually producing a box. Behold, this is the latest design of the invisible zipper by the esteemed fashion designer, Mr. Wickham L. Judson. Once you employ this, you need no longer worry about the teeth of the zipper being visible on your gown. Victor appeared visibly intrigued. He stroked his chin and softly mused to himself, "Indeed, why did I never think of this before? An invisible zipper." Robin, observing Victor lost in contemplation, could not help but smile, her large eyes narrowing in delight. She turned to the sales clerk and cheerfully inquired, "Excuse me, do you sell this invisible zipper?" The sales clerk responded with enthusiasm, "Of course. Though it is a prototype, it has already been patented and is being trialed in various stores. If you wish to purchase this prototype, it is a modest price of 1,000 berries. Although this price was exorbitantly higher, at least tenfold, compared to a standard zipper." Robin willingly made the purchase, given Victor's evident fondness for it. After a considerable time, Victor regained his senses, realizing he was seated on a bench in the 3rd floor mall's lounge area, while Robin sat beside him, engrossed in a book. My apologies. I was lost in thoughts about fruit abilities," Victor began, but his apology was gently interrupted by Robin's radiant smile. "It's quite all right, Victor," Robin said with a bright grin. "However, would you accompany me to buy some clothes? I noticed a promotional event on the 4th floor." Victor gently stroked Robin's head, and after her face quickly flushed red, he chuckled and said, "It is my honor, beautiful lady." At the Mr. Betta Tavern on St. Prut Street, a lazy afternoon saw the ceiling fan slowly rotating, while scattered patrons gathered in pairs at several tables, engaged in idle conversation. The tavern owner, a plump, white-bearded old man, glanced up from polishing glasses as he spotted the entrance of Hosh and exclaimed jovially, "It has been quite some time since I last saw you." "The usual?" Hosh took a seat at the bar, the stool creaking precariously under his considerable weight. He placed his pipe down on the counter and smiled at the tavern owner. "It's been a while, old Bill. This time, I do like a glass of tequila, so bring out your finest." Bill paused in his tasks, fixing his gaze on Hosh. After a moment, he turned and retrieved a half-full bottle of tequila from the cabinet, pouring a glass for Hosh and quietly inquiring, "Are you truly planning to set sail again?" Hosh raised the glass and downed it in one gulp, wiping his mouth before replying with a smile, "Indeed. I have encountered a young man who is spirited, ambitious, and capable. I have made my decision to accompany him on his voyage." "You old fool. You're not indebted to this young man, are you?" Bill, well acquainted with Hosh's character, reminded him, "Let us not forget the reason for your retirement." "That was indeed part of it," Hosh admitted, shaking his head as he lit his pipe. "Yet the more I interact with this young man, the more I believe he is destined to achieve greatness." "Bill, you are aware of the situation on Fishman Island. Ever since Tiger's death, conditions have become increasingly dire. Even though Jinbei has volunteered to join the Shichibukai as a bridge between Fishman Island and the world government, discrimination against merfolk and fishmen remains rampant." Bill pulled out a crumpled cigarette, lighting it and taking a few puffs while exhaling a sigh. "Yes, the prejudice humans hold against us fishmen and half-fishmen is deeply ingrained." Hosh chuckled. "However, this young man has given me hope, an opportunity to change the public perception of our kind in a significant way. Bill, I sincerely wish to lend him my support." Bill smiled back. "You old rascal, are your skills still sharp? Don't go getting yourself killed." Having known each other for many years, Bill could discern from Hosh's tone that he was preparing to follow his captain into a perilous yet meaningful endeavor. As a friend, Bill would not impede him. Instead, he would open a fine bottle of wine to celebrate his old friend's decision to venture out to sea once more. Let the world witness the might of the master of Fishman Karate. At the Carnival Town amusement park in the center of St. Prut, Perona, holding a 4-layer ice cream cone, suddenly froze in place. "Pepe, what's wrong?" asked Dance Red, wearing sunglasses and sipping on chilled fruit juice, noticing Perona's sudden stillness. "It's unmistakable. There must be a wicked woman approaching my brother." Perona's eyes glinted with ferocity as she crushed her ice cream cone, growling softly. "Pepe's defense radar has gone off. Prepare the ghostly defenses." As she spoke, numerous spherical ghosts began to materialize around her. "Why didn't you notice this talent when practicing your observation hockey?" Dance Red said, a bead of sweat forming on her brow. "Yet, in this state, Perona was quite fearsome, so Dance Red offered her juice straw in an attempt to soothe her. Yes, yes, Pepe is the strongest. Here, have a sip of juice to calm your temper. Perona instinctively took a sip and smiled blissfully. So sweet. Oh no, my cone is ruined. Meanwhile, a petite figure stood at the entrance of the Rainbow Megamart. That person is right here. I sent it. A charming silhouette stood outside the bustling entrance of the Rainbow Megamart, slightly tilting her head and inquiring of those behind her. Indeed, Your Highness. According to our intelligence officer, the pirate Mycelium Matsutake, with a bounty of 46 million berries, is hiding within this very marketplace. Beside her, a burly man in sunglasses read from a clipboard, His Majesty the King requests that you defeat Mycelium alone. Therefore, we will not intervene or interfere in the upcoming battle. We hope for your understanding. Of course, the girl, referred to as Princess, nodded. At that moment, a stylishly dressed man, captivated by the girl's beauty, adjusted his attire and confidently approached her, speaking in a voice he deemed charming. Is this lovely miss visiting Carnival Town for the first time? I can be your free guide. My name is Sangwa. Before he could finish, the girl delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen, leaving him crumpled on the ground, convulsing in unconsciousness. Weak men should not attempt to flirt with me. The girl sneered, striding past the incapacitated man into the shopping center, followed closely by 3 identical burly men in sunglasses. On the 4th floor of the Rainbow Megamart, a middle-aged man cloaked in a grass-green cape paced anxiously in the lounge, muttering to himself, What a disaster. How did I get entangled with those people? I must rendezvous with my subordinates and escape at once. No, wait, they are members of the world government. They would not dare cause a commotion in such a crowded area. I am still safe. Yes, I shall wait a little longer. Meanwhile, Victor was accompanying Robin as she selected clothing. This gentleman, your companion, is truly stunning. She is a natural model. The female attendant continued to shower compliments. Robin, trying on the latest off-shoulder t-shirt, looked at Victor with a hint of anticipation. Victor nodded with a smile. It fits you perfectly, Robin. Excuse me, waiter. Please wrap this up as well. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted in the corridor. Victor tilted his head and sighed, pondering the inevitability of encountering unforeseen circumstances. Within mere seconds, the sound of hurried footsteps drew nearer. A man clad in a grass-green cloak suddenly became alert. Just as he attempted to blend into the crowd to escape, a swift shadow struck him fiercely on the right shoulder. Strangely, he did not falter or cry out in pain. Instead, a peculiar mass erupted from the impact site, resembling a tuft that absorbed all the force of the blow. The figure, propelled by the recoil, executed 2 graceful flips in midair before landing deftly on the ground and gradually rising to his feet. Before him stood a girl, seemingly around 14 years of age. She was adorned in a pink, short-sleeved dress, her elongated legs bearing the engraved numbers 6. Her silky, shoulder-length pink hair cascaded down, partially obscuring her right eye. Her exquisite beauty could only be described as delicate, and it was evident that in a few years, she would blossom into a stunning beauty. Yet, one peculiar detail drew attention, her left eyebrow, which was uniquely spiraled. Trouble was brewing. The girl surveyed the surrounding crowd, furrowing her brow, and commanded the burly guard behind her, clear the area. Understood. The 3 guards bowed slightly, then unslung their long firearms, bellowing, Everyone, evacuate this shopping mall immediately if you wish to survive. I repeat, evacuate this shopping mall immediately if you wish to survive. In this era of rampant piracy, those lacking discernment seldom lived long. Upon sensing the danger, the crowd hastily fled from the Rainbow Mall, while Victor drew Robin behind him, standing still. Intrigued by the 2 figures in the clearing, Robin leaned closer to Victor and whispered, Victor, I have seen that man's wanted poster. His name is Matsutake, alias Mycelium. He is rumored to possess the powers of the superhuman mycological fruit, with a bounty of 46 million berry, and is the captain of the mighty mushroom pirate crew. However, I have no information regarding that girl. Victor revealed a slight smile, casually placing his hands in his pockets as he softly remarked, whoever she may be. This time promises to be entertaining. Meanwhile, Shimeji, not waiting for the crowd to disperse completely, spread his arms wide, revealing a multitude of mycelial spheres that emerged from his palms. With a fierce shout, he exclaimed, You little wench. Is it really necessary to pursue me over such a trivial dispute? I shall see how your world government members will retain their dignity after this chaos. With that, he forcefully hurled the mycelial spheres toward the crowd. Mushroom bomb, powdered spore rain. The sky became engulfed in a torrent of proliferating mycelial spheres, rapidly forming a widespread barrage. Those struck by the spheres felt merely a slight push, suffering no physical harm. However, they soon realized that the areas where they were hit were being overtaken by white mycelium, which quickly coalesced into dense natural bindings, restraining them in place. The sudden turn of events left the pink-haired girl unable to intervene, forcing her to swiftly retreat into the nearest fitting room. How despicable! Does this guy possess no sense of shame, using innocent civilians as shields? The pink-haired girl's quiet grievances came to an abrupt halt as she noticed that she was not alone in the fitting room. 2 others were concealed within, A strikingly beautiful woman with long black hair clad in an off-shoulder t-shirt, and a dashing young man in a black suit with golden locks. For some inexplicable reason, the girl felt an uncanny familiarity with the golden-haired youth. At that moment, a thunderous roar from Shimeji echoed from outside the fitting room. "You little brat, where have you hidden? Come out at once. I will count to 3. And if you do not appear, I shall take a life." With that, he seized a female attendant bound like a dumpling by the mycelium, drawing a dagger from behind his waist and pressing it against her neck, loudly declaring, "I'm beginning to count. 3. Inside the fitting room. The pink-haired girl bit her lip, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. What should she do? If she recklessly emerged, she might fall into the enemy's trap. Yet, if she did nothing, that attendant would surely perish. Listening to Shimeji's triumphant countdown, her heart raced. Gritting her teeth, she placed her delicate hand on the fitting room door, preparing to step out. She could not bear the thought of the attendant losing her life because of her. Just then, a strong hand grasped her wrist. "Young lady, never compromise with an enemy who has taken a hostage. It will only lead to graver consequences." "Allow me to handle this." The handsome golden-haired youth winked at her before kicking open the fitting room door. "Who are you?" "Wait." The girl was momentarily taken aback, unable to prevent the golden-haired youth from stepping out. "Huh, you finally decided to show yourself. Now kneel. Who are you?" Shimeji, expecting the pink-haired beauty to emerge voluntarily, was taken aback to find a striking young man instead. Victor smiled faintly. "Ah, I am but an insignificant passerby, hardly worth mentioning. Enough of your nonsense. Do you dare to play the hero? Come here and take the place of hostage number 2. The Matsutake mushroom, filled with fury, pressed the dagger against the neck of the female attendant with increased force, causing her to cry out in terror. Victor smiled silently, merely raising his right hand to gently flick his index finger. The invisible zipper and silenced firearm made no sound of gunfire or the whoosh of a zipper. Everything remained shrouded in silence. Yet a burst of crimson erupted from the forehead of the Matsutake mushroom, which then collapsed to the ground, lifeless. "Princess, are you unharmed?" After the demise of the ability user, the mycelium vanished as well. The 3 bound guards hurried to the side of the pink-haired girl, only to notice a few beads of cold sweat on her forehead. She gazed at Victor's retreating figure and murmured, "So it was him, the killer chain Mafia Victor." Victor turned his head towards the pink-haired girl, expressing his intrigue as he said, "Oh, how was I unaware that my reputation had grown so vast?" The pink-haired girl waved her hand, signaling the 3 guards to step aside, and gracefully approached Victor, softly stating, "Mr. Victor, you are far too modest. However, since you have taken my trial target, you must treat me to a glass of juice as compensation. There is a lounge on the 3rd floor. Let us converse there." Victor beckoned to Robin, who had just emerged from the fitting room, and guided her towards the staircase. A burly guard wearing sunglasses anxiously exclaimed, "Princess, if he is indeed Mafia Victor, then we must escort you away. I am well aware of what father has said. There is no need for you to reiterate it." The pink-haired girl retorted coldly, "You all wait for me on the 1st floor." With that, she too headed towards the staircase, leaving the 3 guards exchanging bewildered glances. On the 3rd floor of the Rainbow Supermarket, the lounge featured neatly arranged sofas and wooden tea tables. At noon, the area should have been bustling with visitors. But the earlier commotion had caused many to flee, rendering it somewhat tranquil. After Victor procured 3 glasses of juice from a nearby shop, he found the pink-haired girl already seated elegantly on the sofa across from Robin, her posture exuding the grace of someone well-educated and trained in etiquette. Upon receiving the juice that Victor offered, the pink-haired girl expressed her gratitude, took a small sip, and set it down on the table. Drinking juice was merely a pretext. Her true intention was to strike up a conversation with Victor. "May I ask how I should address you, miss?" Victor inquired after taking a sip of his own drink and handing a glass to Robin. "Reiju, you may call me Reiju," she replied with a smile. "This beautiful lady beside you must be Miss Robin, correct? It is impressive that you garnered a bounty of 79 million berries at the age of 8. The information network of the Vinsmoke family is indeed formidable." Victor, smiling, playfully shook his finger at the somewhat astonished Reiju, saying, "It is said that the heir of the Vinsmoke family must undergo the hunt ritual upon reaching the age of 14. So, Miss Reiju, I presume you have reached that age?" Intending to leverage Robin's status to gain the upper hand in the conversation, Victor was instead met with the revelation of his own identity, leaving Vinsmoke Reiju momentarily at a loss for words. She raised her glass and took a sip of juice. "Victor, your straightforwardness is such that any girl would find it hard to bear," Robin remarked with a gentle smile, playfully nudging Victor's shoulder. She understood that Victor disliked having his identity exploited, and thus she intentionally teased the young girl across from them. However, given the peculiar nature of Reiju's status, the respect due to her must still be upheld. Victor burst into laughter. "My apologies, my previous role in the organization was in intelligence work. It's somewhat of a professional habit." Reiju, feeling slightly awkward, managed to chuckle and, seizing the opportunity, inquired, "Mr. Victor, were you once an intelligence officer?" "Indeed," he replied. "I served as the former intelligence officer for the Coral Chamber of Commerce. Thanks to the benevolence of my predecessor, I was recommended to become the new leader of Coral, while Robin succeeded my previous position as the new intelligence officer." Victor chuckled. What is this? The Vinsmoke family is so interested in the new intelligence officer of a small chamber of commerce? Reiju raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming, I concede. Sister Robin, my words were truly thoughtless. Please forgive me. Robin gently nudged Victor's shoulder in response. Victor languidly reclined on the sofa and spoke. The princess of the Vinsmoke family, having been subtly cornered by my words to this extent, has not chosen to take her leave. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Mr. Victor, my father holds you in exceedingly high regard, Reiju replied earnestly. He believes you to be a formidable contender for the position of Warlord of the Sea. That statement has lost its allure, Victor chuckled. The final candidate for the Warlord position has already been determined. You should seek out Tion Yacht rather than me, a rejected contender. No. That individual is quite mad and cannot be assessed by ordinary reasoning, Reiju stated with solemnity. Of course, that is my father's opinion of Tion Yacha. I am merely reiterating his words. Oh, and what is your father's assessment of me? Victor inquired, now displaying a hint of intrigue. A person of integrity and principles. A rare combat genius with the qualities of a leader, however, his excessive concern for the safety of his subordinates has become a notable weakness. Reiju recited her father's evaluation of Victor with precision. Sitting nearby, Robin slightly raised her eyebrows, noting that Miss Reiju's father possessed remarkable insight, accurately delineating Victor's characteristics. Were they perhaps old acquaintances? Victor was somewhat taken aback. The figure of Vinsmoke Reiju before him, in stark contrast to her poised and dignified demeanor in the manga, exhibited a spirited energy coupled with a hint of youthful naivety. This was certainly understandable. After all, she was a full decade younger than her original portrayal in the comic, now merely a blossoming 14-year-old. Yet, the father she spoke of, was he truly Vinsmoke Judge? That man, as depicted in the manga, exuded an air of arrogance, championing strength while dismissing the weak, showing little regard for the lives of his subordinates, and exhibiting a chilling ruthlessness. If one were to draw parallels with characters from other works, he bore a resemblance to Murong Fu from the demigods and semidevils, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ambitions. However, according to Reiju's assertions, this judge not only possessed remarkable insight but also wielded a precise and venomous intellect. The ability to accurately discern one's attributes based solely on scant newspaper articles and limited information was indeed exceptional. Victor increasingly felt that his presence was steering the world of pirates into an unpredictable trajectory. I am one who prefers to speak candidly. Victor shook his head and said, Miss Reiju, all you have articulated boils down to your desire to forge a partnership with me. However, I am merely the leader of a small merchant association, having recently suffered defeat in the competition for the title of Warlord of the Sea. Such a collaboration is inherently unequal. No, Reiju replied, enunciating each word with precision. My father believes that you alone are worth an entire organization. Both he and I consider you, Mr. Victor, to be the most suitable candidate for the Warlords of the Sea, as well as an ideal ally. She produced a slip of paper from her collar, upon which a series of numerical codes were inscribed. This is my father's private transponder snail number, Reiju earnestly stated. He genuinely harbors great expectations for an alliance with you. Mr. Victor, I implore you to at least spare a moment to converse with my father. Upon finishing, Reiju rose and offered a slight bow. This hunting festival has not gone as planned, and I must return to the German kingdom post-haste. I hope, dear sirs, that we may meet again in the future. With a playful wink and a meaningful smile, she gracefully turned and departed. Watching the petite figure vanish into the throng, Victor chuckled and shook his head. The young lady is attempting to act mature. In a few years, this will likely become a footnote in her royal history. Victor, the German kingdom is not to be underestimated, Robin cautioned. Indeed, Victor replied. The reputation of the army of evil, Germa 66, is formidable. He tucked the slip of paper into the zipper pocket of his palm and took a sip of juice. Rest assured, I will engage with the king of the German kingdom in due time, but that moment has not yet arrived. Victor and Robin sat on the sofa in the lounge, engaging in conversation until a pang of hunger prompted them to rise. At that moment, a series of indistinct images suddenly flickered through Victor's mind. He stood motionless, striving to combat the dizziness that ensued. Victor, what is the matter? Robin inquired, concern evident as he placed a reassuring hand on Victor's back. Oh, it's nothing. I just stumbled upon something intriguing, Victor replied. Victor shook his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He quickly led Robin to the second floor's produce section, pointing at a nearby apple stall, and instructed, Robin, go over there and purchase a few apples. No matter how many you buy, remember to pay a little extra. Though puzzled, Robin complied with Victor's request and bought 5 apples. After paying the appropriate amount, she used her ability to manipulate flowering fruits to discreetly slip an additional 200 berries into the vendor's pocket. Once she had procured the apples, she turned to face Victor, who stood behind her, holding a green apple adorned with spiral patterns. A devil fruit. When did he acquire that? Robin gasped in surprise. But recalling Victor's remarkable innate observation hockey, it didn't seem so implausible that he could find a devil fruit among ordinary produce. As she prepared to return to their previous spot with her bag of apples, Victor gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Robin's cheeks flushed, and suddenly, Victor's voice echoed in her mind. Follow me, and do not look back. Startled, she realized this must be a new ability of Victor's chain fruit. In the fleeting moment that Victor turned her around, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a massive cloaked figure, not daring to dwell on it. Robin followed Victor's gentle pull, swiftly navigating out of the second-floor produce section. They soon exited the Rainbow supermarket and made their way towards the amusement park. Victor. Who was that? Robin, still blushing from Victor's grip, hurriedly inquired. Shoo, we're not out of his observation range yet, Victor replied, furrowing his brow as he hurried Robin along towards the amusement park. Where's the tavern, mister? Better that Mr. Haushua mentioned? In the back street. Should I look for Mr. Haushua while you find Perona and the dancing red lady? No, from now on, you cannot stray even a step from my side. We've lost his observation range. Hold on tight, we're off. Victor swiftly scooped Robin into his arms, leaping forward with remarkable speed towards the amusement park. Victor, how were you able to communicate with me in my mind earlier? Robin, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, quickly sought a topic to alleviate her awkwardness. It is a new ability I developed from the chain fruit called Thought Link, despite carrying Robin and moving at high velocity. Victor maintained a demeanor as calm as if he were strolling leisurely. I surmised that if I could utilize the guiding zipper to perform sensory control links on the ship's body, perhaps I could also achieve vocal vibration links through physical contact. Initially believing he would be constrained by the rule of not being able to open a chain on a living being, he was pleasantly surprised by his effortless success. This technique is incredibly useful, Robin exclaimed, acknowledging Victor as the most gifted individual she had encountered in the realm of fruit development. Currently limited by distance, as it required palm contact with the other person, it was somewhat cumbersome, yet worthy of further exploration. Victor had persistently advanced his fruit development, and throughout this extensive process, many abilities warranted continued enhancement, such as the invisible zipper, thought link, and guiding zipper. Just moments ago, inspired by the invisible zipper, he conceived a nascent idea for a finishing move. Should he successfully develop it, this technique would undoubtedly become his trump card. Before long, they arrived at the Carnival amusement park. And with the aid of his observation hockey, Victor quickly located Perona and Nico Robin, who were cozily seated in the Ferris wheel, engaged in animated conversation. As the Ferris wheel completed its rotation, Victor intercepted the two lovely maidens at the base, guiding them promptly towards St. Prut's backstreet. Brother, what exactly is happening? Perona inquired, following Victor's lead as she summoned two messenger spirits, hastily dispatching them towards the backstreet. It is likely Moonlight Moria. He has probably been pursuing us to St. Prut. We must swiftly locate Mr. H. Setsu and board the maritime train to Gourmet Town, Pyuki, which departs in an hour. Has Moonlight Moria discovered us? Nico Robin tightened her grip on her famed blade, Red Cien. It was not out of fear, but rather the memory of Victor's astonishing battle with Moonlight Moria on Clockwork Island, where the latter displayed island-destroying power that could only be rivaled by Kaido and his three calamities in Wano, leaving Robin understandably tense. Not yet. My observation hockey is slightly superior. Just as he was about to detect us, I enveloped both myself and Robin in a veil of interference. We must avoid engaging with him on this island. Even if we could prevail, it would inevitably devastate this carnival town. Victor smiled faintly, expressing his desire not to let such an entertaining happy voyage come to an end at his hands. Ah, we have arrived. Their movements were swift, and in less than 20 minutes, they reached the backstreet of St. Prut. There, Perona pointed towards a distant two-story tavern. The swaying wooden sign adorned with a cartoonish bed of fish. At that moment, Ho-Ho stepped out of the tavern's entrance. He looked up at Victor and the others. Smiling knowingly, I sensed Victor's voice from afar. And there is a fleeting voice of power from the island. Who could it be? Is it one of the 7 warlords of the CEO of Vice Admiral? It's Moonlight Moria. Now is not the time to confront him. Let us proceed to the Gourmet Town Pucci. Victor's palm unzipped to reveal a green apple. Its surface spiraled with intricate patterns, and I have an unexpected find in this town. Devil fruit. Ho-Ho, Perona, and Dance Red Princess gathered closer. Perona asked curiously, brother, what kind of fruit is this? She was aware of Victor's ability to identify items. The paramecia type, mushroom fruit. Victor tossed the devil fruit lightly in his hand. Consider it a trophy. Well then, any questions can wait until we reach the station. Let us depart. Naturally, no one objected. They had enjoyed their fun, shared their stories, and even had unexpected gains from the department store. Their next destination, Gourmet Town Pucci. The group chatted and laughed as they made their way to the station. Meanwhile, in a residential building far along Main Street, a gaunt man with unkempt hair grasped a transponder snail's receiver and spoke ominously. Admiral, they are heading to the station. Yes, Moonlight Moria is also there. Indeed. I have kept a distance of at least 4,000 meters as per your instructions, and with this special telescope, I can easily read their lips without being detected by their observation hockey. Yes, I have bribed and inquired with the Yomighty staff. Their ship has indeed set sail for Water 7. Hiki, they have no idea what awaits them in Water 7. My apologies, Admiral, I got a bit carried away. Yes. Rest assured, everything is proceeding according to your plan. At the Carnival Town St. Prut, The C train station Red Station bustled with crowds as Victor and his companions walked along the entrance avenue into the waiting hall. The ticket counter was right at the entrance, and tickets to Gourmet Town Poochie were quite affordable, priced at only 2,000 berries per person, while Ho-Ho, due to his larger physique, was charged double. With over 10 minutes remaining before the train's departure, they descended the wide stone staircase to the lower waiting area. Here, neatly arranged simple seats formed a central area featuring a massive timetable crafted from solid wood, and the polished square tiles of the floor exuded an air of sophistication and elegance. Beyond the waiting area, the ocean stretched out where a black steam train lay anchored, its vintage design showcasing the craftsmanship of its makers, leaving a lasting impression on all who beheld it. This was the sea train, Puffing Tom. Dance Red Princess clasped her hands before her mouth, gazing in awe at this pinnacle of shipwright artistry. Each station of the sea train bore its own name: Red Station in Carnival Town St. Prut, Yellow Station in Gourmet Town Poochie, Green Station in Spring Queen Town St. White Poplar, Blue Station in Water 7, White Station in Judicial Island. The Mobile Sea Station Chimney Station, and Swift Station. The versatile Secretary Robin cheerfully explained to a curious Perona, the sea train travels daily along the same track, transporting passengers, and sometimes even ships and cargo. In fact, this line was inaugurated only at the beginning of this year, yet it has received an enthusiastic response. After the opening of the White Station in Judicial Island Eni's lobby, the world government has given it the green light. Nearby, Ho-Ho handed a newspaper to Victor. Victor. Today's World Economic News. Thank you. Sitting on a public bench, Victor unfolded the newspaper, and the headline immediately caught his eye. G3 branch meets its doom. Gustav's fleet unleashes terror. These supernovas are indeed restless, Victor mused with a smile. Glancing at the prominent names such as Vice Admiral Lemon, King of Salt Flow, Night Owl, and Slashing Thoughtblade. Is everything all right? Of course. You need not worry, Mr. Ho-Ho. Victor lazily flipped through the newspaper, finding little of interest beyond the headline, merely trivial matters or news from certain kingdoms. Soon, he lost interest and returned the paper to Ho-Ho. It seems our Mr. Moria intends to linger a bit longer in this carnival town. Let him chase after our originally planned next island, Switz Island. Victor glanced at the gigantic clock hanging in the waiting hall. 5 minutes remaining. Prepared to depart. After smoothly passing through the ticket inspection, Victor and his companions filed into the carriage of the sea train. Their seats were located in the fourth compartment, positioned directly at a window facing 2 rows of 3 seats. Perona and Dance Red Princess excitedly occupied the window seats, while Victor and Robin sat beside Dance Red Princess. And Ho-Ho claimed 2 seats next to Perona. With a shrill whistle, the waiting hall echoed with the amplified announcement. 1:45 p.m. This sea train departs from St. Prut heading to Poochie. We are now departing. Click, click, click. The carriage trembled slightly, and then the train began to move slowly, the scenery outside rapidly reversing. The sea train commenced its journey across the ocean. This meant that their original route should have commenced from Tana Island as Tana Town, passing through Chuklik Island's White Mountain Town, Carnival Town St. Prut, Switz Island's Endless Blue City, Flying Shark Island Seahorse Dock, Windmill City Dicard, and finally reaching Water 7. Within the carriage traversing the ocean, Robin was outlining their current route. She unfurled a simple map purchased from the waiting hall on the foldable table between the 2 rows of seats and narrated the tale. This route is the renowned tourist path of the Grand Line, known as the Paradise Travel Line. I believe Moonlight Moria has followed this route all the way here. I have a question. Perona raised her small hand, waving it. The small hunting dog, H.M.S. Beagle, has an incredibly fast sailing speed. And we are unburdened. We haven't strayed off course, having swiftly departed for the next island after storing the record pointers on the first 2 islands. How on earth did this giant catch up with us? Permanent pointer. As long as they know the specific route, they can bypass the lengthy storage time at Chuklik Island and sail directly from Tana Town to St. Prut. Victor tore open a bag of chips, sharing some with everyone. Mr. Moria is no novice in the Grand Line. However, it is still somewhat regrettable. Dance Red Princess rested her elbows on the foldable table, cradling her chin in her hands. I have heard Sister Robin mention that the islands following this travel line are all renowned tourist spots with exceptionally beautiful scenery. The snowy elder gently stroked the delicate scales on his chin, reminiscing. Indeed, it is true. I have traversed every island along this paradise travel route, and each one is a delightful discovery. The group immediately perked up, after all. Even Robin had only gathered information about these islands through newspapers and other channels. How could that compare to the first-hand experiences of the elder? Please, do share your tales. Perona tugged at the elder's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. While Robin and the others maintained a degree of decorum, their faces were alight with eagerness. Even Victor leaned in, his expression one of rapt attention. Haha. The elder chuckled heartily, collecting his thoughts before continuing. Let me share a brief account. The eternal blue city on Switz Island is a bustling metropolis. This city embraces a nocturnal culture, where the vibrant neon lights and lively night markets create a cacophony that makes sleep elusive. However, the beverages here are exceptionally delightful. Of course, another notable aspect of this city is not quite suitable for discussion in the presence of ladies. The Flying Shark Islands are renowned worldwide as a fisherman's paradise. Esteemed anglers and fishing enthusiasts flock here, and each year various fishing and culinary competitions are held. The main island, Sawtooth Shark Island, boasts the Seahorse Pier, the largest seafood trading hub in paradise. Windmill City Dicard is situated on Spring Island, Dalaha Island, and could more aptly be termed the city of flowers. The streets are awash with blossoms, and when the gentle sea breeze sweeps through the floral expanse, it creates a mesmerizing rain of petals. However, it is also known as a hell for allergy sufferers within Dicard. Numerous windmills of varying sizes dot the landscape, with residents often residing in these structures. The largest windmill, standing at 26 meters, is known as the Windmill Giant and houses the most famous hotel in Dicard, the Song of Flowers. The Water City of Seven Waters is an aquatic metropolis. Its buildings are interconnected by waterways, and the local inhabitants utilize a creature called Blue as a means of transport. Each year, a masked carnival is held, where residents and visitors don splendid festive masks to revel in the festivities, creating a vibrant atmosphere. This city is also home to several world-class shipbuilding companies, with the headquarters of the officially recognized Shipwrights Association located here. Beyond Seven Waters lies a lengthy maritime journey, ultimately arriving at the Suleiman Archipelago, situated before the Red Line in the heart of the Grand Line. The islands are formed by numerous towering trees, with the ground comprised of their roots, from which bubbles emerge, giving rise to the nickname Bubble Islands. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, and bubble-constructed homes permeate every corner of Suleiman. The archipelago consists of 79 trees, each numbered and equipped with towns and facilities, collectively known as the Suleiman Archipelago. Additionally, its proximity to the Navy headquarters at Marineford and the Holy Land of Marioa means encounters with the celestial dragons are not uncommon, posing certain dangers. To reach the New World, there are two paths. One must petition the world government and traverse the Holy Land of Marioa atop the Red Line, which necessitates abandoning the ship, a costly and time-consuming but safe endeavor. The alternative involves wrapping the vessel in the resin of the Yarkamana tree found on Suleiman, then diving 10,000 meters through a massive cavern beneath the Red Line, passing through the undersea route to Fishman Island, albeit with considerable peril. Thus concludes the renowned Paradise travel route, which traverses the first half of the Grand Line. After discussing the customs and intriguing aspects of these islands for a while, the conversation shifted to the newly acquired devil fruit in Victor's possession. Victor, how did you come by this fruit? Everyone inquired with keen curiosity. Victor held a wooden box in his hands, within which lay the green apple of the Superman series, the demon fruit known as the mushroom fruit, its surface adorned with intricate spiral patterns. As for the precise mechanism behind it, I cannot articulate. However, during my time at the Rainbow Supermarket, 3 vivid still images suddenly materialized in my mind. Victor raised 3 fingers. The first image depicted an apple stall at a fruit market, specifically the second basket, which contained a multitude of apples, among them a singular green apple adorned with spiral patterns. Its distinctive style allowed me to instantly recognize that the scene was from the fruit section on the second floor of the Rainbow Supermarket. The second image captured a corner of the fruit section, where a giant clad in a voluminous cloak sat idly, munching on a melon. Undoubtedly, this was our Mr. Moria. The third image revealed a residential building, where a disheveled man was simultaneously consuming bread and peering through a telescope, surveilling a certain area. Although the identity of this observer remained unclear, the peculiarities of the first 2 images warranted my belief that this watcher was somehow linked to our itinerary. How Shwe, incredulous, scratched his head. Is the innate observation hockey truly that powerful? Can it even foresee the future? Not precisely, Victor shook his finger. It resembles a projection of information occurring at this very moment within a certain range, whether advantageous or disadvantageous to me, summarized into images within my mind. It might be described as an upgraded form of revelation. In fact, some signs of this ability manifested during my battle with the CP9 chief, Lion. At the time, I mistakenly attributed it to a battle prediction skill, unaware that it was this advanced technique. Then, brother, does that mean you are invincible? Perona exclaimed excitedly. Perona. The term invincible should not be uttered lightly, Victor chuckled. One must understand that the seas are teeming with formidable warriors, some of whom have honed their observation hockey to a terrifying degree of future sight. Even such experts cannot be deemed invincible. I must continue my training. Moreover, the activation of this new revelation ability is entirely elusive, seemingly occurring at random. And then there is this devil fruit. Victor tossed the wooden box he held in his hand and slowly spoke. Prior to acquiring this devil fruit, Robin and I found ourselves embroiled in an unexpected battle. The combatants were Princess Vinsmoke Reiju of the Germa Kingdom and the pirate known as Mycelia Matsutake, who bore a bounty of 46 million berries and possessed the powers of the Paramecia-type mushroom fruit. Out of sheer whim, I took action and eliminated the pirate, witnessing firsthand as the mycelium he had conjured through his abilities vanished into thin air. After a moment's contemplation, Robin interjected, according to the prevailing rumors, when a devil fruit user meets their demise, the fruit they consumed is reborn somewhere in the world. This is why there can never be 2 users of the same ability coexisting. However, the instantaneous reappearance of a similar devil fruit in close proximity to the site of a recent death seems rather too coincidental. Don't you think? Victor replied, let us suppose that upon the death of the mycelium fruit user, the powers of the fruit did not simply dissipate, but instead separated from the original wielder in an imperceptible manner, drifting randomly. Furthermore, let us assume that each devil fruit corresponds to a specific fruit. It just so happens that near the location of the mycelium user's demise, there exists an apple that perfectly aligns with the channel of the mycelium fruit. With a snap, he concluded. Victor's palm gently tapped upon the wooden box as he remarked, in that case, it can be elucidated. Robin pondered, resting her finger against her chin, before responding. If that is indeed the case, then it becomes quite intriguing. Oh, pray tell, Hashiyuki raised an eyebrow, shaped like a lightning bolt. Robin slowly articulated. I have once heard a rumor that upon the vast ocean lies a tome entitled The Compendium of Devil Fruits, which meticulously catalogues all the manifestations and abilities of the devil fruits that have ever appeared to date. If someone were to document the appearances and powers of all the fruits within this compendium, and subsequently carry with them the corresponding fruits, upon encountering and defeating the respective wielder of the fruit's power, would it not be possible to directly seize the fruit? Your hypothesis is commendable, yet it necessitates a prerequisite. Victor shook his head, expressing the necessity of possessing a certain ability to coat the fruit, a skill capable of precisely attracting the essence of the fruit. Victor, does such an ability truly exist? Dance Red Princess found the powers of these sorcerers exceedingly peculiar. It is said that there exists a natural-type devil fruit, known as the dark fruit. This fruit is regarded as possessing the most perilous ability in the annals of devil fruits. Those who consume it gain gravitational pull akin to that of a black hole, and through mere contact, they can accurately draw forth the essence of any ability user, rendering them temporarily devoid of their powers, regardless of the nature of their abilities. Victor tossed the wooden box containing the mysterious fruit onto the table, furrowing his brow as he remarked, if it were the dark fruit, perhaps we could enhance the likelihood of capturing the corresponding devil fruit ability by infusing the fruit with its power. In such a case, upon defeating the user of that ability, the fruit carried by the assailant would transform into the corresponding devil fruit. He then inquired, so, who currently possesses the dark fruit ability? Perona, with a hint of trepidation, replied, Lord Pepe's ghost fruit is so formidable that it will undoubtedly attract attention. The dark fruit had not graced these waters for a considerable time. Victor tilted his head slightly, expressing, yet, I have a premonition that this fruit, notorious for its ferocity, will soon re-emerge, stirring up tumultuous waves. The discussion surrounding fruit hunting and the dark fruit cast a slight pall over the atmosphere. However, Victor soon revived the conversation, steering it towards the intriguing islands of the Grand Line. As a seasoned traveler who had explored countless islands, H. Setsa effortlessly recounted tales of various styles of islands, much to the delight of everyone present. Thus, the hours swiftly passed, and before long, 4 hours had elapsed. Just as Perona and Makoheim were embroiled in a debate over the superior flavor of ice cream, an announcement echoed through the train. Dear passengers, we are approaching Yellow Station. Please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. We look forward to welcoming you aboard the Smoky Tom next time. Welcome to Gourmet Town Pukki. Gourmet Town Pukki, nestled within the autumn island of Breezy Isle, while referred to as a town, could more aptly be described as a gourmet city. The island's population hovers around 640,000, and it is divided into 3 parts by rivers, with the gourmet town occupying the northern section, the Duca River Valley Farm dominating the southwestern region, and the Bogus Cheese Coast to the east. Since its inception 300 years ago, Gourmet Town Pukki has been celebrated as a culinary haven of the Grand Line, having birthed the most illustrious chef in history, the God's Hand Duca Bogus. To recount the achievements and legends surrounding Duca Bogus would require countless tomes. It is rumored that he consumed the coveted devil fruit known as the taste fruit, which rendered him an unparalleled culinary master. Other tales suggest he enchanted the celestial dragons with his incomparable skills, earning the rare privilege of audience without the need to kneel. Still, other legends claim that his dedication to crafting an immortal dish ultimately led to his demise from exhaustion, though such tales remain mere legends. The culinary competition, named after Duca Bogus, has endured through the ages. Today, the Bogus Culinary Competition stands as the most prestigious culinary contest in the Grand Line and the world. Each year, on August 4th, Epicureans and gourmets from across the globe flock to Gourmet Town Pukki, creating a bustling scene in pursuit of tasting the exquisite creations crafted by the competition's champion. Today marks the final day of the 3-day Bogus Culinary Competition, the day of the grand finale. After Victor and his companions exited the Yellow Station, they were immediately engulfed by the vibrant and cacophonous atmosphere of Gourmet Town. So many people, exclaimed the dancer, Hongji, as she deftly navigated through the throngs of eager spectators. The towering figure of Hao Shui carved a path for them, leveraging his impressive stature to create a semblance of space, a natural occurrence. For today marked the final day of the Bocuse d'Or Culinary Competition. It was said that once the champion was crowned, luck would favor some audience members, granting them the opportunity to sample the exquisite dish that secured the trophy. What are we waiting for? Let us go see. Robin chimed in cheerfully, unable to contain her excitement at the prospect of delectable food. The group meandered towards the central street, where the Ramsey Open Square served as the grand stage for the competition. However, upon reaching within 100 meters of the stage, they found themselves unable to push any closer, as a dense crowd of over 5,000 spectators surrounded the area. They need not worry about missing the action, for a colossal screen on the southern side of the square broadcasted the live competition via a telecommunication device. The contest had reached a fever pitch. Which chef would ultimately claim the coveted Bocuse gold medal? On stage, a sharply dressed host animatedly explained the proceedings, his enthusiasm palpable. Behind him, 2 open kitchens occupied the expansive stage's western and eastern sides, each manned by a chef clad in pristine white attire, diligently preparing their culinary masterpieces. Representing the Western Division was King of Bread, Taigu, whose hands were said to possess a warmth that elevated the dough he kneaded to extraordinary heights, producing bread of unmatched flavor, a true bread king. At this moment, he was crafting his signature dish, Kafka bread rolls, an ostensibly simple creation that showcased the chef's exquisite skill. It was worth noting that Mr. Taigu had triumphed consecutively for 3 years in the Bocuse d'Or competition. In the Western kitchen, a tall, middle-aged man with elongated arms was meticulously kneading dough. Standing at approximately 2 meters tall, he sported a mane of blue hair tied back in a ponytail, and his eyebrows were strikingly round, resembling dots. A prominent scar adorned the corner of his left eye. Meanwhile, the dark horse emerging from the Eastern Division was the newly prominent Miss Galette. Oh, what a captivating lady. Her specialty lay in butter cuisine, and today she would present her remarkable butter-fried armored demon fish. A bold choice of ingredients. She had selected the armored demon uranium fish from searing waters. Although the fish's skin contained potent toxins capable of killing even giants with a mere taste, under Miss Galette's skilled hands, it transformed into a dish as harmless as a delicate omelet. In the Eastern kitchen, a strikingly voluptuous young woman was expertly handling the fish's skin. With flowing burgundy waves cascading over her shoulders and a fringe secured with a hairpin, she sported 2 decorative black devil horns atop her head. Her face was adorned with subtle makeup, and her vivid red lips stood out prominently. The only incongruity was her eyebrows, or rather, the complete absence of them. For some reason, Victor felt an urge to comment, as it was a culinary competition, yet he found the chef's eyebrows to be more captivating. Utilizing his unique observation abilities, he scanned both chefs, which only heightened his inclination to jest. Both were indeed users of supernatural abilities. The blue-haired man possessed the powers of the rubber fruit, a rather unconventional fruit, while the red-haired woman wielded the powers of the butter fruit, explaining her prowess with butter cuisine. Victor suddenly mused that if he were to become a tailor, he too would surely excel. It dawned on him that the red-haired woman was none other than Charlotte Galette, the 18th daughter of the 4 emperors Bijimon, and one of the 34 ministers of the Big Mon Pirates. In the manga, Galette appeared as a mature woman 10 years hence, exuding allure in a daring red mini-skirt and a purple fur cloak, her hair not as lengthy as it was now. This suggested that the Galette before him was merely 21 years old. With her presence, it was likely that other members of the Big Mon Pirates were also nearby. However, since he had no conflicting interests with them, any encounter would be inconsequential. Moreover, given Big Mom's penchant for collecting food-related devil fruits for her children, the mushroom fruit he possessed might fetch a handsome price among them. As Victor's thoughts meandered, the cooking segment on stage approached its climax. In the bustling Ramsey Open Square, both chefs showcased their culinary talents in a fervent display. Meanwhile, at the top of a 3-story VIP stand adjacent to the competition, several individuals observed the proceedings, some seated, others standing. That fool Galette insisted on coming to paradise to participate in this culinary competition without revealing her identity. I cannot fathom her reasoning, spoke a towering figure, his face resembling a soft, deformed mound of cream, with a viscous substance dripping from it. Idiot. Opera, is this how you conspire against your sister? A stern reprimand silenced the individual named Opera, who shrank back at the command. Brother Katakuri, I was merely silence. Your excuses are feeble. Supporting Galette's dreams in such a roundabout way? How dare you utter such nonsense? If you continue to use such flimsy justifications, I shall not hesitate to discipline you. Time seemed to freeze momentarily as the man known as Katakuri chastised Opera, yet his words hinted at the latter's unsaid defense. Katakuri was a remarkably tall man, his lower face concealed by a thick scarf, leaving only his ruggedly masculine features visible, with faint stitching evident at the corners of his cheeks. Clad in a black leather jacket and fitted jeans, his unkempt purple hair exuded a wild essence. Charlotte Katakuri, the foremost of the sweet generals of the Big Mon Pirates, sat with his arms crossed, his leg casually resting over the other on the VIP seating. He delivered his reprimand with an air of authority. If you applied yourself even a fraction more, you wouldn't find yourself outshone by your siblings. Look at Snag. What diligence he displays. Mother intends to elevate Snag to the 4th general by the year's end. He is but 20 years old, and you. Opera attempted to hunch his shoulders to appear smaller, meekly replying, but, brother, Snag is a genius, just like you, Cracker, and Smoothie. It would be no surprise if he were to become the fourth general. Seated nearby, a stunning red-haired beauty with impossibly long legs rolled her eyes and covered her face. Opera. You big idiot. Are you really trying to provoke Brother Katakuri? Do you not have enough of a beating already? Hearing these words, Katakuri raised an eyebrow and pretended to lift his right arm, which transformed into a swollen, rice cake-like mass, covered in a layer of pitch-black metallic luster. Do you dare to retort, you little rascal? Are you asking for a beating? At this, Opera, frightened, hurriedly covered his head and fled. It was unavoidable. Despite Katakuri's unwavering kindness towards his sisters, he maintained an exceptionally strict demeanor towards his indolent brother. Although Opera understood that Katakuri's intentions were for his own benefit, he simply could not muster the motivation. Moreover, the thought of being beaten was too painful, for his brother truly wielded Busashoka haki when delivering punishment. Who would use haki against their own family? Just as Katakuri prepared to administer a little lesson to his lazy brother, his senses heightened, and he abruptly turned his gaze towards the audience beside the stage. Amidst the vast crowd, a striking young man with golden hair was gazing towards the VIP section, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Upon noticing Katakuri's glance, the young man elegantly brought his index and middle fingers together against his forehead and then swept them forward, offering a charming salute. How dashing! Exclaimed a red-haired beauty with long legs, following Katakuri's line of sight, only to feel her legs weaken, nearly fainting on the spot. Brother Katakuri, that lad appears to be Mafia Victor. I recall reading about him in the World Economic News recently. It stated that he defeated the Shichibukai, Gecko Moria. In the West Sea, a short man clad in a white suit and a blue cloak leaped over to the railing, peering into the crowd alongside Katakuri, and remarked, however, he doesn't seem to possess the aura of a formidable adversary. Suleiman, you've been entrenched in the intelligence community for quite some time. What do you think? The striking red-haired beauty, referred to as Suleiman, steadied herself and replied, Brother Taburet, my involvement with the intelligence agency was solely to find Mirais to play with. However, I am not well acquainted with this individual. Information about him is particularly scarce, as if he emerged out of nowhere 2 months ago from the West Sea. What can be confirmed is that he is 17 years old, possesses both Busashoku and Kenbunchika haki, and is a user of the chain fruit. His strength should not be underestimated. At this moment, Katakuri interjected, should not be underestimated? Huh. None of you could possibly defeat him. This young man is genuinely capable of defeating Gecko Moria. The members of the Big Mom family present were taken aback. If even Katakuri acknowledged his prowess, it indicated that this Mafia Victor truly possessed a level of strength that was remarkable. Victor's companions also took note of several individuals seated in the opposite three-tiered VIP section that Victor was observing. It appeared that the red-haired young girl on stage was indeed a daughter of Big Mom, given the intimidating presence of her formidable subordinates. Upon spotting those individuals in the VIP area, the poised and composed Hayuki immediately clarified her thoughts. Robin cautiously approached Victor, gently grasping his arm, and whispered in his ear, Victor, the tallest man wearing a scarf should be Charlotte Katakuri, the pillar of the Big Mom pirates, second only to Captain Charlotte Linlin. His bounty was recently updated last month, reaching a staggering 890 million berries. Victor gently patted Robin's small hand, noticing it was clammy with cold sweat. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, reassuring her, Fear not, Robin. My intention is not to engage in combat, but merely to extend a friendly greeting. Brother. The red-haired beauty in the VIP section, Suleiman, has noticed Robin. He was reminded. Since Mother has not commanded us to capture Nico Robin, we need not complicate matters. Katakuri shook his head, his voice cold. Moreover, did you not notice that burly fishman? He will not permit us to seize Nico Robin. Brother, who is that? Both the diminutive Taburet and the long-legged beauty Suleiman inquired with curiosity, wondering what manner of individual could instill trepidation in the invincible Katakuri. I initially believed C-Head H. Setsa had long since retired, yet I am astonished he has re-emerged for this Mafia Victor. Katakuri scoffed, slowly adding, intriguing. After the competition concludes, we shall bring Garrett back. We shall not return to Cake Island just yet. This paradise is on the brink of a significant event. Astonishing. Miss Garrett has entirely stripped the skin from the armored ghost Uranus fish. She has preserved the exquisitely delicious fish meat for cooking, while the intact, toxic fish skin has been treated with her special butter. Is she planning to use it as a side dish? He mused. Oh, dear friends in the audience, rest assured. The meat of the armored ghost Uranus fish will not turn you into a sprayer. Unlike the oil fish, its flesh is both healthy and delectable, even possessing the ability to cure stomach ailments. On the Eastern competition stage, Garrett's chef's knife gleamed as she effortlessly removed an entire massive sheet of armored ghost Uranus fish skin, laying it upon the cutting board. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she enveloped the fish skin in a generous amount of her special butter, the color of which seemed to shift as it quickly neutralized the intense toxicity contained within. Subsequently, Garrett sliced the fish meat into uniform portions, seasoning it with special black pepper and black sea salt brought from Cake Island, then drizzling it with olive oil produced from her own fruit abilities, mixing it thoroughly before setting it aside to marinate. Meanwhile, on the western stage, the dough kneaded by Bread King Taigu was undergoing a marvelous transformation. Heavens! Look everyone. Mr. Taigu has finally showcased his extraordinary skill, the zero-friction living kneading method. Before their eyes, the dough morphed into a perfect sphere, its surface as smooth as a mirror. It rolled and danced in the basin as if devoid of any friction. All thanks to Taigu's exquisite craftsmanship, maintaining it within a confined space. The dough exuded the fragrant aroma of wheat, captivating the nearby audience, who murmured in delight. Ah, the autumn breeze brings the scent of the wheat fields. However, whether it was the members of the Big MOM pirate crew in the VIP section or Victor's party below, their attention had shifted away from the competition stage. H. Setsu, it seems Mr. Kakuri recognizes you, Victor remarked casually, hands in pockets. H. Setsu could not deny it. Many years ago, before I retired, I encountered him in the New World. At that time, he was in his 20s, already possessing extraordinary abilities. Victor, you must be wary of Katakuri's fruit ability. He too wields a rare and exceptional paramecia-type devil fruit, the Machi Machi no Mi naturally. Victor nodded. It is prudent to regard such a formidable adversary with utmost caution. Moreover, I can sense that his observation haki is surprisingly formidable. At that moment, a commotion erupted near the arena. Let me try once more. Just once. A voice cried from the direction of the disturbance. The two competitors on stage remained unaffected. Yet many spectators were drawn away by the unfolding chaos. Over there, a young man was being firmly restrained by two towering guards, yet he continued to struggle, desperately shouting, I am truly innocent. Grant me another chance, and I will deliver a dish that will satisfy everyone. Please, believe me. Beside Victor, an elderly man adorned with a floral shirt and a balding head sighed. Yet again, it's that buffoon. Where are the guards? Quickly, escort him away. Curiously, Perona inquired. Excuse me, sir, who is that person? Upon noticing the charming young girl addressing him, the old man's demeanor softened considerably. Little one, I presume you are newcomers to Pucci today? Yes, indeed, Perona nodded, somewhat puzzled. That fellow is named Matthew. He has participated in the Bocuse d'Or culinary competition every year for the past 3 years. However, he has been disqualified each time for inexplicable and ludicrous reasons. This year, after losing his eligibility, the judging committee deemed him a malicious disruptor of the competition and has barred him from ever participating again. Perona found herself bewildered as to why he still sought her attention despite being disqualified. Perona, you must understand that given the esteemed authority of the Bocuse d'Or and the reverence held for the judging panel, Matthew is likely to bid farewell to the profession of a chef for the rest of his life. No culinary competition will permit him to enter again. Nor will any restaurant consider hiring him. Hayue shook his head. He is finished. Wahanji's focus differed. Dear sir, what transgression did Matthew commit to warrant such a severe punishment from the committee? The bald elder pondered for a moment, displaying a look of confusion. It's indeed quite strange. Matthew possesses remarkable culinary skills. His stall at Cheese Coast attracts numerous customers who extol his talents. Yet, he inexplicably committed the egregious act of mixing lime with sugar. Lime? The appearance of lime is vastly different from that of sugar, isn't it? Wahanji expressed her curiosity. What errors did he make in the previous 2 competitions? The elder pressed his fingers to his forehead, recalling, the first 2 offenses were using beef injected with stimulants and inserting needles into apple pies. Robin furrowed his brow. Is he deliberately causing chaos at the competition? At that moment, Victor interjected, it seems the committee has reached the same conclusion. How could the world's most prestigious culinary competition allow him to wreak havoc time and again? Just then, the young man, named Matthew, broke free from the guard's grasp and sprinted toward the stage. Victor's eyes brightened. The young man's physical prowess was indeed remarkable. The restraints of those towering guards were not easily escaped by an ordinary individual. However, within moments, over 10 guards lunged at Matthew, forcefully pinning him to the ground. His face was pressed harshly against the floor, yet he struggled with all his might, crying out, please, please, give me another chance. I swear I did not mix lime with the sugar. I did not. In the VIP section, Opera began to show visible impatience. Is this brat trying to ruin Garrett's competition? He exclaimed. Brother, let me take care of him. Katakuri observed the writhing figure and let out a soft chuckle. No need. Meanwhile, the commotion escalated, causing the 2 competitors on stage to momentarily halt their contest. Fortunately, Taigu's dough was still rising, and Garrett's fish was marinating. Thus, this interruption would not affect the dishes. Garrett wiped his hands with a towel, casting a puzzled glance towards the scene below. The bread king, Taigu, furrowed his round brows and called out, Matthew, how far do you intend to take this? The only reason you weren't banned for life after your antics in the past 2 years is because we, the contestants, pleaded on your behalf. Yet, you have become more reckless and inconsiderate. I didn't. Mr. Taigu, please believe me. Matthew managed to lift his head, his slightly bruised face filled with desperation. I cannot be banned. Please help me, Mr. Taigu. The bread king shook his head with regret and sighed. With your talent and abilities, we all had high hopes for you. Yet, your continuous disruptions at this sacred Bocuse d'Or competition have become intolerable for both the esteemed judges and us contestants. He looked at the stunned Matthew and regretfully added, Matthew, perhaps you should consider a different profession. A shipwright, a gardener, a guard, or even a pirate. anything but a chef. You have disgraced the culinary profession. This is the sincere advice from all of us contestants. I hope you will heed it. At the other end of the stage, Garrett glanced at Bread King Taigu, shrugging her shoulders without uttering a word. Matthew, you should really change your profession. A shipwright, a gardener, a guard, or even a pirate, anything but a chef. You have insulted the culinary profession. This is our sincere advice. I hope you will listen. The tone of Bread King Taigu was sincere, yet tinged with sorrow, his demeanor consistently gentle. Yet to Matthew, it felt like a chilling rebuke. How amusing. Opera. The cream giant chuckled heartily. Brother, did you stop me because you saw this scene? Ha ha ha. Look at that fool down there. In the VIP area. The cream-laden giant laughed uproariously, much to the disdain of the long-legged beauty, Suleiman. Katakuri remained silent, shifting his gaze to Victor, who stood with his hands in his pockets. His interest in Bread King Taigu growing more pronounced. Am I really encountering such a glitch scenario? Victor thought to himself, silently criticizing. If this were a novel, the author would undoubtedly face failure. The beginning makes the ending painfully obvious. How dreadfully dull. Nevertheless, this Matthew possesses talent. On stage, Bread King Taigu, noting Matthew's dazed expression, paid it no mind. He glanced at the enormous clock on stage and turned to the head guard, saying, take him away. A little force is acceptable. I'll cover his medical expenses afterward. We cannot allow a petty troublemaker to disrupt this sacred competition. Wait. Garrett interrupted Taigu's speech, her voice smooth as fine wine. Rich yet alluring. She flashed a slight smile. Why have I not heard of this Mr. Matthew's exploits? Could someone enlighten me? It is indeed a world that favors appearances. Beautiful women always enjoy certain privileges. The head guard immediately approached Garrett, a hint of flattery in his tone. Well, Miss Garrett, this Matthew is quite detestable. He has caused disturbances at 3 consecutive Bocuse d'Or competitions, disrespecting this sacred culinary event of the highest caliber. This year, he even committed the outrageous act of mixing lime with sugar, absolutely intolerable. Garrett turned her gaze towards Bread King Taigu, who nodded in agreement with the guard's assessment. Mixing lime with sugar? Garrett chuckled softly, her enchanting demeanor captivating the attention of both the guard and the audience, even drawing the gaze of Bread King Taigu and the host. With a playful smile, she queried, surely, any chef with a modicum of intelligence would not commit such a folly? Are the ingredient selectors blind? Or did he deliberately add lime to the sugar upon arrival? The guard scratched his head. Perhaps he intended to disrupt this sacred culinary competition? Well, you must have confiscated his evidence, right? Bring it forth. I wish to see it, Garrett commanded, her tone leaving no room for dissent, befitting one of the 34 ministers of whole nation, favored daughter of Big MOM. Wait, Miss Garrett, Bread King Taigu interjected, his round brows knitted. We are in the midst of a competition. We cannot let a mere petty troublemaker, I said, present the evidence. Do you have any objections? Garrett's gaze turned icy as it fixed on Taigu. No, Bread King Taigu stammered, swallowing hard. He had previously entertained thoughts about this captivating woman. Yet her commanding presence was unexpectedly formidable. Was she perhaps a princess or a daughter of high nobility? Garrett looked at the head guard, her smile unwavering. Since Mr. Taigu has just condemned Mr. Matthew, as a fellow contestant, I cannot remain indifferent. I kindly ask you, head guard. Why yes. The guard's eyes turned into heart shapes, utterly enamored, disregarding Bread King Taigu entirely as he dashed backstage. Moments later, he returned, cradling a box and presenting it to Garrett, opening the lid. Inside lay an oddly shaped sugar lump, which appeared to be nothing more than granulated sugar congealed into a hard block. Garrett pinched a bit of the sugar lump's exterior and touched it to her tongue. Her brow furrowed as she spat onto the ground, perfectly merged together, indistinguishable by appearance or texture. Garrett remarked with a knowing look at Bread King Taigu, a cold smile gracing her lips. This is not something an ordinary person could achieve. Bread King Taigu's face darkened as he quietly asked, what are you implying? Garrett shook her head. What I should say is, what do you intend to do? If you wish to play the game of framing and deceit, you may indulge yourself, but do not involve me. You are unworthy. Though Matthew, firmly held down, was too far to hear the whispered exchange between Taigu and Garrett, even he could discern that the beautiful lady on stage was speaking on his behalf. Lady, I am truly wronged. Please, silence. Garrett's interruption was sharp and definitive. I am not helping you, you foolish boy. Unlike her stunning appearance and alluring voice, Galette's words were laced with sharpness and aggression, akin to a thorny rose. I detest whimpering little dogs like you. Close your mouth, tuck your tail, and scurry off to the side. After Matthew was berated to the point of despair, Galette turned her gaze to the host. If the Bugis culinary competition is manipulated by such despicable tactics, then I see no point in competing for this championship. I demand, on my own behalf, that this young man be given a chance to compete again. Why should he not? The Bread King Taigu erupted in fury, shouting, it is an undeniable fact that Matthew has disrupted the competition for 3 consecutive years. On what grounds do you grant him another opportunity? Just because she is a cadre of the big MOM pirates. Just because she is the Princess of Wano. Just because she is my beloved sister. Several figures leaped down from the VIP section on the 3rd level, landing firmly beside Galette. Leading them was Charlotte Katakuri. who glared ominously at Bread King Taigu and spoke slowly. If you dare raise your voice to my dear sister, even for a single word, I will end you. Yes, it was indeed the big MOM pirates. Katakuri. I have seen his bounty. A man worth 890 million. He is doomed. What to do? The crowd erupted into chaos. Fear gripping everyone's hearts. Silence. Opera, the giant, impatiently inhaled and then bellowed. The audience had to cover their ears to endure the roar. But it swiftly brought them back to calm. On stage, Bread King Taigu realized he had angered someone he should not have and could only rely on the prevailing circumstances to assert his dominance and protect himself. Steadying his nerves, he declared, the proposal to permanently revoke Matthew's eligibility to compete has been unanimously passed by the judging panel. Even if you were to kill them all, it would be of no use. Ignoring the furious gazes of the judges above, Katakuri raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Oh, it seems you have a plan." "Indeed. You suspect me merely because I am the wielder of the mochi fruit, capable of framing him." Bread King Taigu rolled his eyes and sneered. "Then let me add a condition. I will compete against him again, but only if he possesses a devil fruit ability. If he is also a wielder, then I consider him worthy of standing on the same starting line as me, and I will compete against him alone. If Matthew can defeat me, the 3-time champion, I will willingly relinquish my spot in the finals. Thus he will naturally qualify to face Lady Galette in the final match. However, I will only compete against Matthew if he has consumed a devil fruit. Without this prerequisite, all bets are off. Even if you kill me, I will not relent. Moreover, I reiterate, I have not framed Matthew. All of this is baseless speculation." On stage, Bread King Taigu assumed a righteous demeanor, causing many fans to silently weep. Feeling pity for their idol who had to submit to the threats of evil forces, Taigu was indeed gambling. He bet that the formidable warriors under the 4 emperors would not bother to engage with a mere ant like him. He had offered them a way out. In a sudden turn of events, how could they find a devil fruit? Even if they did, would they truly feed a treasure worth over 100 million berries to an unknown boy? Surely, even the 4 emperors would not be that generous. After a while, during the finals with this woman, he would let her win, allowing her to happily claim the championship, and thus she would cease to hold any grievances against him. Perfect. A devil fruit? Matthew's expression grew increasingly desolate, ultimately filled with despair. Even someone as slow-witted as he understood the rarity and value of a devil fruit. Moreover, why would anyone give him a treasure worth over 100 million berries? To exchange for his life? What was he worth? Not only were the audience members whispering amongst themselves, but those on stage also furrowed their brows. The long-legged beauty, Snagem, quietly asked, "Opera bro, can I confirm? Did we bring any devil fruits this time?" The cream giant, Opera, smirked. "Who goes out without anything to do carrying that stuff? Even if we had it, would we really give it to this kid?" The diminutive Taburet frowned. "Let's heed Katakuri's arrangements." Galette, upon hearing this, also looked to Katakuri without any reason. It was because Katakuri held an almost paternal role in the hearts of their siblings, flawless and impeccable. Yet Katakuri merely crossed his arms, silently observing Matthew, who was pinned to the ground by over a dozen guards, and then his gaze suddenly sharpened. At the same moment, those guards seemed to be struck by an unseen force, their eyes glazing over as they collapsed to the ground. Only Matthew, still bewildered, managed to rise. Confusion etched on his face. Katakuri's eyes widened suddenly, releasing an inexplicable chuckle. Meanwhile, Bread King Taigu, seeing the expressions of the formidable members of the big MOM pirates, felt a surge of relief, realizing they had neither brought nor intended to give that kid a devil fruit. He had won his gamble. Clearing his throat, he called out, "I have already given Matthew a chance. However, it seems he does not seize that opportunity. So let us, please wait a moment." Bread King Taigu's words were interrupted once more, and he glared at the source of the voice from the audience. "I dare not provoke the powerful figures of the big MOM pirates, but can I not address a mere spectator?" From the direction of the voice emerged a young man clad in a finely tailored black suit and a black velvet cloak, adorned with a black top hat. His strikingly handsome visage illuminated by a smile as he regarded Taigu with a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Who is this fellow?" Bread King Taigu squinted, racking his brain for a recollection. If this lad were a nobody, he would soon learn the severity of a chef's wrath. At this moment, Katakuri spoke. "Victor, are you certain you wish to intervene? Rather than being so generous, why not share a devil fruit with us as well?" His tone bore a hint of displeasure. Yet it was undeniable that Katakuri was placing Victor on the same pedestal. Moreover, from his tone, it was clear he had perceived something. Who was that young man? Why would Katakuri, with a bounty of 890 million, bow his head in discussion? Suddenly, someone recalled, I remember now. He is Chain of Death Mafia Victor, the most prominent gang leader of the West Sea, the maniac who defeated the warlord of the Sea Gecko Moria." The audience below instantly realized the significance, exclaiming in recognition of the young man's extraordinary presence. Galette on stage also narrowed her eyes, realizing he was even more handsome in person than in photographs. The warlord of the sea? Bread King Taigu's legs weakened, nearly causing him to stumble. Why, after 3 years of smooth sailing, did such a complication arise at the final moment? He shot a resentful glance at Matthew, then steeled himself, asking with a feigned dignity, "Sir, May I inquire why you have chosen to interrupt me? Taigu endeavored to lower his posture, striving not to provoke this madman who dared to challenge the warlord of the sea. Victor tossed the green apple into the air, smiling as he remarked, "It's not so much a command. I simply recalled that I happen to possess a devil fruit." The audience gasped in astonishment, tinged with excitement. Today's final was indeed a roller coaster, and now a devil fruit had emerged. Could it be that they might witness the spectacle of someone consuming a devil fruit live? No, surely not. Taigu, bewildered, pondered the implications. If it were members of the big MOM pirates, it would be one thing. But why had this fierce change suddenly appeared? Brandishing a devil fruit. Had he lost his senses? Did he not comprehend the rarity of a devil fruit? Or was the underworld so lucrative now that such treasures could be casually distributed? The remaining members of the big MOM pirates, aside from Katakuri, were equally taken aback. Even under the banner of the four emperors, a devil fruit was not something one could carelessly display. Moreover, this man hailed from the West Sea. What was he truly scheming? As for Snamin, her feelings were simpler. She found Victor, who could nonchalantly produce a devil fruit, even more attractive than before. To the point where her legs quivered with excitement. Garrett crossed her arms, observing Victor with a look of intrigue. In the audience, Perona and Dance Red watched Victor toss the precious devil fruit with a mix of concern. This was a treasure worth at least 100 million berries. After their journey on the train, Victor's explanations had further illuminated the extraordinary value of this mushroom fruit. Robin began to surmise Victor's intentions and gently pulled Perona and Dance Red to stand beside Haku, quietly observing Victor. Haku, with a look of admiration, gazed approvingly at Victor as he approached Matthew. Such boldness. There was no doubt he possessed that kind of talent. Victor approached Matthew, who was still kneeling on the ground. Appearing somewhat bewildered, he scrutinized this obstinate young man, who seemed to be around 16 years of age. His shoulder-length blue hair fell casually around him, and his delicate features bore a slight resemblance to those of a girl. He stood at approximately 170 centimeters tall. Victor knelt down gently and said, "Though I am unaware of your reasons for wanting to win the Bocas d'Or, may I inquire if you believe you can achieve victory?" "Indeed," Matthew replied, his azure gaze radiating determination. Victor chuckled, a splendid response. A man's dreams should not be stifled by such mundane reasons. "I have always adhered to the belief that a person's life is destined for a singular fate." He extended a green apple, its surface adorned with spiral patterns, towards Matthew and softly said, "This is both opportunity and destiny. I entrust it to you. Remember, neither Miss Garrett, who speaks for you on stage, nor I ask for any recompense. This battle is for your own sake. You must not lose." Matthew looked incredulously at the precious fruit before him, tears gradually filling his eyes. Through his blurred vision, he glanced at Garrett, who wore an inexplicable smile on stage, then turned to the smiling Victor. Instead of accepting the devil's fruit, he knelt before Victor and forcefully bowed his head against the hard floor. "Thank you, esteemed audience. Thank you for your patience. Due to an urgent adjustment from the competition's judging panel and a series of unforeseen circumstances, this final round is now suspended. It will be transformed into a battle for the final position between Bread King Taigu and Troublemaker Matthew. Both parties have submitted their dish names. Bread King Taigu will present the Dicart Fongla Muffin, a dish that truly tests a chef's skills. Meanwhile, Troublemaker Matthew will showcase the Laughing Fire Claw. Isn't that the signature dish of Chef Wamsi from the Flower Song restaurant? On the stage, Matthew stood in the open kitchen where Garrett had been, gazing at the Bread King Taigu with a complex expression. He slowly spoke. "Now I finally understand. Mr. Taigu, you were the one who framed my father, weren't you?" "Heh, little Matthew. What are you talking about?" Taigu's face twitched, a forced smile masking his disdain. Master Wamsi made a grave error himself. He presented a dish containing iron nails, injuring a nobleman who came to dine, and thus faced severe penalties. What does that have to do with me? Don't forget, I was the one who secured a 3-year period for you. Mixing iron nails into ham. Matthew shouted in anger. My father is a distinguished culinary master. How could he possibly make such a blunder? Moreover, your methods of framing me over these 3 years have been strikingly similar. Despicable. The reason for the 3-year period was simply so you could fully consume the Flower Song restaurant. My father treated you so well, and yet you. Utter nonsense. Taiga scoffed. But you little brat, are you certain you wish to compete with me? Have you forgotten? You have never won against me before. That was 3 years ago. Matthew pulled a somewhat faded headscarf from his pocket and tightly wrapped it around his head. His expression transformed, filled with arrogance and confidence. Don't think I've been stagnant these past 3 years. You secretly tasted the food from my stall at Cheese Beach, and then you became afraid. Which is why you resorted to such vile tactics during the competition. Truly a despicable creature. But now things are different. You will no longer have access to my ingredients. You are finished. Veins bulged on Taigu's forehead as he gritted his teeth. Damn little brat. I'll make you understand that you will never win against me. A reminder to both of you. This is a culinary competition, not a stand-up comedy show. Shall we proceed with the contest? Both competitors narrowed their eyes and simultaneously began cooking. In the nearby VIP room, members of the big MOM pirate crew sat alongside Victor's group, each occupying opposite ends of the luxurious space, creating a stark divide. Generally, one would quickly deduce that Taigu was the mastermind behind the framing of Matthew's father, especially considering his continued use of the same methods to ensnare Matthew for 3 years. Perona wore a look of disbelief. Is this guy an idiot? Kosetsu shook his head. Years ago, I visited the Flower Song restaurant. The owner and head chef, Wamsi, was indeed an extraordinary individual. I never imagined he would be sentenced to life imprisonment in the dungeons of Windmill City Daikart. Prior to taking the stage, Matthew had disclosed everything to everyone. Through Victor's analysis, he finally recognized that Taigu was the architect of his father's downfall. According to Matthew, Taigu had previously served as his father's sous chef, loyal and kind towards Matthew. After his father's incident, Taigu had been the one to comfort and support him, making it difficult for Matthew to suspect him as the mastermind. Robin speculated, but Victor, can Matthew truly harness the powers of the mushroom fruit? This is not a battle. It is a culinary competition. Victor, seated on the sofa, smiled slightly. Rest assured, that lad is perfectly suited for this fruit. If there exists a compatibility between a user and a fruit, then his compatibility with the mushroom fruit is a perfect 100. Really? I never would have guessed he possessed such talent, Perona exclaimed in surprise. There exists a compatibility with devil fruits. Victor poured himself a glass of red wine. Moreover, if a person has conducted an research and engagement with the relevant abilities before consuming the devil fruit, they can immediately access a significant portion of the fruit's powers. Meaning there is no downtime. Are you saying he is like you, able to unleash his abilities immediately after consuming the fruit? But Matthew appears weak and timid. Like a punching bag. Can he truly be so formidable? Kosetsu chuckled. Oh Perona, one cannot judge so hastily. Have you heard of personality awakening? Across the room, the long-legged beauty, Snaman, glanced at Katakuri, and seeing him offer no dissent, boldly inquired, Hey, old man, what is personality awakening? Kosetsu stroked the small scales on his chin. First, I must clarify that personality awakening is not equivalent to dissociative identity disorder. Rather, it is a heightened expression of character. Typically, personality awakening is triggered by a frequently used or significant item belonging to the individual. Once successfully triggered, it greatly enhances a particular aspect of the individual's character and specific abilities, sometimes even giving bystanders a sense of personality replacement. Does Matthew possess such abilities? Garrett, who had been silently observing Victor, suddenly spoke up. Yes, Kosetsu nodded slightly. If I am not mistaken, his trigger condition should be wearing a specific headscarf. Look, it has begun. All eyes shifted to the stage. Matthew, with the headscarf tightly secured, no longer wore his usual timid demeanor. Instead, he appeared remarkably calm, even cold. His eyes darkened slightly, sharp and piercing, as his knife moved with precision and force, almost as if he had transformed into a different person. Oh. Matthew is indeed utilizing the renowned chef Wamsi's signature dish, Laughing Fire Claw. He employs the level 4 hazardous ingredient withered laugh mushroom. This perilous fungus is unlike the ordinary laugh mushroom. Inhaling its spores or consuming it will cause the eater to laugh uncontrollably until their bodily fluids are completely depleted within an hour, without any antidote. Only an exceptionally skilled chef can handle withered laugh mushroom. Matthew's hands glided over the 3 massive laughing pattern mushrooms that had been prepared. The red patterns on their surfaces beginning to dissolve and shift in color from red to blue. Mushroom ingredients, non-toxic and dispersible. Soon, the red patterns on the caps of the 3 withered laugh mushrooms transformed entirely into blue ink-like spots. Subsequently, Matthew curled his left index finger upward, causing the blue ink-like droplets to swell into large bubbles before bursting with a resounding pop. Oh no, the cap of the laughing mushroom has exploded. Its spores will. The host's exclamation abruptly halted. Dots of luminous spores shot into the sky, slowly descending like delicate snowflakes radiating a blue glow, creating a breathtaking sight. Matthew, adorned with a headscarf, licked his lips and grinned wickedly. Fear not, everyone. These spores have been modified by me and are entirely non-toxic. With a flick of his right hand, all the drifting blue luminescent particles converged into his palm, forming a stunning crystalline pillar that emanated a beautiful glow. Matthew, the singing crystal, gleefully tossed the exquisite crystal into the air before catching it firmly, his gaze fixed maliciously on the bread king. Taigu, one of the 3 premier seasonings of the Grand Line. Taigu, have you not always desired its recipe? Come, defeat me, and I shall reveal everything. Presenting you with the Song of Flowers. Taigu's eyes sparkled with desire as he looked at the blue crystal, struggling to steady his thoughts. So generous? But what will happen if I lose? Matthew chuckled coldly, whispering, Your life, nothing more. The fungus fruit. If anyone present had perused the demon fruit compendium, they would urgently warn those nearby to flee. For this was a terrifying fruit whose power fluctuated with the bottom line of its wielder. It possessed no dazzling superpowers or transformative abilities. Yet it granted the user the horrific capability to create and manipulate fungi within a certain range. Due to the complexity of controlling fungi, most users of the fungus fruit remain oblivious to their deep-seated control over all fungi except for mushrooms. The previous user, the Mycelium Matsutake, could only induce the growth of mycelium and partially control them as living ropes. However, 450 years ago, there existed a formidable and unscrupulous user of the fungus fruit. His name has been forever sealed away, but he wielded the fruit's power to unleash a catastrophic national extermination across 15 kingdoms allied with the world government, reveling in the chaos. Ultimately, the Navy had to sacrifice 4 vice admirals, 14 brigadiers, and countless Marines to eliminate him on a certain winter island. What are fungi? Mushrooms are fungi, yeast are fungi, molds are fungi. This signifies that if a sufficiently gifted and capable individual consumes the fungus fruit, they could manipulate yeast at will, becoming a legendary chef etched in history. They could accelerate the growth of mushrooms to aid starving, impoverished souls. Or they could unleash molds to erode all living beings, plunging an entire kingdom into desolation. Ascension to divinity or descent into madness rest within their grasp. Now, Matthew embodies such a holder of the terrifying talent of the fungus fruit. He placed the Iberian ham prepared by the competition organizers onto the cutting board, sniffing it and pressing his finger against it before shaking his head. Acorn Iberian. Age only 13 months from Solomon Island, not sufficient. Matthew ground the softly glowing singing crystal into powder, applying a portion to the surface of the ham while murmuring. Temperature 29, humidity 76. Aging set to 34 months. Fungus clock, monthly chronograph, 21 rotations. As he gently caressed with his left hand, the color of the ham surface began to undergo subtle transformations. Unbelievable. The contestant Matthew is actually altering the time of this Iberian ham. What kind of demon fruit has he consumed? This is astounding. Taigu, who was vigorously kneading dough, glanced at Matthew's side and nearly dropped the dough in shock. How could this fellow possess such a fitting demon fruit for cooking? What is his ability? In merely about 7 minutes, the Iberian ham in Matthew's hands underwent a metamorphosis equivalent to 21 months, appearing as if it had naturally air-dried. The outcome was evident. In the VIP room, Victor wore a faint smile. Ingredients, culinary skills, momentum. He has surpassed Taigu in every aspect, leaving no room for doubt. On the other side, Katakuri closed his eyes and tilted his neck. He has acquired a truly fearsome fruit. Garrett, shall I prepare some premium ingredients for you? Garrett returned her gaze to Katakuri, smiling as she replied, no need, brother. I forfeit this year's competition. What? Suleiman and Opera gasped in shock, with the latter stuttering. Oh dear, little Garrett. Did my brother's prior demeanor upset you? He apologizes. Please do not give up the competition. Garrett shook her head. It is not like that, Opera. I simply feel there is no need to continue competing, as I cannot present a dish that surpasses Matthew's. Upon hearing this, Opera abruptly turned to Matthew on stage, his eyes aflame with fury. Opera, do not embarrass yourself. Katakuri admonished in a stern tone, then turned to Garrett, his voice softening. Are you sure? Mother may never allow you to participate in a culinary competition again. Garrett nodded with a smile. She glanced at Victor in the distance before turning and leading the way out of the VIP room. The tall beauty Suleiman and the petite Tabouret exchanged glances, shrugging helplessly as they followed Garrett, with Opera trailing closely behind. Katakuri's gaze shifted to Victor, who was looking his way, giving a cold snort. You are quite fortunate. With that, he exited the VIP room. What is going on? Such a dreadful attitude. Perona exclaimed, hands on her hips in dissatisfaction. Do not be upset, Perona. Victor comforted her. We shall surely encounter Mr. Charlotte Katakuri again someday. Look, Matthew's dish is nearing completion. Suddenly, the dance of the Red Princess interrupted, pointing toward the competition stage. On stage, Matthew was simmering a rich broth, containing slices from the fireclaw portion of the special Iberian ham and specially processed fragments of the laughing mushroom. A peculiar aroma wafted across the competition arena and auditorium, captivating not only the host and audience, but also affecting Taigu, the bread king, most profoundly. How fragrant. No, I must hurry to make jam. I long to taste it. Taigu lamented, caught in a haze of temptation. This is the cuisine of a demon. Overwhelmed with conflicting emotions, Taigu's hands began to falter in their task of making jam. Has the bread king truly given up? Such a pity, but surely everyone is now eager to witness Matthew's laughing fireclaw, right? So, let us invite the 5 judges to the stage to sample Matthew's laughing fireclaw and provide their scores. Wait, judges, please maintain your composure. Maintain your composure. 5 judges, varying in height and stature, hurriedly approached the competition stage. One particularly rotund individual even stumbled and fell, yet scrambled back to his feet with determination, continuing his rush towards the front. Upon reaching the stage, the judges shooed away a lovely attendant who attempted to serve them ham soup in small bowls, seizing the spoons for themselves and engaging in a fierce scuffle. Gluttonous flower, release that spoon at once. If you don't let go, I shall take action. Step aside. Pac-Man, you are only worthy of consuming beans. It would be a travesty for you to enjoy such exquisite soup. Hey, what on earth are you doing, Snake? Oh, I'm serving soup. Is that not obvious? It smells divine. Hey, the plumber just fainted after a sip of soup. Someone, quick, drag him away. Wait, what is he mumbling about? I've never tasted such delightful mushroom soup before. I feel as though I have glimpsed paradise among the vines. The scoring session of the judges devolved into sheer chaos. Meanwhile, Matthew arrived in the VIP room, cradling a bowl of laughing fireclaw. This is my offering. I invite you all to savor it. Although it is regrettable that the members of the Big MOM Pirates departed prematurely, Matthew still hoped that Victor would personally relish the ham and mushroom soup crafted with utmost dedication. Victor and the others each ladled a bowl of soup, taking a spoonful and savoring it. Delicious! Exclamations of delight rippled through the group. Even Matthew, removing his bandana, wore a joyous smile. This was his aspiration, to evoke smiles on people's faces through his culinary creations. Delicious, delicious. Glug, glug. Ah, almost forgot to announce the results. Due to Bread King Taigu's dish not being completed within the allotted time, and with Garrett's voluntary withdrawal, I hereby declare the champion of this year's Bocuse d'Or to be Sybil Matthew from Decatur, the city of windmills. I refuse to accept this. In an opportune, furious roar erupted from the stage. The western platform was utterly overturned. With cookware and ingredients scattered across the floor, Bread King Taigu, panting heavily, stood with his hands radiating visible heat waves. He glared furiously at the judging panel members, who were vying for the ham and mushroom soup, muttering, I spent years as a drudge, toiling beside that damned old man, finally finding an opportunity to ruin him. And you wretch attempting a desperate comeback, were supposed to be knocked to the depths by my machinations. Why? Why did this happen? Song of Flowers is mine. I'll start with you fickle sycophants. He gripped the kitchen stove tightly, veins bulging in his arms as he kneaded the massive stove into a spherical shape, all its equipment, including the gas burners, still functioning normally. Living kiln kneading technique, stove putty ball. Taigu, as if molding dough, fashioned an iron chain from the spherical stove, then, gripping the chain with both hands, hoisted the colossal spherical stove, swung it around several times, and with a furious roar, hurled it towards the judges. Grand decimation. Cotton spores. Silk demon. As quick as lightning, a colossal soft wall composed of fungal threads burst from the ground, shielding the judges. Its intricate structure absorbed most of the impact, even deflecting the subsequent gas explosion from the stove. When did he plant mushrooms in the floor? Taigu, surprised as he hid behind a protective wall kneaded from the floor, wondered. Tap, tap, tap. Matthew walked slowly onto the stage, the windows of the VIP section facing the stage sealed off by his fungal walls, the seams closing automatically as he emerged. Mr. Taigu, you have truly fallen, Matthew said softly, his voice lacking some assurance without his bandana, yet his eyes, beneath his blue bangs, held no hesitation. Surrender now. Return with me to the city of windmills to clear your name, and I will spare your life. Do not be so intransigent. You little whelp. Bread King Taigu's face, contorted with rage behind his protective wall, was a mask of fury. Without you, I should have been the heir to Song of Flowers. That old codger wonky should have given me the head chef position. You and your father are both ungrateful curs. That cursed chain that gifted you the devil fruit will regret it. Cursed chain, are you listening? This guy is an ingrate. You'll regret it. Is there no reasoning with you? Matthew retrieved his bandana from his pocket, slowly tying it around his head, his tone shifting from gentle to resolute. Then, I shall see you off, Taigu. I have come to collect my due. At this moment, the judges, recovering from the wreckage of the fungal wall, loudly cheered for Matthew. Go get him, little Matthew. We are bosom buddies with Wonky. I held you when you were a baby. That's right. Go ahead and take down this shameless Taigu. We'll all be witnesses. Not only that, we can testify that Taigu is the mastermind behind Wonky's downfall. Once we're safe, we'll immediately contact the city lord of Windmill City, Ranos, via Den Mushy and request your father's release. Such is human nature. They had always professed to be Wonky's closest friends, yet after Wonky's incident, they all adopted an attitude of indifference, not one willing to say a single word in his defense. Now, faced with a mortal threat, they had shed their pretense of being great Germans, but what did it matter to Matthew? Indeed, it suited his purposes perfectly. Esteemed masters, please evacuate the arena swiftly. Once the battle commences, I cannot guarantee your safety. Matthew, bandana secured, extended his hands upward, lightly tapping them, as tiny particles floated from his palms. The judges, no longer bothering with further encouragement from Matthew, scurried off the stage in haste. Did I say you could leave? Taigu, filled with resentment towards these old men who had used him as a pawn, rapidly rubbed his hands in the air, drawing in the lingering heat from the gas explosion and kneading it into a concentrated air bomb containing terrifying heat. Living kill kneading technique. Inflamed air. With a roar, Taigu hurled the scorching air bomb towards the fleeing judges. Meteor blast. Simultaneously, Matthew completed his own technique. He extended his left arm forward, palm open, as countless fungal spores swirled rapidly under his control, forming a hollow fungal corridor. The airflow generated by the spores forced the incoming scorching air bomb into the fungal corridor. Instantly, countless spores ignited from the heat, causing small-scale explosions, the faint crackling sounds incessant, yet the scorching air bomb continued its trajectory towards the judges unabated. Then, Matthew's brow furrowed, and he thrust his right arm towards Taigu. The spore-composed fungal corridor arced dramatically behind Matthew, redirecting the scorching air bomb along with it. Fungal tunnel, spore corridor. The judges were horrified to find the dense, faint explosions rapidly approaching. then veering away less than a meter from their heads, flying swiftly towards Taigu. Taigu, consumed by shock and rage, barely managed to roar before his protective wall was shattered by the intensely heated air bomb. In a desperate move, he danced his hands before him, and the air bomb dissipated. Humph, you think I would be defeated by my own technique? Taigu was not unscathed. His palms were scorched by the high-temperature air bomb he had created, both hands reddened, peeling, and trembling. He was about to retort when he suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. The laughter escalated into maniacal laughter, then transformed into hysteria, until, disregarding the agonizing pain in his hands, he writhed on the floor, emitting terrifying, grotesque laughter. Spores of the withered laughter mushroom, Matthew said somberly as he approached the writhing maniac. 12 grams, enough to cause your demise. But, Matthew gestured, and Taigu's insane laughter gradually subsided. He flipped over and began coughing violently, expelling miniature fragments of the withered laughter mushroom. Finally, he collapsed, panting, with no strength left to struggle. To use this ability to kill would defile my cooking, my ideals. From a lofty vantage point, Matthew removed his headscarf. His tone imbued with a long-lost ease. It is a desecration to the benefactor who bestowed upon me this cursed devil fruit. I shall not take your life, Taigu. But you must return to Windmill City to face judgment and exonerate my father's name. Ultimately, Taigu was escorted aboard the prison ship bound for Windmill City to Cart. Numerous esteemed judges attested to the irrefutable evidence of Taigu's crimes. He was permanently stripped of his culinary qualifications and condemned to endure a protracted incarceration in the subterranean prison of Descartes. Meanwhile, the falsely accused former head chef of Song of Flowers, Wamsi, was acquitted, and the restaurant was rightfully restored to its original ownership. As Taigu, shackled in sea-stone handcuffs, was about to be taken aboard the prison vessel, he engaged in a final dialogue with Matthew. The content of their exchange remains a mystery, yet Taigu's countenance, as he ascended the ship, betrayed a serene sense of liberation, while Matthew returned with reddened eyes. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the award ceremony for this year's Bocuse d'Or concluded abruptly. But aside from the audience, no one else seemed to care. The following day, after indulging in a sumptuous feast at the Bocuse Cheese Coast Market, Victor and his companions returned to the yellow station of the maritime train. There, a figure awaited them, having lingered for quite some time. Good afternoon, boss. Victor gazed at Matthew, who approached him earnestly, backpack in tow, and sighed helplessly. Is everything all right? The Song of Flowers restaurant is in need of your assistance, is it not? Matthew offered a shy smile. I've already spoken with my father over the phone. He assured me that everything is fine. His former partners and old friends have returned to aid him in rebuilding the restaurant. Moreover, he insisted that I must repay your great kindness. Ah, so it was your father who sent you here? Perona teased. Matthew hurriedly waved his hands. No, it was my own decision. I flustered. He fell back into his old habit of shyness. In a moment of desperation, he instinctively reached for a bandana in his pocket, but bit his lip and restrained himself. After a deep breath, he proclaimed loudly, Boss, please allow me to join Coral. I have great confidence in my cooking. Let me cook for you. I beg you. With that, he tossed his backpack aside and bowed deeply. At that moment, a hand reached out before him, accompanied by Victor's gentle voice. Then I look forward to your contributions. Our ship's chef. Matthew trembled as he grasped the firm hand before him, struggling to find words. House Hugh burst into hearty laughter, while Robin, standing beside House Hugh, giggled, her eyes narrowing with mirth. Perona then cheered loudly. Oh, how delightful. We shall enjoy a variety of culinary delights. I have grown weary of the monotonous cuisine from Ueno. Just then, a sinister voice whispered in Perona's ear, Pepe, so you harbor such strong opinions about my Ueno cuisine? Setting aside the playful banter between the two young women, Victor held Matthew's hand and smiled. It's unfortunate that we cannot host a celebration aboard our ship. The Beagle has already been dispatched to the city of Seven Waters via UMIT Logistics. The formal welcome ceremony will likely have to wait until we reach the next town. With a new companion joining us, we will need to book an additional ticket. On the ocean, a grand pirate ship, entirely white and adorned with cream-colored embellishments, was engaged in combat with a massive steamship. A flag slowly ascended above the pirate vessel. Emblazoned with a skull wearing a captain's hat and painted with lipstick, the big MOM pirates. All pawns forward. Knights follow. Prepare for boarding, commanded the long-legged beauty, Snowman, directing the soldiers on deck to raise their long spears and shields as they charged towards the enemy ship along the cream-coated staircase. She herself drew a long knife from her waist and laughed heartily as she rushed into battle. The enemy ship erupted with fierce roars. It's the big MOM pirates. All crew members, arm yourselves and prepare to engage. Noticing the flag raised by the opposing ship, it became clear that they belonged to the notorious merchant company, Azure Vanilla, infamous for their slave trading. Despite being widely reviled, they had long operated with impunity in the Grand Line, shielded by their skilled fighters and the government's leniency. Yet now, they had truly met their match, spotting several stunning women aboard the opposing vessel. The captain of Azure Vanilla, known as Greedy Lupin, harbored nefarious intentions. However, to his dismay, the flag of the big MOM pirates was hoisted, placing him in an inescapable predicament. greedy Lupin could only hope that no formidable foes accompanied the women, allowing him to capture them and eliminate the rest, hoping that even Big Mom would remain oblivious to the deed. Little lass, knowing we are from Azure Vanilla, you still dare to approach? Are you looking to have some fun with my brothers? A burly man, adorned with thorned gauntlets, was captivated by Snowman's beauty and lunged at her, seeking to subdue her and indulge in his desires. Yet before he could reach Snowman, he was engulfed by a colossal wave of cream. The wave erupted with thick smoke, accompanied by blood-curdling screams. Soon, the cries faded, leaving only the smoke billowing outward. Hey, you little brat, what do you think you're doing to my sister? The cream giant, Opera, surged onto the enemy ship's deck atop the cream wave, ignoring the trembling crew members brandishing their weapons. He pulled a still smoldering charred corpse from the cream pile, grinning cruelly. Burned to a crisp from caramelization. A sweet demise for you, wouldn't you agree? Yes, yes. It's the cream monster, Charlotte Opera. A bounty of 160 million. A member of the crew, well-versed in the bounty listings, shouted in panic. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A tall, slender man clad in a captain's uniform emerged, brandishing a smoking firearm. The crew member who had just shouted fell into a pool of blood, lifeless. The crew of Captain Lupin regained their composure, casting wary glances at the man with the gun. Fear not. Greedy Lupin, drenched in cold sweat, declared defiantly. Do you not remember? We have the Rainmaker and the Calculation King aboard. They have previously hunted down a pirate with a bounty of 180 million. Surely, Opera should be no exception. On the deck, Opera was mercilessly dispatching the crew members of the enemy ship. Suddenly, a scythe with a chain shot from the shadows towards Opera's head. Quick to react, Opera's arm glimmered with a dark metallic sheen, effectively blocking the scythe's strike. But before he could utter a word, an enigmatic figure appeared behind him. Ignoring the perilous cream surrounding, the figure approached Opera with calculated precision, raising a curved sword to strike at his back. Clang! The curved sword was firmly met by another long blade. The diminutive figure, wearing a white uniform and blue cape, appeared behind Opera, skillfully countering the attack without faltering. Opera, dear brother, you are underestimating your foes. Fear not. As long as you are here, Opera replied nonchalantly, then exerted his strength, yanking the scythe backward, pulling forth a staggering figure. The identity of the one wielding the curved sword was revealed, a stout man in a blue shirt and a lanky figure with thick glasses. They were none other than the bounty hunters, the Espion brothers. Taburet chuckled, skillfully fending off the lanky man with glasses, then hoisted his sword. Rainmaker Sam and Calculation King Dean. Instead of pursuing bounties, you've taken on the role of ship bodyguards? How contradictory. That is not a contradiction at all. The stout man with the pot-lid haircut laughed, twirling the chain of his scythe. The Azure Vanilla Merchant Company allows us to keep the heads of any pirates that invade. What do we call that, brother? That is called part-time work. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and remarked on the bounties of 160 million for the cream monster, Charlotte Opera, and 98 million for the sheep knight, Charlotte Taburet, declaring them to be significant catches. A fierce battle was imminent. Meanwhile, in the ship's cabin, Katakuri sat atop the roof with Garrett, gazing at the four individuals confronting each other on the deck of the outer ship. These two fools would be better off taking action than wasting time with idle chatter. Katakuri sighed and held up a uniquely styled transponder snail to Garrett, advising her to choose her words carefully. This plump transponder snail, adorned with lipstick and a captain's hat, emitted a distinctive duru sound. Garrett picked up the receiver and chuckled softly. Good afternoon, mother. Maha maha maha. Garrett, my dear daughter. The portly transponder snail grinned menacingly, its voice gravelly. What is the outcome of the culinary competition? As my daughter, you must have easily claimed the championship. Yes? Garrett smiled gently, replying, not quite, mother. I lost in the finals. Even through the transponder snail, one could sense the terrifying aura. Lost? Are you suggesting you have tarnished my reputation? Mother. I voluntarily forfeited the finals, Garrett stated calmly. There was no chance of victory. Rather than remaining on stage to embarrass myself, I thought it best to withdraw, allowing others to speak of the BIG-MOM pirate's decisive and carefree spirit. Wouldn't you agree? The transponder snail remained silent, coldly staring at Garrett. Maha maha maha. Suddenly, the transponder snail erupted into laughter. No wonder you are my cherished daughter. However, to have been compelled to abandon the competition without even a fight. Your opponent must be extraordinary. Cecile Matthew, the only son of Mushroom Chef Wanji, Garrett responded with a smile. And he is also the possessor of the Paramecia-type mushroom fruit. The mushroom fruit? The transponder snail inquired, puzzled. It sounds like a food-type devil fruit. Indeed, it allows one to manipulate yeast and fungi, which could be quite troublesome for a chef, Garrett explained. According to intelligence, just days ago, the owner of the mushroom fruit was the bounty of 46 million berries, Mushroom Matsutake. However, just yesterday, Cecile Matthew consumed the mushroom fruit on the spot. Oh, that lad is quite fortunate. The transponder snail's expression changed to one of realization, then suddenly erupted in anger. Then why did you not capture that boy? Are you not aware that I adore collecting food-type devil fruits? Even through the transponder snail, the fury emanating from BGMM was palpable. The surrounding chess-piece soldiers, created from her soul fruit, crumbled to dust merely upon hearing her roar. Their strength was no match for the intimidation of their creator. Mother, that boy is under someone else's command. And the mushroom fruit is merely a means to win over Cecile Matthew, Garrett said, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she crossed her long, smooth legs, exuding an air of allure. I wouldn't dare take action. Who is he? Whose subordinate is he? The transponder snail's expression was filled with rage. Is Katakuri with you? Is it one of Kaido's underlings? Or perhaps a new son of Whitebeard? Garrett rested her elbow on her knee, cradling her chin in her hand as she replied nonchalantly. Neither. He is a subordinate of Fierce Chain Mafia Victor. The transponder snail's expression froze, then slowly morphed into a smile. Maha maha maha. I see. No wonder I misjudged you. Mother. You are being too harsh. Garrett shook her head. It is precisely because of me that you missed out on an excellent devil fruit. Maha maha maha. There's nothing to be done about that. The transponder snail laughed once more. After all, this Mafia Victor is the fiancé I meticulously selected for you. It would not reflect well if an unwed daughter and her family were to brawl with her fiancé. So, have you seen him in person? Yes. Garrett's expression brightened. He is 10 times more handsome than in photos. That's wonderful. It seems you are quite satisfied. My dear daughter, you must know that Mani and Mozart have been pestering me to hand this mafia over to them. Those two useless girls. Both Sister Mani and Sister Mozart are quite exceptional. I am grateful to you, Mother, for having my back, or I might not have been able to compete with them. Garrett stated calmly. Maha maha maha. Those two incapable girls only see looks. The transponder snail's expression twisted slowly. This Mafia Victor is no ordinary individual. I know Kaido well. Moonlight Moria, who has been able to contend with him for quite some time, is already at the level of the 3 sweet commanders or 3 calamities. Even though time has passed, and his strength may have waned, to single-handedly defeat Moonlight Moria, Mafia Victor is certainly not to be underestimated. If we could recruit such a formidable force and simultaneously grant my beloved daughter a satisfactory husband, it would be a double blessing. Maha maha maha. Mother, thank you for thinking so highly of me. It makes me very happy. Although she said this, Garrett's expression remained largely unchanged. According to Brother Katakuri's observations, Mafia Victor's attitude towards our BIGM pirates seems neutral. When to make formal contact is entirely at your discretion. Leave such matters to Katakuri, the transponder snail replied with a benevolent smile. I trust him completely. Moreover, once you marry Fierce Chain, won't his subordinates become my own as well? The mushroom fruit will still belong to me. Maha maha maha. Is Katakuri beside you? Mother, I am here. Katakuri, who had been silently sitting with his arms crossed, finally spoke, his voice solemn. Please give your orders. Find an appropriate opportunity to make contact with Fierce Chain. Based on his attitude, you shall handle it entirely. However, do not let Garrett feel too distressed. Rest assured, Mother, Katakuri replied, bowing slightly. I know what to do. All right. Mother must go have afternoon tea now. Longbread claims he has developed a new dessert. How delicious could it be? I am so looking forward to it. Maha maha maha. With that, the transponder snail abruptly disconnected. Brother, you seem unperturbed? Garrett turned to Katakuri, a gentle smile on her face. Did you already know that Mother selected Mafia Victor as my fiancé? Such matters can be inferred from your demeanor. Katakuri sighed. From the very beginning, your focus has predominantly been on him. You must understand. You are not the type to be swayed by a man's appearance. That lucky fellow. Garrett mused, gazing into the distance at the outer ship. But brother, does the world truly operate as we envision? What if Fierce Chain disagrees? My sister is so beautiful and gentle. How could he possibly refuse? Katakuri was furious. If he dares utter a no, I shall pierce him with this mole until he becomes a shish kebab. Garrett smiled brightly, suddenly embracing Katakuri's arm. Thank you, brother. Katakuri turned his head slightly. Fool, it is the duty of a brother to protect his younger siblings. Now, I must go assist over there. If those two idiots continue fighting, they will surely lose. He gently extricated himself from Jarrett's grasp, transforming into a flowing mass as he propelled himself like a cannonball towards the outer ship's deck. The previously stalemated battle on the deck instantly shifted. Jarrett watched the conflict unfold on the outer ship's deck with a smile, yet her thoughts drifted far away. Mafia Victor. Just how great of a name can you carve for yourself? We shall wait and see. The city of St. Poplar, known as the Queen of Spring, is located on Spring Island, Pobula Island, a land renowned for its high-quality timber. St. Poplar boasts a rich history, one that can be traced back 720 years, with a time-worn grand clock, Pop, standing proudly in the town center. This ancient clock tower, soaring to a height of 50 meters, has witnessed the rise and fall of the town and the generations of its inhabitants. Moreover, the finest watchmakers from the first half of the Grand Line gather in this town. Thus, the city of St. Poplar is also affectionately known as the homeland of clocks. Upon exiting the Green Station, the group led by Victor was immediately enveloped by the town's gentle and elegant ambience. Matthew, donning a duckbill cap and clad in a blue jacket and jeans, scratched the back of his head and lamented, "What a pity, boss. Had we arrived here a month ago, we could have attended the St. White Poplar's Ralph watch exhibition, that renowned exhibition renowned for gathering the world's finest watchmakers." Victor raised an eyebrow. Even in the West Sea, I have heard tales of this illustrious exhibition. Perona sighed in disappointment. A month ago? A month ago, we were still in the West Sea. Robin glanced at the guidebook in his hands and pointed towards the towering clock tower standing proudly at the town center. Victor, over there is the pop clock tower. If shopping is on your agenda, the Little Princess department store nearby is the best option. Wu Hongji stretched languidly. Shopping? Spare me. I've just endured 6 hours on the smoky tom and my body feels utterly stiff. Victor contemplated for a moment and then spoke. Let us dine first. Then find an inn to rest for the night. We shall venture out to explore tomorrow morning. What do you think? Everyone expressed their agreement. Robin flipped through a brochure and discovered the restaurant with the highest tourist recommendation, the Cross Shield and Potato Night. Having determined their destination, they set off. Under the setting sun, they strolled along the spacious cobblestone streets, surrounded by elegant buildings and leisurely residents, evoking a serene and peaceful ambience. By the time they arrived at the Cross Shield and Potato Night on 2nd Street, darkness had enveloped the sky. The street lamps cast a gentle glow, and the neon sign of the restaurant flickered in an array of colors, captivating the attention of passers-by. With Matthew and Haushua present, there was no fear of aimlessly ordering from the menu. With their recommendations, Victor chose several distinctive dishes. Although they were on Spring Island, the climate remained somewhat chilly, leading the locals to favor hearty and sweet foods. The poplar cheese fondue, infused with generous amounts of garlic and red wine, bubbled enticingly when served. Diners would dip local caca bread into the molten cheese, and the unique, rich flavor combined with its creamy texture left a lasting impression. The coffin-style baked flour soup, a dish traditionally believed to be a prerequisite for marriage for girls from St. White Poplar, had long since lost its ritualistic significance but remained a cherished culinary legacy. Composed of flour, butter, onions, beef broth, and essential Gruyere cheese, the slightly thick and fragrant soup warmed both the stomach and the heart upon consumption. The meat platter from Potato Night, strongly endorsed by Haushua, featured an assortment of smoked meats, sausages, and ham, served with potatoes, green peas, pickles, and mustard, creating a delightful feast best enjoyed with a large mug of beer. Alongside dishes such as pop cream stewed veal, butter-fried thick perch fillet, leek stewed potatoes with grilled sausage, polenta corn fries, and Bernese hazelnut gingerbread, Victor ordered 2 bottles of exquisite Pinot Noir and a keg of draft beer, culminating in a lavish spread on the table. As they savored their meal, laughter and conversation filled the air. Victor and Haushua discussed the customs of the Fishmen tribe, while Matthew and Wahanji explored the recipes of the dishes before them. Perona and Robin animatedly chatted about the latest trends and fashion brands. The dinner lasted over 2 hours, and the group returned to their pre-booked inn, satisfied and ready for a peaceful night. The following day, after enjoying the breakfast provided by the inn, they set off for the Little Princess department store on Central Street. Although smaller in scale than the Rainbow Mega Mall in Carnival Town, it offered a more concentrated selection of goods. After purchasing some local specialties, Victor and his companions proceeded to the seaside train station to board the maritime train to the water city of Seven Waters. Help! Help! Captain! Where are you? Come save us! Monster! He is a monster! A colossal pirate ship was obliterated by a falling magma meteorite, reducing the vessel and its remaining crew to ashes. Report. Admiral Sakazuki, this ship belongs to the Sour Grape pirate crew, as confirmed by the captured pirates aboard, stated a naval officer with a prominent forehead and sunglasses. Another crew deceived by the cutting thought blade, Sakazuki said, standing with his arms crossed on the deck, his voice low and grave. Who is their captain? Sour Wine Link, with a bounty of 52 million. He is not a devil fruit user, but an adept swordsman, the officer replied, snapping his fingers to signal the sailors to bring forth the tightly bound pirate captain. With a dull thud, Sour Wine Link was unceremoniously thrown at the feet of the naval officer. Struggling on the deck, Link shouted, "You bastards! Let me go? Otherwise, Lord Cutting Thought Blade will surely take revenge on you." "Wake him up," Sakazuki commanded. Gazing out at the sea without turning his head, the officer saluted and grabbed a bucket filled with colorful candy, forcing Link's jaw open to stuff the candies into his mouth one by one. As the first few candies were inserted, he remained oblivious, but upon tasting the red candy, his eyes widened in fury and he struggled violently. "This is it. Don't let him move. Stuff the red candy into his mouth," the officer ordered. Upon hearing the command, 2 sailors pried Link's mouth open while the others poured the red candy into it. Cough, cough, cough. Whether it was a peculiar reaction or merely choking, Sour Wine Link began to cough desperately. After about 3 minutes, he slumped onto the deck, eyes vacant, murmuring, Where's this? This is hell, kid," Sakazuki said, turning to look down at Sour Wine Link, a sardonic smirk on his face. "Now tell me, where's the cutting thought blade? Speak the truth, and I shall spare your life, even granting you a small boat to escape." "Monster! Sakazuki!" As Link recognized Sakazuki's face, he trembled in fear. "How would I know where the cutting thought blade is? I'm not familiar with him. What about my subordinates? Where's my ship? How did you capture me? Why can't I remember anything?" Sakazuki glanced at the officer, who nodded in confirmation. "The information aligns. Those deceived by the cutting thought blade lose all memories of the period of deception and will be utterly devoted to it. The only way to break the spell is to feed the deceived individual a candy of a certain color, though the color is random. It will be one of red, yellow, green, blue, or orange. This is the ability of the Cutting Thought Blade Wugue, a paramecia-type devil fruit user. Sakazuki observed the helpless sour wine link, slowly tilting his head as he said, "For your life, think carefully about the last scene you witnessed before losing your memory. I will give you 10 seconds. At that moment, Link regained some clarity and noticed not only the infamous monster Admiral Sakazuki before him, but also powerful admirals such as Iron Matt Sicily, Reporter Branu, and Strange Bean Belagood, all staring at him in silence, intensifying the atmosphere. Knowing escape was futile, Link desperately racked his brain to recall what he had seen before losing his memory, perhaps driven by an overwhelming survival instinct. He managed to remember something. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me," Link shouted. "I remember. I truly remember." Branu, check his pulse. Having issued his commands, Sakazuki pivoted, his gaze hardening as it fixed upon sour wine Link on the deck. From this moment forward, he intoned, his voice a chilling rasp, "Weigh every word you utter with utmost care. Should you attempt to deceive me, your life will be forfeit. If you dare to trifle with me, or if I merely perceive that you are doing so, I shall end you. Should you forget yourself, that too will be your undoing. Indeed, it will require considerable effort on your part to preserve your existence. Do you comprehend my meaning? If not, I shall kill you regardless." Sour wine Link, his throat constricted with apprehension, nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, the high-browed Marine Colonel Brand-New, sporting sunglasses, crouched beside Link, liberating him from his bonds and placing his fingers upon his wrist. "Don't even contemplate prevarication," Brand-New jested, observing Link's escalating distress. "Your pulse will betray your mendacity." "Ahem," Link stammered, beads of perspiration tracing paths down his face. "I shall commence my narration. My encounter with mind-cleaving Blade Wutsai likely transpired around August 3rd, give or take. It aligns with my recollection, as I had intended to attend the bogus culinary competition finale in Gourmet Town Pucheon on August 6th. At that juncture, the island I occupied was approximately 2 to 3 days' voyage from Gourmet Town. I was, at the time, engaged in angling with my crew in the Flying Shark Archipelago's second island, Jagged Shark Island. "You're a pirate, aren't you? Why so much leisure?" Brand New interjected, unable to resist the remark. "Besides, one can scarcely catch any sizable fish on the second island of the Flying Shark Archipelago. You'd have to venture to the tea." He was abruptly cut short by a stern cough from Rear Admiral Naval Sicily, whose countenance was grave. Startled, Brand New swiftly regained his composure and barked, "Spare me the irrelevant details, you scoundrel. Get to the crux of the matter." "But sir, I'm elucidating the crux of the matter," Sour Wine Link protested meekly, before the ferocity of Brand New's glare spurred him onward. "As I was angling on Jagged Shark Island, around 4 in the afternoon, I had just landed a magnificent rainbow trout, which I was flaunting to my subordinates. Suddenly, a colossal, single-masted sailing vessel, bristling with spikes, hove into view not far from our pirate ship. Its mast bore a pirate flag emblazoned with a skull adorned with black lipstick, and 2 long swords forming an X. Their patterns twisted into 3 segments. I recognized it instantly as the insignia of the Heartsword Pirates. I had heard tales of their ruthlessness, their penchant for leaving no survivors, and their particular proclivity for tormenting women. Though we had no women aboard, I feared they might take an interest in stick to the point." Brand New roared, delivering a sharp blow to the back of Sour Wine Link's head. "Yes, sir," Link exclaimed. "I immediately hailed the Heartsword Pirates, asserting that we harbored no ill intentions. If we had inadvertently encroached upon mind-cleaving Blade Wutsai's preferred fishing grounds, we would depart forthwith. However, to my surprise, they responded amiably, conveying that their captain, mind-cleaving Blade Wutsai, wished to parley. Reasoning that escape was futile, I opted for a bold approach and acceded to their proposition, agreeing to partake in a banquet on the shores of Jagged Shark Island. Of course, we furnished the provisions and chefs, while they merely indulged in the revelry. Upon disembarking, I beheld mind-cleaving Blade Wutsai himself. Curiously, his appearance diverged somewhat from his depiction in the wanted poster. Sakazuki's gaze intensified. "Elaborate," he commanded. "How did he differ?" Strange Bean Belagood, standing nearby, proffered a wanted poster to Sour Wine Link. Link scrutinized the poster, then pointed to Wutsai's face in the photograph. In the photograph, Wutsai's eye sockets are shadowed in black. However, on that day, his eye sockets appeared perfectly normal, devoid of any such markings. Furthermore, Wutsai was swathed in bandages from head to toe, even concealing his mouth, which rendered his speech muffled and rather somber. Observing Sakazuki's contemplative mood, Sour Wine Link mustered his courage and continued. "He greeted me effusively, insisting that we share a drink. I dared not refuse and promptly produced a cask of liquor. He was not a man of prodigious capacity and soon succumbed to intoxication. Thereupon, he insisted on giving me a tour of their vaunted pirate ship, the Sea Urchin. Frankly, I found his aesthetic sensibilities rather baffling. The ship's design was utterly dreadful, if I may say so. Naturally, I showered Wutsai's pirate ship with lavish praise. He was delighted and declared that he felt an immediate kinship with me, insisting on bestowing a gift upon me. He then plucked a strand of hair from his pigtail and presented it to me. Gentlemen, have you ever encountered such parsimony? A mere strand of hair. But at the time, I would have accepted even earwax with gratitude. wouldn't I? Seeing that I had accepted his gift. He was even more elated and ordered the banquet to be relocated from the shore to their deck. The sea urchin may have been aesthetically challenged, but its spacious deck allowed the festivities to proceed unhindered. However, throughout the day, I couldn't help but overhear the agonized cries of various women emanating from the Heartsword Pirate's hold. And, whether it was mere fancy or not, I seemed to discern the utterance of Aiko. Aiko, within, perhaps a cryptic code. Brand New and several other Marine officers exchanged glances, their gazes settling on Sakazuki, who appeared visibly moved. Aiko? He murmured. She's alive. This is not good. I seem to have stoked their ire. Sour Wineling trembled. Observing the naval officer's sudden surge of anger, poised to erupt, he hesitated, unsure whether to proceed. Continue, Sakazuki commanded, steadying his composure and urging Link to proceed with his account. The banquet continued unabated, lasting throughout the night. Unable to endure the women's cries from the ship's hold any longer, I sought a pretext to depart. However, mind-cleaving Blade Woot's sigh seized my shoulder, and in a drunken stupor, posed a question to me. At this juncture, Sour Wineling's demeanor underwent a peculiar transformation, his entire being falling into an eerie silence. What did he say? Brand New inquired, regarding Sour Wineling with curiosity. He said Sour Wineling's eye sockets and lips suddenly transformed into a viscous, inky black, revealing a bizarre grin. Sakazuki, I hear you've been looking for me? Beware. Sakazuki roared, surging forward and shoving Brand New, the closest to Link, aside. Simultaneously, Sour Wineling's body began to swell and rupture. A violent explosion engulfed the deck of the naval warship. The cataclysmic blast engendered a powerful tremor and shockwave, not only impacting Sakazuki's flagship, the Auburn Totem, but also agitating the surrounding sea into turbulent waves. Colonel Brand New, the announcer, who had been nearest to Sour Wineling, slowly lowered his arms, which had been shielding his head and face, to find a colossal magma barrier erected before him. The slowly flowing lava bulwark, shaped like an inverted bowl, effectively sealed off the explosion while protecting the surrounding Marine soldiers. Sakazuki. The officers aboard, close comrades of Sakazuki, stared in alarm at the magma barrier. The magma bulwark shuddered, then gradually receded and reverted to its human form, revealing Sakazuki. He staggered, unable to suppress a torrent of blood that gushed from his mouth. The unexpected explosion had caught him off guard, preventing him from transforming into magma in time, resulting in internal injuries. Sakazuki, you're injured? Are you all right? Sicily and Brand New hurried to assist Sakazuki, only to be halted by a wave of his hand. It's nothing serious, it's just that this explosion is rather peculiar. It disregarded my hockey defense and directly harmed my physical form. Sakazuki wiped the residual blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, sneering, I was careless. I never expected such a lowly adversary could catch me off guard. Brand New scratched his shiny bald head, perplexed, and remarked, could this also be the ability of slashing thought blade Wugai? I have never witnessed anything like it before. Colonel Sicily mused as he stroked his chin. Have you noticed that Acid Winelink appeared somewhat off when recalling what Wugai said? Brand New nodded. I was closest to him at that moment. He seemed completely frozen, his gaze vacant, as if he were someone else entirely. Sakazuki added, moreover. His eye sockets and lips suddenly turned black, resembling the image of slashing thought blade Wugai on the bounty poster. Transference of thoughts? Sicily inquired, a remote control type? Before embarking on the pursuit, I specifically requested to consult the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, as the abilities of previous users of the thought fruit varied significantly. In fact, one could say each individual possessed entirely unique capabilities. Sakazuki shook his head. The thought fruit is an exceedingly enigmatic paramecia-type fruit. Its potency hinges entirely on the user's heart. That scoundrel Wugai has no sense of boundaries, making it impossible to deduce his actions through conventional reasoning. Brand New, you have the most comprehensive data on slashing thought blade Wugai. Please summarize it. Yes, sir, replied Colonel Brand New as he saluted Sakazuki. He then took his notebook from a nearby sailor, flipped through a few pages, and declared aloud, Wugai male, 36 years old, a long-handed swordsman from the kingdom of Tainakina on Sword Mountain Island in the Grand Line, adept at wielding a curved saber, and possesses a notorious weapon known as Flying Head Barbarian. This individual is inherently cunning and greedy, with a penchant for wealth and women, and revels in the humiliation and slaughter of civilians and captives. Since setting sail, he has been implicated in numerous heinous crimes, including the blood incident of Flying Flow Mountain, the massacre of the Mykolos Kingdom, the Heavenward Town tragedy, and the Magic Valley incident, among others. Following the Magic Valley incident, the Navy headquarters raised Wugai's bounty to 310 million berries last Friday. Additionally, the bounties of the other two masterminds behind the Magic Valley incident, Salt Flow, King Gustav Elliman, and Night Owl Hannibal, were increased to 450 million berries and 335 million berries, respectively. Wugai is suspected to be a user of the paramecia-type thought fruit. The known intelligence indicates that Wugai can establish a connection with a recipient by offering parts of his own body, including, but not limited to hair, nails, etc. If the recipient does not explicitly refuse, the first condition for the ability's activation is met. Subsequently, within a maximum of 1 hour, Wugai will seize the opportunity to utter a password to the recipient. if the recipient fully hears the entire password and subsequently repeats it. The second condition for activating the ability is fulfilled. Once both conditions are satisfied, the recipient is automatically brainwashed, becoming a loyal servant of Wugai. The longest recorded duration of this brainwashing is 1 year, and conventional means cannot reverse it. The only way to break the brainwashing is by consuming a variable number of unknown colored sugar cubes. These sugar cubes do not need to be made by a specific individual or from particular materials. Any cube similar in size to commonly available styles will suffice. The colors that can release the ability are uncertain, but must be one of the following: red, orange, blue, yellow, or green. Once the ability is released, the recipient retains no memory of the brainwashing period and experiences a fatigue phase lasting up to 24 hours. Just now, Wugai demonstrated a new, unknown ability before our eyes. It appears that if a recipient subjected to this unknown ability recalls the specific password, they will automatically enter a bizarre state characterized by blackened eye sockets and lips. Furthermore, if the recipient fully utters the password, they transform into an explosive that disregards hockey defenses. It remains unclear whether this ability is password-triggered or remote-controlled, but it is undoubtedly a formidable threat. Indeed, remarked Sicily, crossing his arms and furrowing his brow, if he uses this ability to control civilians, infiltrating Navy bases or densely populated towns to detonate, it would lead to catastrophic consequences. We must take the initiative and capture this scoundrel at once. Let us set aside the Salt Flow King and Night Owl for now. Sakazuki made his decision, brand new. Which islands are near the route to Flying Shark Islands? Svitz Island, the never-sleeping Azure City, Gourmet Town Pucci, and Windmill City Dicart, brand new replied without hesitation. If we follow the traditional route, Windmill City Dicart will be the next stop. However, based on Wugai's preferences, never-sleeping Azure City would be his optimal choice. Sakazuki pondered for a moment and commanded. Set sail, destination, Windmill City Dicart. Yes, behold, the sea recedes, the world dries up. Behold, the surging tide, the wrath of the sea god. Behold, this is the water deities. Akula Ragna. The poetry collection of water. The charm of the city of 7 waters is inextricably linked to water, its winding waterways and flowing currents. Reminiscent of a silently affectionate maiden, exuding tenderness, celebrated for its beauty born of water, thriving through water, and adorned with titles such as City of Water and Watertown, exploring the Grand Line. 10 islands you must visit, published 1512. When the maritime train arrived at Blue Station, it was afternoon. A sweet female voice echoed through the carriages via the loudspeaker. Blue Station has arrived. Esteemed passengers, please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. We welcome you to travel with us again. As soon as they disembarked, Victor and his companions were immediately swept away by a torrent of people. What is happening? Perona, petite as she was, found herself nearly toppled over, exclaiming, "Didn't they say this city was desolate a few years ago? This is hardly desolate. Hey, if you keep pushing, Lady Perona will lose her temper. That's because starting tomorrow is the 12-day masked carnival, right?" Hausch Snowy lifted Perona onto his shoulders, chuckling. Moreover, since the inception of the maritime train, the economic situation in the city of 7 waters has significantly improved. Each year, the masked carnival attracts a massive influx of tourists. And this year's Water Deities Festival has been advanced by several weeks, ensuring a worry-free celebration. Victor glanced around and noted the ongoing economic difficulties. The locals wore worn-out clothing, styled in fashions from previous years. However, the train station was beautifully constructed, and the staff exhibited warmth and enthusiasm, reflecting their dedication to the maritime train service. This city was gradually reviving. Dancing Red Maiden exclaimed with delight, "How wonderful! I adore this vibrant city." Matthew pointed excitedly at a stall on the west side of the station, exclaiming, "Look everyone! Masks! This is a famous feature of the city of 7 waters." Perona's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she leaped down from Haku's shoulder, pulling Dancing Red Maiden along to select their preferred masks. "Victor, we should arrange for a hotel first." Robin tugged at Victor's sleeve. "The masked carnival is approaching, and securing a room will be quite challenging." Suddenly, Victor and Haku exchanged a knowing glance. "Mr. Haku, please escort them to the inn," Victor said, looking up at Haku. "We'll contact each other later." "Understood," Haku replied, leading Robin to join Perona and Matthew in their mask selection. After a brief moment following Haku's departure, Victor purchased a white mask embroidered with gold, known as Larva. This lightweight mask, crafted from finely painted oilcloth, allowed for easy breathing and drinking. He gently placed the mask on his face, brushed the brim of his black round hat to transform it into a felt hat, and retrieved a black velvet high-collared cloak from his zippered space. He then blended into the crowd like a phantom, disappearing from sight. At the street outside the island station of the city of 7 waters, a blond man clad in a wide woolen trench coat and wearing goggles stood at the station entrance, looking around in frustration. "TSK, it's all Mr. Borbo's fault. If it weren't for your sudden craving for fried noodles, we wouldn't have lost track of them." Beside him stood a stout man with a jovial demeanor, wearing a deep-colored mask, who was slurping up a portion of fried noodles. With his cheeks stuffed, he spoke clearly. "Relax, little Izar. We're not here for a fight. Besides, it's merely a bit of hearsay. Its authenticity remains debatable. This fried noodle is delicious. Would you like some? Absolutely not. The blonde youth, referred to as Little Izar, retorted angrily, I made a boastful claim. If I fail again, I'll have no face to return home. Calm down, Borbo replied nonchalantly. Still enjoying his noodles, let us wander around. Perhaps we'll uncover some clues? Reluctantly, Little Izar complied and followed Borbo into a secluded alley. At that moment, a figure quietly emerged at the far end of the alley, blocking their path. Who are you? Little Izar asked warily. Borbo quickly finished his noodles, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, and chuckled. The newcomer doesn't seem friendly. What an impressive aura. Dressed like that, do you wish to conceal your identity? You all? Little Izar asked in surprise, only to then realize that another figure had also blocked their escape. Meanwhile, raindrops began to fall from the sky, hinting at an impending downpour. The two figures wore masks of a smiling cat and a skeletal sheep, their bodies enveloped in voluminous white woolen cloaks. The mysterious figure in the smiling cat mask spoke in a raspy voice, a delightful surprise for the Revolutionary Army's cadre. The figure in the skeletal sheep mask chimed in with a rather frivolous tone. Borbo, why are you not behaving at the North Sea, but instead have come to the Grand Line? Borbo furrowed his brow. How could the world government know our whereabouts? The smiling cat replied chillingly, a delightful surprise indeed. You scoundrels! Little Izar shouted defiantly. Do you want to fight? Come on. Lord Izar won't turn you away. Watch me take you down. Oh dear. Bringing along a rookie, Borbo teased, with such a liability, do you think you stand a chance of escaping? Take my advice. Abandon him and run while you still can. You might have a chance. The smiling cat glared at the skeletal sheep. Not a single one must escape. All right. The skeletal sheep raised his hands in a placating manner. Little monster, do you want so many achievements to aim for something higher? Fine, I'll concede to you. Have you taken us for lambs awaiting slaughter? Little Izar gritted his teeth in anger, ready to strike, but Borbo restrained him. Little Izar, wait. I'll create an opportunity for you to escape. Remember, take the water route to the central island. Borbo's expression was tense. He had recognized the skeletal sheep. It was the prodigious talent of CP5, known as the Rainwalker, Blackmore. Typically, an intelligence agency like Cypher Pol values secrecy, yet Blackmore was an anomaly, known for his ostentatious methods. His superiors could do little about him since he consistently completed his missions. As for the smiling cat, being referred to as a little monster by Blackmore indicated he was no ordinary adversary. They were genuinely in trouble. They had been too careless. Just then, a gentle voice floated down from above. That sounds rather interesting. May I join in? Following the voice, they looked up to see a figure cloaked in black, adorned with a black felt hat and a white embroidered mask, floating in midair, observing them from above. A ghost? Blackmore, wearing the skeletal sheep mask, clearly knew about the various iconic masks from the carnival. Young man, if you've taken a wrong turn, you still have a chance to turn back. Setting aside other thoughts, the ability of this figure to evade everyone's attention until he spoke was remarkable. Moreover, his floating ability was evidently not one of the Navy's 6 styles. Borbo, a formidable individual, could face dire consequences if complications arose. Thus, Blackmore planned to stabilize this unexpected ghost while eliminating the 2 revolutionary cadre members before dealing with him. You. Little Izar was about to shout in anger, but was silenced by Borbo's hand over his mouth. Whether it was sweat or rain, Borbo's face was damp as he firmly held Little Izar to prevent him from speaking. However, the CP5 members had no such reservations. Before Blackmore could utter a word, the figure in the smiling cat mask leaped into the air, left index finger raised, clearly preparing to unleash one of the Navy's 6 styles, the finger gun technique. The cloaked ghost dodged the fierce attack with a graceful sidestep, then eerily floated behind the smiling cat. Without any visible movement from the ghost, blood suddenly bloomed from the smiling cat's body, spilling from beneath the mask. In an instant, the smiling cat suffered a grievous injury. The encounter transpired in the blink of an eye. In the midst of the rain, Blake Moya could not act swiftly enough. He witnessed the laughing cat, drenched in blood, plummeting towards the ground. In an instant, he vanished from his position and reappeared beneath the falling figure, catching it with remarkable agility. Such impressive skill. You are no ordinary individual. Pray, reveal your name. With a swift motion, he tore away the withered sheep's skull mask and the white woolen cloak, unveiling his true visage. A robust man of around 30, his elongated face and pronounced eyebrows conveyed an air of despondency. As the spectral black figure descended gracefully amidst the raindrops, it halted 2 meters above the ground. It offered no response, merely gazing silently at Blake Moya, an ally of the Revolutionary Army. Blake placed the breathless laughing cat onto the ground and rose, stretching his shoulders. You have squandered your final chance to flee. None of you shall escape. He spread his arms wide, assuming a pose that embraced the heavens, murmuring, the rain is just right. Raindrop prison. Catch the rainbow. An almost imperceptible spherical wave emanated from Blake, rapidly expanding and affecting the entire alleyway. Little Izar's expression sharpened, and he could not suppress a cry of agony as blood began to seep from his body, as if struck by a barrage of shotgun pellets. Borbo fared slightly better, yet wounds began to mar his skin. It was then that Borber realized the rain had ceased. No, the rain around them had merely become still. The droplets, frozen in midair, transformed into lethal solid blades, forming a deadly prison. Any movement would result in grievous injury from the myriad of raindrops. Meanwhile, the floating ghost remained unresponsive, as if entirely detached from the unfolding chaos. Clever. Maintaining complete control without a single action, Blake Moya sneered, a cruel smile gracing his lips. But tell me, would you prefer to meet your end by colliding with a raindrop or remain a stationary target? He bent down, scooping up a handful of rainwater, which he casually tossed into the air. The droplets morphed into dense, spherical projectiles that shined like marbles. Thanks to your assistance, I have ample time to ensnare these two revolutionary rats within my sphere of influence. Blake nonchalantly tossed the rain droplet marbles, appearing as if he were engaged in a casual conversation with friends. No one could escape his raindrop prison, and the three before him resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. What is your ability? Borber dared not move, his voice trembling as he managed to inquire. Blake Moya flashed a grin at Borber before hurling a rain droplet marble towards him. The dull thud of hard objects piercing flesh echoed as little Izar collapsed to the ground. In a moment of desperation, he shielded Borber with his own body, ignoring the fixed raindrops that pierced through him. Without uttering a last word, he lay motionless in a pool of blood. How touching, the profound bond between master and disciple. Blake Moya cackled mockingly. Ha ha ha. Look at you, Borber. Tears and snot. How utterly disgraceful. Borber trembled as he gazed at the lifeless body of the young man at his feet, then glared at the laughing Blake Moya. You vile bastard. I loathe your gaze. Blake Moya wiped another handful of rainwater, his eyes filled with derision. It seems you no longer require these eyes, do you? Allow me to assist. Suddenly recalling something, he glanced at the floating black ghost, baring his teeth in a sinister grin. Oh dear, how could I forget Mr. Ghost? How rude of me. Tell me, do you enjoy target shooting? I've adored it since childhood, especially with stationary targets, like you. Finger gun, arrow rain. 4 rain droplet marbles shot towards the ghost's legs with precision. Blake intended to torment this accursed specter, starting with shattering its legs. The marbles pierced through the ghost's lower limbs, continuing their trajectory without losing momentum. Wait? Blake pondered, perplexed as he noticed the absence of blood from the ghost's legs. At that moment, the black ghost surged toward Blake with eerie swiftness, disregarding the deadly raindrop prison surrounding it. Impossible. Blake could only emit a furious roar before being struck by a devastating punch. The impact felt as though countless chainsaws had simultaneously ground against his body, the blow penetrating his left arm, shattering his ribcage, and pulverizing his internal organs before erupting from his back. A torrent of blood gushed from Blake's rear, yet was absorbed by the mysteriously open zipper space within the alley, leaving not a single drop to spill. Despite the grave injury, Blake somehow clung to life, turning his head with great effort to gaze at Borber. Trapped within the rain prison, he weakly raised his right hand but could not grasp. Damn it. Even in death, I'll take you down with me. You bastard. You wanted to save these revolutionaries, didn't you? Then I shall kill them. Yet, his strength waned. Meanwhile, Borber stood in stunned silence, observing the battle unfold, before suddenly shouting, Zipper, you are. The black ghost, without turning, beckoned to Borber with its left hand. Borber's feet slipped, and he collided violently with the lethal raindrop prison. Ugh! He gasped, staring at the ghost as he struggled to utter a few words before collapsing, lifeless. Blake Moya, dazed, could not comprehend the events unfolding before him, his mind clouded by excruciating pain. Suddenly, a flicker of clarity struck him. The ghost intended to frame them, not only to implicate them but also to ensnare the revolutionary army. With his last ounce of strength, Blake glanced down at the ground, noticing the laughing cat's wounds bore the unmistakable marks of the finger gun technique. The black ghost had not touched the ground, even while attacking him. You bastard. Blake's life force extinguished as he plunged towards the earth, his body disappearing into the open zipper space along with the laughing cat's remains and blood, all vanishing into the unfathomable abyss. The black ghost cast a final glance at Borber and little Izar's corpses before soaring into the rain-soaked sky, fading into the deluge. In the alley, the rain intensified, leaving behind the bodies of the stout and slender. Blood mingled with rainwater, indistinguishable in the downpour. The rain fell heavier, and the streets were nearly deserted. Even the few passers-by hurried along with umbrellas, heads bowed, while the transportation of goods via the waterways dwindled to a mere trickle. Who would dare traverse the torrents in such a storm? In the heart of the city of Seven Waters, at the Seven Tulips guest house, a group awaited the arrival of Victor. Is everything truly all right, old master? Perona inquired anxiously of Haushua, her impatience evident as she noted the prolonged absence of her brother. I've already contacted him through the telephone bug and provided him with the exact address of the guest house. Have no worries, Haushua replied, arms crossed, exuding a sense of calm. He held unwavering confidence in Victor's capabilities and was not perturbed by the prospect of insurmountable foes. At that moment, the guest house door swung open. With the sudden intensification of wind and rain, Victor, clad in a black suit and adorned with a black bowler hat, strode into the lobby. Wow, what a downpour! Victor exclaimed, drenched from head to toe, as he plopped down onto a wooden stool at the bar. Quick. Bring me a cup of hot coffee. I'm freezing. Dance Red and Robin promptly fetched a blanket and a steaming cup of coffee for him. Victor wrapped himself in a blanket and took a sip of hot coffee, finally feeling a sense of warmth return to him. The rain of this season was indeed a bit chilly. At that moment, he noticed the inquiring gaze of Hoshua and nodded slightly. Matthew emerged from the kitchen behind the bar, presenting a pot of steaming soup with a cheerful smile, saying, "Just in time. I borrowed the kitchen from the innkeeper and made a pot of hot soup. Thank you, Matthew." Victor ladled a small bowl of the soup, blowing on it gently before savoring its warmth. Perona glanced out at the rain and remarked, "Brother, it seems this rain will continue for at least 4 more hours." "Well then, let us have dinner at the inn," Victor replied, sipping his soup with a contented squint of his eyes. "Let us take a rest tonight and visit Mr. Tom tomorrow." "I apologize, guests. I did not mean to eavesdrop," the innkeeper said curiously while wiping a cup. "But which Mr. Tom are you planning to visit? The fisherman Tom? What's wrong with that?" Perona retorted fiercely, hands on her hips. "We are fans of Mr. Tom and have come specifically to seek his help with ship repairs. Is there a problem with that?" "My dear young lady, please do not be angry." The plump innkeeper hastily waved his hands. "I am not a racist, quite the contrary. I truly admire those at Tom's studio, except for that little pervert." Hoshua burst into laughter. "Little pervert? You must be referring to Frankie, right? Huh. He certainly lives up to that title. If you wish to find Mr. Tom, you have come to the right person." The innkeeper gestured toward the south. "There is a large garbage disposal site on the northeast coast of the back street in Water 7. Near there, you will find a big bridge. Underneath that bridge is a warehouse. That is the headquarters of Tom's studio. If you want to visit Tom, you cannot go wrong by looking for him in the warehouse under the bridge. And don't forget to ask him for an autograph on my behalf." "You seem quite fond of Mr. Tom," Wahanji remarked with a smile. "Indeed. Little girl, you cannot imagine what Water 7 was like over a decade ago. Back then, Pirate King Gold Roger had just been executed, and piracy was rampant. The flood caused by the tsunami Akula Lagna made it so that timber and steel could only be procured from other islands. And the water levels of Water 7 rose year by year. The fierce sea and pirates continually hindered trade. It was almost a daily occurrence to hear about merchant ships carrying steel and timber being plundered by pirates. Due to the dwindling business, shipbuilding companies fought fiercely for customers, leading to widespread unemployment. If this situation continued, Water 7 would become an island awaiting submersion by the sea. At that time, despair engulfed everyone. This was once the renowned shipbuilding hub of Water 7. Ultimately, no one was willing to commission work. Shipyards closed one after another. And some shipyard owners even took their own lives. Due to scarce resources, attempting to procure timber with one's own ship often resulted in the loss of lives at sea. A frequent tragedy. All the shops closed down, and the masked carnival drew no visitors. The residents of the island struggled to find enough to eat, unable to even achieve self-sufficiency. Humanity is indeed fragile. And then, 14 years ago, Mr. Tom presented a remarkable idea before the judges dispatched by the world government. In front of all the residents of Water 7, to connect the islands of Water 7, St. Brice, St. Prut, and Pukie with a maritime train. The island had fallen into desolation due to inconvenient transportation. The people of the island were scattered and fearful of the island sinking. The maritime train became the savior of Water 7. 14 years for routes. Regardless of passengers, goods, or ships, all could traverse the seas unaffected by weather, allowing everyone to travel freely. I will never forget that day 4 years ago. The maritime train-smoking Tom departed from this nearly abandoned city, carrying a once desperate populace, embarking on a journey across the sea. And now, as you can see, Water 7 has been revitalized with vigor and life. Not only I, but many residents greatly admire Mr. Tom. However, Wahanji tilted her head curiously. However, our understanding of Mr. Tom's kind is still insufficient. We are somewhat apprehensive. "Ha ha," the innkeeper said bashfully, scratching the back of his head. "Usually, it's Mr. Tom's disciples or that beautiful secretary from his studio who come out to procure supplies. I do not really know what Mr. Tom's temperament is like. However, that does not hinder our admiration for him." Victor, seated on a stool, glanced at Hoshua, who remained silent with her arms crossed. After enjoying a meal that was not particularly lavish but warm in its hospitality, everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. Victor and Hokshu stood beneath the eaves outside, observing the relentless downpour that had persisted for so long. It became evident that this was how people perceived us. Hokshu, holding a long pipe, exhaled a thick plume of smoke and let out a deep sigh. It is the unknown that breeds fear. This is a universal apprehension among sentient beings. Victor, now clad in fresh attire, with his hands tucked into his pockets, smiled and remarked, "Isn't the Fishman tribe's view of humanity quite similar?" Hoksha silently took a drag from his pipe, slowly releasing the smoke, and responded, "This is far more challenging than we had anticipated." Victor shrugged. Who could argue otherwise? However, "I shall not concede so easily, Mr. Hosh." Hosh slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, the crimson glow of his pipe flickering in the rainy night. After a moment, a subtle smile graced his lips. I am of the same mind." Beneath the bridge on the northeastern coast of the Seven Water City lies a garbage disposal site. where discarded shipwrecks have accumulated over time, transforming it into the material collection ground for Tom's shipbuilding studio. The warehouse beneath the bridge, the headquarters of Tom's shipbuilding studio. Welcome to Tom's studio. May I inquire whether our esteemed guest requires shipbuilding or repairs? Upon knocking, the door was opened by a blue-haired fellow sporting only swim trunks and a floral shirt. He recited his lines in a monotonous, expressionless manner until he noticed Hosh grinning at him from outside. Little pervert, long time no see. Hosh chuckled, delivering a playful slap to the back of the blue-haired fellow's head. We have several ladies present, so hurry back and put on some pants. It appeared that Hosh had given this blue-haired fellow quite the education in the past, as the latter gulped nervously, not daring to retort, and reluctantly retreated indoors. Mumbling to himself, why do you have to hit someone upon meeting? Is my head particularly pleasant to the touch? I was quite looking forward to seeing you. Who is it outside, Frankie? A well-built youth with flowing blue hair and dark lips emerged from within, puzzled as he glanced at the door, only to exclaim joyfully, Mr. Hosh. Mr. Tom, Mr. Hosh has come to visit us. Hosh. A stout, white-bearded fishman squeezed out from inside, staring blankly at the door before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Tom, your peculiar laugh remains unchanged. Hosh joined in the laughter. Be careful not to laugh yourself into a fit. Mr. Tom, you shouldn't leave your guests waiting outside. A graceful woman emerged, her face adorned with an imaginative allure. She cheerfully beckoned everyone. Please come in, I shall prepare some tea. In the living room, Frankie, now dressed in three-quarter pants, and the black-hooded iceberg sat awkwardly to the side, casting shy glances at their visitors. Their self-consciousness was hardly unfounded. Whether it was Victor's confident demeanor, Robin's serene elegance, or the exotic charm of the captivating dance queen, both youths, having seen little of the world, were at a loss for words. Moreover, Hosh was not as affable as Mr. Tom during previous visits. He had not hesitated to discipline the duo under the guise of being Tom's older brother. Iceberg fared better, but Frankie was genuinely intimidated. Meanwhile, Hosh had just finished introducing the two parties. Brother Victor, it is truly remarkable that you managed to coax this old stubborn mule out of retirement. Tom chuckled heartily. My elder brother is a man of great stature, unwavering in his words since childhood. Ha ha ha. Soon enough. Tom was laughing so hard he could barely catch his breath. Mr. Tom, there's no need for such exaggerated mirth. A beautiful secretary named Kokoro patted Tom's back, exasperated. After exchanging pleasantries, Victor nodded to Robin, who then took Perona, the dance queen, and Matthew to engage in conversation with Iceberg and Frankie. Tom, my old friend. Victor and I have come to speak with you regarding a pressing matter. Hosh gestured. Let us converse in the brick wall warehouse. Noticing the serious expression on his sworn brother's face, Tom understood that there was indeed something important to discuss and led Victor and Hosh into the studio's rear warehouse. Amongst the clutter of discarded items, Tom moved a few wooden barrels to serve as seats. He plopped down onto one, causing it to creak, and inquired with curiosity, Brother, what is the matter? Tom, in 15 days, the judicial ship dispatched by the world government will arrive to pass judgment upon you, correct? Hosh remained standing, arms crossed. His tone grave. Are you prepared? Fear not. The agreement with the judicial ship has already been fulfilled. Tom couldn't suppress a laugh. Ha ha. By then, my merits and transgressions should cancel each other out. Hosh glanced at Victor, who nodded in affirmation. Mr. Tom, I fear the situation may not be so simple. Victor, seated on the barrel, spoke calmly. The world government has set its sights on the blueprints of that thing in your possession. They will not let you off easily. Tom paused, then looked at Hosh, who shrugged. Don't look at me. It's his own intelligence network. Victor is now one of the 7 warlords of the sea, though the world government has yet to officially announce it. The honor of having a warlord of the sea grace our humble abode is indeed overwhelming. Tom's jovial demeanor faded slightly. However, regarding that item you mentioned, I genuinely have no knowledge of it. Perhaps you should inquire elsewhere? Mr. Tom, I understand this may come as a shock, and it is only natural for you to find it difficult to trust me, Victor replied gently. But now that I am one of the warlords, I am privy to certain high-level internal information. Please believe me when I say they are indeed after you. Moreover, the CP5 team, specialists in intelligence gathering and infiltration, has come. Their target has undoubtedly been locked onto you. Ha ha ha. This esteemed warlord of the sea. The black-haired maiden sitting beside you earlier must be Nico Robin. Am I correct? Tom burst into laughter. Hosh, do you not find this amusing? The newly appointed warlord of the sea arrives with the one woman in the world capable of reviving that thing, seeking the blueprints from me. Ha ha ha. Tom, I have not divulged a single word. Hosh, observing Tom's jovial demeanor, spoke solemnly. I swear by Shauna's name. I merely wish to save your life. I am doing quite well, Brother Hosh. Tom, with wide eyes and a quivering white beard, protested. The sea train has commenced operations, and 4 lines have been completed. I have fulfilled my agreement with the government. From now on, I can build ships in peace and watch my apprentices set sail one by one. Is such a mundane life not something I can possess? Tom, you idiot, why won't you heed my counsel? Hosh's eyebrows furrowed in frustration, his face darkening like a storm cloud. That is because my elder brother always issues orders so stubbornly. Tom shouted back. Shauna was the same. Was the same. Always claiming this is for your own good. And what has it led to? You are nothing but a complete failure. Damn it. Hosh seized Tom by the collar, raising his fist. Yet, gazing at the chubby yet resolute face before him, Hosh found himself unable to strike. Please, let us not become overly agitated. Victor stood, brushing off dust, and calmly addressed Tom. Now that we have reached this point, whatever we say is unlikely to penetrate your defenses. However, unless something unforeseen occurs, CP5 will surely pay you a visit before the judicial ship arrives. Therefore, I implore you, Mr. Tom, to keep the blueprints of that item well hidden and safeguard those around you. CP5 is not easily dismissed. Mr. Hosh, let us take our leave. After finishing his words, Victor gently placed his black round hat upon his head and stepped out of the warehouse to greet others, leading his companions away from Tom's studio. Tom, at this moment, hoped he was mistaken. Hoshua loosened Tom's collar, his eyes filled with weariness and resignation, wishing for everything to be well. Having said that, he too exited Tom's studio. The inquisitive Iceberg and Frankie exchanged glances at the brick wall warehouse entrance. Just as they were about to speak, they were abruptly yanked away by Kokoro, who had seized one of Iceberg's ears. Inside the brick wall warehouse, silence reigned. The jovial, rotund fishman, who had never shown anger before, sat vacantly on a wooden barrel, his face etched with disappointment. Today marked the inaugural day of the 12-day mass carnival. An unending stream of tourists flooded the commercial street, rendering it impassable. Various outdoor vendors and mobile dining tables floated upon the water between the buildings. As the majority of festival mass tourists and residents traversed the waterways aboard the unique aquatic transport of Water City, the riding fish, Bluru. This creature, resembling a horse with its head protruding above the surface as it swam, would carry single or double cabin boats on its back, much like a land carriage transporting passengers for leisurely excursions. Aside from the Bluru, other forms of transportation within the city included the vicious-looking snail shark and the rare king Bluru. The snail shark, a large and fearsome creature akin to a shark, could accommodate numerous passengers as it glided across the water. The king Bluru, known for its impressive size comparable to that of large sea beasts, was robust enough to effortlessly tow houseboats or smaller vessels. The Shipwrights Guild in the city possessed one such king Bluru. In a narrow alley on the commercial street, Victor and his group deliberated their subsequent actions. I apologize, everyone. I never anticipated matters would evolve in this manner, Hoshua lamented, bowing his head in frustration. Though Tom is mild-mannered, he can become obstinately resolute once he sets his mind to something. He currently believes that I informed Victor about that matter, and I cannot persuade him otherwise for the time being. I too did not foresee Mr. Tom's reaction would be so extreme. Victor replied, shaking his head. We must shift from overt to covert, protecting them in the shadows. We have 15 days remaining, affording us some time to maneuver. Hoshua, take Perona and Dance Red to Umaiti Logistics to retrieve the Beagle. This is the shipping receipt. Once you have the ship, dock it on the western coast. Robin, you and Matthew go procure some items according to this list. As for me, I must meet someone alone, on the Grand Line. At Gugu Island, a deserted island inhabited by a colossal ancient avian species known as the Super Little Dove. Do not underestimate these creatures due to their seemingly whimsical name. They are ferocious, bloodthirsty beasts, sometimes engaging in organized attacks against nearby vessels. They pierce the sails to hinder swift escapes, then each dive takes a crew member, soaring into the sky to tear them apart. Consequently, any ship or pirate crew with a modicum of sense strives to avoid this island and its surrounding waters. Today, however, the Super Little Dove found itself in dire straits. Move quickly. The Admiral has a penchant for this bird's meat. Capture 50 more to cure for later use. A middle-aged man, bespectacled and armed with a long blade at his waist, stood atop a hill, loudly directing the bustling pirates in their hunt for the fleeing Super Little Dove. He was none other than Salt Flow, King Gustav Elleman's right-hand man, Nail Pink, with a bounty of 98 million berries. In the sky, a scarred and particularly fierce Super Little Dove emitted a menacing caw as it dove swiftly towards Pink. Believing this commanding figure must be the leader of the band, and that eliminating him would safeguard its kin. Caution, Captain Pink, the surrounding pirates exclaimed, alarmed at the sight. Bravery without strategy amounts to folly. It is merely a beast, yet such courage is commendable, Pink mused, raising his gaze to the approaching giant bird. Drawing his long blade, he pointed its tip at the dove's forehead and thrust forward with force. Nail gun. Bang. The invisible projectile pierced through the dove's serrated beak, its vicious head, and its corpulent body, without a sound of lament. The colossal bird crashed to the ground, rolling twice before lying motionless, its mangled corpse oozing blood, occasionally twitching. What are you dawdling for? Capture 49 more. Roast this one for tonight's feast. Pink sheared his blade, adjusted his glasses, and impatiently scolded the pirates below. Yes. The pirates promptly designated 4 individuals to laboriously carry the giant bird's carcass toward a nearby open-air temporary kitchen on the southern coast of Gugu Island. Aboard the flagship Sea Salt of Gustav's fleet, a cacophony of ringing emanated from the profound neckline of a voluptuous silver-haired, dark-skinned woman. She retrieved a small transponder snail and lazily called out to Gustav, who lounged on a deck chair enjoying a massage from a beautiful woman. Admiral, The transponder snail from Nail Cutter is ringing. Will you answer? Gustav, dressed in casual vacation attire, nonchalantly picked his nose with his pinky. Huh? That scoundrel? No, I want to answer. That fool is surely lost on this island. Ha ha ha. Let him wander a few more days. At that moment, an amplified roar echoed from the distant sea. Gustav Elleman, you bastard. Are you deliberately ignoring my calls? Emerging from the mist was a shadowy figure, leading a menacing pirate ship adorned with spikes, followed by a formidable fleet of over a dozen pirate vessels. I have brought 12 pirate crews as agreed, with bounties starting at 36 million, and the highest being Tiger Shark Wislam, with a bounty of 89 million. The total bounty for all 12 pirate captains is 890 million berries. On the deck of the Sea Salt, Nail Cutter Wugai faced off against Salt Flow King Gustav Elleman. And what about you? Your prideful Gustav fleet has not only diminished but lost 4 ships. Are you mocking me? Wugai, we were pursued relentlessly by the Navy, led by that rabid dog. Losing only 4 ships is quite fortunate, explained the sultry silver-haired beauty standing beside Gustav. Huh, I am speaking to your captain. You have no place in this conversation. Wugai's black lips curled into a grin, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Oh, Poppy Flower Gully, with a bounty of 88 million, you truly are fiery beauty. Care to join my crew as first mate? He scrutinized Gully from head to toe, his gaze lingering on her more sensitive areas. Wugai, do you seek death? As each word was met with scrutiny, the king of Salt Flow, Gustav, stood protectively in front of Guri, his eyes glimmering ominously. White crystals began to materialize around him. The slashing thought blade, Wugai, had yet to utter a word, yet the 12 pirate captains behind him had already drawn their weapons, glaring intently at the king of Salt Flow. Slash, flash, flash. Wugai cackled, raising his elongated arms to dismiss their weapons. Warning, let us not give some fool the chance to claim we lack decorum. Guri gently embraced Gustav from behind, soothing him as the tense atmosphere began to dissipate. Is that it? I find myself pondering whom I would assist if a battle were to erupt. A taunting voice echoed from the mast of the Sea Salt. Night Owl, must you always make your entrance from the mast? Gustav growled. It's not as if traveling by ship is slower. The Night Owl, Hannibal, leisurely cleaned his long-barreled gun while perched on the mast's beam. Wugai smirked. If I were to clash with this porcupine-headed fool, you would undoubtedly reap the benefits, wouldn't you? Such a little rascal. Enough with the banter. Gustav waved his hand impatiently, declaring, the communication from that wild girl was finally established yesterday. She has dispatched Black Gear Jig and is heading our way. Fiery Skyleg Lakosna? Wugai licked his lips, intrigued. She has quite the enchanting beauty. Wasn't she absent from the last gathering? How did she come to contact us again? Could it be a trap? Having dealt with her for a considerable time, I know her quite well. Gustav chuckled, though she has a wild streak. She is not the type to employ deceit. Hence, we must not bully such a fine girl. Once the battle concludes, Lakosna shall be yours, in lieu of my debt of 100 million berries. Agreed. Wugai rubbed his hands together with a wicked grin. If you've finished discussing the spoils. Hannibal interjected impatiently from atop the mast. Shall we commence our discussion on the battle strategy? Gustav chuckled. Fear not, little owl. I command the Gustav fleet, comprising 21 pirate ships, including notable talents like Nail Pink, Poppy Guri, and Big Headphones Moye. Wugai has organized a temporary pirate alliance of 12 renowned pirate crews, their strength nearly equivalent to a naval branch fleet. As for you, my friend, you are the ace of our surprise attack. The Mad Dog has already been lured by Wugai to Windmill City. It will take him at least 20 days to return. The nearest navy is stationed at G3, and they were nearly decimated in our last encounter. Even if given another 6 months, they could not muster sufficient strength, meaning we are currently in a position of absolute safety to act as we please. Our target is the Fierce Chain crew, currently in Water 7, alongside the impending arrival of Moonlight Moria. Should the Fierce Chain set sail early, we will annihilate them at sea before storming the island to eliminate Moonlight Moria. If they remain, even better. We can eradicate them in Water 7 and plunder the city to our delight. However, remember, our primary target is Moonlight Moria. The Fierce Chain is merely collateral. Moreover, it is rumored that a judicial ship will arrive in Water 7 in 15 days to pass judgment on criminals. If we can eliminate both the judicial ship and its occupants, we will demonstrate our strength and resolve to the world government and navy. This is an essential component of our deterrence against the world government. Thus, the operation is scheduled for 15 days hence, and shall be named Eclipse. The 12-day masked carnival has officially concluded. This year's festivities were particularly lively. Tourists reveled joyously while residents profited abundantly, resulting in widespread cheer. With only 3 days remaining until the arrival of the judicial ship, in Tom's workshop at the open shipyard, the apprentice Iceberg paused his work. Worry etched on his face as he addressed Tom. Mr. Tom, perhaps it is time to reconcile with Mr. Hosh? Tom, busy at a nearby table revising blueprints, scratched his head upon hearing this. I'm uncertain if Brother Hosh is even on the island. After the judicial ship's verdict, I will write to him. At that moment, several unexpected guests entered the open shipyard. The leader, a man with dark circles under his eyes and a large grin, approached Tom. Hello. You must be the shipwright, Mr. Tom. We've been searching for you. I need to discuss something with you. Before he could finish his sentence, a cannonball plummeted from above, landing beside him and sending him soaring into the air with its explosion. Oh dear, my apologies. I don't know who you are. But congratulations on being struck by a cannonball. A blue-haired man dressed in nothing but swim trunks and a beach shirt struck a flamboyant pose, laughing boisterously. Wow. Super. Battle God Frankie number 35 has returned victorious. I've vanquished a Sea King. He boasted of his fully equipped small warship and the immense Sea King he had captured. Look at this. Isn't it enormous? 100 meters long. The obstinate iceberg fumed, seizing a large hammer, and began to pound Battle God Frankie number 35, shouting, "How many times must I tell you? You're still constructing those wretched warships. If you refuse to take action, I will dispose of them all today." Frankie, taken aback, attempted to stop Iceberg, only to be seized by the collar. Listen here, Frankie. You've defeated a Sea King, which indicates the immense power of these weapons. How can you so brazenly leave dozens of ships with such destructive capability lying here? What on earth were you thinking? I didn't intend them for attacking. That is beside the point. I am holding you accountable for the existence of these weapons. Fool. Iceberg then turned to Tom, who was laughing heartily. Mr. Tom, you should reprimand him too. This guy is a disgrace to our company. Wait a moment. The unfortunate man struck by the cannonball finally stood up, a large bump on his head from the impact, though his resilience was evident. Please wait. I hope you will apologize to me before I finish speaking. Seeing the distinctive white suit, Tom initially assumed these individuals were government officials sent to announce judgments. However, recalling Victor and Hash's warnings before their departure, he remained silent. I am Spandam, the chief of the government's intelligence agency, CP5. I wish to speak with you privately. Very well. Let us proceed to the brick wall warehouse. It's quieter there. Under the bridge, in the brick wall warehouse. Spandam wasted no time. The government has learned that you possess something of interest. Spandam, brimming with arrogance, sauntered before Tom, smirking. You have the design blueprints for the ancient weapons, don't you? Hand them over. Ha. I have no idea what you're talking about. I certainly do not possess such a thing. Tom chuckled heartily, yet his heart felt as cold as ice. Did the government truly have prior knowledge? Or was it a trap deliberately set by that young warlord? Do not attempt to deceive me. Spandam, in a fit of rage, leaped onto a barrel and seized Tom by the collar, shouting, We have thoroughly searched Water 7. A mere inquiry here will immediately yield that item. Ha ha ha. What authority do you possess to search me? Tom replied nonchalantly with a laugh. Of course I do. I am well aware of your heinous crime of constructing ships for Pirate King Roger. Spandam boasted, pointing a finger at Tom. As long as you are a criminal, I can deal with you as I please. Is that so? Yet the government has been aware of this matter for quite some time, Tom said, blinking his round eyes innocently. What? Nonsense. Then why have you not been apprehended and continue to leisurely build ships here? Since you are an intelligence officer, why not investigate it yourself? Farewell. With that, Tom unceremoniously tossed Spandam out of the brick-walled warehouse, having grown weary of conversing with the fool. Spandam cursed outside for a while, but upon realizing the door would not budge, he had no choice but to leave with his fellow CP5 subordinates. In the center of town, at the Fisherman Tavern, an elderly tavern keeper leisurely polished glasses while responding to Spandam's inquiries. Ah, Tom, you say? He has completed his agreement with the judicial ship. By the trial in 3 days, his crime should be expunged. The remarkable Tom is indeed a man among men. How could he remain unscathed while being associated with Roger? What a joke. After leaving the tavern, Spandam was furious, cursing loudly as several CP5 members timidly echoed his sentiments. This mission had required him to leverage connections from his father's side to secure a rare audience with the 5 elders. Within that illustrious palace, Spandam exhausted his eloquence, painting a glorious future for the world government, one that wielded the ancient weapons. It seemed the 5 elders were indeed swayed by his words. Yet acquiring the blueprints was the key. This was both a test and an opportunity. If he could secure that item, he would rise swiftly through the ranks, potentially becoming the commander of CP9. He would no longer have to endure the insubordination of unruly subordinates like rainy guest Blakemore. Thinking of Blakemore made Spandam's head throb. That man had infiltrated Water 7 alongside little evil beast Seiko, claiming to pave the way for CP5's upcoming operations. Days passed without any communication, until the eve of the masked carnival when a CP5 officer discovered the corpses of Revolutionary Army officer Sabbath Borbo and another revolutionary in a narrow alley. The examination of their wounds confirmed they were the work of Blakemore. It should have been a cause for celebration. However, the discovery of a third body in the same alley was dire news. It was the corpse of little evil beast Seiko. From the scene, it was surmised that Blakemore and Seiko had cornered Borbo and the revolutionary. Blakemore unleashed his fruit powers, brutally slaughtering the 2 revolutionaries. For reasons unknown, a conflict ensued between him and Seiko, who, in his attempt to escape using moonwalk, was slain by Blakemore's pinpoint attack from above. Subsequently, Blakemore hastily fled the scene. A thorough investigation ruled out the presence of a 5th person, as no extraneous footprints were found. In summary, Blakemore inexplicably went on the run, while Seiko perished. Even the elimination of the notorious Sabbath Borbo could not bring Spandam joy. He dared not report the incident, fearing that his notoriously poor relationship with Blakemore would lead to suspicion of his role in the latter's escape. He vividly recalled the fate of that unfortunate observer Colonel Crone from months prior. He had no desire to share the same fate of being cast out to the seas, never to return to the Grand Line. As long as this mission was completed, even the gravest of errors could be mitigated. The intelligence we painstakingly uncovered must not be squandered. Spandam wore a sinister expression. To think he could erase the crime of constructing ships for Roger? Dream on. He turned to his CP-5 subordinates and commanded, "Hey, bring in 5 more intelligence officers." Yes. 3 days later, Water 7 basked in a splendid day. With clouds elegantly framing the azure sky, the judicial ship has arrived. It is time to announce the verdict for Mr. Tom. On the seaside, keen-eyed residents spotted the judicial ship preparing to dock. The imposing vessel, a mobile court of law, was accompanied by numerous Navy guards. Residents streamed into the courtroom aboard the ship, while a silver-haired old judge cheerfully adjusted his attire. Beside him stood a Navy lieutenant commanding the guards, who asked with a smile, "Your Honor, have you visited the sea train?" The old judge was indeed the same one who had sentenced Tom to 10 years of probation 14 years ago. And it was he who would announce the final verdict once again. He chuckled, "I have ridden it once." He has indeed turned that into reality. His acquittal should leave no room for dissent. With 30 minutes remaining before the trial began, behind the colossal rocky cliffs not far from the judicial ship lay 35 small warships, each fully armed and emblazoned with the name Battle Frankie. These were the beloved vessels of Tom's second disciple, Cutty Flam, the Battle Frankie series. Each ship concealed an intelligence officer clad in black diving gear. Under Spandam's orders, preparing to launch an assault on the judicial ship in 10 minutes before diving away, leaving Tom and his 2 incompetent apprentices with no defense. As Spandam had told them, this was a trivial price to pay for justice. Tom and his apprentices should gladly accept it. Meanwhile, at the edge of Water 7's waters, over 30 massive pirate ships had gathered. The overwhelming ferocity of this pirate alliance could easily conquer any nation or naval base. Standing at the helm of the flagship Sea Salt, King of Salt Gustav Elleman checked his pocket watch, then revealed a sinister grin. "My dear comrades, and my beloved allies, the time has come. Today Water 7 shall meet its doom. Set sail." At the dock near the judicial ship, Tom was dressed unusually formally, though his stature rendered even formal attire somewhat ineffective. Iceberg rummaged through his belongings to find a clean outfit, while Frankie sported a new pair of cropped pants. They awaited the arrival of Navy soldiers to escort Tom inside. With 20 minutes remaining until the trial, some tavern owners familiar with Tom shouted from the gathered crowd, "Mr. Tom, shall we share a drink after the trial?" "Ha ha ha. I shall certainly go, definitely go." Tom laughed heartily. Iceberg and Frankie exchanged glances, sharing smiles as well. As disciples, they naturally wished for their master's happiness. Despite Tom's outstanding contributions to Water 7, many residents still distanced themselves from and suspected him merely because he was a fishman. Hurtful words were not uncommon. The two were aware that, although Tom never spoke of it and always wore a smile, he must have felt disheartened. On a distant high-rise, Spandam, peering through binoculars at the trio on the coastal pier, sneered, "Shipwright Tom, enjoy your laughter while it lasts. In a few minutes, you'll taste despair." He questioned, "Haven't they set off yet?" A CP-5 member behind Spandam replied softly, "Sir, they've already departed. They should reach the vicinity in about 2 minutes." "Excellent. I've instructed them to open fire directly on the judiciary ship upon arrival. Casualties are irrelevant. Then, obliterate that imbecilic fishman on the shore and his 2 apprentices. Disrespect towards me is disrespect towards the world government. Am I understood?" "Precisely," the CP-5 member responded, hands clasped behind their back, with unwavering resolve. At that moment, some residents exclaimed with a mixture of bewilderment and terror, What is that? A fleet. Tremble, fear, and loathe Shipwright Tom. After all, this is the ship crafted by his precious apprentice." Spandam's sneer froze on his face as he lowered his binoculars. Dozens of colossal pirate ships appeared on the distant sea, advancing in orderly formation like a unified fleet. The flagship at the forefront bore a skull emblem with 3 iron plates on its chin. Saltstream King. It's Gustav's Armada. Some residents recognized the faction represented by the flag and cried out in despair, "Gustav's Armada." Spandam's legs weakened with terror. This was not part of his plan. He then discovered, to his horror, that the pirate fleet far exceeded the number of ships in Gustav's Armada according to intelligence. Wait, is that the Tiger Shark Pirates flag? And the White Sox Pirates, the Pippen Pirates, the Hound Pirates? Nearly a third of the notorious pirates from the first half of the Grand Line are here? Are they here to hunt me, a CP-5 commander? Spandam dropped the binoculars, turned in panic, grabbed the CP-5 member's collar, and roared, "Quick, get me out of here. Sir, our ships are all docked near the harbor, within their firing range." The CP-5 member's legs also trembled with fear. A pirate coalition of this scale required the Navy headquarters to deploy a fleet to counter it. Their small CP-5 contingent was barely enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Which is the nearest naval base? Notify them immediately. Tell them a world noble is besieged by pirates. Spandam suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The nearest is G3 base, which was almost annihilated in the Mocktown incident half a month ago. The CP5 members' face fell in despair. The culprit was none other than Saltstream King and his crew. They planned everything. Spandam released the CP5 member's collar and collapsed to the ground. It was premeditated. We're doomed. Water 7 is utterly doomed. On the pier, Tom frowned, gazing at the pirate fleet approaching Water 7, and said gravely, "Iceberg, Frankie, quickly return to the workshop and find Kokoro. Take her to a safe place. Mr. Tom, what about you? Don't do anything reckless." Iceberg knew his master well and had a premonition of what Tom intended to do. I can't stand by and watch Water 7 be destroyed like this." Tom clenched his fists. "Save whoever you can. You two, hurry. Take Kokoro to the cellar in the workshop. Iceberg, you go?" Frankie, sweating profusely, smiled through gritted teeth. "I'll stay and help Mr. Tom. There's no time to retrieve my battle, Frankie, but I can still fight." "You idiot." Iceberg was about to retort when he suddenly paused. "Is that your junk ship?" Tom and Frankie turned in surprise and saw Frankie's beloved 35 Battle Frankie battleships approaching the Judiciary ship from the other side of the sea. On board, CP5 operatives in black wetsuits crouched, steering the ships and trying to avoid detection. However, they were soon unable to indulge in the ideals of justice instilled in them by Spandam, as they spotted the pirate fleet in the distance. "What the?" The operatives stared in disbelief at the pirate fleet, which far outnumbered their own. They exchanged apprehensive glances and whispered, "Abort the mission? Let's not provoke these pirates and turn back to Scrap Island." However, the rudder suddenly became unresponsive. The ship's ropes, like awakened pythons, silently slithered towards the operatives' feet. On a watchtower on the pier, Victor, clad in a black cloak and wearing a black felt hat, held his right palm upwards, fingers slightly spread, and pointed remotely at the Battle Frankie fleet, which was motionless on the sea. Metal zipper, 5-string biwa, puppet ballad, countless invisible zippers seemed to emanate from his fingertips, controlling the 35 Battle Frankie battleships like puppets. Zashiki dance. The Battle Frankie battleships seemed to pulse with vibrant metallic life, each rope like a merciless python, wrapping around and crushing the operatives. The Battle Frankie fleet suddenly changed course, heading towards the pirate fleet, simultaneously from angles unseen by those on the shore. Each ship quietly cast off a corpse in a black wetsuit. Their cause of death was invariably the same. Every bone in their body, especially the neck bones, was crushed by the thick ropes. That perverted Frankie's dangerous battleships are engaging the pirate fleet, or are they surrendering? The despairing residents could do nothing but seek confirmation from Tom and his disciples on the shore. Tom and Iceberg quickly deduced the key point. The government had previously stolen Frankie's battleships to attack the Judiciary ship and frame Tom. However, why had they changed their minds? The two masters looked bewildered, while Frankie looked as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. "Well done, Frankie." At that moment, a huge webbed hand patted Frankie's shoulder. The latter looked up and saw Hasetsu, wearing a black yukata with lightning patterns. "Brother Hasetsu." Tom didn't know what to say. Hasetsu smiled, and then said loudly, "Tom, as per your request, we deployed Frankie's battleships nearby in advance to protect the Judiciary ship. Sure enough, those damn pirates targeted the Judiciary ship. Moreover, given the habits of Gustav's armada, they will not spare this island. We must fight. Otherwise, we will face a miserable death." The surrounding residents suddenly realized the truth. So, Mr. Tom had the foresight to have his disciple Frankie build these dangerous battleships to protect Water 7? They had misunderstood them before. "Mr. Hasetsu, there are too many enemies. The island doesn't have much defense force. We can't withstand them." The Iceberg could not help but retort, "Rest assured, the number of people is of no significance to us." The cold smile of the snowstorm revealed her chilling demeanor. "What is the situation with those ships? Seeking death?" Standing beside Salt Flow King Gustav, the poppy flower Guri questioned. "Could they be the militia from Water 7? Whoever they are," Salt Flow King Gustav nonchalantly licked his ice cream and remarked, "Let us eliminate them swiftly and continue our journey. Such sluggishness lacks any imposing presence. Commander S orders. All artillery prepare. Signal the 3rd ship to the 11th for fire coverage." Nail Pink immediately commanded the other pirates, "Ready. Fire." Simultaneously, the fleet of the war god Frankie opened fire. The firepower capable of defeating Sea Kings was certainly not inferior to that of ordinary pirate ships. The fierce bombardment caught the pirate alliance completely off guard. On the shore, the residents and navy could only place their hopes on Frankie's fleet. However, while wishes are beautiful, reality is often cruel. The fleet of the war god Frankie consisted of ultra-small single-man warships, no matter how fierce their firepower. It could not surpass the heavily armed pirate ships that measured dozens to hundreds of meters. Soon, these single-man warships were shattered by the intense artillery fire, causing explosions to resonate across the sea. What a terrifying display of firepower. On the dock, even the Navy soldiers knelt in despair. "Ha ha ha. Do you see? This is the Gustav fleet that I take pride in. The invincible Gustav fleet." Salt Flow King Gustav let out a boisterous laugh, pulling the silver-haired, dark-skinned beauty Giri close, his hands playfully caressing her, eliciting a series of playful protests. At that moment, Tiny snowflakes began to fall from the sky. No clouds. Where do the snowflakes come from? Nailpink curiously reached out to catch a snowflake, only to realize it was not snow at all, but a soft mass of mycelium. Not good. Commander, it's an ability user. Meanwhile, atop a rooftop platform at the dock, Matthew, with his headscarf tied tightly, closed his eyes and, drenched in sweat, extended his arms forward, his hands slightly clenched. The dancer's red princess and Perona stood beside him, maintaining a protective stance. In the lookout tower, Victor, having ceased maneuvering the warship, stood with his hands in his pockets, leisurely muttering to himself, load the specially designed heat-resistant spore mycelium into those single-man warships, and have the CP-5 bring the ships from Scrap Island to my vicinity. I will then take control and position these ships to face the enemy. Naturally, the enemy will use fierce artillery to obliterate these vessels. The violent explosive force will launch the specially designed spores into the sky, creating a fungal rain. Although Matthew has only recently consumed the mushroom fruit and cannot manipulate the spores to fly directly from the shore to the distant enemy ships, he can still induce the growth of the spores in the distance. As the snowflake-like spore mycelium landed on the decks of the pirate fleet, it quickly rolled into the gaps and, under Matthew's control, grew rapidly. Accompanied by the creaking sound of splintering wood, clusters of mycelium sprouted on numerous pirate ships, with many cannon mouths firmly blocked by the mycelium balls. As the sails were also affected by the mycelium, more and more pirate ships slowed down until they fell behind. Yet, this was not the most troublesome issue. Because these fungal rains were small, some careless pirates inadvertently inhaled the spores through their nostrils and mouths, leading to utter disaster. Damn it! What kind of ability is this? Saltflow King roared in anger, his body emanating specks of white particles before transforming into a massive tide of salt, washing through his flagship, the sea salt, cleansing it of the majority of the mycelium. He then repeated the process on several nearby ships of Gustav's fleet. However, he was powerless to assist those ships that had fallen behind. In the end, only 19 pirate ships managed to escape the coverage of the fungal rain, yet even so, many cannons on the surviving vessels were temporarily inoperable. Most of the capable officers and pirate captains had managed to escape to unaffected ships. A stroke of luck amidst the misfortune for Saltflow King and his crew. Without even formally engaging, they had already suffered a loss of 13 combat units. For Saltflow King Gustav, this was an unprecedented humiliation since setting sail. Relay my orders. Everyone prepared to disembark, and leave no one alive. Kill them all. Gustav's eyes turned crimson as he issued the brutal city slaughter order. Whoever is causing this trouble, I want them all dead. On the lookout tower, Victor, with hands in pockets, observed the approaching pirate fleet with a slight smile. Come on, Pirate Alliance, let me see what you're made of. The dark mass of the pirate fleet remained imposing, mere minutes away from the shore. The old judge on the Justice ship had already been escorted to the land, preventing the ship from being trapped by cannon fire. The naval lieutenant, with a wry smile, looked at the old judge. I fear we cannot protect you this time. The old judge stroked his graying beard and smiled. No matter. You are the Navy, go do what you must. The naval lieutenant nodded, then drew his sword, taking a deep breath as he bellowed to the dispirited Navy soldiers around him. Get up. Do not forget our identity. We are the Navy. We must protect the safety of civilians. Draw your weapons. Everyone prepare to face the enemy. The soldiers wiped away their tears of fear, drawing their swords and firearms, letting out meaningless roars. Please do not blame their current lack of discipline. Finding courage also requires bravery. We're here to help. Tom brandished a shipbuilding hammer, while the iceberg carried a firearm. Kokoro, initially worried for them, secretly blended into the crowd and, upon discovering the pirates' intent to attack the island, immediately ran to the nearest shipyard to borrow some weapons to hand to Tom and the others. Tom, don't be reckless. Accompanied by the tap, tap, tap of wooden clogs, the imposing snowstorm, draped in a black bathrobe and dark blue cloak, approached Tom with a long pipe, exhaling a cloud of thick smoke. You've never learned fishman karate. What can you accomplish with sheer brute strength? Brother Snowstorm, I have spent a full 40 years in Water 7. Tom gazed earnestly at Snowstorm. It has become my second home. I will never stand idly by and watch it be destroyed by a mere band of scoundrels. Even if I cannot wield fishman karate, I can swing a hammer, operate cannons, and at the very least, I have these fists. And you will certainly help me, right? Snowstorm's eyes widened slightly at Tom's determination. Then he chuckled softly. I've never been able to resist you since you were young. However, I am not the only one who will assist. With that, he cast his gaze into the distance, following his line of sight. Not only Tom and his companions, but also the naval soldiers and residents turned their attention toward the lookout tower by the coast. There, a figure clad in a black cloak and wearing a black felt hat was strolling leisurely toward them. That was the man who had defeated Warlord of the Sea Gecko Moria, the madman from the West Sea, Death Chain Mafia Victor. Among the crowd, several young women recognized Victor's identity. The onlookers gazed at him with eager anticipation, instinctively parting to create a spacious path leading towards the naval officers and Tom. Are you the infamous Victor of the Mafia? The naval commander inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. I have seen reports about you in the world press. May I ask what brings you here? Victor removed his hat and nodded slightly. Since there are companions among us with significant ties to this place, I cannot remain passive. The task of confronting our foes shall be entrusted to us. While I kindly ask for your assistance in evacuating the civilians, once the battle commences, it will undoubtedly affect the entire coastal dock. This area is exceedingly perilous. Understood. Marines, proceed with the evacuation of the civilians. I shall remain here to assist you all, the naval commander instructed his subordinates. He then extended his right hand towards Victor. In this moment of crisis, I am immensely grateful that you are willing to step forward. I am Lamberton, a commander from the naval headquarters. Victor smiled. Shaking Lambert's hand, Mafia Victor, consider me the proprietor of a small trading company in the West Sea. Brother, the little cook is hidden. A charming, girlish voice echoed from above. Perona descended from the sky, twirling a parasol, gracefully hovering beside Victor. Is he all right? Victor smiled gently. He's fine, just exhausted. Perona spun her parasol. Little Wu escorted him to safety. They're here, Victor. Hal handed his pipe to Iceberg, then stretched his shoulders, gazing at the pirate fleet. A mere 300 meters from the shore, Victor's smile turned icy. Then let's give them a lesson they'll never forget. Hal grinned, taking the high platform in a few bounds before diving into the sea, creating a graceful arc accompanied by joyful laughter. Perona soared into the sky. A multitude of spherical ghosts materializing around her. Mr. Lombard, please take care. A blue-veined longsword materialized in Victor's palm. He grasped the hilt, and the blade shattered, revealing the metal chain within. With a soft cry, Victor swung the whirring chainsword, aiming it at the pirate fleet's flagship. A burst of wild laughter erupted from the deck of the pirate ship, followed by a surge of white that coalesced into a massive salt axe, slamming into the oncoming chain blade. Sparks flew. With an ear-splitting screech, the enormous salt axe cleaved the chain blade in two. The axe itself, unable to withstand the force, crumbled into sand, only to reform into a human shape. The spinning half-blade embedded itself in the pier's floor to break clean. Standing at the ship's prow, Saltstream King Gustav brushed off dust, a cruel grin twisting his lips as he eyed Victor on the platform. Your chain's too brittle, zipper brat. Such impoliteness, Mr. Gustav. Victor nonchalantly returned the remaining half of Rygo into the zipper space in his palm. I wonder if you'll still be so glib once I've twisted off all your limbs. Gustav gestured. All of you charge. Slaughter them all. He transformed into a salt stream, surging toward the shore. Ships approached the pier, and the first wave of officers and pirates leaped into the sea with savage cries, ready to swim ashore and begin the massacre. But as they plunged into the water, the placid surface erupted into a raging torrent, as if a ferocious sea beast had opened its jaws in the depths. Water-style, raging torrent, whale-burdening barrage. The surging waters coalesced into an immense long-horned whale, hurtling skyward. Engulfing the pirates already crushed into bloody pulp, it slammed into the approaching pirate ships. Bang! The colossal whale, composed of seawater, shattered an entire pirate ship, sending countless bodies twisting grotesquely through the air. Some screamed in agony. Others were silent, pulverized by the whale. Fishmen. Masters of fishman karate. Poppy Gully frantically warned the surrounding ships. This is beyond mastery. Nails Pinky muttered, sweat trickling down his brow. Only a Shichibukai-like Jinbi could achieve this level. The pirates desperately grabbed their muskets, firing wildly into the sea. But this only hastened their demise. The sea churned into violent whirlpools, unleashing countless minute but devastating water bullets. Their target, the pirates on the ships. Gunwave, evening mist. Each water bullet struck with the force of a musket ball. A single volley decimated the gun-wielding pirates. Nails Pinky drew his longsword, squinting as he aimed before unleashing a thrust at the sea. Nail gun, forged nail. An invisible shockwave sped into the water, followed by a spreading cloud of blood. Got him. Nails Pinky grinned, about to boast to Poppy Gully, when darkness consumed him. From Gully's perspective, Nails Pinky, having fired his nail gun, turned, only to have his head obliterated by a waterspout as thick as a bowl, erupting from the sea. Fragments of his glasses and brain matter splattered across the deck. Then, a massive figure leaped from the sea, landing deftly on a distant pirate ship. It was Howl, soaked but unharmed, clutching the shattered remains of a pirate. He grinned at Gully, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Is it cheating to shout the technique name a few seconds late, little girl? That level of fishman karate. Gully trembled under Howl's gaze, as helpless as a human facing an ancient behemoth. Who are you? In the distance, a pirate ship was smashed by a colossal ghost, triggering explosions in the gunpowder stores. A chain of detonations erupted, resembling fireworks. Oh, little miss is getting serious. I can't slack off either. Howl glanced at the sky, dodging a long sword from the side. Gully, what are you waiting for? A long-haired man with full coverage headphones yelled, brandishing a sword. He's not like Knight of the Sea Jinbi. He's a rare specialist in gun wave-ranged fishman karate. We need to close in. Gully steeled herself, drawing 2 silver daggers from her thigh holsters, using Moonstep to reach the headphone-wearing man. Moyer, Plan B. Headphones. Moyer nodded. Finish him quickly, and let's assist the Admiral ashore. Plan B. Moyer would engage the enemy head-on while Gully attacked from the rear. Poppy Gully was skilled in poisons, her daggers coated with a lethal toxin. The fishman was clearly a master of ranged gun wave attacks. He wouldn't last long in close combat. How lie the two wary youths, casually tossing the corpse of the pirate. Go. Headphones Moira roared, cleaving the corpse, only to see the massive fishman casually gripping Gully's head, lifting her like a chicken. Gully, feeling her skull compress, panicked, flailing her daggers. Unable to pierce Hal's dark, metallic skin, leaving only sparks. Spare me. I'll do anything. Moira, help me. Admiral. Admiral. With an increasing grip of power. The webbed hand clasping Gully's head felt as if it would shatter her skull at any moment. She discarded her twin daggers, relentlessly striking at the massive hand that held her captive, emitting terrified and desperate screams akin to those of the innocent girls she had mercilessly slaughtered. Just as Big Ear Moyer was mustering the courage to advance with his blade, he was splattered with blood, leaving him momentarily stunned at the horrific scene unfolding before him. Before he succumbed to a wave of nausea, suspended in the air by the formidable Haoshua, Gully's silvery hair framed her delicate visage, now contorted into a grotesque mass. While her voluptuous form twitched uncontrollably in a macabre display, casually discarding Gully's lifeless body aside, Haoshua's blood-streaked face took on an eerie countenance, his eyes transforming into congested vertical slits. His voice, deep and menacing, resonated like a beast from the depths of hell. What? I had thought you worthless scum had resigned yourselves to your demise, yet you turn out to be nothing more than a bunch of children playing pirates at home. I will kill you. Moyer, once entangled with Gully, was now consumed by youthful fervor. Seeing his idol's tragic fate, spurred on by Haoshua's taunts, he momentarily forgot his fear and charged forth with his long blade raised high. How pathetic, full of flaws, Haoshua scoffed. Where did you learn such nonsensical swordplay? Very well. Since you believe me to be a fishman martial artist specializing in gun wave, allow me to demonstrate, and you shall pay with your life for the spectacle. As the towering figure of Moyer approached, brandishing his long knife, Haoshua assumed a solid stance, spreading his legs wide in a firm horse stance. With his right palm enveloped in a sphere of water at his waist, and his left palm elevated to eye level, he summoned the entirety of his strength and unleashed his attack. Overbearing Thai drum, Haoshua's water-enshrouded palm struck Moyer's forehead with devastating force, freezing him in place. As if time had paused, the pirate ship began to tremble and splinter around him, accompanied by a peculiar and thunderous drumbeat. A visible shockwave emanated from the crumbling Moyer, rippling outward with ferocity. First, the ship beneath their feet quaked, followed by the surface of the sea, and then the surrounding pirate vessels. All ships and pirates within the reach of this violent tremor were twisted and torn apart. 5 colossal pirate ships for commanders, and 670 pirates, all perished beneath the weight of this unparalleled and terrifying technique, leaping from the shattered remnants of the pirate ship into the sea. Haoshua swam with the speed of a barracuda towards the remaining pirate vessels, commencing a terrifying hunt. Haoshua, known as Sea King, belonged to the ancient species of the fishman race, specifically the great white shark variety. The sight of blood unveiled his savage nature. Metal zipper, dream weaver. From the tips of Victor's fingers, slender zippers intertwined to form a web, each junction giving rise to new razor-sharp chains. The humming chain blades wove an impenetrable net, ensuring that any pirate daring to approach would meet a gruesome end. Upon reaching the shore, the frenzied pirates surged toward the fleeing civilians, driven by the captain's command to exterminate them all. However, the young man adorned in a black suit atop the high platform, with golden hair, seemed unlikely to let them pass so easily. The lethal net he had crafted became an insurmountable barrier. The scattered remains of those who dared to breach it served as grim warnings to the surviving pirates. Quit dawdling. Continue the charge. Just as the pirates exchanged uncertain glances, a thick mist of salt surged from behind them, coalescing into 3 colossal, pointed salt spires that shot forth towards the metallic net with tremendous force. Salt tide, denial pillar. The immense salt spires collided violently with Victor's metal net, creating a massive rupture. Sparks erupted from the torn chains, unable to regenerate, as if corroded by an insidious poison. Behold, with a single strike, I have annihilated 3 supersized naval warships. The captain's ultimate technique. The pirate minions erupted in exhilaration. This was the formidable power of the unrivaled natural salt fruit. Following the captain's lead, the prospect of being known as the Pirate King's underlings seemed within reach. On the platform, Victor raised an eyebrow, sensing that every metal zipper that had come into contact with the salt spires transformed, showing signs of impending death. It appeared that the saltification was indeed the metal's nemesis. Zipper brat, your devil fruit seems to be naturally countered by my salt fruit. The 3 salt spires shattered and reformed into the humanoid shape of Salt King Gustav, who stood on the dock, smugly stroking the 3 iron rivets on his chin. However, I am a magnanimous person. If you call off your men now, I can take it upon myself to incorporate you into my fleet. What say you? Apologies, Mr. Gustav. Victor adjusted his black felt hat, revealing a gentle smile. I am entirely disinterested. Oh, what a pity. Though he spoke regretfully, Gustav's expression betrayed no sorrow. His body began to turn pale, an overwhelming quantity of salt particles surging forth. Negotiations have collapsed. In that case, there shall be no complaints when I eliminate you. The dead speak not, and the vanquished remain silent. Victor smiled faintly. Though I am not a pirate, I understand the rules. Very well. Salt Tide, reverse King S-Crown axe. Gustav let out a maniacal laugh, clasping his hands together as an enormous, razor-sharp battle axe materialized from his wrists. The axe's design was wicked, with a handle resembling a curved spine and a serrated blade adorned with a twisted crown at its top. With a furious roar, Salt King Gustav swung the battle axe, slicing towards Victor with a violent whoosh. Victor cast aside his black cloak and the black felt hat atop his head, then grasped the renowned blade wind pearl, which had suddenly emerged from the zipper space in his palm. With his left hand, he swiftly glided his index and middle fingers along the blade's surface. Instantly, the blade transformed, revealing a beige resin zipper coating. Victor then gripped the sword with both hands and fiercely struck against the massive battle axe descending towards him. With a resounding bang, the moment the two weapons clashed, a profound and violent wave erupted, even causing the surrounding pirates to tumble to the ground. Such power was this lad born with extraordinary strength? Saltflow King mused in alarm, realizing that the zipper boy was effortlessly countering his full-force strike with nothing but a modest katana. What remarkable might! He swung the battle axe repeatedly at Victor. Yet each time, the latter expertly parried the blows. As the sharp friction filled the air, each clash of steel emitted a shower of fierce sparks. Yet Victor's expression remained unchanged, not a single bead of sweat gracing his brow, as if he had yet to exert his full potential. The confrontation intensified, and Victor swiftly gained the upper hand, skillfully maneuvering Wind Pearl to firmly suppress Saltflow King's reverse crown battle axe. The latter, drenched in sweat, cursed his misfortune at encountering such an anomaly. Suddenly, he swung the axe to create an opening and pursed his lips to emit a sharp, abrupt whistle. As Victor prepared to strike, his foot unexpectedly slipped, sending forth a shower of sparks that propelled him 3 to 4 meters to the side. Almost simultaneously, the floor beneath his original position suddenly crumbled, revealing an abyssal pit, while cracks snaked across the surface. Moments later, a faint gunshot echoed from the heavens. It was a sniper, high above the city of Seven Waters. At an altitude of no less than 2,000 meters, a colossal owl adorned with a loose messenger had soared through the frigid air. Its wingspan stretched an astonishing 4 meters, boasting 2 clusters of elongated ear tufts and piercing, menacing eyes. In its razor-sharp talons, it firmly grasped an unusually elongated firearm equipped with a scope. The recent shot was undoubtedly its doing. The night owl, Hannibal, a user of the animal-type bird fruit, in the form of an owl. With his exceptional vision, Hannibal quickly relocked onto Victor on the distant ground. Maintaining his flight posture, one talon clutched the gun's grip, while the other adjusted the barrel's angle with precision. Very well. Let us see how you evade this. Bang! The renowned firearm, Feathers of Thunder, roared once more, its bullet hurtling toward Victor's head. Yet, as if foreseeing the impending danger, Victor deftly dodged the descending projectile at the critical moment. However, with aerial support, King of Salt, Gustav, surged with renewed vigor, relentlessly clashing his battle axe against Victor. Heh, Victor, I concede your prowess. Yet, you stand no chance. Before his bounty was issued, Hannibal was the most renowned bounty hunter in paradise. With him as my ally, you won't even manage to flee. By the way, what I said earlier still stands. Have you reconsidered? Victor cleaved Gustav's battle axe with a single stroke, leaping back a few paces to deftly evade a sniper's shot from the heavens. Standing atop a high platform, he shouldered his renowned blade, Wind Pearl, and remarked with a mocking grin, I initially intended to draw out that slashing thought blade as well, but it seems he is not present. So, Mr. Gustav, it appears that Mr. Hannibal, high above, has completed his warm-up. The King of Salt Flow, Gustav, furrowed his brow, bewildered by the source of Victor's audacity. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. What exactly was wrong? In a moment of clarity, Gustav realized the unsettling truth. Where had the black cloak and hat, discarded by Mafia Victor earlier, vanished to? Noticed it, have you? Quite perceptive, Victor replied with a slight smile, raising his left hand, devoid of a weapon, and gently beckoning with his index finger. Too late. A sudden burst of flame illuminated the clouds above. Following this, an immense owl, shedding feathers, plummeted rapidly from the sky. Impossible. Is that the little girl? Gustav hastily turned to gaze at the sea, only to find Perona commanding a colossal specter, relentlessly dismantling pirate ships, entirely disengaged from the conflict at hand. You see, Mr. Gustav, this is the disadvantage brought about by the asymmetry of information, is it not? Victor did not seize the opportunity to ambush Saltflow King Gustav as he turned away. Instead, he stood his ground, brandishing his blade with a mocking smile as he gazed at the owl plummeting swiftly from the sky, softly uttering, You are doomed. On the southern bank of Water 7, at the Isle of Abandoned Ships, a massive pirate vessel adorned with sharp spikes approached the shore. There, a sleek, streamlined pirate ship with a colossal ram at its bow lay anchored. Soon, the two pirate ships docked side by side. Slashing thought blade Wugai made his way alone to the deck of the ship belonging to Fierce Sky Leglikosna. Fierce Sky Leglikosna, wrapped in bandages, was scrutinized by Wugai, who twisted his mustache, his narrow, sinister eyes glinting with intrigue as he remarked, You look quite battered, Slashing Blade. You must be the Slashing Thought Blade, correct? Such an unpleasant appearance you possess. Blood seeped from her right shoulder and legs, and she glanced around, puzzled, inquiring, "Where is Gustav? Has he not arrived?" "Oh, you mean our pirate coalition leader? He sent me to fetch you. Your subordinates appear to be in disarray, and Black Gearjudge is no easy opponent, is he? That fool of a giant." At the mention of Black Gearjudge, Lacosta's teeth ground together in frustration. He insisted on protecting that town. In our fight, things escalated. And I ended up kicking him to death, but I suffered his final, desperate counterattack and was gravely injured. Does that mean you can no longer fight? Wu Gai's manipulation of his mustache quickened, his eyes behind sunglasses filled with malevolence. That simply won't do. The final spoils cannot be shared with a slacker, wouldn't you agree? What do you propose? Lacosta crossed her arms, visibly annoyed. Simple. Just become my woman. Wu Gai exclaimed with excitement, breathing heavily. A beauty like you deserves my utmost care. Before he could finish his sentence, the deck beneath him was suddenly shattered by a powerful strike from below. A massive arm composed of iron gears slammed against the curved blade Wu Gai instinctively drew, creating a shower of sparks. Wu Gai gasped, leaping to the edge of the deck. His expression shifting as he stammered, "Black Gearjudge? Are you an idiot? That dimwit is about to be fooled by my performance." Lacosta tore off her disguise and shouted at the enormous figure climbing up from below the deck. The figure, Black Gearjudge, emerged, standing beside Lacosta. In response to her inquiry, he scratched his head sheepishly. "I couldn't bear to listen to his lewd remarks directed at you." Lacosta's face flushed slightly as she kicked Jide's leg repeatedly, fuming. "What does that have to do with you? Why do you care? Have you been turned?" Wu Gai squinted at the pair, elongating his tone. "The pirate coalition will not spare you. The full assault has begun, and in no more than half an hour, the entire Water 7 will be reduced to ruins. Return now, and we may still forgive you. Are you foolish? I've made my stance clear, and you still spout nonsense?" Lacosta regarded Wu Gai with disdain, akin to viewing a piece of muck stuck to her shoe. She then turned to Jige, inquiring, "Is what you said true? Is your boss truly wealthy and powerful?" "I've conveyed your demands to the boss, and he has consented." Jige nodded, then grimaced. "Could you please stop kicking me?" "Humph." Lacosta flicked her ponytail and, with a devilish grin, flexed her ankles. "I've long harbored disdain for this slashing thought blade. Let's take him down." Before her words faded, Lacosta sprang from her position, delivering a fierce sidekick enveloped in a gust of wind towards slashing thought blade. As he brandished his curved blade to counter, he caught sight of Jige, who was hurtling towards him on gear-constructed roller shoes. In an instant, Jige was upon slashing thought blade, landing a powerful punch to his abdomen with a gear-based hook. The impact nearly caused slashing thought blade to lose consciousness. But that was not the end. Lacosta's sidekick struck him hard, sending him flying. Jige, having slid to the other side, lifted a massive iron fist constructed from gears and unleashed a forceful straight punch, propelling slashing thought blade back towards Lacosta. The two exchanged blows, landing over a dozen heavy strikes, batting slashing thought blade back and forth like a tennis ball. Ultimately, the battered slashing thought blade stumbled and collapsed to the ground, breathless. "What a pathetic display. And you dare aspire to be my man? Dream on." Lacosta jeered, hands on her hips, spitting at the fallen figure. Jige, arms crossed, shook his head helplessly, so violent. At that moment, the slashing thought blade on the deck suddenly transformed, morphing into a strange, burly man adorned in slashing thought blade attire. Then, his body began to swell. "Watch out," Jige exclaimed, tackling Lacosta to the ground. Subsequently, a violent explosion obliterated the entire ship. A shadow plummeted from the sky, feathers mixed with blood scattered around. Just before hitting the ground, Night Owl Hannibal barely managed to regain his balance, landing awkwardly beside Saltflow King Gustav. "What is happening?" Gustav inquired, perplexed. "Did you not claim you could soar above 2,000 meters? How could you be shot down?" "Don't ask me. I have no idea what that thing was." Hannibal, reverting to his human form, grimaced as blood soaked his left shoulder and abdomen. His long firearm and ammunition pack mysteriously vanished. Gritting his teeth, he seethed. "I had just completed my second shot when a shadow appeared before me. Before I could comprehend what it was, my ammunition pack was snatched away. Then that thing unleashed a barrage of gunfire. I barely dodged most of the bullets but was still hit in the shoulder and abdomen. Then my beloved gun, Feather, was detonated. I was thrown down as well." Victor remained motionless, his long knife planted firmly as he gazed with a serene smile at the two supernovas before him. In the distance, pirate ships were systematically obliterated by the colossal specters conjured by Perona. Those who fell into the water were mercilessly hunted down by the lurking snowstorm beneath the waves. Gustav was perplexed by the situation. How could a mere gang from the West Sea possess such formidable strength? His true target remained elusive. Yet he found himself ensnared by these incidental distractions, leaving him discontented. "Stop dawdling, King of Salt Flow. Once you eliminate this brat, hasten to rendezvous with slashing thought blade. If the opportunity arises, take down Moonlight Moria as well. Such subordinates are nothing but a burden. I've warned you countless times." From his arms, slender, sharp feathers sprouted forth. His feet transformed into razor-sharp talons, elongated ear feathers erupted from the sides of his head, and his nose and mouth morphed into a hooked beak. The only constant being the loose postman's cap atop his head, Night Owl Hannibal underwent a transformation into a half-man, half-bird beastly form, drawing two short blades from his waist and assuming a combat stance. While the world regarded Night Owl Hannibal as an exceptional marksman, few recognized his prowess in close-quarters combat. The owl form of the bird fruit is universally acknowledged as one of the 5 confirmed flight abilities. Victor clapped his hands dismissively. What an eye-opener. Stop your nonsense. You insufferable little brat. Hannibal's feet shattered the floor beneath him, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Victor's arms were enveloped in a deep, obsidian metallic sheen. He raised his left arm to block the short knife that came at him from behind, while his right elbow thrust backward with formidable force. Hannibal was quick to respond, lifting another short knife to protect his chest, resulting in a shower of sparks as the darkened elbow clashed against the blade. After a brief struggle, Victor's strength proved superior. Hannibal let out a muffled grunt as he leaped backward, seeking to dissipate the impact. Naturally, Victor would not let him escape so easily. He swiftly turned. His left palm clenched into a fist, delivering a ferocious straight punch aimed directly at Hannibal. At that moment, Gustav's assault arrived as well. He unleashed the crown of reversal axe, his right fist adorned with a ghostly white frost, launching a powerful hook aimed at the opening in Victor's side. Victor struck Hannibal's left fist, causing his index finger to spring forth and deftly hook. The short blade that Hannibal used to shield his vital point suddenly transformed into a mass of zippers, which burst forth between his fingers. In an instant, the zippers linked to the tip of Victor's left index finger, and with a swift motion of his left arm, they were formed into a long chain of blades, glistening with a dark sheen that cleaved directly towards Gustav's right fist. Victor then turned his gaze to Hannibal, curling his right index and middle fingers upwards, causing hundreds of sharp stakes formed from zippers to erupt from the ground. Hannibal let out a thunderous roar, instantly transforming into an owl and soaring into the air, narrowly escaping the fate of being skewered. Gustav transformed into a surging tide of salt, evading the deadly piercing assault from below. The salt flowing and coalescing into human form 10 meters away, while the enormous owl flapped its wings and landed beside Gustav. Gustav's right fist was bloodied, bearing a deep gash that exposed bone, while Hannibal, now in his beastly form, sported several puncture wounds on his legs. In just a brief encounter, both sustained varying degrees of injury. Victor, meanwhile, removed his suit jacket and tossed it aside, leisurely rolling up his shirt sleeves, and remarked with ease, "Is this all you have? If you cannot even defeat me, then Mr. Moria is beyond your reach." Beads of cold sweat trickled down Gustav's forehead. And Hannibal was not faring much better. Having roamed the paradise of the first half of the Grand Line for so long, they had never before encountered a monster like Victor. His strength, speed, skill, stamina, fruit abilities, and domineering presence were all exceptional and without flaw. Hannibal, there is no need to hold back any longer. Let us not concern ourselves with Moonlight Moria for now. Let us deal with this brat first. The Salt Flow King gritted his teeth, extending his arms wide, as a pale salt mist began to envelop him. "Buy me some time." Victor smiled faintly, his right index finger flicking slightly. Invisible zipper, silenced firearm. Hannibal's ear feathers quivered as he darted before Gustav, gripping his blade and delivering a fierce strike. With a resounding thud, though nothing was visible. The feedback from the short knife in Hannibal's hand confirmed he had indeed struck something. What remarkable observation, Hockey. Victor raised an eyebrow, his praise this time feeling far more genuine. If you were to survive and venture into the new world, your observation Hockey would undoubtedly flourish. Enough of your prattle. You're merely a 17-year-old gangster. Do not adopt the demeanor of a seasoned veteran to lecture me. You understand nothing. As the wielder of the bird fruit, Hannibal's greatest advantage lay in his speed. His feet transformed into claws, sharp, curved talons slicing through the air with a deafening sound as he relentlessly slashed and grasped at Victor. Owl's claw. Victor continuously sidestepped the ferocious onslaught of claw strikes, resorting to slicing open his own body whenever evasion proved impossible. In a mere span of seconds, Hannibal unleashed over 100 slashing attacks. Yet none managed to find their mark on Victor. "Are you done yet?" Metal zipper, 5-stringed lute. Victor slightly opened his right hand, the tips of his fingers glinting with a metallic sheen. Subsequently, 5 meteoric metal zippers shot forth, and with a swift motion of his right arm, the chain blades cleaved through the air, sending Hannibal sprawling before him. Just as he prepared to pursue, Victor noticed something amiss with the Salt Flow King, the long-awaited Gustav. The Salt Flow King was undergoing a dramatic transformation, his height soaring to 20 meters, his form constructed entirely of glaring white salt grains. His visage morphed into that of a twisted crown-wearing demon, with sharp claws and goat-like legs bent in reverse joints. His muscles were grotesquely inflated, and a robust tail whipped back and forth behind him. Salt Execution King, Gamara. The voice of the Salt Flow King resonated with thunderous intensity, reverberating with an unusual, vibrating echo. "Victor, you have no comprehension of the trials we have endured to reach this juncture. You cannot impede us. I am Gustav Elleman, the Salt Flow King, and I shall obliterate you with this filthy salt from hell." Victor could not help but chuckle, remarking, "Salt, originally a sacred offering to the divine, serves as the enemy of the demons that cleanse impurities. Yet in your hands it is transformed into a symbol of malevolence. Are you merely a cynical, misguided youth? Never mind. With a metallic glint in his eyes, Victor spread his hands, a chilling smile gracing his handsome features. Perhaps you all have tales of woe. Reasons for becoming what you are. However, they are of no consequence to me. Whoever opposes me must prepare to meet their end. Let the final clash commence. On the outer fringes of Water 7, a figure darted through the streets. As expected, that treacherous wench has defected. Brandishing the elongated severing blade, Wukai sprinted through the city, leaping over the narrow canals, hastening towards his destination. She's colluding with ferocious chains and black gears as well. Val woman, once I'm done with my current task, I'll make you wish you were never born. I've arrived. Wukai halted abruptly before a plaza adorned with a fountain. In the plaza's center, scores of burly men clashed with a woman clad in a crimson kimono. Thornbird thrust. A swift, brutal strike pierced the throat of a pirate captain wielding a cutlass. Wu Hongji withdrew Crimson Glimmer and traversed the battlefield, evading incoming attacks. Moments prior, while escorting Matthew to his safe house, she stumbled upon pirates slaughtering civilians. Though the method of their arrival remained unknown, Wu Hongji could not idly stand by. After securing Matthew, she drew her blade and confronted the pirates. To her dismay, the pirates, numbering a mere 40, possessed formidable strength. At least 10 were exceptionally skilled, rivaling F. Fleming, the Chong Hu under Gecko Moria. Despite Wu Hongji's heightened observation hockey, she struggled to defend herself. After slaying 4 captain-level pirates, her stamina waned, and she sustained several injuries. She retreated towards the fountain at the plaza center, now a ruined wasteland. Facing the encircling pirate elites, Wu Hongji exhaled softly and drew the renowned grade 21 Wazamono blade. Crimson snow left text, its exquisite form shimmering with a cold light. A treasured blade must taste blood. The secret flying bird sword technique of Wano country has always been a dual-wielding style. The 6 formidable pirate captains exchanged glances and formulated a plan. The bearded brute wielding a mace gestured to his subordinates, who surged towards Wu Hongji. Simultaneously, the captains either mingled with the crowd or stealthily flanked her. Wu Hongji gripped Crimson Glimmer in her right hand, holding it at eye level, while her left hand casually held the short sword Crimson Snow left text at her side. She took 2 steps back, evading a sudden axe strike from the side. She stepped on the axe's head, which was unable to be retracted in time. And with 2 strikes, she severed the arm holding the axe and opened a vent in his throat. Almost simultaneously, she continued forward, avoiding the incoming giant swords, leaving the corpse of the giant axeman to be split into 3 sections. Giant Axe Hatchet, captain of the Giant Axe Pirates, bounty of 45 million, deceased. Wu Hongji darted through the pirate horde like a swallow skimming the ground before a storm. Her twin blades flashed, leaving corpses in her wake. Amidst the carnage, a longsword, disregarding friendly fire, aimed at Wu Hongji from behind the cover of the pirates. As if prescient, she ducked, avoiding the fatal blow. She rolled on the ground, severing the attacker's feet with 2 strikes. As he fell, she finished him off with a swift stroke to the neck, then leaped into the air, using the shoulders of a nearby pirate as a springboard. The pirates gathered nearby were crushed into a pulp by a massive mace. Peeping Tom Lanjimi, captain of the Frollo pirate, bounty of 54 million, deceased. The pirate rabble was annihilated. Wu Hongji twirled in the air, her right hand piercing the eye socket of the mace-wielding pirate. At that moment, the 2 swordsmen who had dismembered Hatchet charged with their great swords. Wu Hongji, perched on the giant's shoulders, pulled out Crimson Glimmer and somersaulted to the ground, brandishing the swords in a semicircle, reversing Crimson Glimmer and holding Crimson Snow left text. With a shout, a dense, brilliant sword light enveloped the 2 swordsmen and the enraged mace-wielding giant. A rain of blood painted the scene like plum blossoms. Dual heaven style, sparrow blossom painting. The dense sword light, resembling a rain of flowers, deflected the swordsman's great swords and struck all 3 vital points. The swordsman fell, and the mace-wielding giant succumbed to his injuries. Brute Hammer Keeley, captain of the Brute Hammer Pirates, bounty of 67 million, deceased. Bloodsword Som Brother, Demon Sword Som Brother, captain and vice-captain of the Blood Demon Pirates, bounty of 45 million, 41 million, deceased. The effect was potent. However, the technique drained Wu Hongji's stamina. Although her observation hockey detected an attack, her body failed to react in time, and a chain scythe slashed her arm. Gragra. From the alleyway, a rooster-headed giant in a captain's uniform emerged, dragging a chain scythe. An impressive woman. You nearly annihilated us. However, you stand no chance against me. Tiger Shark Wislam, with a bounty of 89 million. But congratulations. You have caught the eye of the great master, who will cleanse your sins and grant you rebirth. Surrender and join his ranks. Master? Wu Hongji's right arm bled profusely. But she remained vigilant. Who is your master? Who commands you, pirates? Severing blade Wu Kai. He is our great master. Oh, master, forgive me for uttering your name. The rooster-headed giant yelled, turning to the opposite bank of the canal. Master, she is defenseless. Accept this gift from your loyal servant. Well done, Wislam. Yes, that's her. The spitting image. Mafia Victor's concubine, the nameless beauty swordsman. Such power is a double-edged sword. Severing blade licked his lips, drew his kukri headhunter, and slowly approached the battlefield. Wu Hongji gritted her teeth, refusing to surrender. She raised her blades, prepared to fight on. Little beauty, don't resist. I'm not a bad person. Look. I have a gift for you. As the cutting thought blade Wu Guy approached the dance mistress Hongji, he plucked a strand of hair from his braided pigtail. A sinister smile creeping across his face as he uttered, "Accept this gift, and I shall spare you, dear niece. I will even take you along to find Moonlight Moria." Just as he faced off against Hongji, a tumultuous pool of shadow surged beneath the feet of Tiger Shark Wislam, from which a colossal shadow spear erupted, piercing through Wislam and sending his wailing form soaring into the sky. The spear then exploded at its apex, scattering into countless shadowy bats that voraciously tore at his remains, leaving poor Tiger Shark Wislam with not a single drop of blood to fall to the ground. Only Hongji remained. Her expression one of shock as she beheld the swarm of flying shadow bats, clearly recalling something significant. Meanwhile, Cutting Thought Blade Wu Guy had yet to fully comprehend the situation when a series of menacing laughs echoed from behind him. Ha ha ha, interesting. I hear you were searching for me? Startled, Wu Guy turned awkwardly to see a pool of murky shadowy mire had appeared behind him, and from within it, a massive figure slowly emerged, standing nearly 7 meters tall, with fiery red hair cascading like flames and a muscular physique. The figure's elongated eyes gazed mockingly at Cutting Thought Blade Wu Guy. Without a doubt, it was the illustrious king of zombies, Moonlight Moria. I just heard you were looking for me? Moria fully emerged from the mire, which transformed into a grand black chair. He languidly settled into the seat, crossing his legs as he inquired, "What brings you here?" Terror. Oppression. Cutting Thought Blade Wu Guy, drenched in sweat and kneeling, dared not lift his head, feeling as if his skin were pricked by countless needles. Is this the aura of one of the 7 warlords of the sea? He trembled and replied, "It is as such, esteemed Mr. Moria. The Pirate Alliance has orchestrated an invasion today specifically targeting you. I have opposed this plan numerous times, yet Salt Flow King Gustav and Knight Al Hannibal conspired against me. I am no match for them. Thus I feigned submission." Wu Guy swallowed hard, cautiously glancing at Moonlight Moria, who was now lazily picking his teeth. Casting an impatient glance at Wu Guy, "Why have you stopped? Continue." Yes. Wu Guy hastily lowered his head and continued, after the island assault commenced. "I seized the opportunity to sneak onto the southern coast of Water 7, aiming to find you first." "Oh." Moria paused his toothpicking, his slitted eyes gleaming with intrigue. "What do you seek me for?" Kneeling, Cutting Thought Blade Wu Guy suddenly raised his head, crawling forward on his knees, shouting in excitement, "To pledge my allegiance to you. I have grown up hearing tales of your legendary exploits. How could I stand idly by as my idol falls into such a vile trap? Moreover," he continued, "I have also heard that Fierce Chain and Salt Flow King Gustav are secretly colluding to eliminate you right here in Water 7. How despicable, how contemptible." Indeed. Moonlight Moria nodded, eyes closed. Appearing empathetic, Fierce Chain is indeed full of wicked schemes. You speak true. Thus, my great master, Wu Guy exclaimed fervently, I have come specifically to slay this woman, as she is said to be Fierce Chain's right hand. Additionally, I have already eliminated Fiery Foot in Black Gear at the seaside, who also sought your head. My loyalty is evident, my master. You have truly gone through much trouble, Moonlight Moria sighed, rising from his chair. The dark shadowy chair morphed into a living pool of darkness that surrounded him. I shall not let Fierce Chain escape unscathed for stealing your reputation. Dare I call you father? Wu Guy's face was full of sycophantic smiles as he pleaded. To have such a great father as you would be the greatest honor of my life. I have yet to consider raising offspring. Moonlight Moria shrugged, moving his shoulders slightly. I deserve death. I have overstepped. As he spoke, Cutting Thought Blade Wu Guy's expression turned serious. He drew a short sword from his boot and severed his left pinky finger. Disregarding the spurting blood, and humbly presented the twitching digit, bowing his head respectfully, my esteemed master, please allow me to offer this token of loyalty. While I lack wine for a little brother's toast, I am willing to present my honor as a swordsman, striving to be your faithful hound. I will swiftly present you with the heads of Fierce Chain and his accomplices. At that moment, a cold smirk crept onto Wu Guy's downturned face, as he thought to himself about the long-planned scheme finally coming to fruition. Accept this, and with a bounty of 310 million, this notorious pirate will be begging to serve as a subordinate. Surely, even the 7 warlords of the sea or the 4 emperors would welcome such an offer. Just accept this pinky, and I shall utter the command word, thus securing my position as a loyal servant of the 7 warlords. Alongside an endless army of zombies and the unparalleled pirate ship, the terrifying 3-masted ship. All of this will be mine. Lost in his dreams, Cutting Thought Blade Wu Guy suddenly felt a colossal hand grasp his upper body, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Through the dark, glimmering fingers, he beheld Moonlight Moria's eyes, ablaze with murderous intent. Heh, an amusing fellow. Unfortunately, I must decline. Boom. With fury, Moonlight Moria slammed Cutting Thought Blade Wu Guy down onto the stone ground, causing the entire fountain plaza to tremble violently. A massive circular crack, over 50 meters in diameter, radiated from the impact point. Fortunately, Moria restrained his strength, preventing the complete destruction of the plaza. Indeed, A pirate with a bounty of 310 million should not be underestimated. Despite his head being nearly smashed to pulp and his spine fractured in several places, Cutting Thought Blade Wugai was still very much alive. His head sunk into the crater. He gasped out a few words. "Why is Fierce Chain your enemy?" Moria disdainfully flicked the blood from his hands, lazily replying, "Ah, Fierce Chain and I indeed have a history. But I am here to settle a debt." He called out, "Hogback, keep him alive. The promised gift must be delivered alive to that little rascal, Fierce Chain." "Yes, great master." Suddenly, several figures began to materialize beside Moonlight Moria, revealing the peculiar Dr. Hogback, the lion-faced Absalom, and the bespectacled old scholar. Hongji no longer paid heed to Cutting Thought Blade Wugai, who was being extracted from the pit by the three oddities. She slowly approached Moonlight Moria and, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "Mr. Moria, what brings you here? And why you wish to know why I would save you?" Under the moonlight, Moria gazed down at the exquisite woman from Wano, curling his lips as he slowly remarked, "That little rascal, Fierce Chain, found me a few days ago on this island, asking for a favor. At first, I wondered how he could be so shameless. Yet, in the end, he managed to persuade me, claiming that once the war commenced, the slashing thought blade would undoubtedly land on the southern coast. And you along with another fellow named something like Ma would likely appear here as well. My task is to capture the slashing thought blade and ensure your safety. Do you understand now? However, I noticed you were having quite a good time earlier, so I refrained from interrupting you. The outcome is quite satisfactory, wouldn't you agree?" The dance mistress, Wu Hongji, exhaled deeply, patting her chest. "I was terrified. If the enemy is indeed you, I lack the courage." Moria's eyes sparkled with delight as he responded, "Oh, how I relish such words. Far more charming than that rascal Victor. What a wonderful lady you are. It is a pity you are with that fellow Victor. How about joining me instead?" "Apologies, but I am of the beauty faction," Wu Hongji replied with a playful wink. At the coastline of Seven Water City, a battle ensued at the harbor. Something was amiss. That fellow was surrounded by peculiarities. The panting night owl, Hannibal, bore several grievous wounds, all inflicted by a weapon reminiscent of a chainsaw. Meanwhile, the principal combatant, Salt Flow King Gustav, fared no better. His form as the salt-killing king, Amolara, was in a dire state, with his left arm completely severed, and the thick tail behind him reduced to a mere fragment. A significant portion of his left ribcage was missing. Though his body was entirely composed of salt grains, Gustav winced in pain. His eyes twitching. You need not speak of what protects him. Not far from them, Victor casually rolled up his sleeves, hands tucked in his pockets. Standing nonchalantly as he remarked, "Where have your grandiose declarations gone? I am almost asleep." With that, he indeed yawned. At that moment, Night Owl Hannibal lunged towards Victor. His sharp talons aimed viciously at Victor's head and throat. Following closely was Salt Flow King Gustav, whose remaining hand morphed into a massive salt spike, crashing toward Victor's body. Yet, Victor did not budge. Hannibal's attacking claws contorted into bizarre shapes, while Gustav's enormous salt spike shattered into tiny grains 2 meters away from Victor, causing Gustav to roar in agony as he retreated 10 meters, dragging the fallen Hannibal with him. "Damn it, what protects you, Mafia Victor?" Gustav seethed, unwilling to accept that his pride in the natural salt fruit was rendered a mere jest in the face of such a vast power disparity. Meanwhile, Hannibal lay on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, cradling his shattered legs, the previous assault having rendered them utterly broken. Teasing prey is a poor habit, I must concede. Victor sighed, spreading his arms wide. As a metallic sheen pulsed through his arms and palms, a peculiar figure emerged beside him, seemingly painted with color. This being towered over Victor, clad in blue and white armor that concealed its body entirely, with the upper half of its head covered by a blue helmet, while the lower half featured a zipper forming a subtle mouth. It floated effortlessly beside Victor, its surface composed of layers upon layers of various zippers. The dark hue that once blanketed its fists began to fade rapidly. This was the manifestation of armament hockey. What on earth is this? Gustav and Hannibal stared, slack-jawed, at the blue figure, realizing it surpassed the capabilities of any devil fruit. Oh dear, it's about to be revealed to the world anyway. So sharing it with you is of little consequence. Victor flicked the blue figure's chest, producing a hollow metallic echo. This fellow is named Sticky Fingers, as you can see. It is my guardian crafted from zippers, sharing my strength and speed. Furthermore, by replacing the outer zippers with invisible zippers, it can achieve the previous invisible substitute. Impossible. You could not have the time and energy to create such a formidable guardian while battling us. Gustav shouted in disbelief. Indeed, you are correct. I never claimed it was made on site. Victor replied with a slight smile, as the blue figure suddenly disassembled, melting into zippers that reformed into a black cloak draped gently over Victor's shoulders. This is my favorite cloak. Is that what the thing in the sky is? Hannibal muttered to himself in bewilderment. At that moment, a peculiar humming sound resonated from the sky as a red machine composed of zippers swooped down, just meters above Victor. It transformed into a black felt hat, which Victor caught and placed upon his head. You guessed correctly. This little one is named Arrow Smith, and by the way, It holds quite a disdain for your ammunition. This is undeniably beyond the capabilities of a devil fruit. You are a monster. Gustav's beliefs were shattered as he stammered incoherently. Honestly, when I tell you the truth, you refuse to believe it. Victor shrugged. The development of a devil fruit relies on one's imagination and determination. As long as you imbue it with sufficient faith and creativity, it will reward you with unparalleled strength. This, Mr. Moria demonstrated to me personally. However, it seems you utterly fail to grasp what I am saying. You monster. Hannibal had completely lost his will to fight, while Gustav, regaining his human form, roared and lunged at Victor. Suddenly, his body froze. Behind him, hundreds of zippers gleaming with a dark luster tightly bound his form, originating from the severed blade of the renowned sword Thunderous Left that had fallen to the ground. If you've seen the Majin Buu saga in Dragon Ball, you would surely be wary of this move. Unfortunately, I doubt you comprehend this phrase. Victor softly uttered an incomprehensible remark, then beckoned with his finger. Saltflow King Gustav was rendered unconscious as he foamed at the mouth, while Night Owl Hannibal was also struck down by the returning zippers. The severed blade of the sword suddenly sprang from the ground, soaring towards Victor, merging with the other half extended from his palm, transforming back into the flawless renowned sword Thunderous Left, a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Mr. Moria must have also concluded his affairs, I presume? Victor exhaled deeply, settling onto an intact public bench nearby to observe Perona and Howling Snow concluding their mopping up operations on the sea. With this, the Water Metropolis defense drew to a close. The pirate alliance was utterly annihilated. The final sweeps were nearing completion. Naval officers, under the command of Lieutenant Commander Rombatten, were collaborating with the city guards of Water 7 to subdue the remaining handful of pirate rabble. The still unconscious Salt current King Gustav and Night Owl Hannibal, trussed up and restrained with sea stone shackles, lay prostrate at Victor's feet like lifeless fish. Still alive, you're concerned now. A dull thud announced the arrival of mind-cleaving Blade Wu Kai, whose upper body was swathed in bandages and who remained in a comatose state, hurled before Victor. The lacerated wounds immediately stained his fresh bandages crimson. An experienced physician would discern that mind-cleaving Blade's jaw had been dislocated, and his limbs rendered useless by the severing of tendons and the dismantling of joints. Victor was unconcerned about the fate of the slashing thought blade. Instead, he gazed up at the disgruntled Moonlight Mariah and smiled gently, saying, "Thank you for your assistance this time, Mr. Mariah. Don't get too familiar with me. This is merely settling a debt." Mariah scoffed, idly cleaning his ears. "Last time, you let us off the hook, and now I have returned the favor. Next time we meet, I shall take your head. Next time we meet, I shall definitely persuade you to join us at Coral," Victor replied with a cheerful grin. "I am quite adept at persistent pursuits, so prepare yourself. Dream on. I'm leaving." Moonlight Mariah felt that continuing this conversation would surely infuriate him further, so he turned to instruct his subordinates to prepare to depart from Water 7 Island. "Mr. Mariah," Victor called out, hesitating for a moment before continuing, "you are aware, aren't you, regarding the world government stripping you of your warlord title? You stopped me for such trivial matters?" Mariah's face was etched with impatience. "Of course, I know. I'm also aware that you took my place." At this, Victor displayed a hint of confusion, revealing that, at 17, he was still merely a boy. "Listen well, young man," Moonlight Mariah bent down, his massive finger resting on Victor's chest. His previously fierce countenance now radiated a sense of heroism. "For true pirates like us, death is no threat, let alone the trivial title of a warlord. We spend our lives chasing dreams, repaying debts of enmity and kindness alike. Only a coward would fuss over insignificant matters. Do you understand?" Victor paused momentarily, a smile gracing his lips. "I shall certainly ensure that Mr. Moria joins us." After much ado, he realized it was futile. Moonlight Moria rolled his eyes, straightened his posture, and waved his hand dismissively. "I truly must take my leave now. If I linger any longer, that rabid dog will be nipping at my heels. Do remember to safeguard my fearsome, three-masted ship. Farewell, young ones." As he watched the figures of Moonlight Moria and his entourage gradually vanish into the ether, Dance Red Princess stood beside Victor, softly exclaiming, "What a uniquely charismatic powerhouse he is." "Indeed," Victor nodded in agreement, then turned to Dance Red Princess and gently inquired, "Are you gravely injured?" Dance Red Princess shook her head, smiling as she replied, "It's nothing serious, merely some abrasions. However, why did you spare the life of that blade of thought?" "It is a gift," Victor replied with a playful blink. "Boss." An exuberant shout interrupted the exchange between Victor and Dance Red Princess. They turned to see Black Gear Jigger fervently waving his arms from a distance, alongside a tall girl with a ponytail, who cradled a figure swathed in bed linens. After a brief inquiry, Victor learned that Black Gear Jigger and Flame Skyfoot Lakasna had indeed been outmaneuvered by Blade of Thought Mutsai. Had it not been for Jigger's timely transformation into a steel gear form to shield them from the explosive impact, they might have suffered severe injuries. Although the Queen of Combat vessel was destroyed by a violent explosion, both Jigger and Lakasna, along with their crew, found themselves cast into the sea. Fortunately, there were no casualties, and they seized the opportunity to commandeer Mutsai sea urchin ship. Assured that Jigger and Lakasna would surely perish in the blast, Mutsai had left no formidable subordinates aboard. The duo effortlessly dispatched the ship's lackeys, yet upon opening the cabin, the gruesome scene that unfolded left them feeling their previous actions had been too lenient. The Heart-Sword pirates, from captain to minion, exuded the darkest and most sordid aspects of humanity. Although they had heard whispers about this, today they realized the truth was far more alarming than they had anticipated. At the coast dock of Water 7, within a makeshift medical room, the door creaked open. Hao Shui emerged slowly, drying his hands with a towel. In response to the anxious inquiries from the crowd, he shook his head and spoke in a grave tone. This child has endured unspeakable torment. A normal person would have succumbed on the third day, yet she has persisted until today, though I know not for what reason. If she is indeed the Colonel Aiko mentioned in the papers, then this child has suffered at the hands of these villains for a full 23 days. Alas, her wounds have worsened beyond measure. With the equipment at my disposal, I can only sustain her life temporarily, and even then, for merely 1 or 2 hours at most. Outside the medical room, Colonel Lombardin, summoned by Victor, sat with his head bowed, his hands gripping his disheveled hair as he trembled and murmured to himself, Aiko-senpai. She is such a wonderful person, why must this be her fate? Victor exchanged glances with Perona and the dancing red-haired maiden, shaking his head in silence. At that moment, Robin hurriedly approached the corridor in front of the infirmary, whispering to Victor, they have arrived. At the harbor of Water 7, people spotted a colossal vessel emerging from the distant sea. It was not a pirate ship. It was a warship from the Navy headquarters, the Abentatsom. The naval soldiers, assisting the populace in clearing the dock, instantly recognized this renowned battleship, for it was commanded by one of the current candidates for admiral, known as the Monster, Vice Admiral Sakazuki. The warship gradually docked at the harbor. Before the dinghy could be launched, a towering mass of molten lava erupted skyward, transforming into a human figure as it descended onto the dock. This was a tall, middle-aged man, adorned with a baseball cap, draped in a white naval cloak, and clad in a deep crimson suit, with a rose pinned to his chest. At this moment, he narrowed his sharp eyes and gazed at the blond young man opposite him, inquiring in a deep voice, "Are you Mafia Victor?" "Vice Admiral Sakazuki." "A pleasure to meet you," Victor replied, a gentle smile gracing his face. "I have long admired your reputation." "I have no time for pleasantries," Vice Admiral Sakazuki retorted, his eyes narrowing even further. "I have provided you with the information you requested. What of the exchange you promised me?" Victor snapped his fingers, and Jige, trembling, dragged the Bouncealt Flow King, Night Owl, and slashing blade to the feet of Sakazuki before swiftly fleeing. The reputation of a man is akin to the shadow of a tree. Despite Jige's lack of malevolence, as a pirate, he was still terrified of Sakazuki, the bane of pirates. The Salt Flow King and Night Owl remained in a state of unconsciousness. Yet the slashing blade writhed and struggled, emitting whimpering sounds. All were alive, yet utterly devoid of the ability to resist. Victor shrugged, stating, "These are the 3 gifts I promised to deliver to you." Sakazuki ignored Victor and gradually crouched before the slashing blade, removing his cap to reveal a sharp, crooked hairstyle. His piercing gaze fixated on the slashing blade's face, twisted in despair. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You made it easy for me to find you. Slashing blade, I shall not allow you to perish so easily. We have all the time in the world." Rising, he donned his cap once more and tilted his head, signaling the naval soldiers to confine the 3 notorious pirates within the sea prism cages in the lower deck of the warship. He then turned to Victor, his eyes still sharp and cold. "Mafia Victor, tell me, would it still be timely for me to eliminate you now?" The individuals behind Victor immediately became alert, particularly the dance performer Hong Ji and the fierce warrior Hao Shui. They could sense that Sakazuki was not jesting. He was utterly serious. "Admiral, before we proceed, I wish to introduce you to someone." In contrast to the sudden vigilance of those around him, Victor maintained a composed demeanor. "We discovered a lady in the cabin of the Sword of Thought, and her condition is rather dire." A flicker of emotion crossed Sakazuki's face, and the aura of menace that enveloped him dissipated. Outside the medical room, Victor and his companions were obstructed from entering by the accompanying naval officers. Inside, Sakazuki, having removed his hat, sat before the sickbed, gently holding the frail hand that was marred with scars and stripped of its nails. His head bowed in silence for an extended period. At that moment, he noticed the wretched woman on the bed trembling, attempting to utter something. He leaned closer, and after a considerable pause, he heard her hoarse voice struggle to convey, "I'm sorry, brother, I could not protect Lilica." Sakazuki's head bowed even lower, and with a voice that trembled slightly, he replied, "No, you have done remarkably well, Aiko. I am proud of you." Upon hearing these words, the delicate hand suddenly tightened around Sakazuki's rough palm before it slowly slipped away in a manner that seemed to convey a sense of relief. "The one who should apologize is me," echoed the last sigh that lingered in the room. White petals danced in the air. 8 naval officers, their expressions grave, lifted the coffin and slowly ascended the gangway leading to the Obentosum. The surrounding navy formed 2 neat rows, saluting in unison as the coffin passed before them. Sakazuki stood on the elevated platform at the coast, the sea breeze billowing the white cloak behind him, the characters for justice shifting shape in harmony with the fluttering fabric. Victor appeared beside Sakazuki at an indeterminate moment, gently inquiring, "Shall we escort her back to the naval headquarters?" Sakazuki remained silent for a considerable time before turning to stride towards the distant vessel, the Auburn Tosum. Victor, unperturbed, turned his gaze towards the coffin delicately placed on the deck of the Auburn Tosum. He removed his black felt hat and held it against his chest, closing his eyes and bowing his head slightly. "Farewell, brave girl." At that moment, a nonchalant remark floated in from the direction where Sakask had departed. "Beware of the sea rogue. He harbors a keen interest in you." Victor opened his eyes, gazing at the tall figure gradually receding into the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then gently placed his black felt hat atop his head and departed from the dock's high platform, accompanied by the tolling of bells. The Auburn Tosum slowly sailed away from the coastal dock. It wasn't until the vessel completely vanished beyond the horizon that the wooden door of a distant cottage creaked open, allowing Black Gear Jig and Fiery Skylakosna to emerge cautiously. Jig trembled as he spoke. "I thought we were done for." The monster Sakazuki is notorious for his mercilessness toward pirates. He spares no one who crosses his path, regardless of their bounty. "I can't believe he let us go. Our boss must have quite the reputation." "Indeed." Lakosna nodded fervently. "I've heard he and Light Palusolino have already been shortlisted as candidates for admiral, awaiting their selection for promotion. And then there's Kazan, one of the 3 monstrous vice admirals of the Navy. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Speaking of which, every admiral has a special title. What do you think Sakazuki's would be? How about Magma Beast? After all, he consumed the magma fruit." "Ouch." Jig rubbed his shins, stinging from Lakosna's kick. "Well, what do you suggest? How about Red Dog? Since magma is red, and when he chases pirates, they call him Mad Dog, right? That would instill even greater fear in pirates." Lakosna speculated eagerly. "As long as you're happy," Jig said noncommittally regarding the title. In his mind, if he were Sakazuki, he would certainly choose a title as imposing as Red Dragon or Crimson Lion. "What's that? Do you have any objections to my proposed title?" "Not particularly, really." "Ouch. Just so you know." The two bickering figures continued to wander further away. In this world, a terrifying undercurrent surged. Those caught in the vortex could only yield to its force. Only those who could break free from the whirlpool and remain above the surface could be deemed strong. In Water 7, at the coastal dock, the recent Water City defense battle had left considerable damage, particularly here and at the South Street Fountain Square. Residents and shipwrights were diligently engaged in repair work under Tom's guidance. Tom, bearing a hefty stack of timber, walked alongside Iceberg, who was pulling a cart laden with goods. Passers-by greeted Tom warmly with sincere afternoon salutations, and occasionally, daring children would approach to offer him water and snacks. Meanwhile, Frankie was seated in a Central Street tavern, boasting to an adoring crowd about how his mighty Frankie family had effortlessly vanquished the ruthless Gustav fleet. The naval forces accompanying the judicial ship, while clearing the battlefield, discovered several corpses atop a high building, their attire indicating they belonged to officials of the world government. Internal intelligence confirmed these bodies were those of CP-5 Chief Spandam and 4 CP-5 members. The fatal injuries were all inflicted by sniper bullets to the head, with the bullets being the unique eagle feather bullets of Night Owl Hannibal, aside from adding another tally to Night Owl's account. The naval forces could only pay a brief moment of respect for the deceased before resuming their task. In another shocking development, the mayor of Water 7 was ousted. This rotund fool had fled with his belongings when the pirate coalition attacked, never anticipating that Victor and his small band would decisively suppress the 1,000-strong pirate alliance, defeating even the 3 notorious pirates under the leadership of Victor himself. Upon his return, he shamelessly sought to invite Victor and his comrades to the luxurious mayoral residence on Central Shipbuilding Island, hoping to leverage their heroic status for his own gain. To his astonishment, Victor outright refused the mayor's invitation, instead opting to stay at Tom's workshop on Scrap Island. What transpired next was even more unexpected. Following the mayor's dismissal, Tom's name appeared on the list of new mayoral candidates, and his support was remarkably high. As the citizens expressed in this dire moment, all the usual prominent figures had vanished without a trace, leaving only Tom willing to bravely step forward to protect the common folk. In the warehouse beneath the bridge, at the headquarters of Tom's workshop, the consensus among the locals was clear. Tom should become the mayor of Water 7, uniting the 7 shipbuilding companies into a singular entity, transforming it into the official shipbuilding company of the world government. Only then would the world government hesitate to take action against Mr. Tom. In the living room, Victor, dressed casually, spoke eloquently while everyone, seated or standing, listened intently to his words. "Ha." Tom laughed so hard he nearly lost his breath, finally regaining composure. "At my age, becoming mayor is a bit much for me. Iceberg would be a far more suitable candidate." "Ha." "Tom, this is not merely for your own sake." "How so?" Holding a long pipe, exhaled a thick plume of smoke, slowly continuing. "If this succeeds, you will be the first fishman outside Fishman Island to be elected mayor by the public. Just think of the implications." "Mr. Tom, there is no one better suited for the role," Iceberg and Frankie exclaimed, rushing to Tom to cheer him on. "We will support you." However, Coco expressed his concerns. "To be honest, Mr. Tom, public support alone may not suffice for you to become mayor. Hato grinned. You're right. You need a heavyweight figure to stand behind you. A heavyweight figure? Iceberg scratched his head, but we don't know any prominent figures. At that moment, a rhythmic tap echoed against the living room window. A delivery bird, wearing a postman's cap, was pecking at the glass with its long beak. After payment was made, the bird left a newspaper before fluttering away. Haso took the newspaper, opened it, and a smile broke across his face, which he struggled to contain before handing it to Tom. Tom, puzzled, accepted the newspaper, while Frankie and Iceberg leaned in curiously to see. Soon, all three were left speechless. The front page headline boldly proclaimed, Moonlight Moria stripped of 7 warlords of the sea title. Successor fears chain Mafia Victor. In the West Sea, at the town of Algerero, the headquarters of Coral, a figure rushed through the door of the acting president's office. Mr. Windrow, have you seen the newspaper? Clansna, clad in a black suit, panted as he entered. Inside, the elderly Windrow, with meticulously combed white hair, placed the newspaper down. His expression tinged with excitement. I've seen it, and I've read it multiple times. Though I was prepared, I must say. Our boss truly lives up to the title. The ever-formal Clansna could not help but chuckle. Everyone is thrilled, with a warlord of the sea as our leader. The title of West Sea Overlord for Coral is well-deserved. Windrow stroked his short white beard, chuckling, Go fetch little Jack. Prepare for a banquet tonight. Gather the townsfolk to celebrate together. Yes. In the West Sea, at a dock town within the kingdom of Sablam, a voice rang out, Damn bounty hunters. I'll fight you to the end. A towering figure clad in a black captain's attire, the hedgehog-headed giant roared as he swung his greatsword towards a bald, muscular man, only to have the latter deftly evade the strike. In a swift motion, the bald man flicked his hand in front of the hedgehog captain, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood before collapsing to the ground without uttering a sound. Indeed, it was killer as bonus. The captain stood no chance against him. Quick. Flee. The surrounding henchmen, trembling in fear, retreated hastily before scattering in all directions. The bald man known as Das Bonus sauntered over to the fallen hedgehog captain, reached down to check for signs of life, and then spat in frustration. TSK, I struck too hard. Now I can only claim half the bounty. In a narrow alley of the dock town, a blood-stained sack was tossed at the feet of a man in black sunglasses. The man opened the sack, examined its contents for a moment, then closed it and spoke. Indeed, it is the head of Silver Ring Furman. The Winston family's bounty demands 30 million for him alive, and half that for the deceased. Hand over the payment. With that, he snapped his fingers, and a black-clad henchman approached with a leather suitcase. Presenting it to Das Bonus, please, verify the amount. Das Bonus accepted the suitcase, glanced inside, and nodded. Next time there's such a lucrative deal, do remember to notify me. As he turned to leave, the man in sunglasses called out, Mr. Bonus, have you read today's newspaper? Not yet, why? Das Bonus replied somewhat coldly. This is today's newspaper. Consider it a complimentary edition. You might find the news within quite intriguing. The man handed over a stack of newspapers before departing the alley with the blood-stained sack and his henchmen. Das Bonus unfurled the newspaper, and upon skimming the front page headline, he was taken aback. After a considerable pause, he closed the paper, a faint smile gracing his lips. This is indeed interesting. The headquarters of Coral is in Algerero town? I shall make time to visit. He lifted the suitcase filled with berries and strolled out of the alley. In the Grand Line, within the calm belt, lies the daughter kingdom of Amazon Lily. Enclosed by dense primitive forests atop a lofty mountain, there exists a vast, deep cave, akin to a natural fortress. Here, women have established villages and founded a nation. They undertake all domestic and agricultural tasks, embodying strength and independence. From birth, they are nurtured as warriors, each robust and spirited. In this realm, strength is revered. Amazon Lily, the city of 9 snakes. Within the opulent palace atop the citadel, a graceful figure leaned against a massive serpent, cradling half a glass of white wine, her gaze drifting into the distance, lost in thought. Creak. The palace doors swung open, and a diminutive figure, supported by a serpent staff, hurried in. Snake Princess, have you seen today's newspaper? The beautiful woman, ensconced by the great serpent, frowned at the voice, responding coldly, Japopo, who permitted you to enter? Throw her out. She was none other than Amazon Lily's empress, the captain of the 9 snake pirates, once boasting a bounty of 80 million berries, who at the tender age of 18, was invited by the world government to join the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. Wait, Snake Princess. The diminutive Japopo, sensing the guards stirring, quickly called out, I have something to report. My lady? Boa Hancock leaned against the cool body of the serpent, sipping her wine. My apologies, Snake Princess. Japopo quickly corrected herself. I wonder if you have seen the latest newspaper today? I have. What of it? Speaking of which, the newspaper in your hand is one we brought back today, correct? The papers lay scattered nearby, as if recently tossed to the ground. Then you must understand what this implies. Japopo said gravely, this fierce chain Mafia Victor has been recruited by the world government to join the 7 warlords of the sea at the mere age of 17. Even younger than you were 3 years ago. It is fair to say that this upcoming conference of the warlords is convened largely for him. You heard the summons issued by the government. They are taking this matter very seriously. Anyone daring to miss this meeting in Mary Geos will face the dissolution of their agreement, potentially facing the same fate as Gecko Moria, stripped of their title. With only 4 days until the meeting, why are you still leisurely drinking here? Time is of the essence, Snake Princess. The surrounding guards shared Ja Popo's shock. Their empress, Boa Hancock, epitomized strength and supremacy in their eyes, an unmatched paragon of grace. Who could rival the Snake Princess? Since when did it become your place to dictate to me? Boa Hancock retorted, rising gracefully, her long legs striding towards Ja Popo. Her icy gaze piercing down upon her. I shall go if I wish, and if I choose not to, none can compel me. Do not be willful, Snake Princess. Ja Popo exclaimed, urgency in her tone. This nation relies upon your title as one of the 7 warlords for its protection. In the past, our secure fortress, the Combelt, shielded us from invaders. But now, the government has developed shipbuilding technology that allows free passage through the Combelt, specifically to issue you a warning. Because you are a warlord, they refrain from stepping foot on our island. But should you lose your title, we would be reduced to mere pirates. And the tragedy that ensues would be catastrophic for our people. Foolish. Even if my recklessness leads to the nation's downfall, they would forgive me, Boa Hancock declared, tilting her head back. Indeed, it is because I am too beautiful. Here she comes. The disdainful posture of the Snake Princess. The guards erupted in excitement, reveling in her haughty demeanor. You fled the country during your reign. You traitor of 9 snakes. Boa Hancock seized Ja Popo by her hair, lifting her off the ground. You then shamelessly returned, and thanks to the mercy of the former emperor, you were accepted back. How dare you challenge the current empress? Such audacity. With that, she hurled Ja Popo out of the palace, smashing through a window and plummeting from the highest point of 9 snakes. Snake Princess. Ja Popo's guards gasped in shock. Everyone, out. Boa Hancock commanded, expelling all guards from the palace before returning to her serpent's side. She gazed at the scattered newspapers below, unable to suppress a soft sigh. In the holy land of Mary Geos, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sakazuki had departed for headquarters. Kazan, wearing a headscarf, stood before Admiral Sengoku's desk, scratching his head. Another quarrel? Sengoku glanced up from the report he was reading. By the time he arrived, Fierce Chain had already resolved everything. Kazan let out a sigh. Not only had they captured the 3 masterminds, but they had also annihilated all members of the pirate coalition. Akainu felt powerless, especially since the opposing side had saved Colonel Aiko, allowing her a final meeting with him. Even a cold-hearted individual like Akainu ultimately could not bring himself to wipe out the Fierce Chain crew. It appeared that even he harbored a softer side. Sengoku shook his head. Yet, this last vestige of softness was obliterated by the pirates. It is hard to fathom what he will become in the future. But let us not dwell on him, and instead speak of this Fierce Chain. It is said that there were witnesses from the Navy? Yes, it was Colonel Lombard, who was on board to protect Judge Sano. Kazan rummaged through Sengoku's desk and retrieved a packet of tea leaves. Pouring himself a cup, he was engaged in battle nearby when the pirates clashed with Mafia Victor, Saltflow King, and Night Owl. How should one put it? It was entirely one-sided. Kazan settled onto the sofa, cradling his teacup as he spoke slowly, from beginning to end. Saltflow King and Night Owl were utterly dominated by the Fierce Chain, with bounties of 450 million and 335 million respectively, reduced to mere lambs before the formidable crew. According to Colonel Lombard, the chain fruit had been developed into something increasingly terrifying by Mafia Victor, and his observation and armament hockey were far from ordinary. It is perplexing how he has grown to such a degree in merely a few months. Sengoku, does such a genius truly exist in this world? Noticing that Carp was absent, Sengoku discreetly pulled out a bag of rice crackers from his drawer, tossing 2 pieces to Kazan while taking one for himself. Such monster-level geniuses have indeed appeared before. But that was a long time ago. Throughout history, those who have had the opportunity to grow have soared to great heights. The only one with the chance to eliminate the Fierce Chain, Akainu, has already lost the prime opportunity to do so. Now, having attained the title of Warlord of the Sea, no one can hinder his progress. Yet, on a brighter note, from analyzing the previous conversation with the transponder snail, it appears that the Fierce Chain's attitude towards the Navy is quite mild, while his disdain for pirates, especially those who commit heinous acts, is unmistakable. From this perspective, perhaps a collaboration with the Navy could be possible. At that moment, the office door of Sengoku was flung open with a bang. The hero of the Navy, Vice Admiral Carp, swaggered in, holding a small bag of tea leaves, laughing heartily. Sengoku, I brought tea. Hurry and bring out the rice crackers. Huh. You lot are secretly munching on rice crackers? How stingy. You didn't even invite me. Carp, get out of here. In an unknown sea area of a new world, a massive pirate ship floated upon the raging waves, its flag adorned with a peculiar smiling face. Doflamingo. Are we setting off for Redport? A tall, slender man with his face painted in colorful oils stood on the deck, shouting towards the cabin. The cabin door swung open, and a tall figure draped in a pink feathered cloak emerged, holding a stack of newspapers. Don Quixote Doflamingo, once bearing a bounty of 340 million berries, one of the warlords of the sea, known as Night Demon. I say, Doflamingo. Are you still keeping tabs on that fierce chain? A tall man wrapped in thick leather and oozing slime approached, leaning in closer to Doflamingo. Too close, Treble. Doflamingo replied with disdain. Is it really too close? I asked. What of it? Treble grinned mischievously as he circled Doflamingo. I say, Doflamingo? Such a little brat is hardly your match. Why do you still pay him daily attention? You are a born king. Young master, you worry too much. Treble is correct. Such a lad doesn't even qualify as a stumbling block. A young man with spiky hair, wearing goggles and a mask, remarked, the world government has truly lost its wits. It is merely a game played by a group of children in the paradise, yet they take it so seriously. Hee hee. Whether this lad is truly a hindrance on our path, I shall witness for myself this time. Set sail for Redport. In Water 7 at the coastal dock. The area was densely packed with residents who raised banners and signs, enthusiastically offering blessings to the heroes of Water 7. Although the mayoral election would take some time to conclude, it was already a foregone conclusion that Tom, supported by the warlords of the sea and widely favored by the populace, would ascend to the position of mayor. After attentively listening to Aoharu's detailed explanation, Tom and the others finally comprehended the perilous situation they had previously faced. Had it not been for the secret assistance of Victor and others, Tom and his apprentices might have been falsely accused by CP5 and sent to impel down for execution. Now, wherever Tom and the others went in Water 7, they were met with respectful greetings, and the gazes directed at Tom transformed from fear and disdain to admiration and affection. For the puppet master behind all this, Victor, Tom and the others felt immense gratitude. Upon hearing that Aoharu had already agreed to Victor's request to build a dream ship capable of traversing endless waves, Tom readily consented. However, what he did not anticipate was the myriad of tasks required for the mayoral campaign, which left him little time to spare. Just as Tom grew anxious, Victor proposed a suggestion. Let Iceberg and Frankie build the ship in his stead. Observing the warships made it evident that Frankie's shipbuilding skills were extraordinary, and Iceberg, as a senior, would surely not fall short. Upon hearing Victor's suggestion, both Frankie and Iceberg bashfully scratched their heads and smiled. Tom burst into hearty laughter. Ha! In fact, with Iceberg and Frankie's shipbuilding prowess, they could have set sail long ago. They are the most outstanding shipwrights and my pride. Rest assured, Victor. Since the master has spoken, and both brothers have a splendid impression of Victor and his companions, they did not decline the offer. They packed the necessary tools and boarded the Going Merry. Black Gearjige and Lakasna acquired an old ship from Tom's workshop. Though termed old, under the combined efforts of Tom's workshop and Jige's repairs, it proved to be no inferior to new vessels on the market, even surpassing them in speed. They, along with their crew of shipwrights, prepared to follow the Going Merry. According to Victor, the new ship required considerable renovations and manpower. Thus, under the enthusiastic send-off of the residents, the Going Merry, accompanied by the temporary old ship, set sail from Water 7, heading towards their destination, in the mysterious sea region known as the Triangle Sea. A route frequently traversed from Water 7 to Sabaody Archipelago lies a terrifying area where anything can mysteriously disappear, shrouded in thick fog year-round. It is said that over 100 ships vanish mysteriously in this region each year, and even more terrifying are the ghost ships carrying the dead that roam its waters. Deep within this terrifying expanse, a colossal pirate ship, the largest in the world, quietly awaited the return of its master. It is the Terror three-masted ship, the only island ship of its kind in existence. The island aboard the vessel hails from the homeland of Moonlight Moria in the West Sea and lacks the unique magnetism characteristic of the islands in the Grand Line. Thus, it is impossible to locate it using ordinary navigational pointers. Only the specially crafted permanent pointer can ascertain the position of that fearsome three-masted ship. On the third day of their voyage, the Beagle and the temporary old ship entered the enigmatic waters of the Bermuda Triangle. A dense fog enveloped the surrounding sea, rendering the two vessels directionless, akin to headless flies. Only with the aid of the specialized permanent pointer could they steadily steer towards their destination. Victor, is the inaugural assembly of the 7 warlords of the sea about to commence? Robin inquired with palpable concern on the deck. Victor leaned against the deck railing, enveloped by the boundless, dense fog. With a reassuring smile, he replied, Fear not, even upon our arrival at Mariawa. It shall take several days for the other 7 warlords to gather. Trust me, we shall certainly not be the last.